In Linjiang City, at the takeaway window of the KFC located at the base of the Sanjiang building, under the scorching sun with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees, a long queue of people waits to purchase ice cream. A sweet and adorable little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, clings to the leg of a man dressed in flip-flops and plaid shorts, playfully demanding, "Daddy, I want ice cream." The man gently caresses the girl's head, replying, "Yeji dear, too much ice cream will make you gain weight. Wait until Daddy gets home, and I'll make some for you myself." "No, I want KFC ice cream. It has been ages since you bought me any." The man appears resolute, determined to buy his daughter an ice cream. However, after searching through all his pockets, he can only find 2 yuan. This amount is barely enough for a bus fare, and since an ice cream costs 5 yuan, it simply won't suffice. Zhao Su puts the money back into his pocket and softly advises his daughter, "Yeji, Daddy doesn't have enough money. Let's wait for Mommy to come out of the courthouse, and she can buy it for you, all right?" "Okay." The little girl's eyes sparkle with anticipation as she innocently inquires, "Daddy, when will we be able to move back into our big house since we sold it?" "Soon. Once Daddy finds a job, we'll be able to earn enough to buy back our big house in no time." Just as Zhao Su finishes speaking, a middle-aged woman with a short, permed hairstyle yells at a tall, elegantly dressed woman beside her, "Ching, did you see that? He can't even afford a few yuan for his daughter's ice cream. Why are you still supporting such a useless man? Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you've sold your car and house. This good-for-nothing is still living off you. When will this miserable situation end?" "Mom, why are you saying this in front of the child?" Li Qingqing's mood darkens, and her displeasure is evident. "Divorce this loser, and I'll give you 80,000 for the lawsuit. Otherwise, don't call me Mom." Li Qingqing, looking utterly dejected, responds, "Grandpa arranged this marriage before he passed away, and both you and Dad consented. Now that the child is grown, what do you expect me to do? Your grandfather is dead, isn't he? My daughter is beautiful, how could she be unwanted? Once you divorce him, there will be a line of wealthy suitors waiting to marry you." "Mom." Zhao Su is trying to find a job. People can change, I believe in him. Li Qingqing's mother snorts in disdain, saying, "If you don't divorce that boy, just wait to end up in prison. Come on, Laoli, let's go." Li Qingqing's father, a henpecked husband, sighs and follows his wife. Feeling wronged, Li Qingqing squats down and buries her face in her hands, crying. Zhao Su approaches her, holding their child, and softly comforts her. "Qingqing, don't cry. So many people are watching. Let's go home." "Home? Do we even have a home anymore?" Li Qingqing raises her tear-streaked face, speaking softly. "Though the rented place is a bit small, as long as we are together, anywhere can be home." Li Qingqing wipes away her tears and says to Zhao Su, "You take the child home first, I will go borrow money from someone else." Zhao Su hands Yeji to Li Qingqing and says, "You've borrowed from everyone already, and now we've sold our house and car. Your mother just mentioned that if you can't come up with the 80,000 to settle with Junyue, you risk going to jail. I should go and ask friends for help." "You?" Upon hearing Zhao Zu's words, Li Qingqing reacts as if she has heard the most ridiculous joke, giving him a cold laugh. "Zhao Su, who do you think your friends are? Oh, I almost forgot you're quite close with that big fool, Quan, but he's just a laborer on the street. How would he have money to lend you? I will find a way to borrow the money." Ignoring Li Qingqing's mockery, Zhao Su, still in flip-flops, walks away. Li Qingqing feels utterly drained, holding her daughter Yeji while sobbing. She has worked tirelessly for this family, striving in her career like a man. Yet her husband shows no ambition whatsoever. If it weren't for Li Qingqing's grandfather insisting that Zhao Su, this poor boy, marry into their family, with her beauty, she could have long since married into a prestigious family and lived the enviable life of a wealthy lady. Li Qingqing still cannot comprehend why her late grandfather was so adamant about her marrying Zhao Su. "Mommy, please don't cry, okay?" Li Qingqing tightly embraces little Yeji, softly saying, "It's Mommy's fault. I let the company go bankrupt and lost our big house. Yeji, I'm so sorry." Little Yeji reaches out to wipe the tears from Li Qingqing's cheeks, comforting her. "Mommy, don't be sad. I don't want to live in a big house. I just want to be with Daddy and Mommy. And Daddy said he will work hard to earn money, so we can move back into the big house." Li Qingqing is momentarily taken aback, thinking, if that useless man could be relied upon, would I have ended up in this dire situation? Li Qingqing had opened a packaging design company, and when business was thriving, Zhao Su naturally had money to spend and could laze around at home. However, now, her company has suddenly faced trademark infringement claims. Old clients have been withdrawing contracts one by one, They sold their house and car, yet it still wasn't enough to cover the debts. They were left with a shortfall of 80,000. Zhao Su crossed several roads and found a secluded spot to sit down. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone and stared blankly at it. After lighting a cigarette and pondering for a long time, he seemed to make a significant decision, muttering to himself, "No, I cannot let Qingqing and Yeji suffer." With that, Zhao Su flicked away the remaining cigarette, and dialed a long and used phone number. "Uncle Chen, it's Zhao Su." "Oh, you finally had a change of heart and decided to call this old man?" Chen Tianhe chuckled. "Please inform my father that I wish to claim my inheritance and retrieve what rightfully belongs to me." Chen Tianhe was taken aback and, after a moment, replied, "Young Master Zhao, have you thought this through? Claiming your inheritance would mean you would completely lose your claim to the family estate, which would benefit your brothers." "I've made up my mind," Zhao Su answered without hesitation. "Then come to my house. Now, I'll report this matter to the old master and have the accountant calculate what you are entitled to." "Thank you, Uncle Chen." After hanging up, Chen Tianhe immediately made another call, reporting, "Old master, young Master Zhao wishes to claim his inheritance." The person on the other end remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Old Chen, grant him his request. Also, include his mother's share of the inheritance." Sigh. "In my life, the ones I owe the most are that mother and son." "Didn't you always have high hopes for young Master Zhao, wanting him to inherit the family business? This is also a form of protection and experience for him. I won't be mistaken. By the way, in addition to the cash, transfer all the family assets in the Northeast to him. I will have Chiao Ing finalize this within 10 minutes. "Understood, old master." Just as Chen Tianhe was about to hang up, the voice on the line added, "Old Chen, help Zhao Su as you once helped me." "Rest assured, old master." 20 minutes later, Zhao Su arrived at a magnificent villa. The owner of the villa was Chen Tianhe, the renowned tycoon of Linjiang City. In Chen Tianhe's office, he handed Zhao Su a stack of documents, saying, "Young master, the old master has agreed to your request for inheritance. This represents the shares of the group that you and your mother are entitled to. Together, you hold 11.5% of the group's shares. The old master has instructed that these be given to you in cash and assets. Besides the family assets in the Northeast, you will also receive 10,087,658,626.52 yuan." Zhao Su glanced through the documents, filled with complex and obscure financial analyses. He tossed the materials onto the table and said to Chen Tianhe, "Uncle Chen, no need to review this. Please expedite the transfer. Qingqing and the child are waiting for me at home. All you need to do is sign these documents." "Young Master Zhao, you must understand that once you sign, it means you will have no further connection to the Xiaodian group." Zhao Su took the documents from Chen Tianhe and swiftly signed several pages. He then said to Chen Tianhe, "I, Zhao Su, have no interest in inheriting the family business. I only wish for my mother to come back to life." Chen Tianhe sighed. "Young Master Zhao, after all these years, why can't you let go?" "Uncle Chen, that is my mother. I witnessed her die before my eyes, while my father and those fox spirits indulge in their pleasures every day. Do you think I should forgive him? As a son, I cannot. But he is still your father. And what about my mother?" Zhao Su replied with displeasure, turning the question back on Chen Tianhe. Chen Tianhe shook his head, as the saying goes, even the best officials struggle to resolve family matters. He wondered if he would ever see Zhao Su and his father resolve their deadlock in this lifetime. "By the way, how are you and Lao Li's daughter doing these days?" Chen Tianhe shifted the topic, asking Zhao Su. Zhao Su furrowed his brow and said, "Qingqing's company is in trouble. I suspect someone is sabotaging her business. Uncle Chen, could you help me investigate?" Chen Tianhe chuckled. "Young Master Zhao, in the future, if you have any matters, just instruct me directly. Now that the entire family's assets in the Northeast belong to you, I, Chen Tianhe, consider myself an employee of yours, having severed ties with the Xiaodian group. Uncle Chen, I will not treat you unfairly." Chen Tianhe smiled slightly. "I've long since stopped needing money. I simply hope to see you regain your footing." Zhao Su said to Chen Tianhe, "Uncle Chen, please transfer 100 million to my bank account first, and then fill this bag with 1 million in cash. The rest, please hold on to it for me to keep the company running. I will not let you down." With that, he turned and left Chen Tianhe's villa. After Zhao Su departed, Chen Tianhe contacted Zhao Xiaodian again. "Old master, the young master has signed the documents." "What did he say?" Chen Tianhe replied, Young Master Zhao is still troubled by the matter concerning his mother. Sigh. Zhao Xiaotian sighed, saying, Old Chen, if one day I am taken control of by those people, you must reveal the truth to Xiao Su. Old Master, you're not planning to confront them, are you? This is my business, just follow my instructions. Chapter 2. Divorce your husband. When Zhao Su returned, he saw his wife, Li Qingqing, standing beside a tall and handsome man next to a Bentley parked downstairs. Zhao Su recognized this man. He was Yuan Mu, a university classmate who had an affection for Li Qingqing. It was said that he had gone abroad after graduation, but unexpectedly, he had returned at this time. Perhaps Li Qingqing and Yuan Mu were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice Zhao Su's arrival. Zhao Su overheard Yuan Mu saying, Qingqing, I didn't expect you to get married so early. Li Qingqing tucked a stray hair behind her ear and looked up at Yuan Mu, saying, after graduation, my grandfather insisted that I marry him. But I've heard that Zhao Su is penniless, a mere son-in-law in your family. Why would someone as outstanding as you marry such a worthless man? Yuan Mu questioned. Li Qingqing explained, at that time, my grandfather was gravely ill, and that was his only wish. He cared for me the most, and I couldn't bear to refuse him. Do you really think it's worth spending a lifetime with such a spineless man? Yuan Mu pressed. Li Qingqing sighed, replying, perhaps this is my fate. And how much do you still owe Junhua Enterprises? I've sold the house and the car, but I'm still short 80,000. If necessary, I can sell off the company's equipment, which could fetch over 20,000. Better not sell the equipment. I can lend you the money. I believe with your capabilities, you'll surely rise again. Upon hearing that Yuan Mu was willing to lend her money, Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, really, Senior Yuan, are you truly willing to lend me money? Of course, Yuan Mu nodded, then added, however, I have one condition. What condition? Speak. Divorce your husband. Yuan Mu's gaze lingered unabashedly on Li Qingqing's graceful figure. As if he longed to pull her into his embrace and kiss her passionately, Li Qingqing fell into silence. Yuan Mu continued, you decide for yourself. If I don't lend you the money, you might end up facing legal troubles and imprisonment. Weigh your options wisely. Besides, what use is it to keep such a spineless husband? At that moment, Zhao Su shouted at Yuan Mu, get out of the way, you dog. Yuan Mu was about to retort when he suddenly realized the person he had bumped into was Zhao Su, Li Qingqing's husband. Zhao Su spat at Yuan Mu, saying, I thought you, Yuan Mu, were a good person for being willing to lend money to Qingqing, but it turns out you're just trying to destroy someone else's family happiness. Dream on if you think I'll let Qingqing divorce me. We have neither marital discord nor domestic violence. Even if we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, they won't agree to our divorce. Yuan Mu scrutinized Zhao Su, noticing his flip-flops, a round-neck t-shirt, and floral beach shorts, while he carried a woven bag filled with rice. Standing next to Li Qingqing, he looked like a princess beside a clown. Yuan Mu had seen Zhao Su before he went abroad. Back then, Zhao Su was merely living off the Li family, and he and Li Qingqing were not even at the stage of discussing marriage. In contrast, Yuan Mu was clad in a professional white shirt and tailored trousers, his slicked-back hair shining with oil, embodying the image of an elite. The stark contrast between Yuan Su's bumbling appearance and Zhao Su's slovenly demeanor was striking. Zhao Su, I advise Qingqing to divorce you for your own good. If you agree to the divorce, I will buy back your family's large house and give you an additional 50,000 to help raise your child. And surely, you wouldn't selfishly watch as Qingqing goes to prison for being unable to repay Junyua's debts. Zhao Su raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a knife, and coldly retorted, Yuan, spare me your false benevolence. No matter how poor I am, I will never sell my wife, nor will I let Qingqing go to prison. But Qingqing is still short 80,000, and you've sold the house and car. Where will you find the money? The deadline is fast approaching. Isn't this selfish? Zhao Su scoffed. You think you can pressure me with money? You've picked the wrong person. He opened the bag of rice he was carrying, turning to Li Qingqing and said, Qingqing, here is 1 million. Take it to repay Junyua's debts. Keep the remaining 20,000 as operating funds for your company. With your husband by your side, I won't let your company collapse. Both Yuan Mu and Li Qingqing were dumbfounded as they looked at the stacks of crisp $100 bills exuding the scent of ink from the bag. Li Qingqing took out a handful and, with her delicate touch, could tell the bills were genuine. Zhao Su, where did you get so much money? Li Qingqing asked, astonished. Zhao Su took Li Qingqing's soft hand in his, speaking mysteriously, we'll talk about it at home. It's not convenient to discuss here with a dog around. Additionally, I have good news for you. I've secured a major client for your company. As long as we can sign a contract with this company, we will earn back the money for the house and car within a year. After saying this, He slung the bag of money over his shoulder and coldly smiled at Yuan Mu, saying, "Senior Yuan, I hope you won't be disappointed. I would rather dismantle 10 temples than break up one marriage. With your devious intentions, you will eventually face retribution." With that, he took Li Qingqing's hand and returned to their rented apartment. Yuan Mu gazed after them with a glint of cold fury in his eyes, muttering, "Just you wait, Zhao Su." Upon returning to the apartment, Li Qingqing immediately withdrew her hand from Zhao Su's grip. "Zhao Su, tell me, what is the story behind this 1 million?" she demanded, her expression as frigid as ice. Zhao Su got up and peeked into the room of their daughter, Xiao Yezi, finding her asleep. He then stealthily returned to Li Qingqing's side, smiling cheerfully, "Wife, I found a job. Recently, I met a big boss who hired me as his personal driver, and it was this big boss who lent me the money. You just started working, and he can lend you 1 million? Do you take me for a fool? Look, this is the loan receipt I prepared." Zhao Su presented the loan receipt he had already prepared. Li Qingqing took the receipt and saw it stated, "Today, Zhao Su borrows 1 million, to be repaid over 10 years, with annual repayments of 100,000. If unable to repay, Zhao Su's salary will be deducted. Continuing until 2030. Borrower, Zhao Su." Looking at the loan receipt, Li Qingqing finally understood the situation. It turned out the big boss had advanced Zhao Su 10 years' worth of salary. Though she still harbored some doubts, she could finally accept Zhao Su's 1 million with a sense of relief. Zhao Su feigned a pitiful expression, wrapping his arms around Li Qingqing's slender waist, and said with a wide grin, "Qingqing, I've lost 10 years of salary. I'll have to rely on you to support me from now on." "Humph. You worthless man finally have some use. After I've supported you for so long, I don't mind supporting you for another 10 years. However, I hope you will strive to improve. I want my husband to be an upright man, not someone to be looked down upon if you continue to live off me. I won't hesitate to consider divorce, but my grandfather wanted us to have a good life and grow old together." Zhao Su invoked Li Qingqing's grandfather's name. "Don't use my grandfather's name to pressure me. It's me, Li Qingqing, who is living with you, not my grandfather. By the way, you mentioned securing a big client for me. Is that true?" Li Qingqing's gaze brimmed with hope. If that were the case, then Zhao Su, this good-for-nothing, had truly made himself useful. "Of course it's true. Have you heard of Xiaotian Group? They are preparing to hand over the design for food packaging to us." "Xiaotian Group?" Li Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She exclaimed, "Of course I have heard of Xiaotian Group. It's the largest corporate entity in Linjiang City. I have tried many times to negotiate with them, but I have never succeeded." "Who exactly is your big boss? How could he be so formidable?" Zhao Su shrugged, saying, "A big boss is just a big boss. All I know is his surname is Chen, but I genuinely don't know his full name." "Surname Chen. How old is he?" "About 60 years old, I suppose," Zhao Su replied with feigned seriousness. Li Qingqing gasped, "Could your big boss be him?" "Who?" "Chen Tianhe, the richest man in Linjiang City." Chapter 3. Mud that can't be cultivated. The next day, Zhao Su took their daughter to kindergarten as usual. Xiao Yezi's teacher, Su Lin, was a young and beautiful teacher who had just graduated from a normal university. Standing about 1.65 meters tall with a ponytail, she had 2 adorable little tiger teeth that showed when she smiled. Seeing Xiao Yezi arrive at school, Su Lin's eyes brightened with surprise as she exclaimed to Zhao Su, "Yezi's father, didn't you say you were transferring her to another school?" "We're not transferring anymore. Let Yezi continue attending this kindergarten." Earlier, Zhao Su had informed Su Lin that he was transferring his daughter merely as a pretext. If Li Qingqing's company went bankrupt, they would face not only tuition issues but also struggles with daily living expenses. Su Lin reached out to gently touch Xiao Yezi's cheek, her face radiating sincere joy as she said, "That's wonderful. I like little Yezi the most. Teacher Su, I like you too," Xiao Yezi sweetly chimed in. Pulling Su Lin's hand, Zhao Su smiled slightly at Su Lin, saying, "Su teacher, I will leave Yezi in your care. Rest assured, Yezi's father, by the way, I will transfer next month's tuition fee to you via WeChat." "All right." Su Lin smiled brightly, lifting Xiao Yezi and turning to enter the kindergarten. Early that morning, Li Qingqing went to Junue Group to repay the remaining debt of 80,000. This debt weighed heavily on her like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. The moment she repaid the money, she felt a joy that was indescribable. The president of Junue Group, named Zhuang Junue, immediately called someone after Li Qingqing settled the debt. Reporting that she had repaid the 80,000, the person on the other end of the line responded coldly, "I know." After that, without asking any questions, they hung up the phone. Zhuang Junue felt puzzled. She had set up such a major scheme for someone, and the other party's reaction was indeed unexpected. Li Qingqing was in exceptionally high spirits today, not only having repaid her debt to Junue, but also because Zhao Su had introduced her to the business of Xiaotian Group. If this business deal were to go through, her company could be revived. Thus, she had dressed herself meticulously for the day. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, she was naturally beautiful with fair skin and long, slender legs that made her a striking sight wherever she went. Taking a taxi to Xiaotian Group, Li Qingqing carefully adjusted her outfit. Seeing her simple yet elegant makeup and attire, she walked gracefully toward Xiaotian Group. She presented her business card to the receptionist with a warm smile, politely saying, "I am Li Qingqing from Yezi Packaging Design Company. Could you please help me find Vice President Han? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired. Li Qingqing shook her head, saying, "My husband said that as long as I mention my name, Vice President Han will see me." As she spoke, it was evident that Li Qingqing lacked confidence. It was entirely her fault for letting her excitement cloud her judgment. In a large corporation like Xiaotian Group, how could one expect to meet important leaders without an appointment? As expected, the receptionist checked the appointment schedule and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Li, Vice President Han is currently in a meeting with a client. When will he be finished? Time is uncertain." Li Qingqing's face fell in disappointment, but then she remembered she could first speak with the manager of the Advertising and Public Relations Department. "Is Director Pai from your Advertising and Public Relations Department available?" "Oh, you mean Director Pai? He has been demoted to manager. The new Public Relations Director's surname is Miao." As soon as the receptionist finished speaking, she pointed toward the elevator and said, "Miss Li, that beautiful lady in the pleated skirt is our Advertising and Public Relations Department's Director Miao." Li Qingqing gazed intently, and to her astonishment, the new Public Relations Director was her university classmate, Miao Wenli. After Miao Wenli sent off a client, she was about to head back when she heard Li Qingqing call out, "Wenli." Miao Wenli turned her head and, seeing Li Qingqing, walked over with a frown and coldly said, "Li Qingqing, what brings you here?" Li Qingqing had not expected to encounter a familiar face while handling business at Xiaotian Group. Previously, when Director Pai had looked at her with a lecherous gaze, she had chosen to forego collaboration with Xiaotian Group rather than compromise her integrity. Had Zhao Su not assured her that he had already spoken to his boss, she certainly would not have come to Xiaotian Group to negotiate with Director Pai. Now that the director of the Advertising and Public Relations Department was her former classmate, Li Qingqing felt elated. Approaching Miao Wenli, she said, "I'm here to discuss business with Vice President Han." "Wenli, do you know if Vice President Han has mentioned handing over the packaging design business to my company?" Vice President Han had indeed instructed her that a distinguished guest would come to the company to discuss the packaging design business, and that the company's future advertising packaging design would be entrusted to this company. However, due to Han's busy schedule, he hadn't communicated this clearly before getting caught up in other matters. During their university days, Miao Wenli had always resented Li Qingqing for being superior in various aspects. However, after learning that Li Qingqing had married a good-for-nothing, Miao Wenli felt she had gained the upper hand. Particularly after hearing about Li Qingqing's company's financial troubles, Miao Wenli was overjoyed. Now, with the chance to suppress Li Qingqing, how could she possibly assist her? With her arms crossed and a haughty demeanor, Miao Wenli coldly mocked, "Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that Vice President Han has instructed that the future packaging design for Xiaotian Company will be handled by a distinguished guest." "Don't tell me that you are that distinguished guest?" Li Qingqing certainly did not consider herself the distinguished guest mentioned by Han, but Zhao Su had said that once she made contact with Han, Xiaotian Group's business would be handed over to her company. Now, with the sudden mention of a distinguished guest, Li Qingqing felt deceived by Zhao Su. Miao Wenli sneered, "Qingqing, I've heard about your situation. You wouldn't want to resort to some sort of scandalous transaction, sacrificing your integrity to win over Vice President Han, would you?" "Miao Wenli, you are going too far." "I'm going too far? Your good-for-nothing husband spends all day at home taking care of the child. A beautiful woman like you surely can't endure loneliness." Li Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment as Miao Wenli's words struck a nerve. It was one thing not to secure a business deal, but now she had been openly humiliated by her former classmate. "Miao Wenli, I know you've always looked down on me. I never imagined you'd still hold a grudge after graduation." "Humph. Li Qingqing, I am no longer the same person. With me as the director of the Public Relations Department at Xiaotian Company, you can forget about reaching a business agreement with them. You might as well return home and serve your good-for-nothing husband." Miao Wenli laughed triumphantly, adding, "Perhaps your decision to marry that good-for-nothing was because you enjoy his company in bed." "Miao Wenli, that's enough. Li Qingqing stepped forward, ready to confront Miao Wenli. Miao Wenli retreated a few steps, shouting, "Security!" Immediately, two security guards rushed over. Pointing at Li Qingqing, Miao Wenli commanded, "Throw this woman out. She is henceforth forbidden to enter the gates of Xiaotian Company." Without further ado, the security personnel forcibly escorted Li Qingqing out of the premises. Once outside, Li Qingqing was overwhelmed with feelings of injustice and sorrow, shedding tears. She had come with immense hope, only to find that not only had the business deal fallen through, but she had also been humiliated by Miao Wenli. In distress, she retrieved her phone and dialed Zhao Su. Upon the call connecting, she unleashed her grievances upon him, exclaiming into the phone, "Zhao Su, you have truly disappointed me. I had believed you could save our family and rescue my company. Only now do I realize my folly. You are nothing but useless mud that cannot support a wall." Zhao Su, who was tidying up at home, was perplexed by her tearful lament. He inquired, "Qingqing, what on earth has happened?" Suddenly recalling that she was supposed to negotiate a contract with Xiaotian Company that day, he pressed, "Is it an issue with the collaboration at Xiaotian Company? Stay there. I will come right away." Chapter 4. Who says he is a fraud? After leaving his house, Zhao Su hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to Xiaotian Group. During the ride, he called Chen Tianhe, the head of the Xiaotian Group's Lijiang branch. "Chen, what is going on? Did I not instruct you to assign the business to Qingqing? Young master, I have already passed on the instructions. Then why did Qingqing not finalize the contract?" "This," Chen Tianhe replied. "I will inquire immediately." Just as he was about to end the call, Zhao Su added, "Also, all of Xiaotian Group's assets in the northeast provinces now belong to me. The company must be renamed immediately." "Renamed? Certainly. The branches in the northeast provinces are naturally under your name, young master. What shall we call it?" Zhao Su pondered for a moment before stating, "Let it be called Shiri Group." Chen Tianhe quickly grasped Zhao Su's intentions and responded, "Understood. I will send someone to take care of this matter right away." The taxi driver glanced back at Zhao Su, chuckling, "Buddy, you really know how to brag, don't you?" "What is the matter?" Zhao Su frowned. The driver laughed. "Who doesn't he know that Xiaotian Group in the northeast belongs to Chen Tianhe? You boast that all the assets are yours. Why not claim that the entire Wanda Group in the northeast is also your family's property?" Zhao Su smiled at the driver, replying, "Master, I just called for Xiaotian Group to change its name to Shiri Group. Just wait and see if they can change it." "All right. If Xiaotian Group truly changes its name to Shiri Group, I, Wang Hai, will call you Big Brother." Seeing that Wang Hai was nearly 40, Zhao Su thought it would make him seem old if he were called Big Brother. After scanning Wang Hai's WeChat, he added him as a friend and said with a smile, "There's no need for that. Just remember to return my fare if you lose the bet." Upon arriving at Xiaotian Group, Zhao Su paid the fare via WeChat and stepped out of the cab. With $1 billion from Chen Tianhe in his account, he now had ample funds to spend, but he still needed to conceal his true identity from his wife. Li Qingqing awaited Zhao Su at the entrance of Xiaotian Group, harboring no hope for his arrival, merely desiring an explanation. While she anxiously paced, Miao Wenli emerged hastily alongside Pai Hong, the manager of the advertising department. Pai Hong, in his early 30s and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appeared refined but was, in truth, a hypocritical charlatan. Miao Wenli had just received a call from the company's vice president, Han Min, stating that the representatives from the partner company had arrived and instructed her to greet them. Assuring her he would join shortly, it was clear how seriously Han Min took this matter. Once outside, Miao Wenli, seeing Li Qingqing lingering at the entrance, was incensed and marched over with Pai Hong in tow. She pointed at Li Qingqing and scolded harshly, "Li Qingqing, do you have no shame? I already told you that Xiaotian Group would not collaborate with you. Why are you still here, shamelessly lingering? Let me tell you, even if you begged on your knees today, I would never agree to partner with your company." Pai Hong, recognizing Li Qingqing, recalled that she had previously sought collaboration, but he had turned her down due to her refusal to comply with his unwelcome advances. Now, with Miao Wenli as his superior, he sneered at Li Qingqing, saying, "Oh, it's you? Manager Pai. Do you know her?" Miao Wenli asked, turning her gaze to Pai Hong. He nodded. "This woman approached me before, wanting to discuss collaboration, but I rejected her. Director Miao, you weren't aware. She tried to seduce me, but I stood firm and refused." Miao Wenli coldly remarked, "Li Qingqing, I never imagined you to be such a person. I thought your company had been doing well these past few years, but it seems you've relied on your body to gain advantage. You're talking nonsense." Li Qingqing could no longer restrain herself and retorted, "Manager Pai, it was you who harassed me. Yet you're slandering me and distorting the truth. With people like you and Xiaotian Company, it's better we don't collaborate. Furious, Li Qingqing trembled with rage and turned to leave, only to hear Miao Wenli's taunt. Li Qingqing, you must have already put a green hat on your husband. Haven't you? Li Qingqing whirled around, glaring at Miao Wenli, and said, Miao Wenli, try saying that again. See if I don't tear your mouth apart, I said. You've long since put a green hat on your husband? Miao Wenli was not intimidated by Li Qingqing's threats and continued to taunt her. As she struck Li Qingqing down, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. However, she was puzzled. Vice President Han had clearly stated that the representatives from the collaborating company had arrived. Yet she had not seen anyone. To her surprise, Li Qingqing's husband, Zhao Su, approached with a grim expression. Li Qingqing, your useless husband is here. Li Qingqing turned to see Zhao Su walking towards her in a swift motion. He slapped Miao Wenli hard across the face, leaving 5 clear fingerprints. Zhao Su recognized Miao Wenli. She had mocked him at his wedding. Out of respect for Li Qingqing, he had tolerated her before. But having overheard her derogatory remarks about his wife, he could no longer hold back. Miao Wenli, don't think I want to strike you just because you're a woman. If you dare bully my wife, you're asking for trouble. Not much skill, but quite the temper. Miao Wenli spat, glaring at Pai Hong. Manager Pai, I've been slapped and you're just standing there? Pai Hong understood her cue and shouted, Security, soon. 4 or 5 security guards rushed over Li Qingqing. Worried that Zhao Su might cause trouble, urged him, Zhao Su, let us go home. Just because you hit me, you think you can leave? Not so easy. Miao Wenli pointed at Zhao Su and Li Qingqing, instructing the guards, give these two a good beating. Ensure they never set foot in Xiaotian Group again. As the guards moved to act, Zhao Su's stern voice rang out, I'm Chen Tianha's driver. I dare you to lay a hand on me. In an instant, the guards exchanged uncertain glances, intimidated by Zhao Su's imposing demeanor. Pai Hong, eager to curry favor with Miao Wenli, barked at the guards. Chen's driver is Feng Gu. This kid is clearly a fraud. What are you waiting for? Get rid of him. Just then, a venerable voice echoed. Who says he is a fraud? Everyone turned to see Chen Tianhe, the head of Xiaotian Group in the northeast, striding towards them. After his call with Zhao Su, he felt a lingering concern and had come in person. Director Chen, Miao Wenli, Pai Hong, and the security guards turned as meek as mice upon seeing Chen Tianhe. He glared at them, admonishing, Have you all lost your eyesight? Miss Li is my esteemed guest, and you dare to expel her? Esteemed guest? Miao Wenli and Pai Hong were taken aback. Even Li Qingqing was bewildered. She had merely come to discuss business with Xiaotian Group. When had she become a guest of honor? Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Tianhe, signaling him to withhold his true identity. He addressed Chen Tianhe, Director Chen, did you not agree to let my wife sign a contract with your esteemed company? Why are your employees disregarding your orders and attempting to expel us? As your designated driver, I must remind you, you wouldn't let this slide, would you? Mr. Zhao, it was my oversight. Hearing the exchange between Zhao Su and Chen Tianhe left everyone astounded. Who was Chen Tianhe? He was the wealthiest man in Lijiang. Even if Zhao Su was Chen Tianhe's driver, how could he speak to him in such a presumptuous manner? Yet, Chen Tianhe appeared to be quite receptive. As soon as Chen Tianhe finished speaking, a sharply dressed man in his 40s rushed over, panting. Director Chen, what brings you here? Vice President Han Min inquired. Chen Tianhe erupted in anger, pointing at Han Min, chastising, Han Min, what are you doing? Look at what your subordinates have done. Chapter 5. The stay-at-home husband in Chen Tianhe's office at Xiaotian Group. Han Min listened to Li Qingqing recount the entire ordeal and sincerely apologized. Miss Li, I am truly sorry for the distress you've experienced. On behalf of Xiaotian Group, I extend my apologies. Before Li Qingqing could respond, Zhao Su interjected from the side, casually resting his leg over the other. Vice President Han, shouldn't it be you who is apologizing? Han Min was Chen Tianhe's trusted aide. Aside from Chen Tianhe, he was the only one aware of Zhao Su's true identity. Now, with all the branches in the northeast under Zhao Su's name, he was the true master, while Han Min was merely his employee. Mr. Zhao is absolutely correct. Han Min turned his gaze towards Miao Wenli and Pai Hong, sternly instructing, you two should apologize to Miss Li immediately. Pai Hong, fearing that his actions might cost him his position with Chen Tianhe, bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing, Miss Li, we failed to recognize your status and I, Pai Hong, sincerely apologize for our oversight. Noticing Miao Wenli's resentful glare directed at Li Qingqing, Han Min urged, Miao Wenli, It's your turn. Miao Wenli had just transitioned from a small company to the prestigious Xiaotian Group, where she could earn $1 million a year with its benefits. Despite her reluctance, she had to bow to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, I apologize. I didn't fully understand the situation and spoke too harshly. Please don't take it to heart, Li Qingqing. Not want to stir up trouble. Having shared a bond with Miao Wenli as classmates, wished to maintain cordiality. With a gentle smile, she replied, Wenli, I accept your apology. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously in the future. With that, she extended her hand. Miao Wenli hesitated but eventually shook hands with Li Qingqing. A fleeting glance at Zhao Su on the sofa revealed his piercing gaze, making her feel inexplicably chilled. Han Min declared to Pai Hong, I officially announce your termination from the company. Please proceed to the HR department to finalize your contract termination. Pai Hong's face fell in panic. Vice President Han, please don't fire me. I understand my mistake and have apologized to Miss Li. Han Min's voice turned sharp. Do I need to call security? Understanding Han Min's temperament, Pai Hong knew that one more word could lead to security being summoned. Like a defeated rooster, he exited the office. Han Min turned to Miao Wenli, stating, You may leave to attend to your duties. I will handle the contract signing with Miss Li. Understood, Vice President Han. Miao Wenli exited, her heels clicking on the floor. Zhao Su considered having Han Min dismiss Miao Wenli as well, but seeing Li Qingqing maintain politeness for the sake of the company, he refrained from intervening. He resolved that if Miao Wenli dared to use her position to bully his wife again, he would ensure her dismissal. After Li Qingqing successfully signed the contract with Xiaotian Group, she pointed to the company name on the contract and asked Han Min, puzzled, Vice President Han, this doesn't seem right. Why does the contract list not Xiaotian Group as the party but rather Shiri Group? Oh, that's because we are changing our name to Shiri Group. The supplementary contract states that it holds the same legal validity. After reviewing the supplementary contract, Li Qingqing felt reassured. She inquired, Aren't you a nationally recognized top 100 enterprise? Why this sudden name change? Xiaotian Group's operations in the northeast provinces will officially separate from the parent company and operate independently as Shiri Group from now on. I see. Li Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, pondering something. Zhao Su, concerned that Li Qingqing might perceive inconsistencies, urged, Qingqing, you should head home now. I must drop off Chen Lao before returning. Chen Tiana chuckled, let us go together. With Vice President Han managing things, my presence isn't needed. First, take me home, then you can drop your wife off. Zhao Su understood Chen Tianha's intentions and nodded in agreement. On the drive back, it was inevitable that Li Qingqing would express her gratitude. Chen Lao, thank you for advancing 10 years' salary to Zhao Su. Without your financial assistance, we would have been at a loss for funds. Matters that can be resolved with money are not truly matters. Miss Li, your husband is quite commendable. He signed a 10-year contract with me, demonstrating loyalty and affection. Quite rare. Having been married to Zhao Su for several years, it was the first time someone praised him, which brought joy to Li Qingqing. She glanced at Zhao Su, who was driving, and said lightly, Chen Lao, you don't know my husband used to lack ambition, preferring to stay home and care for the children, playing the role of a stay-at-home dad. Miss Li, please don't say that. Everyone has their pride. If you label your husband as unambitious, it's akin to calling him a useless person, which will naturally create emotional resistance. Men are inherently proud. Sometimes, a little tenderness from you may lead to remarkable changes. Li Qingqing initially intended to assert that her husband was merely a freeloader, but seeing Chen Tianha's unwavering support for Zhao Su, she replied, Chen Lao, please don't defend him. If you hadn't taken him in, he would probably struggle to find a job. Zhao Su, feeling indignant, interjected, who says that? I can drive. That's his skill too. I want starve. You want starve. You'll just be lazy. Li Qingqing's retort elicited hearty laughter from Chen Tianha. After dropping Chen Tianha off at his residence, he instructed Zhao Su to drive Li Qingqing home, adding that the car could remain with Zhao Su for convenience. Chen Tianha's Rolls-Royce was ostentatious, drawing attention wherever it went. Given that he owned numerous luxury vehicles, Zhao Su suggested they switch to a different one. After deliberation, they settled on a Volkswagen Phaeton, their essay saying, Fear not BMW or Land Rover, but be wary of a Volkswagen that comes with a letter. The vehicle exudes an understated elegance and luxury, undoubtedly the ideal chariot for Zhao Su. Chen Tianha's Volkswagen Phaeton, equipped with a W12 engine, boasts a formidable 450 horsepower and accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers in under 6 seconds, with a price tag exceeding $2 million. Zhao Su is an avid car enthusiast, Possessing a discerning eye for quality, little did Li Qingqing realize the true worth of Zhao Su's chosen vehicle, mistakenly believing it to be merely a modest Passat worth around 200,000. On their way home, Li Qingqing, harboring doubts, inquired of Zhao Su, "Why does Elder Chen treat you so well?" Zhao Su had already prepared his explanation. Simply stating that he was employed by Chen Tianhe would not satisfy Li Qingqing's astute perception. Thus, he had privately coordinated a narrative with Chen Tianhe. Without turning his head, Zhao Su replied, "I saved Elder Chen's life." "You saved Elder Chen?" Li Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, pressing for details. "When did this happen?" "Well, I often go to play with de Shiquan. One day, we encountered a group of robbers who intended to kidnap Elder Chen. Together with de Shiquan, we intervened to save him at the time. I had no idea that the old man was the city's wealthiest individual, Chen Tianhe. He once handed me a business card, suggesting that I could reach out to him should I need assistance in the future. The subsequent events, as you know, involved borrowing money from Chen Tianhe." Upon hearing Zhao Su's account, Li Qingqing remained skeptical. If Zhao Su had indeed saved Chen Tianhe, why had he never mentioned it before? Conversely, if he had not saved the elderly gentleman, how could such a wealthy man possibly consider lending them $1 million? Even more perplexing to Li Qingqing was Zhao Su's apparent prominence, which seemed to eclipse that of Chen Tianhe despite being merely his driver. Zhao Su then stated, "In light of your commendable performance, I shall prepare a delightful dinner this evening. After dropping me off, make sure to pick up the child from kindergarten promptly." Zhao Su was elated, responding enthusiastically, "Absolutely. I shall also pick up some wine. By the way, my dear wife, it has been quite a while since we enjoyed a drink together." Chapter 6. Farmer Sanquan. The mere mention of their drinking sessions caused a delightful blush to grace Li Qingqing's fair complexion. When they first wed, she disapproved of Zhao Su's idleness, never permitting him to share her bed. However, during a family gathering where they both indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, they unintentionally found themselves together, which ultimately led to the birth of their daughter, Xiao Yezi. After the arrival of their child, the tensions between the couple eased considerably, yet Li Qingqing still refrained from intimacy with Zhao Su. He was left to endure the torment of being unable to fully appreciate his beautiful wife. After dropping Li Qingqing home, Zhao Su noted that he still had time before picking up the child. So he made his way to a construction site in a place called Golden Century Bay. Zhao Su was there to seek out de Shiquan, whose real name was Nong Quan, a childhood companion of Zhao Su. Due to his lower-than-average intelligence and a tendency to act without considering the consequences, he had been affectionately dubbed de Shiquan. After Zhao Su left home, Nong Quan had followed him. Lacking any viable means of making a living, Nong Quan could only engage in manual labor, taking on various strenuous jobs to earn a meager wage. Upon arriving at the construction site, Zhao Su saw a crowd gathered. Watching something intently, he pushed through the throng to find Nong Quan on the ground, eating food that had been spilled. "Nong Quan!" Zhao Su's eyes welled with tears as he rushed to help his friend to his feet. He glared at the onlookers and shouted, "You are all his co-workers. How could you treat him this way?" A man wearing a red hard hat coldly replied, "Your brother wasn't paying attention and accidentally bumped into Supervisor Yang while moving cement." Zhao Su recognized this man as the foreman of Nong Quan's crew. Nong Quan attempted to continue eating the food from the ground, but Zhao Su firmly pulled him away. "Young master," they said, "I must finish or they won't pay me." The surrounding workers erupted in laughter, calling him young master. Who didn't he know that Zhao Su was a man living off the generosity of others? Zhao Su asked Nong Quan, "Who made you eat like this?" "Supervisor Yang, take me to see him," Zhao Su demanded. Nong Quan, an orphan raised in an orphanage, had been taken in by Zhao Su's father due to his extraordinary strength. The two had developed a deep bond, with Nong Quan only heeding Zhao Su's words. Nong Quan shouted at the workers, "Step aside." His voice boomed like thunder, and the workers, intimidated, quickly moved aside. Seeing the two of them ready to confront Supervisor Yang, they headed toward a mobile office where the sounds of mahjong echoed. Supervisor Yang Kuei shouted, "I've won," and gleefully pushed his tiles forward. Before he could demand money from his fellow players, a pair of strong hands suddenly overturned the table, sending the mahjong tiles scattering. When Yang Kuei realized it was de Shiquan who had flipped the table, he furiously yelled, "De Shiquan, are you trying to get yourself killed? I just won with a strong hand." Zhao Su entered. Addressing Yang Kuei coldly, "Supervisor Yang." Having seen Zhao Su on a few occasions, Yang Kuei recognized him as Zhao Su frequently visited de Shiquan. "Oh, it's you? Hurry up and take your foolish brother away. Otherwise, I'll have someone toss him into the river for the fish." Ignoring Yang Kuei's threats, Zhao Su instructed Nong Quan, take action. With a swift kick, Nong Quan sent Supervisor Yang sprawling to the ground. With his innate strength, Nong Quan earned the nickname Farmer Sanquan in fights. He typically used his legs, only resorting to punches in extraordinary circumstances. Thus, he was known as Farmer Sanquan, his surname being Nong, and his punches capable of incapacitating opponents. Ordinary martial artists stood no chance against the might of Nong Quan's 3 punches. Zhao Su noticed a box of leftovers on the windowsill. He picked it up and approached Yang Kuei, placing his foot on the back of Yang Kuei's neck. Then, he dumped the remaining food in front of him, saying, Supervisor Yang, since you made Nong Quan eat off the ground, you should experience the same. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I won't call my men to beat you into a state of helplessness? Yang Kuei's companions, who were playing mahjong with him, lunged at Nong Quan. However, they were swiftly kicked away by Nong Quan. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, realizing that De Shiquan was not just a man of immense strength, but also a hidden fighting expert. Zhao Su sneered. Playing hardball with me, Supervisor Yang? You're still a novice. If you don't finish all the food on the ground today, I'll have Nong Quan toss you into the river. Nong Quan, though lacking in intellect, would obey Zhao Su without question. If Zhao Su truly commanded Nong Quan to throw him into the river, he would undoubtedly fulfill that order. Yang Kuei, my patience is finite. If you do not consume the food on the ground within 3 minutes, I will personally ensure you end up in the river. Though Yang Kuei was unwilling, he realized that discretion was the better part of valor. He begrudgingly began to eat the food from the ground, piece by piece. After releasing Yang Kuei, Zhao Su warned, from today onwards, Nong Quan will no longer work here. Make sure his wages are fully deposited into his account. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to return and let you enjoy another meal from the ground. With that, he swaggered away with Nong Quan, leaving no one daring to obstruct them. Once outside the construction site, Zhao Su ushered Nong Quan into the car. Nong Quan, grinning broadly, asked, Young master, where did you get this car? I borrowed it, but if I'm not working at the site, how will I make a living? Zhao Su reassured him, Nong Quan, I have money now. If you need it, just ask me. Really? Nong Quan beamed with excitement, exclaiming, Young master is truly the young master. I always knew you would be wealthy. Zhao Su felt a pang of bitterness. Were it not for Nong Quan's unwavering companionship, he would not have endured so much hardship. The bank. Zhao Su withdrew 20,000 yuan to give to Nong Quan, advising him to move closer to him and reminding him to ask for help whenever he was short on cash. He refrained from giving Nong Quan too much money, fearing that unscrupulous individuals might swindle him. Just then, the kindergarten teacher, Su Lin, called Zhao Su. Her voice was laced with urgency as she relayed, Mr. Zhao, something terrible has happened. Yezi was hit by a classmate's father. What? Zhao Su's anger surged at the news. Yezi was both obedient and adorable. He could hardly bear the thought of anyone harming his daughter, Yezi's father. Please don't be agitated. Before Su Lin could finish, Zhao Su hung up the phone. He sped off with Nong Quan, running countless red lights, until they arrived at the experimental kindergarten in Linjiang City. Upon arrival, Su Lin was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Zhao Su arrive with a laborer, she approached him, trying to calm him. Mr. Zhao, let me explain the situation. Zhao Su listened patiently as Su Lin recounted the incident. It turned out that Yezi had been in a tussle with another child over a toy and accidentally knocked him down. Fortunately, Su Lin had intervened in time, instructing Yezi to apologize. However, after the apology, the boy refused to accept it and, when Su Lin's attention wavered, the two children began fighting again. Ultimately, Yezi emerged victorious, but the boy cried for his parents. When the boy's father arrived at the kindergarten and saw the scratches on his son's arms, he immediately slapped Yezi twice without hearing a word of explanation, demanding that Su Lin call Yezi's parents and take the child to the hospital for a checkup and a tetanus shot. After hearing the full story, Su Lin noticed Zhao Su's darkening expression, sensing that he was on the brink of an eruption. She urged him, Mr. Yezi's father, children fighting is a common occurrence. When you meet, it's important to discuss things amicably. Violence will not resolve the issue. The loser needs to go to the hospital, while the winner could face serious consequences. Zhao Su's eyes glinted coldly as he kept his hands in his pockets, replying, Thank you for your concern, Teacher Su. Please take me to meet that child's parents. Chapter 7. Observing the child's upbringing in the school security office, Zhao Su encountered the other child's father. The man was tall and robust, appearing to be in his late 20s, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck and sporting a buzz cut. He looked like a nouveau riche and had an air of a thug. Su Lin introduced, Mr. Niu, this is Yezi's father. Mr. Zhao, this is Mr. Niu, the father of Niu. You are both adults. Let us discuss this matter calmly. Both men glared at each other, ignoring Su Lin's attempt at mediation. Mr. Niu spoke first, your daughter scratched my son. How do you propose to resolve this? Zhao Su turned to Su Lin and requested, Teacher Su, could you please bring the children over? I need to assess their injuries before making a decision. Of course. Su Lin felt anxious, worried that Zhao Su and Mr. Niu might come to blows. When the two children were brought in, Yezi and Niu ran to their respective fathers. Zhao Su observed that while Yezi appeared uninjured, there were distinct finger marks on her face, evidence of having been struck. In contrast, Niu bore scratches on both arms. Although Niu's injuries seemed more severe, the red marks on Yezi's face unmistakably indicated that an adult had struck her. It was one thing for children to fight without restraint, but Zhao Su would not allow an adult to interfere in such matters. Mr. Niu arrogantly declared, Look here, my son has 2 bleeding scratches from your daughter. What are you going to do about it? I will cover the child's medical expenses, Zhao Su replied. Additionally, who knows if your child has bacteria under their fingernails? What if an infection occurs? A tetanus shot would also be necessary. That is fair. Zhao Su pointed to the red marks on Yezi's face, inquiring, Mr. Niu, those marks on my daughter's face, were they inflicted by you? Indeed, I slapped her. If you parents had done a better job raising your child, I wouldn't have had to intervene. I merely gave her a couple of light slaps. Otherwise, with my strength, I could have sent her flying. This. De Shiquan could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward to confront Mr. Niu, but Zhao Su stopped him with a glance. Zhao Su gently caressed Yezi's face, asking, Does it still hurt, my dear? Daddy, it hurt a bit when it happened, but now it doesn't hurt anymore. Mr. Niu chimed in. See? I told you I was gentle. Zhao Su stood up and addressed Su Lin. Teacher Su, please take the children back to their class, of course. Su Lin nodded, reminding the two fathers, please discuss this calmly. Violence is not the answer. Once Su Lin left, Zhao Su turned to Mr. Niu, saying, Mr. Niu, let us step outside to talk. This isn't the right place for our discussion. Sure, let us go to my car. All right. Zhao Su followed Mr. Niu outside, noticing that he drove a luxury Land Rover, clearly trying to flaunt his wealth. In today's world, children often boast about their parents' vehicles. Mr. Niu casually remarked, Hey, a tetanus shot only costs a few hundred. Disinfecting my son's wound won't even cost a few dozen. However, my son is left with an emotional scar. You should compensate me 2,000, you say? Very well. Zhao Su shot Mr. Niu a piercing look and asked, But what about the 2 slaps you gave my daughter? You saw for yourself? I didn't hurt her. Zhao Su's gaze was sharp as he continued, Innocent childhood scuffles are natural. If I had injured your precious son, I would have compensated you without complaint. But you slapped my daughter and left her with emotional trauma. If we're discussing compensation, it will take no less than 200,000. What? 200,000? Have you lost your mind? Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhao Su replied. I can waive the 200,000, but you need to lean in. I want to return those 2 slaps to my daughter. Are you out of your mind? Mr. Niu's demeanor shifted, revealing his true colors as he shouted. I didn't intend to escalate this, but since you want to play, Niu Gang will oblige. Zhao Su smirked. I just hope you can keep up. If you win, I'll pay you 1,000 for the medical expenses. If you lose, you'll apologize to my daughter. Otherwise, I'll make it so you can't care for yourself. Mr. Niu, a fitness instructor turned gym owner, looked down on Zhao Su, who appeared weak and effeminate. Nong Quan anxiously asked, Young master, let me handle this. No need. I'll take care of it myself. Zhao Su and Mr. Niu took their positions 3 meters apart. Zhao Su waved his hand, beckoning Mr. Niu to come at him. Mr. Niu charged forward, his fist aimed at Zhao Su's face. Though Zhao Su had not mastered martial arts to an exceptional level, he had trained with a bodyguard since childhood. Against an average opponent, 3 men would struggle to match him. Zhao Su deftly sidestepped and swiftly seized Mr. Niu's wrist, delivering an elbow strike to his side. Despite Mr. Niu's imposing physique, he was merely a fitness enthusiast without formal combat training. He stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance in a comical manner in their first exchange. Zhao Su nearly bested him. Niu Gang's eyes widened in fury, and how could he possibly swallow his pride? He charged forward once more, delivering a series of kicks aimed at Zhao Su. Zhao Su deftly evaded each strike, seizing a moment of opportunity to grasp Niu Gang's ankle. With a swift motion, he kicked towards the base of Niu Gang's thigh. The pain caused Niu Gang to stagger, and Zhao Su took advantage of the moment, twisting his leg and lunging forward to land a punch squarely on Niu Gang's nose. Instantly, blood streamed from Niu Gang's nostrils. Zhao Su followed up with 2 sharp slaps to his face, and finally, he executed a flying kick that sent Niu Gang sprawling. "You've lost." Zhao Su clapped his hands together and said nonchalantly, "I've returned the 2 slaps you dealt to my daughter. Considering your injury and the bloodshed, I intend to administer a tetanus shot as well. Here's 10,000 yuan for your medical expenses, and you will apologize to my daughter immediately if you refuse. Do you see my companion here? He has a formidable force, and I assure you, he will leave you incapable of caring for yourself." Niu Gang had long recognized that Nong Quan was no ordinary man. If he couldn't defeat Zhao Su, how could he stand against someone like Nong Quan? However, the thought of apologizing to a mere child was a blow to his pride. Sensing Niu Gang's hesitation, Zhao Su instructed Nong Quan, hand him 10,000 yuan. Previously, Zhao Su had secured 20,000 yuan for Nong Quan, and now it was fortuitously put to use. Nong Quan pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it beside Niu Gang, gruffly stating, "What are you stalling for? If it weren't for my young master intervening, I would have dismantled you for daring to strike Xiao Yezi. Fine. I hope we don't cross paths again," Niu Gang muttered as he picked up the money. When Zhao Su returned to the kindergarten with Niu Gang, Su Lin noticed Niu Gang's disheveled appearance, with remnants of blood still on his face. It was evident that a fight had ensued. Su Lin was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Zhao Su addressed her politely, "Su teacher, Niu's father believes that striking children is unacceptable and has come to apologize to my daughter. Please bring her out. I will take her home now." This was the very scenario Su Lin had dreaded. With a sigh, she relented. "All right, I'll fetch Yezi right away." When Su Lin brought out Xiao Yezi, the little girl cowered behind her, frightened by the fierce gaze of Niu's father. Zhao Su tapped the back of Niu's head and coldly remarked, "Do you see? You've left my daughter with a psychological scar." Noticing Zhao Su's readiness to produce 10,000 yuan, it was clear he was not short on money. Yet, it struck them as odd. His attire appeared to be low cost, and Nong Quan, standing beside him, looked even more like a laborer. Unable to contend with Zhao Su, Niu Gang had no choice but to concede. "Yezi, Uncle was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you." "Uncle, I was wrong too. I will try my best to accommodate Niu from now on. We want to fight again." Upon hearing Xiao Yezi's words, Niu Gang felt a pang of guilt. His son had been spoiled at home, while he observed how well-mannered this child was. Chapter 8. A collision with a BMW after leaving the kindergarten. Zhao Su instructed Nong Quan to return to his own residence first. Li Qingqing harbored a strong aversion towards Zhao Su associating with Nong Quan, believing that mingling with such a simpleton would only lead to his own decline and stagnation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yezi sat in the car, bubbling with excitement. Her innocent voice brimmed with enthusiasm as she asked Zhao Su, "Daddy, didn't we sell our car? Where did this one come from?" "Xiao Yezi, from now on, Daddy will drive you to and from school every day. I'm now a driver for a big boss, so our family will have a car every day." "Wow, Daddy is amazing. When Mommy finds out, she will be so happy." "Mom already knows." After a brief silence, Xiao Yezi suddenly said, "Daddy, please work hard to earn money and buy back our big house soon. Mommy has been crying because we have no place to live." While steering with one hand, Zhao Su affectionately ruffled Xiao Yezi's hair, smiling as he reassured her, "I promise, Daddy will buy back our big house." Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Xiao Yezi recounted the day's events at kindergarten to Li Qingqing. After listening, Li Qingqing slightly furrowed her brow and asked Zhao Su, "Did you hit someone?" "I did. Normally, children's scuffles are no big deal. But that man struck Yezi. Could I let that slide? Didn't he injure him too badly?" "Did you?" Li Qingqing asked, concerned. "No. Just slapped him a couple of times and gave him a punch." Li Qingqing shot him a sidelong glance and said, "I meant to ask if you were hurt." Zhao Su was taken aback. Li Qingqing had never shown concern for him before. Today was indeed an unexpected turn of events. His wife had actually expressed care for him. "I'm fine. Look at me. I'm tough." Zhao Su paused, feeling a warmth in his heart. "That's good. Quickly wash your hands and sit down to eat." Zhao Su observed the table laden with 6 delectable dishes. There were Xiao Yezi's favorites, braised chicken wings, French fries, and pan-seared steak, along with his own favorites, dompa pork and steamed scallops with vermicelli. Additionally, There was a dish of broccoli, which Li Qingqing adored. Zhao Su slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing he had been so preoccupied with his daughter that he forgot to buy wine. I'll go downstairs to get some, Li Qingqing replied nonchalantly. If you didn't buy it, then don't bother. After a moment, she added, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Su felt a wave of regret. Based on Li Qingqing's earlier tone, had he bought wine today, she would have surely joined him for a drink. This brought forth memories of the times they had both been intoxicated and ended up sleeping together after their marriage. After washing his hands, Zhao Su sat down with Xiao Yezi. Li Qingqing sliced a piece of steak and served a chicken wing to Xiao Yezi. While eating, Zhao Su asked Li Qingqing, Qingqing, didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? What is it? Mom wants us to go to Grandma's house for dinner tomorrow. Zhao Su responded with a non-committal "oh," and didn't pursue the matter further. The Li family's fortunes had plummeted since Li Qingqing's grandfather passed away. Later, Li Qingqing established Yezi Packaging Design Company, which had begun to show some signs of recovery. Li Qingqing's maternal family, the Tao family, was a small but influential local clan in Linjiang City. However, the members of Li Qingqing's grandmother's family were all snobbish, favoring the wealthy and looking down on Li Qingqing's father, let alone Zhao Su, who was perceived as a good-for-nothing man living off his wife. Therefore, Zhao Su was not particularly keen on visiting Li Qingqing's grandmother's house. He would merely be a target for ridicule. By the way, can we use old Chen's car for now? Li Qingqing suddenly asked. As long as old Chen doesn't need it back, we can keep using it. Generally, I drive it myself. Then tomorrow, I'll pick up Yezi from kindergarten, and you can drive to fetch Miao Miao, bringing her along to Grandma's house. All right, Zhao Su nodded. Li Qingqing had a younger sister, Li Miao Miao, who was 5 years younger and in her final year of high school. Zhao Su found his little sister-in-law quite troublesome, as she constantly schemed to break him and her sister up. The next day, around 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Su waited eagerly at the entrance of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Due to the upcoming weekend, students began to group together to leave after classes. Zhao Su's keen eyes spotted Li Miao Miao walking out with 2 beautiful girls. He hurriedly approached, calling out, Miao Miao. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Li Miao Miao's expression soured immediately. The 2 girls from the Li family were stunningly beautiful, seemingly inheriting genes from a distant ancestor rather than resembling their parents. Li Miao Miao, with a frosty demeanor, coldly asked Zhao Su, what are you doing here? Your sister asked me to pick you up for Grandma's house. Zhao Su replied. One of the girls pointed at Zhao Su and mocked, Miao Miao, is this the worthless brother-in-law you were talking about? Li Miao Miao shot Zhao Su a glare and coldly said, you're not allowed to come to school to pick me up anymore. If it weren't for your sister asking me to come, I wouldn't bother, Zhao Su retorted, feigning reluctance. You sold the house and the car. What are you going to use to pick me up? Should I walk home? Zhao Su waved the car keys in his hand and said, I have a car. Just then, a wealthy young man in a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside Li Miao Miao and her friends, calling out to one of the girls, Xiao Mei, hop in. Let us go catch a movie this afternoon. The girl, named Xiao Mei, along with Li Miao Miao and the other 2 girls, were among the 4 most beautiful girls at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Xiao Mei seemed to flaunt her car, teasingly asking Li Miao Miao, Miao Miao, do you want to join us, or will you ride back in your brother-in-law's junky car? I don't want to be your third wheel. The driver, Guizirwei, had previously pursued Li Miao Miao but was overtaken by Xiao Mei. Thus, despite appearing friendly with Li Miao Miao, Xiao Mei was secretly at odds with her. Li Miao Miao turned to Zhao Su and asked, where's your car? Zhao Su replied, it's parked on the roadside. Then why are you just standing here? Don't you want everyone in school to know you're a loser? Zhao Su didn't wish to argue with Li Miao Miao. She was sharp-tongued, and he couldn't win against her. Xiao Mei, upon seeing Li Miao Miao and Zhao Su getting into a gray Volkswagen, turned to her boyfriend Guizirwei and said, Zirwei, I heard Li Miao Miao's sister is going bankrupt. Her brother-in-law's car must be borrowed. Let us stage a traffic accident and make him pay. Guizirwei, harboring resentment over being rejected by Li Miao Miao, eagerly nodded in agreement. Xiao Mei, that's a great idea. Buckle up. Once inside the car, Li Miao Miao noticed the luxurious interior, which was unlike an ordinary vehicle. Zhao Su, where did you get this car? She asked, puzzled. Zhao Su explained while driving, I'm a driver for a big boss. This car belongs to my employer. Your boss drives a Volkswagen? Li Miao Miao had only noticed the Volkswagen emblem without realizing it was a 2 million yuan Phaeton. Oh, what? What's wrong with the Volkswagen? Li Miao Miao scoffed. I never expected you, a good-for-nothing, finally decided to work. But your boss seems financially challenged. If he can afford a personal driver, He should at least have a Mercedes or a BMW. A Volkswagen is more than enough for you. Zhao Su couldn't be bothered to argue with his sister-in-law. He couldn't outsmart her. He thought he'd handle her properly when the opportunity arose. Just as Zhao Su accelerated through a traffic light, a BMW abruptly changed lanes. The suddenness of the incident left Zhao Su no time to evade, resulting in a loud crash as the two cars collided. Zhao Su quickly slammed on the brakes and asked his sister-in-law, "Meow Meow, are you all right?" Li Meow Meow had adjusted her seat forward for makeup, causing her knee to bump against the dashboard. She yelled at Zhao Su, "How do you drive?" Ignoring her, Zhao Su gently touched her arm and pointed ahead. Li Meow Meow looked forward and realized the car they had struck was the BMW belonging to Guozirwei and Xiaomei. "Brother-in-law, you're in trouble. You hit someone's BMW." Li Meow Meow gazed at Zhao Su with sympathy. Chapter 9. The Tao family banquet. After Guozirwei and Xiaomei exited their car, Guozirwei strutted over, patting the hood of Zhao Su's Volkswagen. Zhao Su activated his hazard lights and exited the vehicle, promptly taking photos of the scene with his phone. Li Meow Meow remarked, "Guozirwei, Xiaomei, what are you two doing here again?" Xiaomei wore a haughty expression as she taunted, "Meow Meow, your brother-in-law has crashed into Zirwei's BMW. He is in for quite a bill now." Li Meow Meow cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Su and said coolly, "Zhao Su, this is your own problem. You can sort it out with them." Guozirwei questioned Zhao Su, "Should we call the police or settle this privately? If we settle, you'll kneel and call me Big Brother 3 times. And I won't pursue it. Meow Meow, your sister's family is on the verge of bankruptcy. Crashing into a luxury car is just adding insult to injury. Let your brother-in-law kneel and beg Zirwei." Li Meow Meow barked, "Xiaomei, that's enough. No matter how down and out my brother-in-law is, only I can humiliate him. Don't put on a show here. It's just a broken BMW. Why brother-in-law's car insurance can cover it. All right, the car's value is over 600,000. Let your brother-in-law pay for it." Guozirwei's words were clearly aimed at countering Li Meow Meow. Zhao Su raised an eyebrow, saying, "I was driving normally. You changed lanes recklessly. Furthermore, you crossed over from a solid line. I have a dashcam. The responsibility will undoubtedly fall on you. And your car's price is over 2 million, while mine is only 600,000. Who will pay?" Guozirwei's expression shifted as he realized he had indeed changed lanes improperly. However, when Zhao Su mentioned his car being worth over 2 million, he scoffed, "Your lousy Volkswagen is worth over 2 million. Who are you trying to fool?" Zhao Su crossed his arms, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Just check the emblem on the back of the car." Guozirwei, Xiaomei, and Li Meow Meow all walked around to the back of the car, where they saw the word Phaeton beneath the Volkswagen emblem. Xiaomei gasped in surprise. "This car is a Phaeton?" Zhao Su chimed in, "Yes, imported top configuration. The car's price is 2.6 million. Are you calling the police or settling this privately?" Although Li Meow Meow wasn't well versed in cars, she understood that a Phaeton was a low-key luxury vehicle. There was a saying, "Don't fear BMWs and Land Rovers, fear Volkswagens with letters underneath." When Li Meow Meow entered the car, she noticed the luxurious interior, realizing it was a high-end Phaeton. The sudden twist of events was quite satisfying. Li Meow Meow smirked at Guozirwei. "Guozirwei, my brother-in-law said you were at fault for changing lanes. You'll have to bear full responsibility. The excess value of this car exceeds that of yours. Are you calling the police or settling?" "Meow Meow, please tell your brother-in-law to settle this privately. Look at how little damage is done to his car. I'll give him 20,000. Li Meow Meow wore a smug expression as she said, "That depends on my brother-in-law." Zhao Su pretended to contemplate, 20,000 isn't out of the question. But you'll have to call me Annie 3 times, and then I'll let this slide. Otherwise, I'll call the police." The mention of police sent Guozirwei into a panic. He remembered that his driving license had just been suspended after receiving a perfect score from the police. He would have to retake the course. If the traffic police caught him again, it would be equivalent to driving without a license. Realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Reluctantly, he called Li Meow Meow Annie 3 times and quickly transferred 20,000 yuan to her WeChat, hastily leaving with Xiaomei. Once back in the car, Zhao Su turned to Li Meow Meow, complaining, "Meow Meow, are your classmates all insane?" Li Meow Meow playfully laughed and replied, "Yes, they're mentally ill." The two shared a hearty laugh. After exchanging glances, Li Meow Meow's expression turned cold again as she said, "You did well this time. But don't think this means I'll accept you as my brother-in-law. Then why do you still call me brother-in-law?" "Humph. In front of others, I, Li Meow Meow, certainly don't want to lose face. Also, if you truly care for my sister, you should divorce her as soon as possible." Zhao Su raised an eyebrow and, with a brazen demeanor, declared, "As long as your sister does not mention divorce, I will not part ways with her." Zhao Su. Li Miao Miao's chest heaved with indignation, and she spat out a harsh retort. "Then let us see how this unfolds." Upon arriving at Zhao Su's mother-in-law, Tao Aihua's family home, the Tao family had already begun their meal. Tao Aihua beckoned her younger daughter, Li Miao Miao, to sit beside her. Zhao Su scanned the room and noticed that a handsome man had been seated next to Li Qingqing, who was none other than Yuan Mu, the one he had seen returning from overseas that very day. Zhao Su furrowed his brows, surprised by the increasing audacity of the Tao family towards him. It was one thing to not have a place at this family banquet, but to allow an outsider like Yuan Mu to sit beside his wife was utterly intolerable. Just as Zhao Su was about to lose his temper, he heard Li Qingqing coldly inquire, why didn't anyone arrange a seat for Zhao Su? She had been preoccupied with conversing with the elders and looking after little Yezi, thus failing to notice this detail until now. Realizing that Yuan Mu occupied the seat next to her while her husband had no place, she grasped the underlying implications. Tao Aihua replied icily, "Qingqing, why concern yourself with that good-for-nothing? Yuan Mu has just returned from abroad. You should focus on accompanying him, sister. Isn't this rather blatant?" Li Miao Miao interjected. When Qingqing married Zhao Su, it was tacitly approved by you all now. In front of Zhao Su, you allow another man to sit beside her. This is sheer favoritism, third sister. Mind your own business. Tao Aihua shot a glare at her younger sister, Tao Aijuan, and snapped. The Tao family, aside from the matriarch, comprised 4 siblings. The eldest, Tao Aiyuan. The second, Tao Aihua. The third, Tao Aijuan. And the youngest, Tao Aijuan. Zhao Su had long since perceived the nature of this family. Each member was driven by self-interest, relying on their modest wealth in a third-tier city, oblivious to their own sense of identity. Li Qingqing set down her chopsticks, took the child, and walked over to Zhao Su's side. With a frosty expression, she stated, "If you do not intend to arrange a seat for my husband at this family banquet, then I see no point in attending." The eldest, Tao Aiyuan, barked angrily, "Nonsense. Your grandmother is present, and the majority here are your elders. How dare you act so recklessly?" Tao Aihua admonished her daughter, "Qingqing, why have you not yet apologized to your grandmother and uncle?" "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Tao Aijuan interjected with a sneer, "Qingqing, everyone is doing this for your own good. What future can you expect with a husband who does nothing all day? Listen to your third aunt and return to your seat. Just serve Zhao Su some food and let him eat on the side." At that moment, the matriarch of the Tao family spoke up, "Enough. Just add another chair." With her words, no one dared to object. Li Miao Miao, almost instinctively, helped to move a chair, placing it between Li Qingqing and Yuan Mu. Although Li Miao Miao harbored a strong dislike for Zhao Su, her distaste for Yuan Mu was even greater. Yuan Mu's gaze was unpredictable, suggesting a man of considerable cunning. Zhao Su, with a facade of bravado, said, "Thank you, little sister-in-law." Li Miao Miao merely huffed, ignoring him. The Tao matriarch continued, "Although our family may not be considered a prominent clan, we are still quite affluent in Linjiang City. The reason I have gathered you all today is to ask for your assistance in supporting the eldest in sustaining the family business. The current economic downturn has greatly affected our affairs. I have heard that the leading company, Shoutian Group, has secured the bid for the high-tech district's development. As old partners, we should have been in the loop regarding such a lucrative opportunity. I suspect that Shoutian Group may be pursuing other partners. You all need to leverage your connections to ensure we secure this collaboration. We may not rely on you to expand the Tao family's influence, but we must safeguard the legacy your father built." Upon hearing Shoutian Group, Zhao Su exchanged glances with Li Qingqing, realizing that the Tao family was facing challenges in their business and sought to continue their partnership with Shoutian Group. Chapter 10. I am merely a driver. After the Tao matriarch concluded her speech, Li Qingqing interjected, "As far as I know, Shoutian Group has been rebranded as Shiri Group?" "Shiri Group." The matriarch furrowed her brow and gazed at Li Qingqing, asking, "Qingqing, is this information reliable?" "Absolutely," Li Qingqing affirmed. The matriarch replied, "Regardless of the name, we must seize this opportunity for collaboration. I will assess your overall performance and subsequently redistribute the shares of the Tao family's assets." As discussions of money and personal interests arose, everyone eagerly sought to demonstrate their capabilities to the matriarch. The eldest, Tao Aiyuan, proposed, "Mother, I will reach out to Vice President Han of Shiri Group regarding the collaboration." The third, Tao Aijuan, chimed in, My husband works at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. He can speak to the director and see if we can establish contact with Shiri Group. The youngest, Tao Aijuan, added, Mother, I have good relations with several executives at Shiri Group. I will also work on this. Only Tao Aihua's family remained silent. She was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. If her family did not secure a stake in this project, she knew she would inherit little upon the matriarch's passing. It was one thing for her husband's family to be down on their luck, but it was particularly disheartening that her daughter had married a man of no ambition. Just as Tao Aihua was at a loss, Yuan Mu spoke up, the vice president of Shiri Group. Han is my brother's classmate. I can have my brother intervene on our behalf. Upon hearing this, Tao Aihua's spirit soared. Yuan Mu was indeed bringing her honor. How wonderful it would be if he were her son-in-law. She cast a triumphant glance at her sister, Tao Aijuan, smiling as she said, Mother, with Qingqing's classmate stepping in, you can rest assured. The matriarch nodded, saying, I hope you will not disappoint me. If we lose the opportunity with Shiri Group, the foundation your father established will be in jeopardy. Li Qingqing had intended to mention that Zhao Su was the driver for Chen Tianhe, the general manager of Shiri Group. However, seeing him sitting quietly beside her, absorbed in his meal and seemingly uninterested in the matter, she chose to remain silent. It puzzled her that Zhao Su had such a significant opportunity to impress the Tao family, yet he seemed indifferent. The matriarch announced, All right, since you all have plans, let us see how you perform. Now, let us eat. During the meal, the matriarch inquired of Li Qingqing, Qingqing, how is your legal matter progressing? All is well. I have repaid the debts I owed. You managed to borrow the money? Indeed. The matriarch glanced at Tao Aihua. Previously, she had instructed everyone not to lend Li Qingqing any money, as it was Tao Aihua's idea to use this situation to force a divorce between Li Qingqing and Zhao Su. However, her plans had backfired. Tao Aihua was now aware that Zhao Su had borrowed money from outside sources to pay off Li Qingqing's debts. She cast a cold glance at Zhao Su and asked, Zhao Su, tell me, where did you borrow the money from? From a friend out of friend. Tao Aihua scoffed, saying, Zhao Su, aside from that foolish fellow known Quan, who else could you possibly consider a friend? Li Qingqing defended Zhao Su. Mother, who doesn't he have a few friends? Qingqing, which friend could lend Zhao Su $1 million all at once? Don't say that when this fellow sells you out, you'll still be counting the money for him. Mother, my affairs are none of your concern. You? Tao Aihua was infuriated. Her eldest daughter's obstinacy was simply too much. What a shame it is. She angrily told her younger daughter, Li Miao 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 Miao, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, be sure to choose wisely. Don't follow your sister's example and marry a man like this good-for-nothing. Mother, this marriage was arranged by grandfather before he passed. You and father agreed at the time. How can you blame it on my sister? Your grandfather knew many prominent figures. Who would have thought that old man? Tao Aihua shot a look at her husband, Li Guolong, and sighed. I only wanted grandfather to fulfill his wishes before he passed. But who would have known that your sister would get pregnant so quickly? Zhao Su, seemingly impervious to their words, maintained an air of detachment, as if the conversation did not concern him at all, remaining in a state of self-imposed isolation. The more Tao Aihua looked at Zhao Su, the more irritated she felt. Yuan Mu half-jokingly remarked, when I was abroad, I never anticipated Qingqing would marry so soon. Indeed, Yuan Mu, you and our Qingqing are the perfect match. Tao Aihua's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Little Yezi piped up innocently, please don't speak ill of my daddy. It makes him sad. In my eyes, my mommy and daddy are meant to be together. Yezi, you're still young and don't understand adult matters. I'm not small. I'll be 5 once I celebrate my birthday. Little Yezi yawned after speaking. Her innocent remark elicited laughter from everyone at the table. Zhao Su felt that attending this family banquet was a sheer waste of time. He turned to his wife, Li Qingqing, and suggested, Qingqing, Yezi is tired. Shall we head back? All right. Li Qingqing stood and addressed the matriarch, Grandma, the child is sleepy. We will take our leave. The matriarch did not try to retain them and nodded in acknowledgement. Tao Aihua signaled Yuan Mu, and he immediately understood, rising to offer, Qingqing, let me drive you home. No need. We have our own car. Didn't you sell your car? Yuan Mu inquired, puzzled. Li Qingqing explained, Zhao Su is currently driving a special car for someone else. When he is not on duty, the car remains for our personal use. Li Miao Miao exaggeratedly added, you don't know. My brother-in-law drives a luxury car worth over 2 million. Upon hearing that Zhao Su drove a vehicle valued at over 2 million, the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. It seemed Zhao Su's employer was quite influential. Zhao Su cast a grateful glance at his sister-in-law, Li Miaomiao, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he picked up little Yezi and departed with his wife, Li Qingqing. Yuan Mu felt embarrassed as he was merely an outsider in this setting. With no face left to linger, he excused himself and left as well. Tao Aijuan's husband, who worked at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, sneered, "He's just a driver. What's there to boast about? Cousin-in-law, are you perhaps feeling envious? I've heard my brother-in-law's employer is quite wealthy." Li Miaomiao was unaware of who Zhao Su's employer was, but she disdained Tao Aijuan's husband for always mocking her family, and no matter how rich someone else was, Zhao Su was still their employee, working for someone else's salary. That's still better than you trailing behind your section chief like a lapdog. Upon hearing this, Tao Aijuan became displeased and retorted coldly, "Miao Miao, how can you speak like that?" "Oh, I misspoke that I shouldn't have called him a lapdog. I should have referred to him as a shadow." She stood up and declared, "I'm done eating. I'll take my leave with that." She ignored everyone and left with her bag. Tao Aijuan trembled with anger, pointing at Tao Aihua, second sister. "Look at how you've raised your child. Truly lacking in manners. Your child's manners aren't any better." Tao Aihua retorted, clashing with her younger sister. The Tao matriarch slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough. The younger ones are unruly. Must the older ones also be so? A harmonious family fosters prosperity. Look at you all, constantly scheming against one another. I'll make myself clear. If any of you fail to contribute to the collaboration with Shiri Group, don't blame me for not giving you a single cent." With that, she hobbled away, leaning on her cane. After Zhao Su and Li Qingqing returned to their rented apartment, little Yezi was already asleep. Zhao Su gently placed the child on the bed in the small room, then stepped out to turn on the water heater in the bathroom. Upon returning to Li Qingqing, he said, "Qingqing, the water is heated. You can take a shower." Li Qingqing crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes resting on Zhao Su's face as she asked, "Zhao Su, can I ask you something? Grandma mentioned that the Tao family wants to collaborate with Shiri Group, which could affect the future distribution of the family assets. Why didn't you mention knowing Chen Tianhe back then? What purpose would that serve? Whether the Tao family can secure a deal with Shiri Group is not for me to decide. I am merely Chen's driver. But at least you know Chen Tianhe, which gives them a glimmer of hope." Zhao Su chuckled and replied, "Qingqing, if you want the Tao family to collaborate with Shiri Group, should I go and speak to Chen? Forget it. You're right. You are just a driver, and even if you told Chen, it wouldn't make a difference." Chapter 11. Li Qingqing fell ill that night, watching his wife, Li Qingqing, embrace their daughter, Yezi, as they slept. Zhao Su gently closed the door behind them. Lying on the bed, Zhao Su's phone suddenly chimed. He picked it up to find that Li Miaomiao had transferred 20,000 yuan to him. Recalling the earlier incident, Zhao Su promptly returned the money, sending it back to Li Miaomiao. Although her family was financially stable as a high school senior, Li Miaomiao still had to ask her parents for her living expenses, lacking any surplus income. Now that Zhao Su had come into a fortune worth billions, he certainly did not mind the 2,000 yuan. "Zhao Su, what do you mean by this?" Li Miaomiao messaged him. Zhao Su replied, "Keep the money for yourself." Li Miaomiao transferred the 20,000 yuan back, leaving a message, "I don't want your money. You borrowed 1 million and signed a 10-year servitude contract. You'll have to rely on my sister to support you in the future." Although Li Miaomiao often made Zhao Su's life difficult and sought to push him towards divorce with Li Qingqing, she was always ready to defend him when others insulted him. Thus, Zhao Su recognized that Li Miaomiao was not inherently malicious. Poverty was the root of all chaos. Seeing Li Miaomiao persist in refusing his money, he sent another message. "Miao Miao, if you ever encounter any issues, just let your brother-in-law know. I want to stand by and watch you get bullied. Don't think that just because I'm being nice to you, I'll recognize you as my brother-in-law. I know all about your sexless marriage with my sister. Instead of suffering together, you might as well split up soon. Additionally, once I graduate and start earning money, my sister and I will raise Yezi together. You, good for nothing, should stay as far away as possible." Reading Li Miaomiao's message, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since their marriage, apart from that one drunken night with Li Qingqing, they had not shared any intimate moments. Li Qingqing clearly held him in disdain. Apart from their marriage contract, they were essentially strangers living under the same roof, united only by their daughter, little Yezi. Lost in thought, Zhao Su eventually drifted off to sleep, resting soundly until dawn. The next morning, he woke up early and prepared breakfast in their household. Li Qingqing primarily handled external affairs while Zhao Su took care of the home, earning him the title of house husband. Zhao Su had left home in anger after his mother's death, seeking refuge with Li Qingqing's grandfather in Linjiang City. After marrying into the Li family, he had lost his identity following the passing of Li Qingqing's grandfather. Zhao Su stubbornly refused to contact his father, Zhao Xiaotian, and continued living as a son-in-law. However, in reality, this arrangement left him unappreciated. Eventually, Zhao Su came to terms with it, indifferent to their opinions. He simply indulged himself in the role of a good-for-nothing. After preparing the meal, Zhao Su went to rouse Li Qingqing and little Yezi from their slumber. Xiao Yezi cried out to Zhao Su, "Daddy, Mommy is ill." Zhao Su hurriedly rushed to the bedside and saw Li Qingqing's pale complexion. Her hand pressed against her abdomen. "What's wrong, Qingqing?" "I don't know. My stomach hurts terribly, and I feel nauseous. I vomited once last night." Li Qingqing appeared to be in great discomfort. Suddenly, Zhao Su remembered that today was the weekend, and his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, was off. He quickly dialed Li Miao Miao, saying, "Miao Miao, come over and help look after Yezi. Your sister is sick, and I need to take her to the hospital immediately." For young couples who no longer live with their parents, the most troubling issue is often the lack of assistance in caring for their children. Upon hearing that her sister Li Qingqing was unwell and realizing that Xiao Yezi would be left unattended, Li Miao Miao immediately agreed and said she would take a taxi downstairs. Zhao Su informed Li Miao Miao that the key was under the doormat at the entrance. After hanging up, Zhao Su reassured his daughter Xiao Yezi, "Be good, Yezi. Wait for your aunt at home. She will take you to kindergarten shortly. I must take Mommy to the hospital right away. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll be good at home and wait for Annie." Zhao Su embraced his daughter and kissed her cheek before hastily helping Li Qingqing change her clothes. Li Qingqing was stunningly beautiful. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Su would certainly relish the opportunity to feast his eyes on her. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. Noticing the sweat beading on Li Qingqing's forehead from the pain, he knew they could not afford to delay, so he carried her out the door. Once outside, Zhao Su drove straight to a nearby private hospital called Pingtai Hospital. He rushed into the hospital carrying Li Qingqing, calling out repeatedly, "Doctor, quickly, emergency." A young nurse approached and guided Zhao Su, saying, "Sir, this way." Zhao Su followed the nurse into the emergency room with Li Qingqing in his arms. After examining her, the doctor announced that Li Qingqing had acute appendicitis and required immediate surgery. As soon as Li Qingqing was wheeled into the operating room, Zhao Su finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hadn't expected that yesterday, at the family gathering, Li Qingqing had seemed perfectly fine. Now, just like that, she had fallen ill. After dropping Xiao Yezi off at kindergarten, Li Miao Miao inquired about her sister's condition. Zhao Su informed her that Li Qingqing was suffering from acute appendicitis and had already been taken into surgery. "Which hospital are you at?" "I'll head over right away." Pingtai Hospital. 20 minutes later, Li Miao Miao arrived at Pingtai Hospital, followed shortly by Zhao Su's father-in-law and mother-in-law.it. Was evident that Li Miao Miao had informed her parents. Tao Aihua glared at Zhao Su, saying angrily, "Zhao Su, if anything happens to my Qingqing, don't think I will let you off easily." "Mom, how can you be unreasonable? This has nothing to do with Zhao Su." "My sister has acute appendicitis," Li Miao Miao defended. Tao Aihua scoffed, "Humph. What do you know, little girl? If it weren't for your sister's stress over her lawsuit with Junyue, she wouldn't have fallen ill. Isn't she indirectly suffering because of Zhao Su?" Zhao Su remained silent, pacing back and forth in the corridor with his arms crossed. His thoughts were consumed with concern for his wife Li Qingqing, leaving him little energy to argue with his mother-in-law. "Tao Aihua, stop pacing around. It's making me anxious," Tao Aihua snapped, plopping down onto a chair in the corridor. At that moment, a head nurse approached Zhao Su and the others, asking, "Sir, we just freed up a single patient room. Would you like it?" "Yes, yes, yes," Tao Aihua eagerly replied. "All right, please follow me to complete the admission process." Just as Zhao Su was about to go, Tao Aihua had already stood up and followed the head nurse away. Soon after, she returned, fuming. "This hospital is outrageous. What happened?" Li Miao Miao asked, concerned. Tao Aihua exclaimed, "That head nurse just told us a single patient room was available, but then she received a call from the director and said it had been booked. It's clear they are toying with us." The usually quiet Li Guolong finally spoke up, saying solemnly, "Let it go. Hospitals operate on connections, and we have no contacts here." Upon hearing her husband's words, Tao Aihua became even more enraged. She pointed at Li Guolong's head, shouting, "Isn't it because you men are useless? If it weren't for your deceased father insisting that Qingqing marry Zhao Su, she could have married a rich and handsome guy long ago." An assistant physician standing near the operating room scolded Tao Aihua, family members, please keep your voices down. Only then did Tao Aihua cease her tirade, shooting a glare at her husband and then at her son-in-law Zhao Su. Her frustration growing, Eli Miao Miao exclaimed, "How can this hospital be like this? I'm going to confront them." Her personality was straightforward, and she would readily argue when she felt something was unfair. Concerned for her younger daughter, Tao Aihua shot Zhao Su a look, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Go get Miao Miao back." "But Ching Ching is about to come out of surgery," Tao Aihua retorted. "Marrying a man like you is truly a stroke of bad luck. Even Miao Miao knows to fight for a single patient room for her sister, yet you stand idly by." Zhao Su, rendered speechless by Tao Aihua's reprimands, quickly left to finally Miao Miao. En route, he called Chen Tianhe to ask if he had any contacts at Ping Tai Hospital. "Young master, you must be joking. Ping Tai Hospital is ours. When I had you sign the agreement, you didn't bother to read it carefully." Zhao Su furrowed his brow slightly. The materials regarding the division of assets had been quite thick, and he had had no leisure to peruse them. He had merely signed where necessary. "Chen Lao, Ching Ching is ill. The head nurse here asked if we wanted a single patient room, but when we went to complete the paperwork, she said it had been booked after receiving a call from the director. Please call the hospital administrator and help me sort this out." "Understood. I'll call right away," Chen Tianhe replied before hanging up. When Zhao Su found his sister-in-law Li Miao Miao, he saw her embroiled in a heated argument with several nurses at the nurses' station. Among them was a middle-aged man in a white coat with glasses, clearly of a higher-ranked. Li Miao Miao shouted, "How does Ping Tai Hospital conduct its business? You asked us if we wanted a single patient room, and now you say it's already booked." "Young lady, that room was indeed booked long ago. The nurses just weren't informed," the man replied. "Who are you to speak on behalf of Ping Tai Hospital?" "I am Lu Peng, the deputy director of the gastroenterology department," he stated sternly. "If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will have security remove you. Are you trying to intimidate us?" Li Miao Miao retorted, pointing at Lu Peng. "Tell me, are you the director mentioned by the head nurse?" "Yes, you can call me Deputy Director Lu." "I see you're just a deputy director. It seems you've taken bribes to reserve rooms for others, haven't you?" Lu Peng's expression changed dramatically at her accusation, and he hastily defended himself. "You're talking nonsense. Be careful. I could sue you for defamation. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Miao Miao shot back defiantly. Zhao Su stepped forward to grasp Li Miao Miao's arm, advising, "Miao Miao, let it go. Let us just go home." Angrily, Li Miao Miao shrugged off Zhao Su's grip, saying, "Zhao Su, are you even a man? Are you afraid of him just because he is a deputy director?" "I'm not afraid. He will come to apologize shortly. You need not worry about the single patient room. It's ours, and no one can take it from you." Li Miao Miao looked at Zhao Su with a bewildered expression, asking, "Zhao Su, are you serious? Let us head back and wait for your sister to come out. You'll see soon enough." After a moment of internal deliberation, Li Miao Miao bit her lip, seemingly making a significant decision, and said, "All right, I'll trust you this once." After Zhao Su led Li Miao Miao away, the nurses at the station erupted in chatter. "Who is that person? He seems quite formidable. He even made Deputy Director Lu apologize." Upon returning, Tao Aihua noticed Li Miao Miao's expression and understood that things had not gone well. "Miao Miao, face reality. When looking for a boyfriend in the future, make sure he is capable, unlike your sister who ended up with a useless husband." "Mom, Zhao Su said he has a way to get my sister a single patient room. Moreover, that head nurse and deputy director will apologize to us." "Miao Miao, do you really believe that? Do you think Zhao Su is the owner here? I've heard that Ping Tai Hospital has the best medical facilities in the city, and the owner's background is very mysterious. No one knows who he really is." Li Miao Miao's lack of faith in Zhao Su deepened, and disappointment clouded her eyes as she said, "Zhao Su, you're really disappointing me." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Zhao Su, Li Miao Miao, and Tao Aihua turned to see the head nurse and the previously argumentative deputy director Lu Peng approaching them in haste. Li Miao Miao furrowed her brows, thinking, could it be? Lu Peng arrived before Zhao Su, his demeanor suddenly respectful, and asked, "You must be Mr. Zhao Su." "Indeed." Zhao Su nodded. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, and I apologize for my earlier attitude. The single patient room you reserved is still yours. I've canceled the appointment of the patient who hadn't yet arrived." The head nurse accompanying him also apologized, saying, "We sincerely apologize for the oversight. We caused you inconvenience. Your single patient room has now been upgraded to a VIP room, and we hope you will not pursue this matter any further." Tao Aihua, Li Guolong, and Li Miao Miao were left in stunned silence, not understanding what had transpired, all eyes fixed on Zhao Su. However, Zhao Su sternly admonished Lu Peng and the head nurse. Hospitals should prioritize medical ethics. Pingtai Hospital, being a private institution, must emphasize service. Thankfully, you encountered us. Otherwise, wouldn't other patients be subjected to your mistreatment? Yes, it's our fault. Lu Peng nodded vigorously. Considering your sincere apology, I'll let this slide this time. Now, go apologize to my sister-in-law and my mother-in-law. Lu Peng, not daring to refuse, took the head nurse with him and first bowed respectfully to Tao Aihua, then to Li Miao Miao. After Lu Peng left, he left the head nurse behind. Li Miao Miao pulled the head nurse closer and pointed at Zhao Su, asking, "What is he to you? Why do you all seem so afraid of him?" Chapter 13. You were truly impressive. Just now the head nurse claimed she did not know Zhao Su, but after persistent questioning from Li Miao Miao, she finally revealed the reason. The call had come directly from the hospital director, instructing them to apologize to Mr. Zhao Su for the earlier incident. Li Miao Miao stared at Zhao Su with wide eyes, asking, "What's going on here?" Zhao Su had already prepared his explanation, stating that he had lodged a complaint with the director. Not expecting the director to act with such speed, Li Miao Miao listened to Zhao Su's account, skeptical but somewhat convinced. Just then, Li Qingqing was wheeled out of the operating room by medical staff. Who was the family member of Li Qingqing? A nurse called out, "I am." Zhao Su rushed forward, taking over the nurse's bed and, guided by the head nurse, pushed it toward the patient room. Li Miao Miao anxiously inquired, "Sister, how are you?" Li Qingqing blinked twice, indicating she was fine. The accompanying doctor remarked, "The patient is somewhat weak, likely due to recent overexertion. After discharge, nutritional support must be enhanced." Hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Su felt a pang of guilt. Since Li Qingqing's packaging design company faced litigation, their family's quality of life had plummeted. Whenever there was a little spare money, it was spent on buying the children their favorite foods. Pingtai Hospital was a high-end private institution, and the VIP room where Li Qingqing stayed was over 50 square meters in size, equipped with all necessary appliances and a dedicated caretaker. After the doctor outlined some precautions, he left. Following 2-4 drips, Li Qingqing felt significantly better, though the surgical site still ached slightly, causing her to unconsciously let out a sound of discomfort. Zhao Su held Li Qingqing's delicate hand, asking with concern, "Qingqing, how do you feel?" "My surgical wound hurts a bit. Do you need a pain pump?" "No, I'm not that fragile." Zhao Su hadn't expected his wife, Li Qingqing, to remain defiant at such a moment. Li Qingqing glanced at her mother Tao Aihua and father Li Guolong, softly saying, "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Tao Aihua's face was long, and she muttered, "If you weren't my dear daughter, I wouldn't bother coming." "Why does your kind remark turn sour when it comes from your mouth?" Li Guolong finally retorted. Adjusting his glasses, he comforted Li Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, focus on your recovery. If you need money, your parents can help." Zhao Su interjected, "Thank you, father-in-law, but we have it covered." Tao Aihua rolled her eyes at Zhao Su, derisively stating, "Your money is borrowed. Isn't it? Be careful you don't end up in debt and have your limbs broken." "Enough, Mom. My sister needs to rest. If you like to argue, take it outside." Li Miao Miao replied, clearly displeased. Just then, Yuan Mu pushed open the door to the patient room, entering with a fruit basket in one hand and a large bouquet of flowers in the other. Upon seeing Yuan Mu, Tao Aihua's expression instantly brightened, and she greeted him with enthusiasm. "Yuan Mu, why have you come so late?" "I was tied up with work," he replied politely. "Auntie, how did Qingqing's surgery go?" Tao Aihua answered, "It was a minor operation, nothing serious." Then she turned to her daughter Li Qingqing, winking, "Qingqing, look who has come to see you." Zhao Su frowned slightly. His mother-in-law, Tao Aihua, was becoming increasingly inappropriate, trying to set up her daughter in front of him as if he didn't exist. Yuan Mu handed the fruit basket and flowers to Tao Aihua and approached Li Qingqing, gently asking, "Qingqing, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, Yuan Mu. You really didn't need to come. We've been classmates. After all, I should at least check on you, no matter how busy I am. By the way, I know the deputy director of this hospital and have already spoken to him. They will provide you with special care." Suddenly, Tao Aihua recalled the earlier apology from the head nurse and the deputy director. Realization dawned upon her. I understand now. The head nurse and that deputy director must have come to apologize because of the pressure from the deputy director. Apologize? Yuan Mu looked confused. Hence, Tao Aihua recounted the earlier incident at the operating room. Yuan Mu responded with an "oh," though he was unsure if it was indeed the deputy director who had ordered the staff to apologize. Nonetheless, he seized the opportunity, claiming the favor for himself, saying magnanimously, "Auntie, it was just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about." Li Miao Miao was displeased by this and coldly remarked, "Mom, I sent Zhao Su, who complained to the director, prompting the head nurse and deputy director to apologize to us." Tao Aihua cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Su, noting his lack of defense, and confidently remarked, "Miao Miao, do you truly believe such words? If everyone could lodge complaints against the hospital director, he would be overwhelmed, solely occupied with addressing grievances." Li Miao Miao shot a glare at Zhao Su, silently accusing him of lying once more. At this moment, Zhao Su felt like a mute person consuming bitter lotus, unable to articulate his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of gentle knocks echoed from the door. Mistaking it for a nurse coming to conduct rounds, Tao Aihua called out, "Come in." 4 individuals entered. An elderly man with white hair, over 60 years of age, a man in his 50s, alongside the deputy director Lu Peng and the head nurse, who had previously apologized to Zhao Su's family. Upon seeing the hospital leaders, Yuan Mu immediately donned a smile and approached the man in the white coat, saying, "Deputy Director Ding, thank you for facilitating the transfer to this high-end VIP room." The hospital director, Song Ziqiao, and the deputy director, Ding Su, were present. After hearing Yuan Mu's words, Ding Su furrowed his brow and replied, "Yuan Mu, I went to a meeting right after your call. I haven't had the chance to issue any orders. This room wasn't reassigned by me." "Not you?" Yuan Mu's expression turned to one of shock. At that moment, Director Song Ziqiao interjected, "No need to speculate. It was I who arranged for the room change." He then stepped directly in front of Zhao Su, addressing him with courtesy, "Mr. Zhao, I trust you find this room satisfactory?" "Quite satisfactory." Zhao Su nodded, winking at Song Ziqiao, and with a serious demeanor stated, "Director, thank you for handling my complaint with fairness and integrity. In the near future, I shall present a banner to your esteemed hospital. No need. No need. This situation arose from our hospital's oversight. We appreciate your timely and invaluable feedback. Mr. Zhao, to express our apologies, we have waived your wife's medical fees. We hope you will continue to provide us with your esteemed suggestions. I am exceedingly satisfied with your hospital's attitude and handling of the matter. As for that Lu Peng, the deputy director, he should remain under observation. Should his work ethic falter again, an apology will not suffice. Yes, yes, yes. I will ensure he is mindful." Song Ziqiao exchanged glances with Lu Peng, who sincerely apologized, "Mr. Zhao, I will take heed." Zhao Su merely responded with a curt, "You may leave now, and my wife requires tranquility." "Understood. Goodbye, Mr. Zhao. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly." With that, they departed, leaving Ding Su, Lu Peng, and the head nurse to exit the room. Once outside, Ding Su could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Director Song Ziqiao, "Director Song, who was that Zhao fellow? Why were you so courteous to him?" Song Ziqiao's expression turned serious as he replied, "Just know this. Do not provoke him." He then admonished Lu Peng, "Be more attentive in your duties moving forward." "Understood, Director." After Song Ziqiao and the others exited the ward, Zhao Su addressed his in-laws and Yuan Mu, saying, "Ching Ching needs rest. You all should leave now." In that moment, a newfound aura of confidence radiated from Zhao Su, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of a pushover. Yuan Mu, eager to inquire about Zhao Su with Ding Su, left the ward first, followed by Tao Aihua and her husband. Once outside, Tao Aihua suddenly realized, how did that pushover start issuing orders to us? Li Guolong advised Tao Aihua, "Enough. Zhao Su is right. Ching Ching requires peace to recuperate. We shouldn't complicate matters further. With Miao Miao assisting in care, it should suffice." Humph. This good-for-nothing is basking in the sunshine brought by a lenient hospital director. He's truly become quite radiant. All right, let's move along. After much persuasion, Li Guolong finally convinced his wife, Tao Aihua, to leave Li Miao Miao. With her enchanting gaze fixed on Zhao Su's chiseled features, cheerfully remarked, "Zhao Su, you were truly impressive in sending my mother and Yuan Mu away just now." Chapter 14. Leave the business matters to me. Hearing his sister-in-law Li Miao Miao compliment him on his handsomeness filled Zhao Su with delight. Li Qingqing observed everything with keen eyes, sensing a subtle transformation in her husband, Zhao Su. Though she couldn't articulate the nature of this change, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Noticing her sister Li Qingqing's pensive expression, Li Miao Miao inquired, "Sister, the hospital has waived your medical fees. Why do you still seem troubled?" My company just finalized a contract. If I can't bring back my original employees, we won't be able to commence operations on time." and then we will face lawsuits for delayed deliveries. Li Miao Miao gasped in shock, asking, how could this happen so abruptly? I hadn't anticipated the need for surgery. Recovery will take at least 7 to 10 days, yet the first batch of goods is due in half a month. Seeing his wife Li Qingqing unwell yet still preoccupied with work, Zhao Su felt an overwhelming urge to assist her. After the division of assets, he no longer wished to be perceived as a pushover. He longed to stand on his own 2 feet, to make others take notice of him. Resolving this, Zhao Su comforted Li Qingqing, don't worry, Qingqing. Leave the company matters to me. I promise to rehire your previous employees and ensure timely deliveries before your recovery. You? Li Qingqing gazed at Zhao Su, questioning, are you capable of that? Zhao Su thumped his chest confidently, grinning, rest assured. I will prove that your husband is not a pushover. Enough with the bravado. I hope you don't end up regretting it later. Li Miao Miao teased Zhao Xu. Li Qingqing, having no helpers, was solely responsible for the company's affairs. Now, she could only hope that Zhao Su could indeed bring back the previous employees to restart production. All right, then you should go and contact my former employees. The contact list is in the first drawer of the TV cabinet at home. There's also a pink USB drive containing the latest packaging design documents required by Shiri Group. Let me handle it tomorrow. Don't wait until tomorrow. This VIP room has special care, and besides, Miao Miao is here. Go home, take care of business, and pick up Yezi from school. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, Zhao Su glanced at Li Miao Miao. She rolled her eyes and urged, what are you looking at me for? Hurry up and help my sister with business matters. After Zhao Su left, Li Miao Miao asked her sister Li Qingqing, sister, is the business you've negotiated with Shiri Group? Yes, Li Qingqing nodded. At the last family banquet, the Tao family was doing everything possible to partner with the former Xiaodian Group, now rebranded as Shiri Group. I never expected to have already established a partnership with them. Sister, why didn't you mention to Grandma that you know someone from Shiri Group? How could I? I only know them through my brother Dash and Dash Law. Li Miao Miao, taken aback, exclaimed, what? You mean you were introduced by my brother-in-law? Yes, you know Chen Tianhe, right? Of course. Isn't he the wealthiest man in Linjiang City? My brother-in-law is Chen Tianhe's personal driver. Upon hearing her sister Li Qingqing's revelation, Li Miao Miao donned a contemplative expression. Supporting her chin thoughtfully, she murmured, no wonder he drives a luxury car worth over 2 million. If my brother-in-law has such a beneficial relationship with Chen Tianhe, why didn't he mention it at the family banquet and instead faced our mother's ridicule? How would I know? Perhaps he felt that being a driver meant he had little influence in such significant business negotiations. That is still better than some people. My cousin from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau can't even recognize anyone from Shiri Group yet boasts about being able to get their director's attention. Humph. I can't wait to see how he ends up embarrassed. Upon learning that Zhao Su was Chen Tianhe's driver, Li Miao Miao suddenly felt that Zhao Su might still have a chance at redemption. At least he wasn't entirely useless. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Su returned to his car. Realizing he still had time before picking up the child, he drove directly home and located the contact list in the drawer beneath the TV. As Li Qingqing had mentioned, Li Qingqing's Yezi packaging design company was relatively small, with only about 20 employees. Among them, the most critical roles included 4 graphic designers and 2 production managers for inkjet printing. The 4 graphic designers were all female, with one named Zhou Ting, whom Li Qingqing valued highly. Zhou Ting had been with the company since its inception and was regarded as a veteran. Zhao Su promptly dialed Zhou Ting's number. When the call connected, Zhou Ting answered, hello, who is this? Zhou Ting, this is Zhao Su, Qingqing's husband. Oh, brother-in-law, what can I do for you? Zhao Su asked. Zhou Ting, are you currently employed? Sorry, brother-in-law, but I already have a job. Where are you working? Yunfei Design Company. Please send me the address. I'd like to meet and discuss. Before long, Zhao Su received the location details from Zhou Ting. He then went to fetch Nong Quan before heading straight to Yunfei Design Company. Nong Quan assumed Zhao Su had brought him along for a fight and innocently asked, young master, are we going to fight? No fighting. Just wait in the car while I take care of some business. All right, call me if you need to fight. Zhao Su felt a wave of regret wash over him for bringing Nong Quan along, fearing that the impulsive young man might create trouble, leaving him to clean up the mess. Upon entering Yunfei Design Company, Zhao Su informed the receptionist that he was looking for Zhou Ting. Soon, Zhou Ting appeared, looking vibrant and cheerful. Brother-in-law, you're here. Zhou Ting greeted with a smile. Zhao Su nodded and got straight to the point, asking, Zhou Ting, would you consider returning to work at Yezi Packaging Design? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I've signed a contract with Yunfei Design, and if I breach it, I'll have to pay 3 times the compensation. You needn't worry about the money. I will cover it. Really? Zhou Ting exclaimed in excitement. Zhao Su nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, furthermore, if you return to Yezi Packaging Design, I'll increase your salary by 20%. Thank you. Brother-in-law, as long as you help me retrieve the contract, I will continue working with Sister Qingqing. By the way, is her lawsuit resolved? It has been resolved. The payment has been made to Junyue, and we at Yezi Packaging Design just secured a major client. That's fantastic. Zhou Ting beamed with joy. Zhao Su compensated Zhou Ting for the contract, and upon receiving it, she immediately tore it up. After Zhou Ting got into Zhao Su's car, he asked her, Zhou Ting, do you have contact with the other designers? Yes, I still keep in touch with a few of the designer sisters. Then please call them and see if they would be willing to return. I'll raise their salaries by 10% if they come back. Great. They will surely be thrilled to hear this. Zhou Ting promptly made the calls. Once finished, she excitedly told Zhao Su, brother-in-law, they all expressed their willingness to return. Do you have the contact number for the production manager, Wu Guoyang? Zhou Ting shook her head. I don't have any contact with them. Zhao Su pulled out the contact list and dialed Wu Guoyang's number. After explaining his purpose, Wu Guoyang revealed that he had switched careers. Zhao Su inquired where he was now, and Wu Guoyang provided an address. When Zhao Su drove to the address given by Wu Guoyang, he saw the sign reading Metropolis. He instructed Zhou Ting to take a taxi home, as he had heard that places like Metropolis were fronts for underground casinos masquerading as nightclubs. He glanced at Nong Quan, realizing he might have made the right choice in bringing him along. Nong Quan, let's go inside and take a look, Zhao Su said. Nong Quan asked, young master, are we going to fight? Zhao Su chuckled. We'll see how it goes. If it comes to fighting, I will let you know right away. Chapter 15. A brilliant plan. Upon entering the Metropolis nightclub during the daytime, it was clear that the entertainment shows had yet to begin. Zhao Su inquired with the staff, is Wu Guoyang working here? The staff looked Zhao Su and Nong Quan over and asked, who are you to Wu Guoyang? Oh, we are his friends, Zhao Su replied. He works in the basement casino. It's no use trying to see him. You might as well leave. Feeling a sense of alarm, Zhao Su pressed the staff. Has something happened to him? He owes money to loan sharks and was forced to work in the casino to pay it off. If I hadn't known he was from my hometown, I wouldn't have shared this with you. Since you are his friends, it's best to leave. This is the territory of Brother Bao. Zhao Su pondered for a moment before asking, can we at least play a few games in the casino? That's fine. But make sure you have enough money. You need at least 10,000 yuan to exchange for chips. Don't worry, Zhao Su confidently replied, as he had a fortune of 100 million in his bank account. Just a few days ago, he had received 20,000 yuan after a car accident settlement. Zhao Su promptly transferred 20,000 yuan from his phone to Nong Quan. Young master, why are you transferring money to me again? Nong Quan questioned, puzzled by the notification on his phone. Just some pocket money for you. But I still have money. Zhao Su spoke in a commanding tone. Take it, and that's that. Yes, young master. Once inside the underground casino, Zhao Su exchanged 10,000 yuan for chips. This so-called underground casino only boasted a few mahjong tables, card games, dice, and a few slot machines. Wu Guoyang, though still young, sported a full beard. As soon as Zhao Su entered, he spotted Wu Guoyang, who was dressed as staff, serving customers. A staff member approached Zhao Su with a smile, respectfully asking, what would you like to play, brother? Texas Hold'em. Is there a game going? There is. The staff member guided Zhao Su to a table where 3 players were already engaged in the game. Texas Hold'em is a popular card game featuring a deck of 28 cards, typically played by 2 to 4 players. Following the success of Chow Yun-Fat's God of Gamblers, this game had become a favorite in casinos. Zhao Su's father, Zhao Xiaotian, had a friend skilled in card tricks, and Zhao Su had learned from that individual for nearly 2 years during his teenage years. While Wu Guoyang was attending to a mahjong table, he glanced up and spotted Zhao Su. Approaching him, he greeted, Mr. Zhao, you've arrived. Yes, Zhao Su nodded and asked Wu Guoyang, how much do you owe? Wu Guoyang appeared momentarily startled, not expecting Zhao Su to be aware of his debt. After a moment, he stammered, over 200,000. Zhao Su furrowed his brow and inquired, how did you accumulate such debt? Well, Wu Guoyang pulled Zhao Su aside, explaining that a few months prior, his mother had fallen ill and required 100,000 yuan for treatment. He had intended to borrow the money from Li Qingqing, but her company had encountered legal issues due to trademark infringement. With Yezi Packaging Design halted, Wu Guoyang lost his source of income and resorted to borrowing from loan sharks. In just a few months, the original loan had ballooned to over 200,000 yuan. Due to my inability to repay the debt, I agreed to work at this casino for free for 2 years to settle my obligations to the loan shark. Consequently, I had no choice but to abandon my position at Yezi Packaging Design Company. After listening to Wu Guiliang's account, Zhao Su stated, I will cover your debts for now. You can return to Yezi Packaging Design Company, and I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan for living expenses, while you can gradually repay the rest. Mr. Zhao, if what you say is true, I am willing to return to the company. Wu Guiliang responded, elated. Continuing to work in this place would only further entrap Wu Guiliang, making it impossible for him to escape this predicament. Zhao Su's proposal undoubtedly offered Wu Guiliang a glimmer of hope. Zhao Su, maintaining a serious demeanor, said to Wu Guiliang, however, I currently do not possess that much money. I need to gamble a bit first. You must not disclose this to my wife, as she despises gamblers. Moreover, please refrain from mentioning your work experience at the casino to her. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, I will not speak a word, Wu Guiliang assured him. However, you do not possess enough funds to redeem me. Are you jesting? Not at the moment, but I will shortly, Zhao Su replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he approached the poker table. Gentlemen, may I join you? Zhao Su inquired as he took a seat at the table with 3 others. A bald man nodded in agreement, signaling to a smaller individual beside him. Zhao Su discerned that the bald man and the smaller fellow might be conspiring to deceive the bespectacled man across the table. The bespectacled man, speaking with an accent, asked Zhao Su, brother, shall we play with 100 as the base? Certainly, Zhao Su responded, tossing a white chip onto the table. The chips came in 3 colors, white, red, and blue. A white chip represented 100 yuan, a red chip 500, and a blue chip 1,000. The dealer, a woman in a black professional outfit with a short skirt, appeared to be around 30. While her looks were rather ordinary, her figure could only be described as voluptuous. After dealing 1 card to Zhao Su, he found it to be a king. The second round revealed a jack, while the bald man's highest card was an ace. The bald man immediately wagered 2 white chips, and Zhao Su followed suit, receiving an ace in return. Without hesitation, he placed a 500 yuan red chip into the pot. The smaller man, possessing a poor hand, folded. Both the bald man and the bespectacled man matched the 500 yuan bet. Ultimately, Zhao Su achieved a black dragon, defeating the other 2 players and winning several thousand yuan in a single round. While others attributed this to Zhao Su's luck, he had only lost 3 hands. Otherwise, he had triumphed in every round. By the time he finished playing, he had accumulated a total of 210,000 yuan in chips. Although this fell short of the 280,000 yuan Wu Guiliang owed, he planned to cover the remaining amount out of his own pocket, ensuring Wu Guiliang would not suspect his newfound wealth. Upon receiving the transfer of 210,000 yuan, Zhao Su said to Wu Guiliang, Guiliang, take me to see your boss. I will repay your debt. Wu Guiliang, astonished by Zhao Su's winnings, led him through 2 iron gates into an office. Inside sat a hefty man weighing at least 200 jin. After entering, Wu Guiliang addressed the man, Brother Yu, this friend of mine has come to repay my debt. The man's surname was Yu, and he was known in the underworld as Fathead Fish, with his real name being Yu Qingjiang. Yu Qingjiang had already witnessed Zhao Su's winning streak through the surveillance cameras. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly regarded Zhao Su and said, Brother, winning money in my casino and then using it to settle your friend's debts, quite the ingenious plan you have. Chapter 16. No contracts for them. Upon hearing Fathead Fish Yu Qingjiang's words, Zhao Su merely smiled slightly. He retrieved a box of 15 yuan fine cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring with nonchalance. Boss Yu, since you operate a casino, surely you do not prohibit guests from winning money. That is not my intention. I merely wanted to inquire if you might be interested in working for us. Not interested, Zhao Su replied coldly, outright rejecting Yu Qingjiang's proposal. Boss Yu, please present Wu Guiliang's IOU. I am here to repay it. Yu Qingjiang rummaged through his drawer and produced the IOU written by Wu Guiliang. Wu Guiliang nodded toward Zhao Su, indicating he had indeed written it. Zhao Su transferred the total amount of 286,000 yuan, principal and interest, to Yu Qingjiang. Just as Zhao Su and Wu Guiliang were about to leave, Yu Qingjiang let out a cold laugh and remarked, if I simply let you 2 walk away, then I, Fathead Fish, would lose face. Winning my money to repay your debts? How absurd! Zhao Su raised an eyebrow and retorted. What, do you wish to act tough? What if I do? Yu Qingjiang replied. He pressed a button on his desk, and 4 burly men immediately pushed the door open and entered. Yu Qingjiang ordered coldly. Teach them a lesson. Zhao Su extinguished the cigarette, but on the floor, just as Nong Quan had already lunged forward without waiting for Zhao Su to speak. Nong Quan, with a single-minded focus on fighting, seemed to find joy only in brawling. Before the four burly men could comprehend the situation, they found themselves knocked to the ground by Nong Quan's successive punches. Nong Quan's innate strength earned him the nickname Farmer Sanquan. One punch sent one down, 2 punches injured, 3 punches killed. The office was small, and by the time Yu Qingjiang realized what had transpired, his subordinates were curled up on the floor, groaning in pain. Nong Quan clapped his hands and said to Zhao Su, "Young master, it's all taken care of." Zhao Su nodded, turning to the astonished Yu Qingjiang, and said, "Boss Yu, it would be wise for you to think twice before acting. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to shut down your casino by tomorrow." With that, he left with a stunned Wu Guoyang in tow. After Zhao Su's departure, Yu Qingjiang called his superior, Wen Bao. The Wen family consisted of 3 brothers, with Wen Bao being the youngest. Upon hearing Yu Qingjiang's report, Wen Bao was taken aback and said, "Old Yu, quickly look into this young man's background. Someone capable of shutting down our casino is not to be trifled with." "Bao Ge, are we not going to deal with him? Deal with him? Are you unaware of the current crackdown? I am even considering closing the casino and pursuing other business ventures. Hurry and investigate." Wen Bao angrily hung up the phone. Exiting the casino, Wu Guoyang looked at Nong Quan as if he were a monster. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Nong Quan single-handedly take down those thugs with ease. Yu Qingjiang had encountered Nong Quan before. Li Qingqing often scolded Zhao Su for associating with a fool, yet she had no idea this fool was so formidable. Zhao Su instructed Wu Guoyang, "Guoyang, do not mention the casino incident to your boss. Li Da, do you understand what I mean?" "I understand. Mr. Zhao, thank you so much." "No need to thank me. Just focus on working diligently. By the way, do you have contact information for your other colleagues? Inform them that if they return to work, their salaries will be increased by 10%. Yes, Mr. Zhao, leave this matter to me." Zhao Su, pleased with the simplicity of the task, patted Wu Guoyang's shoulder cheerfully and said, "All right, remember to ensure they arrive at the company on time tomorrow." Within less than a day, nearly all the former employees of Yezi Packaging Design were summoned back, impressing even Zhao Su himself. Realizing the time, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no," for he had missed the time to pick up his child from kindergarten. "Nong Quan, you head back. I need to go to the kindergarten to fetch Yezi." Without waiting for Nong Quan to respond, Zhao Su jumped into the car and pressed the accelerator. Speeding towards the kindergarten on the way, he dialed the kindergarten teacher, Su Lin. When the call connected, Su Lin said, "Mr. Zhao, I finally reached you." Zhao Su then realized that there was no phone signal in the underground casino. To make a call, one had to use a landline. "Su teacher, I was caught up with something. By the way, are you still at the kindergarten? We have already finished for the day. Yezi is with me, so you need not worry that I took her to KFC at Qinghe Bay for some hamburgers. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Zhao Su drove at breakneck speed towards Qinghe Bay at KFC. Noticing that little Yezi had been sullen all day, Su Lin asked her, "Yezi, I treated you to KFC, yet you still seem unhappy. Why is that?" "Teacher, I am worried about my mother," Yezi replied, tears welling in her eyes. "What happened to your mother? She is ill and went to see the doctor," Su Lin exclaimed softly. Then continued, "By the way, Yezi, why did you transfer kindergartens last time? My mother's company went bankrupt. Therefore, my dad wanted to transfer me to a more affordable kindergarten." "What does your father do now?" "He used to stay at home. Now he works as a driver for a boss." Su Lin had initially assumed Zhao Su was a successful professional, only to realize he was a man supported by his wife. After Zhao Su parked the car, he rushed into KFC, panting. Su Lin waved at him. When he approached, he noticed his daughter had already finished her meal. "Su teacher, how much do I owe you?" "I'll pay you," he said, rummaging through his pockets but finding not a single coin. Embarrassed, he admitted, "I forgot my wallet. I'll just transfer you the money." He promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Lin. "Mr. Zhao, it was I who treated Yezi to the hamburgers. Why are you sending me so much money? Of that, 800 yuan is for Yezi's tuition, and the remaining is my way of thanking you." He then lifted little Yezi and said, "Yezi, say goodbye to Su teacher." "Goodbye, Su teacher." Little Yezi waved. "Goodbye." After Zhao Su left with little Yezi, Su Lin glanced at the 10,000 yuan transferred by Zhao Su, her mind racing with questions. Were they not facing bankruptcy? Why did they not transfer Yezi to another school, and yet were so generous? Once in the car, little Yezi said to Zhao Su, "Daddy, I want to go to the hospital to see Mommy." "Of course, my dear, let us go right now." Just as Zhao Su drove a short distance, he received a call from Han Min, the vice president of Shiri Group. "Zhao Gongzi, this is Han Min. I know you. What is it you wish to discuss?" Zhao Su replied while driving. The Tao family is your in-laws. Correct. President Chen asked me to inquire about the Tao family's interest in collaborating on a newly awarded project this year. What are your thoughts? Zhao Su responded solemnly, do not grant them the project. Chapter 17. I will make you willingly fall for me upon returning to the hospital and informing Li Qingqing that he had nearly brought back all the former employees of Yezi Packaging Design Company. Li Qingqing could scarcely believe her ears. Has Zhou Ting returned? She asked incredulously. Zhao Su nodded and replied, she has. What about Wu Guoyang, Wu Ge? He has returned too. After Zhao Su contacted Zhou Ting, he put the call on speakerphone, allowing Li Qingqing to hear. Zhou Ting's excited voice came through. Qingjie, this is fantastic. I can finally return to work alongside you. Zhao Su chose not to mention Wu Guoyang and the others about Li Qingqing's hospitalization. Li Qingqing's voice trembled as she said, it's good to have you back. Good to have you back. When Zhao Su called Wu Guoyang for the second time, Wu Guoyang fervently assured Li Qingqing, I guarantee to work overtime and complete the company's production tasks. Li Miao Miao, Li Qingqing's younger sister, gazed at Zhao Su, who was feeding little Yezi fruit, her heart filled with doubt. Was this truly the same Zhao Su who had once seemed so inept? Within less than a day, he had managed to summon nearly 20 former employees back to the company. Such remarkable capability did not seem characteristic of someone ineffectual. After Li Qingqing hung up the phone, Zhao Su proudly declared, my dear, you can now confidently entrust the company to my management. You've done well. Tomorrow morning, have them clean the office, and then give the design drafts to Zhou Ting for her to produce according to the specifications. Rest assured, my dear, we will produce the products that our clients require with high quality and within the stipulated time. Zhao Su let little Yezi stay in the hospital for a while before having Li Miao Miao take her home. He then washed a warm towel and gently wiped Li Qingqing's face. Initially, Li Qingqing resisted, but upon seeing Zhao Su's sincere gaze, she relented and allowed him to help her. Zhao Su's focused expression unexpectedly made Li Qingqing feel a rush of emotions. In that moment, she found him rather charming. Do I have something on my face? Zhao Su asked instinctively. Noticing her gaze, Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare and coldly replied, I am observing you to see if you have any ulterior motives. Rest assured, my dear, I would never take advantage of you. I will make you willingly fall for me. You will never reach that moment. With a frosty expression, Li Qingqing said to Zhao Su, even if I do not like you, it does not change the fact that you are the father of my child. For Yezi's sake, I hope you do not continue to decline, my dear. You need not worry. I will strive to improve, Zhao Su assured her. Li Qingqing took Zhao Su's words as mere wind passing through her ears, as he had made similar promises before. The following morning, after Li Miao Miao dropped little Yezi off at kindergarten, she came to the hospital to replace Zhao Su. Zhao Su went directly to Yezi Packaging Design Company. Upon his arrival, Zhou Ting, Wu Guoyang, and others were already waiting there. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 20 people present. Zhao Su handed one key to Zhou Ting and another to Wu Guoyang. Seeing that Li Qingqing was absent, Zhou Ting asked curiously, brother-in-law, where is our Li president? Qingqing just underwent an appendectomy and will return in a few days to work with everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhao Su raised his voice, all right, everyone, quiet down. I, Zhao Su, have something to say. As the chatter subsided, he continued, you all know that our family recently encountered a lawsuit. Qingqing sold our house and car, yet she did not sell the production equipment, hoping that one day Yezi Packaging Design Company would make a comeback. Now, we have repaid Junua's debts and received a directed design order from the largest enterprise in the city, the Yuan Shoutian Group. Therefore, in the days to come, we will have a continuous stream of business and overflowing revenue. The promise I made to increase everyone's salaries by 20% will be fulfilled without fail. As Zhao Su finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted, led by Wu Guoyang and Zhou Ting. Once the applause subsided, Zhao Su added, everyone is an old employee of the company. If we can turn losses into profits this year, I personally promise to give each of you a bonus of 10,000 yuan at year-end and take everyone to the Haishang Huang restaurant for a celebratory feast. I hope everyone will work diligently at Yezi Company. The Haishang Huang restaurant was renowned as a high-end dining establishment in Linjiang City, which none of the employees could usually afford. When they heard that Zhao Su not only promised to give each person an extra bonus of 10,000 yuan, but also planned a grand year-end celebration, they were all filled with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. What surprised the employees even more was how quickly Yezi Packaging Design had resumed production. And the orders they had received were from the largest Shiri group in the city. As the applause subsided, Zhao Su addressed the crowd, stating, "Everyone, let us commence the cleaning process, adhering to high standards and strict procedures." Wu Guoyang, having long since surrendered to Zhao Su's leadership, raised his arm and called out to the workers, "Let us clean with utmost diligence, ensuring we do not disappoint the expectations set forth by General Manager Li and Mr. Zhao." Observing the fervor with which the employees undertook their tasks, Zhao Su felt a sense of satisfaction. He summoned Zhou Ting to his office and handed her his USB drive containing designs from Linjiang, instructing her to produce the design drafts as per the documents contained within. The files on the USB were merely the initial batch of designs. Just as Zhao Su concluded his instructions, he received a call from Linjiang. "Zhao Su, where are you?" she inquired. "I'm at the office. Just finished the morning meeting with the staff." Zhao Su replied. Li Qingqing responded with excitement, "You need to head over to Shiri Group. They have new design drafts to give us." "All right, I shall go at once." After hanging up, Zhao Su turned to Zhou Ting, saying, "Zhou Ting, please begin your work promptly. Shiri Group has new design drafts for us, and I am heading there now." Zhou Ting, along with several designers, was elated. Zhao Su added, "You all proceed with your tasks. I am off to Shiri Group." After departing from Yezi Packaging Design Company, Zhao Su drove while placing a call to Chen Tianhe. "Old Chen, have you uncovered the mastermind behind the troubles at Qingqing's company?" "Not yet, but I have enlisted the finest private detective from the provincial capital to investigate. I believe results will come swiftly." "Good. Expedite the process." Chapter 18. Make an offer. Upon returning to Shiri Group, no one dared to obstruct Zhao Su, for all were aware that he was the newly appointed driver of Chen Tianhe. However, when the security guard noticed the significant damage to the front bumper of Zhao Su's phaeton, he couldn't help but scoff, thinking, how can someone with such driving skills be entrusted as Mr. Chen's driver? He snapped a photo, which soon circulated among the internal employee group at Shiri Group. Zhao Su made his way directly to the office of Miao Wenli from the Advertising and Public Relations Department. Since learning that Zhao Su was held in high regard by Chen Tianhe, Miao Wenli's demeanor had shifted from mockery to cordiality. Having painstakingly climbed to her current position, she was unwilling to jeopardize her lucrative salary. "Zhao Su, where is Qingqing?" Miao Wenli inquired, pouring Zhao Su a glass of water. Taken aback by her unexpected hospitality, Zhao Su replied coolly, "Qingqing has matters to attend to. I am here to collect the design drafts." Miao Wenli approached Zhao Su, their proximity of merely 30 centimeters causing a waft of her musky fragrance to envelop him. With a flirtatious expression, she gazed at Zhao Su and said, "Zhao Su, you are quite favored by Old Chen now. Shiri Group has just secured a new project in the new district, and a relative of mine is in construction. Could you perhaps speak to Old Chen on my behalf? If successful, I would offer you a 5% kickback and treat you to a meal." She delicately scratched the back of Zhao Su's hand. Miao Wenli, while not lacking in looks or figure, was overly cunning. Underestimating Zhao Su's resilience after all these years would be a grave mistake. Zhao Su gently pushed Miao Wenli away, inadvertently brushing against her soft chest. "Oh, you are quite mischievous," Miao Wenli purred. "Apologies, you were simply too close. It was an accident." "No need to explain. I understand." Miao Wenli tossed her hair back, exhibiting a display of allure akin to a peacock in courtship. Zhao Su thought to himself, "You think you understand?" Yet he responded, "Miao Wenli, you ought to consult Han Min regarding this matter. What use is it to come to me? Han Min will also have to heed Old Chen's words. Besides, if Han Min can negotiate, why would I need to involve you?" "I apologize. I cannot assist you with this," Zhao Su firmly declined. "Please hand over the design drafts. I must prepare to drive Old Chen shortly." Miao Wenli's countenance fell upon hearing Zhao Su's refusal. However, upon reconsideration, she realized that Zhao Su was her only link to Chen Tianhe. She quickly brightened, saying, "Very well. We can discuss this matter later. However, I have heard that the Tao family is also vying for a partnership with Shiri Group. Think it over, and if you have any conditions, feel free to bring them to me." Miao Wenli cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Su, hinting at something. "All right, I will contemplate it," Zhao Su acknowledged, recognizing Miao Wenli's potential utility and refraining from closing the door completely on the conversation. After obtaining the design drafts, as Zhao Su was about to leave, he encountered Li Qingqing's uncle, Tao Ai Yuan, emerging from Han Min's office. Noticing the dejected expression on Tao Ai Yuan's face, Zhao Su surmised that Han Min had rebuffed him quite thoroughly. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Tao Ai Yuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief, asking, Zhao Su, what brings you here? Oh, I am here on business for Shiri Group, Zhao Su replied. Business? Tao Ai Yuan assumed Zhao Su was there to advocate for his younger sister. Tao Ai Hua, and mockingly remarked, Little Su, you should inform your mother-in-law to abandon her aspirations regarding Shiri Group. If I cannot secure a deal, she certainly stands no chance. Zhao Su feigned shock, saying, Uncle, wasn't the Tao family previously a partner of Shiri Group? You and Deputy General Han share a long-standing relationship. Wouldn't he refuse you this courtesy, would he? This is not merely a question of courtesy. The project awarded to Shiri Group this time is worth hundreds of billions. Think about it. Who wouldn't he want a slice of that pie? Oh, then we surely cannot compete with you, Uncle. Please continue your efforts. I shall take my leave. Zhao Su waved goodbye to Tao Ai Yuan and hurriedly departed. Tao Ai Yuan scoffed, muttering to himself, my younger sister is truly short-sighted, sending a useless person to negotiate. What good can that achieve? Upon returning to his vehicle, Zhao Su drove back to Yezi Packaging Design Company, where he handed over the drafts to Zhou Ting. After reviewing them, Zhou Ting confidently declared that there would be no issues and proceeded to calculate the potential earnings. Just from these 2 batches of design drafts, the company was set to profit nearly 100,000 yuan. If Shiri Group continued to supply designs in such a manner, it was indeed possible for Li Qingqing to regain her house and car. Reflecting on the house, Zhao Su suddenly felt the urge to repurchase the spacious home he had previously sold. With Li Qingqing's birthday approaching next month, he yearned to provide her with a grand surprise. However, he would need to concoct a plausible explanation to cover his tracks. Regardless, he resolved to prioritize buying back the house. He could not allow his wife and child to languish in a rented space indefinitely. Zhao Su drove directly to Linfu Garden, a well-known mid-to-high-end neighborhood in Linjiang City, where property prices soared to nearly 13,000 yuan per square meter, in stark contrast to the city's average of around 7,000 yuan. Arriving at his former home, Zhao Su rang the doorbell. Who is it? A man's voice echoed through the intercom. Zhao Su explained, I am the original owner of this house. I wish to discuss a matter with you. After the door was opened, Zhao Su entered the residence of the new tenants. He noted with regret that the decor had been entirely revamped and bore no resemblance to the style from when he had married. If it weren't for Li Qingqing's desperate situation, they would not have resorted to selling their house and car. The new tenant, surnamed Chen, introduced himself as Chen Ping. He and his spouse were expatriate professionals, representing a class of educated elites. Recognizing Zhao Su, Chen Ping welcomed him inside and inquired, Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? It is this. My wife's company encountered legal troubles and in desperation, we sold our home. Now we wish to repurchase it. Would you be willing to sell? Chen Ping and his wife exchanged glances before Chen Ping coldly responded, Mr. Zhao, are you joking? We just moved in after finishing renovations. We will not sell. Indeed, it took us nearly a month to complete the renovations. We are quite fond of the layout, his wife added, reiterating their refusal. Zhao Su insisted, this house holds special significance for my family. I believe there is no deal that cannot be struck. Name your price. Chen Ping and his wife exchanged glances, then Chen Ping probed, Mr. Zhao, has it only been a month since you sold the house? And now you have the funds to buy it back. You need not worry about the money. Just state your price. Chen Ping, hoping to deter Zhao Su, stated, we purchased this house for 1.5 million and spent nearly 400,000 on renovations. Given the current market conditions, it is worth at least 2.3 million. If you wish to repurchase it, the firm price is 3 million. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it. Zhao Su smiled and replied, very well, 3 million it is. Chapter 19. Even pets have their affections. Zhao Su repurchased the house that Li Qingqing had sold for 3 million yuan, and they agreed that the new tenants would vacate within 3 days. They proceeded to the real estate transaction center, where they exchanged payment and completed the name transfer paperwork. Coincidentally, the staff member handling the paperwork was the same one who had assisted them previously. Who teased, what is going on with you two? In less than 2 months, you are back again changing names. Zhao Su and the tenant exchanged smiles, unsure how to respond. At last, the housing matter was settled, and his wife and child would no longer have to reside in a cramped, dilapidated rental property. Yet, how would he conceal this from Li Qingqing? An idea suddenly struck him. He pulled out his phone and called Chen Tianhe. After hearing Zhao Su's plan, Chen Tianhe assured him of his full support, guaranteeing a seamless execution. This brought Zhao Su a sense of relief. With this strategy, he should be able to keep the truth from Li Qingqing for the time being. Having lived as a son-in-law for several years, If Zhao Su were to suddenly declare himself a billionaire, Li Qingqing would undoubtedly struggle to accept such a reality. Furthermore, their marriage was sustained solely by their child, lacking any emotional foundation. All of this required a gradual process. It was not yet time to unveil the truth to Li Qingqing. As the time to pick up their child approached, Zhao Su drove directly to the kindergarten. The car had only sustained a dent the size of a soccer ball on the front bumper after the collision, which did not hinder its drivability, so he saw no need to visit the service center. He planned to swap it for a new vehicle from Chen Tianhe in a few days and have someone assist with repairs. After picking up little Yezi, Zhao Su drove straight to the hospital. Li Qingqing's condition had improved markedly following her surgery, and the doctor indicated that she would likely be discharged in 2 or 3 days. As soon as little Yezi entered the ward, she dashed to Li Qingqing's side. Li Qingqing gently stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with maternal affection, softly asking, "Yezi, were you a good girl at kindergarten today? Did you listen to your teacher?" "Mommy, I was very good and quite impressive," Yezi replied with a proud expression. Li Qingqing blinked and smiled, asking, "Oh? In what way were you impressive?" "Last time, I had a fight with Nyo Nyo, but now he is my bodyguard and little follower. No one dares to bully me anymore." Li Miao Miao burst into laughter and teased little Yezi. "Yezi, you are something. Your aunt has never achieved such status." Little Yezi's arrival filled the ward with laughter and joy. Zhao Su turned to Li Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, don't you have class tomorrow? You needn't come here to care for your sister. I will handle it." "All right, I will help you with little Yezi today. Tomorrow morning, I will take her to kindergarten, and then I will head back to school," Li Miao Miao replied. Li Qingqing nodded, saying, "Little sister, study hard and strive to get into a top university. When the time comes, I will help support your studies abroad." Li Miao Miao pouted, saying, "What is so great about studying abroad? I prefer my own country." "You silly girl, studying abroad allows you to learn more advanced things. You can always return to your homeland to develop," Li Qingqing countered. "Let us talk about that later. Right now, I am overwhelmed with assignments and barely able to breathe," Li Miao Miao responded, picking up her bag and approaching little Yezi to take her hand, asking, "Yezi, shall we go home? Aunt will treat you to pizza." "Aunt, you are so kind. I haven't had pizza in ages," little Yezi exclaimed, giving Li Miao Miao a peck on the cheek before being swept away by her. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhao Su suddenly felt a profound sense of failure as a person. The ward was left with only Li Qingqing and Zhao Su, and Li Qingqing's demeanor shifted to one of coldness as she urgently questioned, "Zhao Su, how is the company faring? Here are the photos I took. You can see for yourself," Zhao Su said, handing his phone to Li Qingqing. He had captured several images of the workers returning to their tasks, intending to show them to her. As Li Qingqing looked through the photos, tears welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "Xiao Ling, Fatty and the others have returned. Dear, why are you crying? They are all back." Zhao Su reassured her, "I'm not crying out of sorrow. I'm just so happy," she replied, handing the phone back to Zhao Su. After accepting the warm towel he offered, she wiped her tears. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhao Su's mother-in-law, Tao Ai Hua, entered with her husband. Holding a pot of nourishing pigeon soup, she glared at Zhao Su upon seeing him in the ward and plopped down onto the chair by the bedside. "Qingqing, I made you some pigeon soup. It's said to be good for healing wounds. You should drink it while it's hot." "Mom, just leave it there. I have no appetite right now. I will drink it later," Li Qingqing replied. With a glimmer in her eye, Tao Ai Hua added, "Qingqing, let me discuss something with you." Zhao Su furrowed his brow, sensing that his mother-in-law's pigeon soup was not just a harmless gesture. "Mom, what is it? Please tell me." Tao Ai Hua proceeded to share, "Your uncle has approached Shiri Group to negotiate a partnership on behalf of the Tao family, but they were turned down. If Shiri Group has rejected the Tao family, there is little I can do to help." Tao Ai Hua signaled to Li Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, isn't Yuan Mu's brother acquainted with the deputy general at Shiri Group? Could you give Yuan Mu a call and see if we can invite the deputy general to our home for a visit? Your grandmother has said that if our relationship with Shiri Group falters, the Tao family will be finished." Li Qingqing replied impatiently, "I do not share the Tao surname." "You?" Tao Ai Hua was enraged and nearly slapped her daughter. During Li Qingqing's legal troubles, not a single member of the Tao family had extended a hand to assist. Now that the Tao family faced difficulties, she was naturally unwilling to entertain their grievances. "Mom, I will not call Yuan Mu. You might as well give up on that idea," Li Qingqing stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Tao Ai Hua's expression darkened. She stood up abruptly, irate. "I cannot believe I raised such an ungrateful child." Not only did you marry a useless man, but when the family is in trouble, you also refuse to help. Once again, Zhao Su found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire. The anger that had been simmering within Li Qingqing erupted as she shouted at her mother. What about when I was in trouble? I sold our house and car. Who helped me? Tao Ai Hua scoffed. Who told you to marry a useless man? Did I choose to marry him? Li Qingqing retorted defiantly. Enraged, Tao Ai Hua trembled, pointing at Li Qingqing. I have always told you. If you divorce Zhao Su, I will cover your legal fees. You get to decide whether we marry or divorce. Li Qingqing, with tears in her eyes and a choked voice, lamented, I, Li Qingqing, have become second-hand goods, worthless in the eyes of other men. Moreover, with Yezi still so young, what do you expect the child to do? Tao Aihua pointed at Zhao Su and questioned Li Qingqing. Are you truly willing to spend your life with a useless person? Li Qingqing was already weeping profusely when she replied, Mom, even pets have feelings. How can a living person be any different? No matter how inadequate Zhao Su may be, he cannot change the fact that he is Yezi's father. I will give him a chance, unless he willingly chooses to continue his downward spiral. A chance? What success can he achieve by driving for others? If he spends his life behind the wheel, he will still just be a driver. Enough. Zhao Su shouted sternly, pointing at Tao Aihua. Get out. Qingqing has just undergone surgery and needs to rest. Tao Aihua was once again taken aback by Zhao Su, who seemed to have changed. Yet, she could not pinpoint how. With a glare at Zhao Su, Tao Aihua exited the hospital room, followed closely by Li Qingqing's father, Li Guolong. Zhao Su, seeing Li Qingqing defend him in front of her parents, expressed his gratitude. Qingqing, thank you. You needn't thank me. If you do not repent and continue to be so lazy, I, Li Qingqing, will eventually divorce you. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Qingqing looked heart-wrenching. Chapter 20. Do not think driving a Bentley makes you impressive. It was the day for Li Qingqing to be discharged from the hospital. Her parents, Tao Aihua and Li Guolong, arrived early. After helping to pack her belongings, Zhao Su was about to take Li Qingqing home when Tao Aihua called out, Wait a moment. Li Qingqing, slightly taken aback, furrowed her brows and asked her mother, Mom, is there something else? Yuan Mu is coming to pick you up. Tao Aihua winked at her daughter. Li Qingqing, displeased, retorted, I don't need him to pick me up. She turned to Zhao Su and inquired, Zhao Su, didn't you drive here? I did. Zhao Su thought to himself that Yuan Mu seemed determined to entangle himself with his wife, and it was time to give him a warning to back off. Then let's go. We needn't wait for him. Li Qingqing, with her stubborn temperament, strode out first. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they saw a black Bentley parked in front of Li Qingqing. The car door swung open, and Yuan Mu stepped out, snatching a small bag from Li Qingqing's hand. Qingqing, I arrived late for a meeting. Hurry and get in. Zhao Su stepped forward, snatching the item back from Yuan Mu and coldly stated, Yuan Mu, what are you trying to do? Li Qingqing is my wife. Why do you need to pick her up from the hospital? Yuan Mu's handsome face turned awkward. Tao Aihua quickly interjected, I asked Yuan Mu to come. Yuan Mu, sensing the atmosphere, promptly added, Yes, yes. It was Andy who asked me to come pick up Qingqing. Tao Aihua embellished, Qingqing, this car is a Bentley. You've never ridden in one, have you? Hurry and get in. Li Qingqing maintained a frosty demeanor, replying, No, I prefer to ride with Zhao Su. Zhao Su, where's your car? It's in the parking lot. Wait here, I'll get it. Zhao Su said, hastily running off to facilitate Li Qingqing's discharge. Zhao Su had exchanged his crashed vehicle with Chen Tianhe for a special Rolls-Royce. When Zhao Su arrived at the hospital in the Rolls-Royce, Li Qingqing, Tao Aihua, and Yuan Mu were still scanning the vicinity, wondering where Zhao Su had gone. Zhao Su emerged from the Rolls-Royce, and Tao Aihua and her husband, along with Yuan Mu, stared in astonishment. Li Qingqing was somewhat less surprised, knowing Zhao Su worked for Chen Tianhe, but she had not anticipated him driving Chen Tianhe's Rolls-Royce. Qingqing, get in. Zhao Su gently assisted Li Qingqing. She nodded and addressed Yuan Mu, Yuan Su, thank you for coming all this way to pick me up. We'll be leaving now. Yuan Mu nodded, his expression darkening. Zhao Su did not forget to taunt, Yuan Su, do not think driving a Bentley makes you impressive. True wealthy individuals are always low-key. Tao Aihua and her husband exchanged glances and then also entered the Rolls-Royce. Although the Tao family was prominent in Linjiang City, they had never ridden in a luxury vehicle worth over 10 million. Such a car was not merely a purchase for the wealthy. It symbolized status. In all of Linjiang City, there were only 2 Rolls-Royces. Zhao Su's father-in-law, Li Guolong, praised him, Zhao Su, you're doing well. Just a few days apart, and you're driving a Rolls-Royce. Father-in-law, this is my boss's car, Zhao Su replied while driving. Li Guolong curiously asked, your boss can drive a Rolls-Royce. He must be someone important. Who is he? He is Chen. Just as Zhao Su was about to say Chen Tianhe, Li Qingqing interjected, oh dad, Zhao Su's boss is Mr. Chen. She did not want her parents to know that Zhao Su worked for Chen Tianhe. Otherwise, her mother, Tao Aihua, would undoubtedly pester Zhao Su to seek out Chen Tianhe. Tao Aihua crossed her arms, coolly stating, Zhao Su, you've made a bit of progress. At least you know how to work now. However, you still fall far short of my ideal son-in-law. Zhao Su could hardly believe his ears. This was the first time his mother-in-law, Tao Aihua, had praised him. Excitedly, he replied, Mother-in-law, I will strive to do better. Merely striving is insufficient. You must make something of yourself. Otherwise, it won't be us looking down on you. But others will say my daughter, Qingqing, is a flower growing in cow dung. Mom, you're starting to nag again, Li Qingqing interrupted, not wanting to hear her mother's incessant chatter. You, my dear daughter, are getting a bit too bold. I merely say a few things and you consider it nagging. You do tend to nag. Just ask my dad. Li Guolong chuckled, adding, she does have a tendency to nag. What did you say? Tao Aihua seized Li Guolong's ear, asking sternly, oh, not only do you nag, but you can be a bit violent too. Seeing her parents bickering, Li Qingqing couldn't help but smile. That it seemed this scene was all too familiar. Zhao Su first dropped off Tao Aihua and her husband at home before driving Li Qingqing back to their rented apartment. Li Qingqing intended to rest for another couple of days before returning to work. She said to Zhao Su seriously, Zhao Su, in the future, we should use our own car. Just drive Chen Lao's ordinary vehicle. All right, however, Chen Lao's least ostentatious car is still worth over $1 million. That Phaeton was just recently damaged by me. Chen Lao has sent Feng Gu to repair it. Since the Rolls-Royce is too flashy, I'll switch to a Mercedes or BMW. Zhao Su suddenly realized that his wife, Li Qingqing, still did not have a car to drive, suggesting, Qingqing, do you want me to borrow a car from Chen Lao for you? Otherwise, it's not practical to take a taxi every day for new business. Let us not borrow it. You just started working for Chen Lao. We shouldn't keep bothering him. How about this? You gave me $1 million before, and I still have a bit left. Since you know cars, accompany me to the used car market tomorrow to buy a second-hand car. How much do you want to spend? As long as it's functional. Since Li Qingqing was so insistent, Zhao Su did not push her to accept Chen Lao's car. That afternoon, Zhao Su went to Chen Tianhe and exchanged it for a Mercedes worth over $1 million, as driving the Rolls-Royce was indeed too ostentatious. After picking up his daughter, Xiao Yezi, Zhao Su noticed she seemed sullen in the car. He teased her. Yezi, why does your mood seem less than lovely today? Xiao Yezi pouted. Humph. I'm so mad today. As she spoke, her little legs were kicking in frustration. What happened? Zhao Su turned to ask his daughter while driving. That Chen Xiaotu said our family sold the big house and now we live in a doghouse. Hearing this, Zhao Su frowned. He thought to himself. Children these days are so young, yet they already begin to compare wealth. Zhao Su recognized the child named Chen Xiaotu. Their families once lived in the same upscale neighborhood. They must have learned about Li Qingqing's company going bankrupt and selling the house, leading to the child spreading rumors at kindergarten. Seeing his daughter so upset, Zhao Su comforted her. Yezi, although our house is a bit old and small, it's still a home, not a doghouse, and I promise you, I will earn enough to buy back our big house soon. Then you can tell Chen Xiaotu that our family can still afford a big house. Chapter 21. What happened to my sister-in-law? The next day, Zhao Su initially intended to take Li Qingqing to the Huayang Auto Trade Center. However, concerned about her health, he decided to let her stay home, assuring her that he would buy her a good car with high cost-effectiveness. Zhao Su had always enjoyed cars and was well-versed in their details since his time with the Zhao family. Since Li Qingqing was reluctant to spend too much on a vehicle, Zhao Su purchased a second-hand Volkswagen Sagittor for her at the price of $50,000, even though its actual value was over $90,000. Covering the difference out of his own pocket, Li Qingqing was overjoyed to see Zhao Su had bought her a Sagittor that had only been driven for 50,000 kilometers for $50,000. Though somewhat suspicious, Zhao Su easily brushed aside her doubts with a few words. After resting another day, Zhao Su drove Li Qingqing to their company. Upon entering the Yezi Packaging Design Company, Li Qingqing was pleasantly surprised to find the office and factory as orderly as ever, with workers diligently engaged in their tasks. She had not anticipated that Zhao Su had truly managed to hold the company together in her absence. When Zhou Ting saw Li Qingqing arrive, she excitedly embraced her and remarked, Sister Qing, we didn't get a chance to visit you while you were in the hospital, and now you're out already? I know you all have been busy. I missed you all. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere in the company, Zhao Su generously announced, "Everyone, finish your work early today. I'll treat you all to hot pot tonight." Everyone cheered in delight. Although Li Qingqing smiled, her heart ached. They were in dire need of funds, and Zhao Su, the spendthrift, was offering a feast without having collected any money yet. With over 20 employees, a meal would easily cost 1 or 2,000. Zhao Su seemed to sense Li Qingqing's concerns, and after Zhou Ting left, he whispered to her, "Wife, the employees have just returned. It's crucial to foster team spirit. Spending 1 or 2,000 now is worth it to maintain morale. Don't you realize we're tight on money? If we can't get the funds from Shiri Group back soon, the amount I have left, after paying the workers, won't even cover our inventory. Don't worry. I have the money for the workers' meal. You won't need to spend a dime." Li Qingqing furrowed her brows and asked, "Where did you get the money?" "I earned it. When I'm not driving for Chen Lao, I run Didi. The fuel costs are reimbursed, so all the earnings go into my pocket." Li Qingqing was left speechless. "You're driving a car worth over $1 million to run Didi. If Chen Lao finds out, he'll surely go crazy." Zhao Su replied, "Rich people don't care about these things." When it was time to pick up Xiao Yezi from kindergarten, Zhao Su went to get her and brought his daughter along to enjoy the hot pot. The company's employees were fond of Xiao Yezi and were aware that Zhao Su had married into the Li family. Previously, they had looked down on Zhao Su, considering him a man living off his wife. However, upon hearing that he was the one who helped save the company and called everyone back, their gazes toward Zhao Su transformed into ones of respect. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Zhao Su's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see a message from his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, which read, "Zhao Su, hurry to Heya City. I'm trapped here with a few friends." His expression changed dramatically. He showed the message to Li Qingqing, who urged him, "What are you waiting for? Go. If you can't resolve it, remember to call me." Zhao Su nodded and rushed out. It was rare for his sister-in-law to message him, and today she was sending a distress signal. He immediately called Nongquan, instructing him to meet him at Heya City. "Young master, are we going to fight?" Nongquan asked cheerfully. "Yes, we are." "All right, I'll be there right away." Upon arriving at Heya City, Zhao Su found Nongquan already waiting for him. As Zhao Su approached, Nongquan eagerly asked, "Young master, who are we fighting?" "Hold on, just follow my lead." Zhao Su hurriedly led Nongquan inside Heya City. They made their way to the second-floor booth, from where they could overlook the dance floor on the first floor. After scanning the area for a while, Zhao Su did not see his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao. Just then, he noticed that the person who had caused him trouble last time, Guizhirue, had entered a private room on the third floor. Zhao Su called for Nongquan and followed him upstairs to the room Guizhirue had entered. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene inside. There was his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, along with the girl from last time, Che Xiaomei, and 2 other girls, cornered by several tattooed men. Guizhirue was on his knees, being held down by a bald man. The bald man had odd spots on his head, resembling burns from cigarettes. When Zhao Su and Nongquan entered, everyone in the room froze. Li Miao Miao called out, "Brother-in-law." Zhao Su nodded at Li Miao Miao and, seeing that the bald man was the leader, said calmly, "You're the boss here, right? Release my sister-in-law, or face the consequences." "Oh. Who's this wild kid trying to teach me a lesson?" The bald man signaled, and his henchmen began to encircle Zhao Su and Nongquan. Nongquan was about to take action but held back when Zhao Su did not give the signal. The bald man coldly replied to Zhao Su, "I'll deal with this kid first, then I'll take care of you." He then slapped Guizhirue's face, sneering, "Guizhirue, isn't your family wealthy? If you want to redeem Che Xiaomei, cough up $1 million, otherwise, get lost." Guizhirue's father was indeed a millionaire, but there was no way he could fork over $1 million in pocket money. Guizhirue's monthly allowance was only around 80 to 100,000. How could he possibly gather $1 million on such short notice? Hearing the figure of $1 million, Zhao Su frowned. He simply could not understand how high school girls like Che Xiaomei and Li Miao Miao could have accrued such a massive debt. "Brother Leopard, just let Che Xiaomei go. I'll help you gather the money slowly." "Why dad won't he give me that much at once?" "That's your problem. As long as I don't see the money, I'll sell them to the nightclubs. With their looks, they'll be in high demand." The bald man pointed at Zhao Su and barked, "And you, if you want to redeem Li Miao Miao, cough up $1 million too. Otherwise, I'll sell her to a nightclub as well." At a tea that moment, Li Miao Miao regretted her decision. Zhao Su was a penniless man, and the allowance he received was from her sister. How could she have been so foolish as to send him a message for help? Yet, she dared not inform her family. If they found out, she would surely be in for a beating. Chapter 22. "Who on earth are you?" Guizire was unable to produce the funds, which incensed Che Xiaomei, who vehemently berated him as a scoundrel. She lamented that when they were together, he had showered her with sweet nothings. Yet now that she found herself in dire straits, he was evading responsibility and refusing to provide financial assistance. In a fit of rage, Che Xiaomei stood up and exclaimed, "Che Xiaomei, take a look in the mirror. Do you really think you're worth $1 million? If I had $1 million, do you think I would even consider you?" After this outburst, she directed her ire at the man beside her, declaring, "Bao Gu, I'm done with this matter. If you want to sell Che Xiaomei to a nightclub, then go ahead with that." She stormed out of the private room. When Bao approached, delivering a sharp slap to Che Xiaomei's face, causing her to cry out in anguish. His intention was to extort some money from the families of Li Miaomiao and Che Xiaomei. But Che Xiaomei's tirade had frightened off the wealthy Guizire. Zhao Su and Nong Quan were clearly not men of means. Enraged, when Bao barked at his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Teach them a lesson." Nong Quan promptly responded to Zhao Su's command to take action. With a powerful kick, he sent the man directly in front of him sprawling. Following this, he absorbed 2 punches from the men flanking him, but seized the opportunity to grasp their wrists, swinging them aside with great force. The last assailant aimed a side kick at Nong Quan's face, which he deflected with his arm. Quickly advancing, he landed a decisive punch to the opponent's chest, knocking him to the ground incapacitated. When Bao was taken aback, astonished to discover that Nong Quan, whom he had underestimated, possessed formidable skills, he drew a dagger and lunged at Nong Quan. Nong Quan dodged deftly, retreating until he reached the wall. When Bao unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Nong Quan's face, Nong Quan raised his arms to block the strike and retaliated with a kick to Wen Bao's chest, sending him tumbling toward Zhao Su. Zhao Su followed suit, launching a kick that sent Wen Bao crashing back into Nong Quan. Having played such games as children, the two had honed their skills to perfection. Wen Bao was left dazed, and before he could react, Nong Quan disarmed him with a swift motion, seizing the dagger from his grasp. With one arm wrapped around Wen Bao's neck and the dagger pressed against his throat, Nong Quan growled, "Don't move. Be careful or you'll find the blade coming out the other side." Li Miao Miao, Che Xiaomei, and the other 2 girls stood there, wide-eyed and shocked. Li Miao Miao had never witnessed Zhao Su in a fight, especially not this seemingly foolish Nong Quan, who she had always regarded as a simpleton. To her surprise, he displayed remarkable fighting prowess, and it seemed Zhao Su was no slouch either. "Brother-in-law, you're so cool," she cheered, clapping for Zhao Su. Zhao Su stepped closer to Wen Bao and said to Nong Quan, "Let him go." Nong Quan withdrew the dagger, and Zhao Su addressed Wen Bao. "Now, can we have a proper discussion?" Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, Wen Bao understood that even 10 or 8 men would not stand a chance against these 2. He found himself puzzled by the emergence of such formidable individuals in Linjiang City. Once seated again, Zhao Su opened a bottle of beer and took a hearty swig before burping and asking Wen Bao, "Now, tell me, what exactly is going on? How do my sisters owe you money?" Wen Bao hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Li Miao Miao interjected, "Let me explain." Thus, she recounted the events. Wen Bao had started a media company, and his employees masqueraded as talent scouts, persuading Li Miao Miao and her college friends to audition for a film. Upon arriving for the audition, they were duped into signing contracts, only to discover that the film was of an inappropriate nature. Li Miao Miao and Che Xiaomei refused to participate, but Wen Bao insisted that they would need to pay a penalty of 1 million for breach of contract. Otherwise, he threatened to sell them to a nightclub. After hearing the account, Zhao Su inquired about the contracts. "Where are they?" "Not here. They're at my company. Have your people go fetch them immediately." Wen Bao, feeling the intensity of Nong Quan's glare, dared not protest. He summoned one of his subordinates and whispered instructions. Zhao Su turned to his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, saying, "Miao Miao, take your classmates and leave. I need to talk to Mr. Wen." "Brother-in-law, why are you staying?" Li Miao Miao asked. Perplexed, "Don't ask too many questions. Just take your classmates and go." Zhao Su's voice turned stern and commanding. Li Miao Miao, feeling the weight of his authority, found herself stripped of her previous timid demeanor. There was no time for hesitation. She was eager to escape this tumultuous situation. Zhao Su reassured her, "Miao Miao, don't worry. I'll help you retrieve the contracts." With a soft Li Miao Miao gathered Che Xiaomei and the other 2 girls and departed. Once they left, Zhao Su fixed his gaze on Wen Bao, making him feel unnerved under the intensity of his scrutiny. "Wen Bao, you own the House ED nightclub, correct?" Zhao Su suddenly asked. "Yes, that's correct," Wen Bao replied cautiously. Unsure of Zhao Su's intentions. Name your price. How much for the club? Wen Bao, taken aback, could hardly believe what he was hearing. You want to buy my nightclub? Indeed. I quite like the atmosphere here, brother. Don't joke with me. This nightclub is not for sale. It's my livelihood. Zhao Su analyzed. Given the size and clientele of your establishment, you might earn a few $100,000 a month, perhaps a few million at most over the year. Here's the deal. I'll buy it for $20 million, and you'll continue to manage it for me. You can join me, and we'll make a fortune together. What? 20.20 million. Wen Bao swallowed hard, disbelief evident in his eyes. He was on the verge of questioning Zhao Su's financial capacity. Zhao Su pressed. What's the matter? Not selling. 20 million is a substantial offer, and I assure you, no one in Linjiang City can match it. Brother, if you can truly provide 20 million, then of course I will sell. Is it cash or a transfer? Transfer, please. Send me your account number. I'll transfer it now. After Wen Bao provided his account details, he soon received a notification. Your account ending in XX56 has received 20 million. Zhao Su was unfazed by the prospect of Wen Bao reneging. He had numerous methods to ensure the money would find its way to him should Wen Bao attempt to backtrack. Brother, wait. May I ask your surname? Wen Bao inquired, excitement etched on his face. Call me Zhao Su. Master Zhao, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. If you can truly help me prosper, I'll gladly align myself with you. Zhao Su raised his beer bottle, smiling as he said, to our partnership. Cheers. Cheers. Wen Bao echoed, lifting his own bottle. They clinked glasses and took hearty gulps of beer. Zhao Su informed Wen Bao that he would visit his company the following morning to retrieve the contracts before departing with Nong Quan. After Zhao Su left, Wen Bao immediately instructed his associate Fat Fish to investigate Zhao Su's background. The findings revealed that Zhao Su and Nong Quan were the infamous troublemakers from the casino incident, the very ones who had threatened to bankrupt those who crossed them. Wen Bao was taken aback, internally musing, heavens, who exactly is Zhao Su? Chapter 23. A shoulder to lean on after a night of drinking, Zhao Su allowed Nong Quan to drive him home. With his eyes half closed, he reflected on his circumstances. Though he had become a billionaire after inheriting his family's fortune, he had severed ties with the Zhao family and had no connection to the Xiaotian group. He realized he must forge his own path and establish his own power to reclaim his dignity from those who had once looked down upon him. After a long moment, Zhao Su opened his eyes and turned to Nong Quan, asking, Nong Quan, over the years, you've endured so much humiliation alongside me. Do you regret it? Nong Quan, a native of Shandong, replied, Young master, wherever you go, I shall follow. I will never regret it. I've put you through so much. I'm not the one who has been wronged. It's you, young master. I always knew you would return triumphant. I may not excel in many areas, but anyone who dares to bully you will certainly taste my fists. Zhao Su felt warmth in his heart at Nong Quan's words. Though Nong Quan lacked talent in other areas, he remained fiercely loyal, having been treated as an equal by Zhao Su, unlike others who dismissed him as a fool. Thus, Nong Quan would heed only Zhao Su's instructions. Even if others pummeled him, he would not retaliate unless Zhao Su permitted it. That moment, a woman in a flowing dress rode past on a shared bicycle, brushing against Zhao Su's luxury car. Zhao Su recognized her as Su Lin, his daughter's kindergarten teacher. Nong Quan, quickly, turn around, Zhao Su commanded. Though it had been a fleeting glance, Zhao Su noticed Su Lin pedaling furiously. As if in urgent need of assistance, he followed her to the municipal hospital, thinking to himself, it seems someone in her family is unwell. Nong Quan, wait here in the car, Zhao Su instructed as he exited and walked toward the hospital. Upon arrival, he saw Su Lin kneeling before a doctor, pleading, Doctor, please save my mother. Miss, I will do my best, but your mother requires a craniotomy, and you need at least 300,000 yuan. Hurry and find a way to raise the funds. Upon hearing this, Su Lin collapsed onto the ground. As a girl from another province working in the city, where could she possibly procure 300,000 yuan? Her mother had suddenly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and had been rushed to the Linjiang City hospital overnight. When Su Lin received the news, she had hurried over on her bicycle, but the staggering medical expenses weighed heavily on her. Several neighbors who had accompanied Su Lin's mother to the hospital understood her financial struggles. Some contributed 10,000 yuan, others 3,000, and still others 5,000, amounting to less than 30,000 yuan. She herself had only managed to save nearly 20,000 yuan, a far cry from the needed sum. The doctor sighed, having witnessed similar situations before. Child, it's not that I don't want to help, but hospitals are not charities. They need to make a profit. You must find a way to gather the money. A burly neighbor with a kind and earnest demeanor implored the doctor, "Please, doctor." They are a single mother and daughter, struggling to make ends meet. This girl just landed a job as a kindergarten teacher. If there is any way, could you allow for an installment plan? You can't just stand by and let them suffer. Sorry, I don't have that authority. If you can't pay the surgery fee, you'll have to take her home. Su Lin, seeing the doctor turn to leave, clung to his leg, begging, "Doctor, please, just save my mother for now. I promise I'll find a way to get you the money." "Child, that is a hefty 300,000 yuan. If you can't pay it later, I can't bear that responsibility." A previous attending physician lost their job over a similar situation. Zhao Su had been observing quietly and approached with a payment slip in hand, stating, "Doctor, here is the 300,000 yuan surgery fee for Su Lin's mother. Now, take her for surgery immediately. If there are any delays resulting in a medical mishap, I will hold you legally accountable." Su Lin thought she must have misheard. Upon realizing that the person assisting her was Zhao Su, the father of her student Yizi, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. "Mr. Zhao, is that really you?" Zhao Su helped Su Lin to her feet, explaining, "I saw you in a hurry while I was driving, so I followed you here." The doctor, sensing Zhao Su's influential status, wasted no time and instructed his assistant to take the patient into surgery. Outside the operating room, Su Lin's eyes were red and swollen from crying. After 2 hours with no news from the operating room, her tense demeanor began to falter, and a soft voice, she turned to Zhao Su and asked, "Mr. Zhao, may I lean on your shoulder?" Without hesitation, Zhao Su paused his pacing and sat beside her. Su Lin rested her head on his shoulder, and the unique scent of her femininity wafted into Zhao Su's senses. Fresh out of university, she was a few years younger than him, radiating youthful vitality and beauty, contrasting starkly with Zhao Su's wife, Li Qingqing, who exuded a more mature elegance. "Mr. Zhao, thank you so much for today. Don't mention it. Everyone needs help sometimes. Su Lin, you must be strong. Your mother's well-being depends on you. But I can't repay you the 300,000 right now. I hope you're not anxious about it. No rush. You can pay me back whenever you have the means." Just then, Su Lin's phone pinged with a notification. It read, "Rising Sun, Yizi's father transferred 100,000 yuan." Rising Sun was Zhao Su's WeChat name, and Su Lin had labeled him as Yizi's father in her contacts. Staring at the 100,000 yuan transfer, Su Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Zhao, you take it. I understand the difficulties of being broke. After your mother's surgery, she'll need care, and you'll have to hire a nurse while you work. With your salary, how could you afford that? But I just pay me back when you can." Zhao Su reassured her. Su Lin broke down again, burying her face in Zhao Su's embrace, sobbing, "Mr. Zhao, thank you." Zhao Su furrowed his brow, thinking, wasn't she just borrowing my shoulder? Why is she hugging me now? At that moment, a video call notification interrupted the tender scene. It was Li Qingqing. Zhao Su gently eased Su Lin away, signaling her to be quiet. Upon answering the call, he heard Li Qingqing ask with concern, "Zhao Su, have you resolved Miao Miao's situation?" "Where are you?" "I have, and I'm at the hospital now." "Why are you at the hospital? Is Miao Miao hurt?" Li Qingqing inquired, puzzled. Zhao Su quickly clarified, "No, I ran into Yizi's teacher. Her mother is ill, and I came to help. Miao Miao has already returned to school. Oh, come home soon. I'll call Miao Miao now." After hanging up, Su Lin looked at Zhao Su, embarrassment evident on her face. "Mr. Zhao, you should go back now. You've already helped me so much. I'll be fine here. It's all right. I'll wait until your mother finishes surgery and is out of recovery before I leave." As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, Su Lin's mother was wheeled out of the operating room. Zhao Su, along with the nurses, assisted in transferring her into the ICU for observation. He reminded Su Lin to call him if she needed anything before bidding her farewell and leaving the hospital. Chapter 24. Unworthy of fatherhood. Upon returning home, Zhao Su found the house dim and dark. Assuming that Li Qingqing and the children had already gone to bed, he switched on his phone's flashlight and quietly made his way to his bedroom. Just as he was about to remove his clothes, the wall lights flickered on, revealing his wife, Li Qingqing, dressed in a silky slip. "Qingqing, why are you still awake?" Zhao Su casually asked. "I was waiting for you." "How is Su Lin's mother?" "She just finished her craniotomy." Li Qingqing responded with a soft "oh," her gaze scrutinizing Zhao Su closely. Zhao Su felt a sudden chill in his heart under Li Qingqing's gaze and inquired, "Qingqing, what are you looking at?" "Miao Miao mentioned that you got into a fight, so I was concerned to see if you were injured." Zhao Su proudly demonstrated his bicep to Li Qingqing. grinning as he remarked, "Just a few petty thieves, nothing to worry about. Your husband is a master of martial arts. How could he possibly be hurt? Can you not act so dramatically? It's absurd." Zhao Su jested with Li Qingqing. Suddenly, Li Qingqing interjected, "By the way, I heard from Miao Miao that you brought De Quan along. Miao Miao even said that De Quan is quite the fighter?" Zhao Su advised Li Qingqing, "Darling, one must not judge a person solely by appearances. Although Nong Quan may lack a bit in intelligence, he has always treated me well. Furthermore, he only listens to me." Li Qingqing pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems you are quite adept at winning people's hearts, having a fool as your sidekick." Zhao Su, with a serious demeanor, firmly stated, "Qingqing, do not refer to Nong Quan as a fool. He is my brother, he has a name, and that name is Nong Quan." Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Su had never lost his temper with her before. However, his stern expression had indeed startled her. Acknowledging the validity of Zhao Su's words, Li Qingqing chose not to argue further, saying, all right, if you consider him a brother, then I shall call him Nong Quan from now on. Now, let us get some rest. We have to take Yezi to school tomorrow." As Zhao Su watched Li Qingqing's graceful silhouette depart, a warmth surged within him. The sensation of having a beautiful wife at home, yet being unable to touch her, was truly unbearable. After rising early, Zhao Su took their daughter, Xiao Yezi, to kindergarten, where another teacher informed him that Su Lin was on leave and would not return for a few days. Zhao Su reminded his daughter, "Yezi, be good and listen to your teacher. I will come to pick you up early." "Got it, Daddy. Why have you become so naggy all of a sudden?" she replied playfully, giving him a wink before following the substitute teacher away. Zhao Su shook his head inwardly, realizing that his daughter was clever beyond her years and would undoubtedly grow into a resourceful individual. After leaving the kindergarten, he drove directly to Chen Tianhe's location. Chen Tianhe was working out, and upon seeing Zhao Su, he paused his exercise to chat. "Young master, you seldom come unless there's something to discuss. There's something on your mind?" Chen Tianhe inquired, wiping his sweat. Zhao Su responded, "Old Chen, after deducting the operational funds of Shiri Group, how much capital do I have access to?" Shiri Group had just won a bid for an industrial project in the high-tech zone. And considering the initial investment, nearly 10 billion would need to be invested. With a 3-year return period, it was expected to recoup at least 30 billion. Thus, the available funds were limited, roughly around 1 billion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Su stated, "Transfer an additional 500 million to my account. Use another 500 million to help me establish a financial company. With the remaining funds, assist me in establishing or acquiring 3 clubs and 5 upscale chain restaurants in the city. I intend to operate parallel to Shiri Group." Chen Tianhe was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Su to venture out on his own so soon. Zhao Xiaotian had previously expressed confidence in Zhao Su's business acumen, and it appeared that Zhao Su was indeed beginning to make his mark. "Haha, young master, your first move. I shall personally handle it. As the richest man in Linjiang City." Chen Tianhe found these tasks to be quite effortless. "Young master, in truth, the old master still thinks highly of you. Would you like me to arrange a meeting?" Zhao Su's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Do not mention him to me. He is unworthy of being called a father." Chen Tianhe sighed, "Young master, sometimes what you see with your own eyes may not be the whole truth." The old master. "Enough. I have said it. Do not bring him up again." Zhao Su stood up, angrily brushing off his sleeve as he left. Soon after, a notification pinged on his phone, indicating a deposit of 500 million into his bank account. The branch of Xiaotian Group in the 3 eastern provinces primarily engaged in traditional business. Their main revenue stemmed from real estate and supermarket retail, which were becoming increasingly sluggish, leading to a decline in profits. Zhao Su's intention to operate parallel to Shiri Group was based on this understanding. Moreover, having distanced himself from the Zhao family, he needed to be cautious of potential retaliations from the Zhao clan. Thus, he was preparing for contingencies, leveraging the resources at hand to strengthen his position. On his way back, he received a call from Han Min, the deputy general of Shiri Group, who informed him that the Tao family had invited him to a banquet. Zhao Su inquired who had made the call, to which Han Min replied it was Yuan Mu's brother, who was a classmate of Yuan Mu. Zhao Su instructed Han Min, "Go ahead. Just remember not to give the Tao family any opportunities for collaboration. The more humiliation they face, the better." Han Min, having heard from Chen Tianhe about Zhao Su's grievances with the Tao family, understood his intentions and affirmed, "I know what to do." Just as Zhao Su finished the call, his wife Li Qingqing's call came through. "Zhao Su, Mom wants us to go to Grandma's house for dinner tonight. She mentioned there's good news. Zhao Su realized it was likely Yuan Mu who had invited Han Min, thinking that the collaboration between the Tao family and Shiri group was promising, which would allow Tao Aihua to make an appearance within the Tao family. If the collaboration succeeded, after the passing of Grandma Tao, Tao Aihua would inherit a larger share of the family fortune. All right, I will pick you up after I finish with Yezi, Zhao Su replied, sneering inwardly. Yuan Mu, it is time to settle the score with you. Subsequently, Zhao Su visited the hospital to check on Su Lin. Noticing that her mother had not yet left the ICU, he offered her some words of comfort before departing in the afternoon. After picking up his daughter Xiao Yezi, Zhao Su went to Li Qingqing's company to pick her up. While driving, he deliberately asked Li Qingqing, Qingqing, what good news did Mom mention? She said it's possible that a collaboration with Shiri Group will materialize. She didn't mention anything else. By the way, Zhao Su, don't tell Mom that you're driving for old Chen. I'm afraid she might pester you to contact old Chen and the Tao family about the collaboration. Darling, why are you being so stubborn? A collaboration would be splendid. Isn't that what your mother and grandmother have always anticipated? No. When I was bankrupt, not a single person from the Tao family came to my aid. I must teach them a lesson. Zhao Su was taken aback, realizing that Li Qingqing's words resonated deeply with him. Grinning, he assured her, don't worry, my dear. Just say the word, and I will ensure that old Chen refuses any collaboration with the Tao family. Chapter 25. I agree to their divorce. The Tao family. Tao Aihua clung to Yuan Mu, much like a mother-in-law would to her son-in-law, seated before Grandma Tao. Yuan Mu's ability to invite Han Min from Shiri Group to the Tao household brought an ear-to-ear smile to Grandma Tao's face. Tao Aihua basked in this triumph, while the envious glances from her sisters were palpable. Grandma Tao had once proclaimed that among her 4 children, whoever could facilitate a collaboration between the Tao family and Shiri Group would be generously rewarded in her will. Conversely, those who failed to contribute would receive a lesser share of the inheritance. Thus, Tao Aihua felt an immense pride. At over 70 years of age, Grandma Tao's health had been deteriorating for the past 2 years. Her sole wish in life was to witness the Tao family climb the ranks with the support of Shiri Group. Otherwise, her 4 unambitious children would inevitably squander the family fortune. Beaming with joy, Tao Aihua addressed Grandma Tao, Mother, Yuan Mu has successfully brought Han Min to our home. This collaboration with Shiri Group is surely within our grasp. Grandma Tao nodded, her gaze towards Yuan Mu reflecting a hint of approval. Yuan Mu, if you can assist us in securing a partnership with Shiri Group, the Tao family will be profoundly grateful to you. Feel free to state your demands. Anything within my power, I will certainly accommodate. Yuan Mu feigned astonishment, fully aware of Grandma Tao's esteemed reputation in Linjiang City. Tao Aihua signaled Yuan Mu with her eyes, prompting him to clear his throat, hoping to alleviate the awkward tension. Grandma, I hope you can take the initiative and allow Qingqing and Zhao Su to divorce. If Qingqing were to spend her life with that good-for-nothing, it would be a waste of her potential. I, Yuan Mu, can swear before heaven that I will treat Li Qingqing well. Grandma Tao chuckled. It is indeed rare for Qingqing to encounter such a devoted man as you. Had the Li family not insisted on marrying her to Zhao Su, I would have never consented to their union. Since old Li is no longer with us, I shall take it upon myself to grant their divorce. However, you must ensure that you keep your promise to marry Qingqing and treat Yezi well. Otherwise I, Grandma, shall not spare you. Upon hearing Grandma Tao agree to his request, Yuan Mu excitedly thumped his chest, assuring, rest assured, Grandma, I will treat Yezi as my own. Yuan Mu, expecting a few compliments from Grandma Tao, was instead met with the bewildered expressions of the surrounding Tao family members. Turning around, he found Li Qingqing, Zhao Su, and their daughter Xiao Yezi standing not far behind, glaring at him with fury. Yuan Mu, still brimming with excitement, turned to Li Qingqing, exclaiming, Qingqing, your grandma has agreed to your divorce from Zhao Su. I disagree. Li Qingqing shouted vehemently. Zhao Su stood silently beside her, holding Xiao Yezi's hand, casting a cold glare at Grandma Tao and Yuan Mu. In the past, he had tolerated their insults, but now they had crossed a line. Grandma Tao had taken it upon herself to decide his marriage. Zhao Su finally understood that as a son-in-law, he held no rights within the Tao family. Li Qingqing's face was as cold as ice as she surveyed the Tao family members, declaring, on what grounds do you presume to dictate my marriage? How dare you? Tao Ai Yuan bellowed, directing his outrage at Li Qingqing. Silence. Li Qingqing retorted sharply, refusing to show him any respect. If you wish to wield your authority as an elder, you must provide me with a compelling reason. You, who stood by and watched in silence as I faced adversity, are far inferior to friends who offered a comforting word. Thus, it is not that I lack respect for my elders, but rather, you are unworthy of it. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Second sister, look at your daughter. She has grown wings and no longer regards the Tao family. Tao Aihua knew that her daughter's outburst stemmed from the lack of support from the Tao family during her legal troubles. The Tao family's strict code of conduct meant that her daughter's actions were a direct affront to Grandma Tao's authority. As expected, Grandma Tao's cane struck the ground fiercely as she commanded, "Qingqing, kneel and apologize." Li Qingqing stood firm, arms crossed defiantly, refusing to budge. Tao Aihua, sensing the escalating anger from Grandma Tao, gestured to her daughter, advising, "Qingqing, quickly apologize to your grandma." "Why should I apologize? You have taken it upon yourselves to dictate my marriage and even interfere with my divorce. Do I not have even a shred of personal freedom? How dare you? This is your grandma." Tao Aihua exclaimed in exasperation. "Grandma?" Li Qingqing scoffed. "Other people's grandmothers dote on their granddaughters, yet my grandmother only cares for money. Money and family interests. In pursuit of a collaboration with Shiri Group, you would casually agree to my divorce. Is there a grandmother like that in the world? You. Grandma Tao coughed violently, and upon seeing this, Tao Aihua gently patted her back, urging, "Mother, please don't be angry. Qingqing is simply spoiled by me." That moment, Tao Aijuan, the fourth son of the Tao family, rushed in, reporting, They're here. Han Min from Shiri Group has arrived." Upon hearing this, Grandma Tao gestured for Tao Aihua to cease her patting. Once her coughing subsided, she shot a cold glare at Li Qingqing, commanding, "You all step aside. Once I have entertained our esteemed guest, I will deal with you slowly." Li Qingqing intended to turn and leave, but noticed Han Min from Shiri Group entering. Accompanied by a beautiful secretary, Li Qingqing tugged on Zhao Su's arm, urging him to stand beside her with their child. Yuan Mu was the first to approach, wearing a beaming smile as he warmly greeted Han Min. "Vice President Han, thank you for gracing the Tao family with your presence." Han Min walked past Yuan Mu, his expression indifferent, ignoring him entirely. Tao Ai Yuan, having dealt with Han Min several times before, recognized that Han Min was a proud individual. Furthermore, given his status, he would not entertain casual interactions. Tao Ai Yuan stepped forward, smiling broadly. "Vice President Han, welcome. This is my mother. Please have a seat here." Upon seeing Zhao Su's family of three standing in a corner, looking disgruntled, Han Min took a seat opposite Grandma Tao and greeted her. "Madam Tao, good to see you." "Hello, Vice President Han." Grandma Tao responded with a cheerful smile, her previous displeasure seemingly forgotten. Zhao Su cast a sidelong glance, inwardly acknowledging Grandma Tao's remarkable ability to regain her composure so quickly, as if the earlier quarrel had never transpired. Han Min pointed towards Zhao Su's family and inquired, "Madam Tao, who are these three? They seem to be standing there as if abandoned." "Oh, they are my granddaughter and grandson-in-law." Grandma Tao replied before glaring at Li Qingqing and commanding, "You three should hurry and find a place to sit. Do you want to embarrass yourselves before our esteemed guest?" Chapter 26. I am a good-for-nothing. Li Qingqing understood that the potential collaboration with Shiri Group would significantly impact the survival of the Tao family's business. She did not wish to continue arguing with Grandma Tao at this juncture, so she picked up her daughter and sat down in a corner. Zhao Su subsequently took a seat next to Li Qingqing, quietly observing Han Min's performance. After the family had settled, Grandma Tao said, "Vice President Han, I have prepared a feast at the Yanbin Lu. Shall we eat and discuss matters there?" "No need." Han Min firmly declined, stating, "Madam Tao, let us be frank. The Tao family has summoned me here primarily to negotiate a collaboration with Shiri Group. Indeed, we are all friends here. If Vice President Han could include the Tao family in your collaboration, I am certain our long-standing relationship would ensure a pleasant partnership. If there are any requirements, please feel free to mention them. The Tao family will do everything in our power to accommodate you." Han Min maintained a cold demeanor as he replied, "In truth, Shiri Group is not opposed to collaborating with the Tao family. It is just that the representatives you have sent are inadequate. Your son, Tao Ai Yuan, has been cutting corners in our dealings and supplying substandard materials. Our Shiri real estate has a stellar reputation in the industry. Should a severe engineering accident occur, who will bear the blame?" Upon hearing this, Grandma Tao realized the reason behind Shiri Group's reluctance to collaborate. She struck her cane against the ground and scolded, "Wretched child, kneel before me." With a soft thud, Tao Ai Yuan sank to his knees, taken aback by the revelation of his misdeeds. "Mother, It was my moment of folly. I tampered with the materials, and Vice President Han discovered it. I promise it won't happen again. And what about the future? Grandma Tao flung her cane at her youngest son, Tao Aijuan, ordering, fourth son, give him 10 strokes of the cane. The Tao family enforced strict discipline, and the 4 siblings had grown up under Grandma Tao's stern hand. Consequently, they harbored a deep-seated fear of her. Tao Aijuan, filled with resentment over his elder brother's greed that cost the family's business, picked up the cane and struck Tao Yuan 10 times. Li Qingqing had also endured such punishment in her youth, and a wave of fear washed over her as she worried that Grandma Tao might resort to similar measures against her later. Zhao Su seemed to sense the fear lurking within Li Qingqing's heart. He gently grasped her soft, delicate hand, only to find it icy cold, clearly indicating her trepidation. After punishing Tao Yuan, the elderly matriarch of the Tao family addressed Han Min, saying, Vice President Han, I take full responsibility for the laxity in my oversight, which has led to such a deplorable impact. Let us do this. If you can agree to facilitate a partnership between the Tao family and the Shiri group, I am willing to offer a 5 concession to you, Vice President Han. What do you think? Han Min was taken aback. The Tao family was brazenly attempting to bribe him in front of Zhao Su. Was this not a perilous move? Han Min, holding a minuscule stake in the Shiri group and having never engaged in unscrupulous dealings, felt the cold gaze of Zhao Su upon him. He quickly replied, Madam Tao, our dealings have not been brief. If I were to accept your bribe, would I not have done so long before now? His words were, without a doubt, a pledge of loyalty to Zhao Su. The elderly matriarch nodded, affirming, indeed. We trust your character, Vice President. Han.it is merely a gesture of goodwill from the Tao family. Her words subtly alleviated Han Min's predicament, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If you truly wish to engage with me, then eschew these underhanded tactics. What I seek is assurance and credibility. Only then will I feel comfortable in trusting you with the supply chain. Rest assured, Vice President Han, this time, we would rather earn less than provide the finest goods to the Shiri group. Should our collaboration succeed, I will assign my youngest son, Tao Aijun, to oversee it. Upon hearing this, Tao Aijun's face lit up with joy, thinking, at last, my mother is beginning to recognize my worth. However, Han Min coldly interjected, Madam Tao, you are somewhat hasty. Among your family, I find these 2 individuals the most reliable. His gaze fell upon Li Qingqing and Zhao Su, who were seated in a corner. Li Qingqing was startled, unsure of Han Min's intentions. The elderly matriarch furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Han Min favored Li Qingqing and Zhao Su. Yet at that moment, there was no time for contemplation. As long as they could once again collaborate with the Shiri group, she would consider sending Li Qingqing as the Tao family's representative, even apologizing to her personally if need be. For in her eyes, the interests of the Tao family outweighed all else. Qingqing, do express your gratitude to Vice President Han. He has appointed you as the representative of the Tao family for negotiations with the Shiri group. The elderly matriarch said with a smile. Li Qingqing, with a frosty demeanor, directly refused, saying, I apologize, but I have no interest in being the Tao family's representative. The moment Li Qingqing's words left her lips, the entire Tao family erupted in outrage. Anyone with ties to the Tao family would hope to represent them in negotiations with the Shiri group, yet Li Qingqing dismissed the opportunity so outrightly. Tao Hua could no longer contain himself and shouted at Li Qingqing, Qingqing, how dare you defy your grandmother? You should hastily accept and discuss cooperation with Vice President Han. Li Qingqing rose, her voice cold as she replied, I have stated that I am not interested in being the Tao family's representative. Your family's affairs are of no concern to me. Reflect on how you have treated me in the past. If you insist on coercing me, I would rather sever ties with the Tao family. How can you speak such nonsense? You are my flesh and blood, with the blood of the Tao family running through your veins. Now that the Tao family is in need, how can you stand idly by? Tao Hua trembled with anger. And when I was in trouble, who stood by to help me? At that time, did you regard me as a member of the Tao family? Li Qingqing retorted, you spend your days belittling my husband as a coward and urging me to divorce him. Have you ever shown any concern for me? Our desire for you to divorce Zhao Su stems from our concern for you. Tao Hua explained to his daughter. Seeing his wife, Li Qingqing, at odds with the Tao family, Zhao Su could not tolerate their behavior any longer. He stood up, voice firm, you should resign yourselves to the fact. As long as Qingqing does not agree to a divorce, I will not leave her. Witnessing Zhao Su's stubbornness, Tao Hua exclaimed, Zhao Su, do you have no shame as a man? You live off my daughter, truly a parasite of society, a failure among men. You would be better off dead, Mom. How can you speak of Zhao Su like that? Li Qingqing interjected. Qingqing, weren't you the most averse to this man? Why are you now defending him? At least during my most challenging times, he was there to help me through. Tao Ai Hua found himself at a loss against his determined daughter, sighing, If you continue with this spineless man, prepare to live in poverty for the rest of your life. Zhao Su, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, You all keep calling me a coward, but what business is it of yours? One cannot judge a book by its cover, nor can one measure the sea by a cup. Mark my words, there will come a day when you will kneel before me, begging for my favor. Qingqing, let us leave. With that, he took Li Qingqing's hand and, cradling their child, stormed out of the Tao family residence. Once Zhao Su and his family had departed, Han Min shrugged and smiled at the Tao family. He addressed the elderly matriarch, saying, Madam Tao, I must apologize. I mentioned that if your family wishes to negotiate with our Shiri group, it must be through your granddaughter and her husband who just left. Now that they have departed, there is no need for further discussion. Farewell. Chapter 27. Those who bully mother are villains. After Zhao Su's family left the Tao residence, he noticed his wife, Li Qingqing. Breathing heavily with anger, her fair face pale, he comforted her, saying, Qingqing, anger is harmful to your health. Do not let it distress you. The failure of the Shiri group to secure a partnership with the Tao family is precisely what you wished for. Is it not? Humph, they truly infuriate me. By the way, Zhao Su, do you know why Han Min designated us to represent the Tao family in negotiations with the Shiri group? How would I know? Zhao Su replied with an innocent expression, Perhaps it's due to the influence of Elder Chen. Li Qingqing pondered for a moment, realizing that this was perhaps the only explanation that made sense. She noticed their daughter, Xiao Yezi, burrowing into her embrace, clearly frightened by the earlier events. Gently stroking Xiao Yezi's little head, she softly reassured, Do not be afraid, my dear. Mommy is here. Mommy, are great-grandma and the others bad people? Xiao Yezi asked innocently. Li Qingqing found it difficult to answer. Labeling the Tao family as villains could negatively influence her daughter's psyche. Yet if she claimed they were not bad people, the earlier quarrel would have left an imprint on the child's mind. As Zhao Su drove, he turned to Xiao Yezi and said, Yezi, your great-grandma, uncle, and little uncle have all bullied your mother. Do you think they are bad people? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yezi puffed up in indignation, declaring, Humph! Anyone who dares to bully my mommy is a bad person. Li Qingqing smiled sweetly at Xiao Yezi, saying, Yezi, you are still young. There are some things you do not yet understand. Your great-grandma and the others are not absolutely bad, nor are they absolutely good. Mommy, are you speaking in riddles? Xiao Yezi asked. Her expression earnest, No. Mommy is simply imparting the wisdom of human interactions. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Su noticed that Li Qingqing's expression had softened. He asked, Qingqing, we have yet to eat. Why not ask Yezi what she would like? Yezi, what would you like to eat? Li Qingqing inquired. Mommy, do we still have money? Xiao Yezi asked. If we don't, let us just go home and cook noodles. Hearing her daughter's words, both Li Qingqing and Zhao Su felt a pang of sorrow. What a considerate child Yezi was. Li Qingqing reassured her daughter, Yezi, Mommy's company has resumed operations, and your daddy has also returned to work. We will not lack for money anymore, so what do you want to eat? I want to go eat steak at Happy City. All right, let us go eat steak at Happy City right now. As they made their way to Happy City, they passed by the large residential complex, Linfu Jiayuan, where they had previously lived. Though none of them spoke, Zhao Su could see from the rearview mirror that both Li Qingqing and Xiao Yezi were gazing in the direction of Linfu Jiayuan. Zhao Su almost succumbed to the urge to tell Li Qingqing that he had already repurchased the house, but he held back. The time was not yet right. He wanted to surprise her on her birthday. Upon arriving at Happy City, the family enjoyed a sumptuous buffet. Since Li Qingqing had encountered legal troubles, they had not tasted meat for 3 long months. Any spare change they had went towards buying nutritional supplements for the child. After dinner, Zhao Su dropped his wife and child off at home, then excused himself, claiming he needed to speak with Nong Quan, before stepping out once more. That scoundrel Yuan Mu had been eyeing his wife for too long. If he did not teach him a lesson, Yuan Mu might truly believe he could walk all over him. After getting into his car, Zhao Su called Han Min. Surprised by the call, Han Min thought Zhao Su was dissatisfied with his performance at the Tao family. However, Zhao Su simply requested that he investigate Yuan Mu. Han Min's classmate, Yuan Chen, happened to be Yuan Mu's brother, So he quickly sent Zhao Su the information about Yuan Mu via text. Name: Yuan Mu, gender, male, age, 26, education, Princeton University, New Jersey, USA, entrepreneurial venture, Mu Dun Information Security Company, company address, 1675, Beihai Road, startup capital, 20 million. After reviewing the information Han Min sent, Zhao Su replied, keep a close watch on the movements of Mu Dun Information Security Company. Understood, young Master Zhao, Han Min replied, taking a deep breath. It appeared that Yuan Mu was in for a rough time. With Yuan Mu's information in hand, Zhao Su first met with Nong Quan, then took him to Haya City Bar. Though on the surface, it still appeared to be managed by Wen Bao, Zhao Su had already taken over the establishment, leaving Wen Bao in charge while receiving a 10% profit share each month. Wen Bao had sold Haya City Bar for 20 million and was now living a carefree life, reveling in wine and song. Once Zhao Su and Nong Quan arrived at Haya City Bar, he found a booth on the second floor and called for 2 bottles of Hennessy XO, announcing his identity as Zhao Su and requesting that Wen Bao come to see him. Although the staff were unaware of the change in ownership, Wen Bao had instructed them to inform him immediately should anyone claim to be Zhao Su, regardless of how busy he was. Thus, within a minute, Wen Bao appeared, grinning widely as he approached Zhao Su's table. Young Master Zhao, you've come, Wen Bao said, seating himself beside Zhao Su. Zhao Su nodded and poured Wen Bao a drink, who looked both honored and surprised. Wen Bao, I need you to do me a favor. If you handle this matter well, I shall offer you a lucrative opportunity. Upon hearing the prospect of wealth, Wen Bao's eyes lit up with excitement. Young Master Zhao, just give the word. Zhao Su sent Wen Bao the information on Yuan Mu, instructing him, tomorrow, help me teach this Yuan Mu a lesson. Wen Bao scrutinized Yuan Mu's information and noted not only his good looks but also that he was a quintessential pretty boy, the kind of man he despised the most. After reviewing the details, he asked Zhao Su, young Master Zhao, what are the parameters? Should I beat him to death or merely incapacitate him? Zhao Su shot him a glare, saying, Wen Bao, if you wish to work with me, you must temper your aggression. When I say to teach Yuan Mu a lesson, do you understand what that entails? Wen Bao, somewhat confused, replied, got it? Understood. In truth, he still did not grasp what Zhao Su meant by teaching a lesson. Zhao Su spoke sternly, Wen Bao, I can elevate you, but I can also dismantle your power. Thus, you must align yourself with me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Rest assured, young Master Zhao, you are my benefactor. My older brother and younger brother are eager to meet you. Your older brother and younger brother? Zhao Su raised an eyebrow. Wen Bao nodded yes, my older brother is named Wen Long, and my younger brother is Wen Hu. I am Wen Bao. The 3 of us make up the brothers. Given the current strict regulations, who would dare engage in illegal activities? We are all on the path to legitimacy. However, men like us, lacking education, cannot achieve great success. We simply hope for a guiding figure. Thus, my older brother and younger brother wish to meet you, to have you as their leader. Are they also in Linjiang City? No. My older brother is in the provincial capital, and my younger brother is in Linjiang City. Zhao Su replied, perhaps I will meet them when the opportunity arises. For now, I am focused on building the commercial circle in Linjiang City. If you assist me well with this task, I shall include you in my projects. Young Master Zhao, you need not worry. After raising a toast with Zhao Su, Wen Bao eagerly refilled Zhao Su's glass. He even called over a beautiful woman to accompany Zhao Su, only to be dismissed. Assuming Zhao Su was not fond of women, he did not press the issue. After leaving Haya City Bar, Zhao Su whispered a few more words to Nong Quan, who was overjoyed and promised to complete the task. After hiring a designated driver to take him home, Zhao Su felt elated. Humming a tune as he lay in bed, his face adorned with a triumphant smile, he thought to himself, Humph! Yuan Mu, dare to covet my woman? And I shall show you that even a coward is not to be trifled with. Chapter 28. Teaching Yuan Mu a lesson. Yuan Mu arrived at his company early the next day. In less than 2 months since founding Mu Dun Information Security Company, he had already established partnerships with over a dozen firms that, of course, his rapid success was largely attributed to the assistance of his brother, Yuan Chen. Yuan Mu was ambitious in business, aiming to take his company public within 2 years, cashing out for a hefty profit before replicating the same model with another internet venture. While his company flourished, the one source of discontent for Yuan Mu was his inability to win over Li Qingqing. During their university days, she was recognized as the campus beauty and hailed as the most stunning woman in Linjiang City. Since her marriage, Li Qingqing exuded an even more mature and enchanting allure, leaving Yuan Mu unable to resist her charm. He did not yearn for a lifetime with her. Rather, he simply wished to possess her. Had he not gone abroad back then, Perhaps he would have been the one to marry her, instead of Zhao Su, the oaf who now had her. Yuan Mu called his cousin Yuan Chen, saying, "Bro, what is the deal with your old classmate Han Min? He showed me no respect at the Tao family residence." Yuan Chen reassured him, "Han Min has always been a bit temperamental, a lone wolf in our class. However, do not underestimate him. He is regarded as a prodigy, exceptionally capable. But let me ask you this. As a wealthy, handsome entrepreneur, how could you not attract any woman you desire? Why fixate on a married woman like Li Qingqing? Ah, you wouldn't understand. Li Qingqing is the kind of woman that ignites a desire to conquer at first glance. Besides, she is wed to a layabout husband. I am merely rescuing her. To possess another man's wife and frame it as a noble act is truly remarkable. I must say that I have done all I can to assist you. The rest is up to you. But I must warn you. With a woman like Li Qingqing, it is best to engage only superficially. Do not take it seriously. Your father would never consent to a married woman entering the Yuan family. Understood? How tedious. Yuan Mu impatiently hung up the phone. He summoned his secretary to inquire about the day's itinerary. The secretary informed him that at 10 o'clock in the morning, he was scheduled to visit a significant client for his company. Consequently, Yuan Mu adjusted his attire, instructed his secretary to prepare the necessary materials, and proceeded downstairs. Upon arriving at the parking lot, as Yuan Mu was about to retrieve his vehicle, he unexpectedly collided with two young men in their 20s. One of them angrily exclaimed, "Are you blind while walking?" Yuan Mu's female secretary promptly defended their position, retorting, "It was clearly you who crashed into us. How dare you turn the tables?" "Wow, this girl is quite something," said the other young man, whose hair was dyed yellow, as he reached out toward Yuan Mu's secretary. Yuan Mu instinctively shielded his secretary, forcefully pushing the yellow-haired youth away. The first young man shouted, "How dare you strike first?" He then whistled, prompting 5 or 6 more young men armed with clubs to rush out from the parking lot. "Brothers, this guy threw the first punch." One of them yelled, "Get him!" Within moments, 6 or 7 youths encircled Yuan Mu and his secretary. They mercilessly beat Yuan Mu, leaving him battered, and his secretary barely recognized him after the ordeal. After the assault, the young men even took pictures of him. Shortly thereafter, one of them shouted, "Retreat!" and they all fled, disappearing without a trace. Although Yuan Mu's secretary also endured a few kicks, her injuries were considerably less severe. She assisted Yuan Mu, asking, "Mr. Yuan, are you all right?" Yuan Mu spat out blood, having lost 2 teeth, and his injuries were relatively grave. Spitting in disgust, he muttered, "How unfortunate to encounter such misfortune upon stepping outside, Mr. Yuan. Should we call the police?" "Yes. Let us report it and have the police review the parking lot surveillance footage. I will ensure these ruffians pay dearly for this." The secretary contacted the authorities and helped Yuan Mu back to the office for rest. However, Yuan Mu, weakened from the beating, stumbled and fell into the arms of a corpulent woman. When he looked up, she slapped him across the face. "Look at you in this sorry state. Do you dare take advantage of me?" she bellowed, hands on her hips. Yuan Mu, repulsed by her gross physique and extreme ugliness, nearly vomited, "I apologize. I accidentally bumped into you." "Accidentally? I am still an unmarried woman. You must take responsibility." The woman pulled Yuan Mu closer, wrapping her arms around him tightly. The overpowering stench of body odor nearly made him retch. "Let go of our Mr. Yuan," the secretary protested, attempting to wrest Yuan Mu free from the woman's grasp. With a mere flick of her wrist, the woman sent Yuan Mu's secretary sprawling to the ground. She then dropped Yuan Mu, sitting squarely on him, and nonchalantly wiped her nose on his clothing. The sheer disgust of it made Yuan Mu vomit right then and there. Seeing him lose his lunch, the woman scoffed, "This little body can't handle much. I will let you off today, but if you dare take advantage of me again, you'll feel the weight of the world upon you." As the hefty woman swaggered away, Yuan Mu grasped the meaning of being crushed under a great weight. Truly, today was a day devoid of auspicious signs. He was uncommonly unfortunate. After the secretary regained her footing, she approached Yuan Mu and helped him up, asking, "Mr. Yuan, have you offended someone? It feels as though these individuals were deliberately targeting you." Yuan Mu shared that sentiment. However, having only returned to Linjiang City from abroad for a mere 2 months, he had invested most of his energy into the company and had not made any enemies. Little did he realize that it was Zhao Su seeking revenge against him. Zhao Su, upon witnessing Yuan Mu's pitiful state, could hardly contain his laughter. Particularly, The large woman was someone known Quan had hired from a construction site for a mere 1,000 yuan, effectively turning Yuan Mu's life into a living nightmare. Zhao Su felt a deep sense of satisfaction at Yuan Mu's misfortune, knowing that this fool had long coveted what belonged to others. He would soon learn his lesson. When the police arrived and reviewed the parking lot surveillance footage, it was evident that Yuan Mu had indeed instigated the altercation. Acknowledging his culpability, he chose not to contest the matter further, leaving it to the authorities. That day, Miao Wenli from Shiri Group called Yuan Mu, reminding him that he had yet to gather with their old classmates since his return. She had already contacted several former classmates and invited Yuan Mu to join them. With his injuries still visible and his face swollen like a pig's head, he initially hesitated to attend, politely declining Miao Wenli's invitation. Upon hearing his reluctance, Miao Wenli expressed her displeasure, saying, "Yuan Mu, what do you mean by this? I organized this gathering out of respect for you. If you do not attend, what does that signify? Have you become so arrogant since becoming a boss that you look down on us old classmates? Let me inform you, Li Qingqing will be there too." "Qingqing will be there?" Yuan Mu perked up at the mention of her name. Just as Miao Wenli had indicated, she had already notified their classmates that if Yuan Mu failed to show up, he would be criticized for being prideful and ungrateful to his old friends. Yet, in his current state, how could he possibly face anyone? After much contemplation, Yuan Mu ultimately relented. "All right, Wenli, please send me the time and location of the gathering, and I shall attend punctually. However, let it be known that I will be footing the bill." Miao Wenli's face lit up with joy as she quickly agreed. "No problem." She then sent Yuan Mu the details of the gathering. The venue for the reunion was a place called Yuding Club. Previously, Zhao Su had enlisted Chen Tianhe to assist in acquiring or establishing clubs and upscale restaurants. This Yuding Club had already been secured under Chen Tianhe's management. Upon hearing from Li Qingqing that Miao Wenli was organizing a class reunion at Yuding Club, Zhao Su smirked inwardly, knowing that Yuan Mu would undoubtedly attend. Since misfortune had befallen him once, it seemed fate had decided to bestow another dose of ill luck. Chapter 29. The moth to the flame, Gu Shishue. After waking up in the morning, Zhao Su, as per his routine, dropped his daughter, Xiao Yezi, off at preschool. To his surprise, Su Lin had returned to work. "Mr. Zhao." Su Lin greeted Zhao Su warmly. "Su teacher, how is your mother's health?" "Much better, thanks to your assistance, Mr. Zhao." Su Lin took Xiao Yezi into her arms, who piped up, "Su teacher, I missed you so much while you were away." "Yay, I missed you all too." Su Lin smiled and gently tapped her forehead against Xiao Yezi's. Zhao Su suddenly remembered that his wife, Li Qingqing, was attending a class reunion that evening. He needed to accompany her to prevent her from being taken advantage of by that scoundrel Yuan Mu. With no one available to look after the child, he was struck by inspiration upon seeing Su Lin, as she seemed like the ideal candidate. "Su teacher, may I trouble you with a favor?" Zhao Su asked. Having borrowed money from Zhao Su to assist with her mother's medical expenses, Su Lin was eager to repay him. "Of course, Mr. Zhao, anything I can do, I will gladly undertake." "Nothing too serious," Zhao Su replied with a smile. "I just need you to watch over Yezi after school. My wife and I have plans tonight and may be delayed in picking her up." "Absolutely," Su Lin readily agreed. Setting aside her affection for Xiao Yezi, helping her benefactor was a source of great joy for her. "Mr. Zhao, after I finish work, I will take Yezi back to my home. I will send you the address later." "Perfect," Zhao Su nodded. Su Lin turned to Xiao Yezi, saying, "Say goodbye to your father." "Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye." After exchanging farewells, Zhao Su left the preschool. After departing, Zhao Su called Chen Tianhe, asking him to contact the Yuding Club's manager, as he needed to meet with her first. Chen Tianhe informed him that the manager, Hualei, would be waiting for him at the Shangdao Coffee on Yang Street in half an hour. Calculating the travel time, Zhao Su surmised that he could reach the CAF in approximately 30 minutes, even accounting for potential traffic delays. After hanging up, he drove straight to Shangdao Coffee. Shangdao Coffee was a nationally recognized chain known for its authentic coffee. Back when Zhao Su relied on his wife, he often visited this CAF, as its cultural atmosphere was rich, featuring numerous bookshelves, resembling a miniature library. Upon arriving, he spotted a plump woman in her 30s standing and waving at him. She wore a beige, form-fitting dress that accentuated her ample figure, creating a somewhat precarious impression that the fabric might tear at any moment. Unquestionably, she was beautiful. A mature woman in her 30s exuded a charm unmatched by youthful innocence. With a respectful demeanor, Hualei addressed Zhao Su. "You must be young Master Zhao." Zhao Su nodded and gestured for her to take a seat. Hualei's gaze was fiery as she spoke. Young Master Zhao, I initially thought it was Chen Tianhe who acquired my club. I didn't realize the true mastermind was you. I am merely interested in the upscale clubs in Linjiang City. I was unaware that Chen Tianhe had secured your establishment, Sister Hua. Zhao Su spoke honestly, noting that he had only enlisted Chen Tianhe's help to establish or acquire several clubs and upscale restaurants. Chen Tianhe had been swift and efficient, successfully negotiating for one club and mentioned that 2 more upscale restaurants would be finalized within the week. Sister Hua, I have been informed that Chen Lao regards you as a trustworthy person. I would like to inquire about the current situation of Yuding Club. Huale provided a brief overview, explaining that while the club's daily revenue was decent, very little profit remained after expenses, which was why she was considering selling it to Chen Tianhe. Zhao Su maintained a nonchalant attitude, stating, "That's perfectly fine. My intention in running the club is not purely for profit." Huale looked astonished, staring at Zhao Su. Although she was unaware of his background, even the wealthiest second-generation rich kids would not squander money so recklessly. Zhao Su seemed to sense her skepticism and smiled, clarifying, "My goal in managing the club is to create a database of clients. Only by building connections can one access broader resources, don't you think?" Young Master Zhao, while that may be true, it is still a grave concern. No one enjoys having their privacy exposed. I'm merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. We live in an era dominated by big data. With a simple online registration, our basic personal information is already compromised. There's no need to make a fuss over it. Zhao Su continued, "You should be aware that Chen Tianhe is assisting me in acquiring other clubs and upscale restaurants. If you perform well, I will consider entrusting you with the management of those establishments as well, providing you with a 10% profit share from each one. What do you think, Sister Hua? Are you interested?" Hua Lei eagerly nodded her acceptance. As a woman who had transformed a small shop into a private club, it was evident that she possessed tremendous ambition. Knowing that the wealthiest man in Linjiang City, Chen Tianhe, worked for Zhao Su only reinforced her determination to collaborate with him. Moreover, the prospect of receiving a 10% profit share was more appealing than running her own business. Wary of potential threats from his family, Zhao Su was actively building his own influence. Without loyal individuals to help him establish his empire, he would be unprepared for the future, leaving him vulnerable to being undermined. He found Hua Lei to be a shrewd and capable woman. "Sister Hua, my wife and her friends are attending a class reunion tonight at Yuding Club. I need you to assist me with something." "What is it?" Zhao Su quietly whispered his request to Hua Lei. After listening, she nodded repeatedly, assuring him that she would handle it. Once everything was arranged, Hua Lei departed the CAF ahead of Zhao Su. Zhao Su switched his phone card and dialed a number he hadn't called in years. When the call connected, the woman's voice was filled with emotion. "Su Gu. Is it really you?" "It's me, Xiao Shui." The woman on the other end burst into tears, unable to contain herself. "Su Gu, you disappeared for so many years without a word. How could you be so heartless?" "Xiao Shui, you know the circumstances surrounding my family. I ran away from home and, of course, couldn't keep in touch with anyone." "And you, are you doing well now?" she asked, her sobs subsiding. "Very well," Zhao Su replied, then hesitated before adding, "I'm married now." The moment she heard he was married, the silence on the other end was palpable. "Xiao Shui, are you still there?" "Yes," Gu Shishua's voice trembled as she asked. "Is she beautiful?" "Beautiful," Zhao Su affirmed. "Do you remember Grandpa Li, our old family steward? She is his granddaughter." Hearing this, Gu Shishua felt as though her heart was being torn apart. "Su Gu, you didn't call just to inform me about your marriage, did you?" She attempted to change the subject. "Of course not." Zhao Su paused before asking, "Xiao Shui, are you in the country or abroad now?" "I'm working for a Fortune 500 company abroad. I want to start my own venture. Come back and help me. I know your capabilities." Gu Shishua hesitated, but ultimately found herself agreeing. "All right. I'll submit my resignation to the company. It might cost me several $100,000. Don't worry. Su Gu will not treat you unfairly." After ending the call, Gu Shishua found her tears flowing once more, whispering to herself, "Gu Shishua, how foolish you are. Knowing full well that Su Gu is married, why are you still throwing yourself into the flame?" Chapter 30. The more wealth, the better. After leaving the CAF, Zhao Su returned home and indulged in a brief nap. Having grown accustomed to lounging at home, it was challenging to shake off his tendency to oversleep. In the afternoon, Zhao Su's phone rang. Seeing it was his wife, Li Qingqing, he quickly answered. "Where are you?" she inquired. "Oh, I just finished taking Chen Lao's car and came home for a nap," Zhao Su replied casually. "Remember to pick up the child early. I have a class reunion tonight." "Yes, you've mentioned it before." Don't drink too much. I will come to collect you. I'm unsure what time it will end. If it runs too late, I may just take a taxi back. Not a problem. I'll pick you up, no matter how late it gets. Hearing his assurance warmed Li Qingqing's heart. Though her husband had yet to achieve significant success in his career, he was undeniably a caring partner. She attempted to ignite some spark between them, but just as the thought emerged, it extinguished. Sighing, she recognized that for her career to rebound, she needed to put in more effort and could not rely on her husband, Zhao Su. With that in mind, she retrieved her old client's contact list and began making calls, only to be met with rejection across the board. In the evening, Zhao Su arrived at Yuding Club ahead of schedule. Hua Lei received Zhao Su in the general manager's office, noting his casual attire that starkly contrasted with the ostentatious styles of certain wealthy heirs. She was aware of Zhao Su's preference for a more understated approach. Young Master Zhao, what type of woman do you fancy? Would you like me to summon a lady to keep you company? Zhao Su's gaze lingered on Hua Lei's alluring figure as he jokingly replied. Sister Hua, you seem quite splendid yourself. In Linjiang City, Hua Lei was somewhat of a well-known figure, a formidable woman capable of managing the grand establishment of Yuding Club single-handedly. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to jest with Hua Lei in such a manner would have faced her wrath. However, given her current role as an employee for Zhao Su, she eagerly seized the opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport, hoping to glean insights into his background, particularly how someone of his caliber could command the loyalty of even the city's wealthiest magnate, Chen Tianhe. Hua Lei moved behind Zhao Su, gently massaging his neck and shoulders, and whispered softly in his ear, Young Master Zhao, I see you have a preference for mature women. Zhao Su, holding Hua Lei's smooth hand, chuckled. I've heard that Sister Hua is the true jewel of Yuding Club. Countless young scions of Linjiang have squandered fortunes attempting to earn your favor. Why would I settle for anything less than the best? You certainly have a wild heart, young Master Zhao. Not only have you taken over my establishment, but you also seek to claim my services. Hua Lei teased. Haha, acquiring both beauty and riches is surely a boon, Zhao Su declared, leaning in to plant a kiss on the back of Hua Lei's hand. She swiftly withdrew her delicate hand, reminding him, alas, young Master Zhao is already a married man. Her words doused him in cold reality. After a brief discussion about work, Zhao Su noticed a security monitor on the wall displaying his wife, Li Qingqing, along with several classmates who had just arrived. They had entered a private room named Night Paris. Zhao Su inquired of Hua Lei, Sister Hua, does the Night Paris room have surveillance footage? Indeed. Hua Lei pressed a button on the remote, switching the monitor's display. After silencing the other screens, they could hear a fashionably dressed young woman grasping Li Qingqing's hand, asking, Qingqing, how's life with that useless husband of yours? Oops, I meant to ask how your marriage is treating you. Upon hearing the term useless, Hua Lei glanced at Zhao Su, struggling to reconcile the two. She pointed at Li Qingqing on the screen and asked, Young Master Zhao, this beautiful woman must be your wife? Indeed, her name is Li Qingqing. Ah, so this is Li Qingqing. I had heard she was the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City, but I never truly believed it until now. Hua Lei mused that a sense of pride welled up within Zhao Su as he smiled. She is the most stunning flower of Lingda University. Hua Lei sighed, oh, you men, with such a gorgeous wife at home, how can you still seek affection elsewhere? Zhao Su replied with a wry smile, Sister Hua, would you believe me if I said that my marriage with Li Qingqing is merely a contractual arrangement, devoid of any genuine conjugal life? Hua Lei furrowed her brow in confusion. Young Master Zhao, how could your marriage be like that? It's a long story, he replied, refraining from elaborating. How long have you been married? 5 years. Hua Lei's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Are you implying that you have been living with a stunning wife for 5 years while leading a single life? Zhao Su nodded. Upon learning this secret, Hua Lei seemed to comprehend why Zhao Su would refuse her assistance in finding a woman, yet still express affection towards her. At that moment, the door to the Night Paris room swung open, and Yuan Mu entered, his face bruised and swollen, wearing a baseball cap. Upon spotting Yuan Mu, Miao Winley approached him, jokingly knocking his cap off. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Yuan Mu's battered face. Miao Winley, realizing she had crossed a line, asked incredulously, Yuan Mu, what happened to you? Picking up his cap from the floor and putting it back on, Yuan Mu suppressed his anger and replied, Nothing much, just had a run-in with some thugs. Did you report it to the police? Yes, the authorities are handling it. Yuan Mu noticed an empty seat beside Li Qingqing and made his way to sit beside her. Li Qingqing shifted slightly away and asked, Yuan Shuizhong, did you offend someone? Not at all. Once I uncover who is behind this, they'll pay dearly, Yuan Mu replied, gritting his teeth. Seeing Yuan Mu's pitiful state, Hua Lei could not help but chuckle. She turned to Zhao Su and asked, Young Master Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, it was your handiwork that left Yuan Mu in such a state, wasn't it? This fellow has long coveted my wife. Could I possibly let him off lightly? Hua Lei laughed heartily at this. With a flirtatious smile, she said, Young Master Zhao, you may enjoy the show while I take my leave. Zhao Su gave Hua Lei a playful smack on her backside. Encouraging her, Sister Hua, I shall host a celebratory feast for you soon. Hua Lei beamed, swaying her alluring figure as she exited. Upon arriving at the night Paris room, she greeted Miao Wenli, asking, Director Miao, are all your classmates here? Yes, Sister Hua, please help us order some refreshments, of course. What would you like to drink? Miao Wenli confidently replied. Sister Hua, today, someone is treating us, so please order some premium items. Who is treating? I am. Yuan Mu raised his hand, eyeing Hua Lei's curvaceous figure as he boldly stated, just pick whatever you desire. Would you prefer liquor or red wine? Hua Lei inquired. 2 bottles of XO, and the rest red wine, was the response. Very well. Hua Lei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at Li Qingqing, who quickly turned away to avoid eye contact. After procuring 2 bottles of Remy Martin XO and 2 cases of premium red wine, Yuan Mu examined one of the bottles and remarked, This wine is quite good. I'm glad you like it. The fruits and nuts are complimentary from me. Enjoy, Hua Lei said before sashaying out. Upon returning to her office, she found Zhao Su reclining in his chair, smoking and intently watching the surveillance monitor. Hua Lei handed him the order, smiling, Young Master Zhao, this bill should be sufficient to keep Yuan Mu occupied for a while. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Su reviewed the bill, noting that 1 bottle of premium red wine cost nearly 100,000, and with the 2 cases plus 2 bottles of XO, the total exceeded 1 million. He smiled, perfect, let us just wait for the moment of reckoning when Yuan Mu has to settle the bill. Chapter 31. Can't even afford one. 010, 000? During the class reunion, Yuan Mu noticed that Li Qingqing was deliberately keeping her distance from him. In a drunken haze, he seized her hand. Observing this, Zhao Su sprang to his feet. Should Yuan Mu make any further advances, he was ready to storm into the night Paris room and teach him another lesson. Li Qingqing quickly shook off Yuan Mu's grip, coldly admonishing, Yuan Mu, you're intoxicated. Qingqing, I am not, he insisted. Had I not gone abroad for my studies, we would have been together. Alas, there are no what-ifs. I am a married man now. Please respect that. The young woman who had previously spoken with Li Qingqing mocked, Qingqing, who doesn't know you married a useless husband? Are you really content to spend your life with him? You shall not refer to him as useless. Li Qingqing stood up, her face frosted with anger. What my husband is or isn't is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Qingqing, we only want what is best for you. Yuan Mu has liked you since university, and now that he is back, he is a successful entrepreneur. He doesn't mind that you're a married woman. So why are you being so stubborn? Xian Shuqin, please stop with your snide remarks. Were you not once infatuated with Yuan Mu? Why drag me into your issues? Li Qingqing felt that attending this reunion was a waste of time. The gathering was filled with flaunting designer clothes and boasting about whose husband was more successful. While she could tolerate it, they had crossed a line by repeatedly mocking her husband, Zhao Su, calling him useless. She pulled out her phone and called Zhao Su. Zhao Su, I'm at Yuting Club. I'm finished here. Please come pick me up. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhao Su instructed Hua Lei to proceed as planned and discreetly exited through the back door to the parking lot. Anticipating that Li Qingqing's classmates would label him as useless, he had deliberately driven out Chen Tianhe's Rolls-Royce. After parking in front, he called Li Qingqing, Qingqing, I've arrived. Please come out. Seeing Li Qingqing preparing to leave, Yuan Mu called for the bill, only to be informed that the total exceeded 1.3 million. After returning to China, he had used 20 million to establish a company and spent over 2 million on a Bentley. With only 2 million in liquid assets, he realized that he could not transfer funds in time. He cursed his own negligence for not reviewing the wine list. Miao Wenli gasped at the staggering bill. Upon seeing the near 100,000 price tag for a single bottle of wine, she furrowed her brow. This expenditure nearly matched her annual salary. As Li Qingqing answered Zhao Su's call, she mentioned encountering some trouble and would be exiting shortly. Miao Wenli, concerned, pleaded with Hua Lei, Sister Hua, Could you possibly offer a discount? This bill is simply too much. Hua Lei's demeanor shifted dramatically, her previously warm smile replaced by a frosty glare. I've already provided complimentary fruit and nuts. Do you expect me to offer you a discount? If you can't afford it, then perhaps you should refrain from pretending at Yuting. Yuanmu angrily pointed at Hua Lei. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I can't make your establishment in Linjiang unviable? Do you think I'm intimidated by your threats? If I lack the capability, would I have the audacity to run such an establishment alone? Miao Wenli had heard of Hua Lei's fierce reputation. There were whispers of a patron who had caused trouble at Yuting, only to later be found in the river. Though fingers pointed at Hua Lei, no evidence could link her to the incident. Henceforth, few dared to cause a ruckus at Yuting, as Hua Lei could swiftly resolve any situation. However, none of Yuanmu's classmates had the means to settle such a bill. The most embarrassing position was held by Yuanmu himself, who had arranged the outing yet could not cover the costs, earning him scorn from his peers. Yuanmu, you run a large company. Surely you can't be incapable of coming up with over $1 million. Exactly. You said you were treating us, yet now we're being held here. After enduring the ridicule from his classmates, Yuanmu turned to Hua Lei. Sister Hua, my Bentley is worth over $2 million. Can I leave it here as collateral and have my secretary bring the cash tomorrow? Driving a Bentley doesn't make you special. How do I know your car isn't second-hand or flood damaged? I want cash, not some dubious promise if you fail to pay. I'll call the police and have you all spend the night in custody. Just then, Zhao Su's voice rang out from behind. Sister Hua, who are you directing your anger towards? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Hua Lei knew the main event had arrived. She played along. Brother Zhao, you've arrived just in time. These patrons are unable to pay for their expenses, and I was about to call the police. Darling, you've come, Li Qingqing exclaimed, rushing to Zhao Su's side. He was taken aback. She had never addressed him as darling before. Brother Zhao, who is this lovely lady? Hua Lei feigned ignorance. This is my wife, Li Qingqing. Wow. They say Li Qingqing is the most beautiful woman in Linjiang, and she certainly lives up to her reputation. Brother Zhao, I truly envy you. Sister Hua, please continue with your duties. We will take our leave. Very well, Hua Lei responded with a radiant smile. Miao Wenli, realizing the close rapport between Zhao Su and Hua Lei, worried that if they failed to produce over $1 million, they could end up in the police station. Thinking quickly, Miao Wenli called out to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, wait a moment. Li Qingqing paused, turning to Miao Wenli. Wenli, what is it? Miao Wenli implored. Your husband seems quite close with Sister Hua. Could you perhaps ask him for a favor? Let us leave now, and Yuanmu's secretary will settle the bill tomorrow. The stylishly dressed Xian Shuqin chimed in. Yes, yes. Qingqing, your husband is quite capable. Surely he could help us out. Li Qingqing's expression hardened as she retorted. But just moments ago, didn't you all call my husband useless? Are you truly asking a useless man for help? Xian Shuqin had been the loudest in her derision. She had married a project manager earning a meager salary and had always looked down on Zhao Su, a stay-at-home husband. She never expected to be slapped with such a dose of reality. Realizing the gravity of her words, Xian Shuqin quickly smiled at Li Qingqing. I would never look down on your husband. I was merely joking. Uncertain whether Zhao Su could intercede, Li Qingqing turned to him and asked, Zhao Su, could you possibly assist them? Noticing Yuanmu's silence, Zhao Su deliberately inquired, Qingqing, who is treating at today's reunion? Yuanmu. Then if the one accountable isn't asking for my help, why should I intervene on behalf of Sister Hua? Zhao Su pulled out a pack of inexpensive cigarettes, lit one, and began to smoke leisurely. Miao Wenli urged Yuanmu, Yuanmu, you should go plead with Qingqing's husband. Do you wish to spend the night in jail? I will never bow to a useless man, Yuanmu declared, reaching for his phone to call his cousin. Guh. I'm at Yuting Club. Bring $2 million in cash. I'm being held here. All right, I'll be there. Zhao Su chuckled, turning to Li Qingqing. Darling, see how kindness can be mistaken for foolishness? Let us just head home for the night. The emphasis on home was unmistakably a jab at Yuanmu. Hua Lei, aware that Zhao Su had arrived in a Rolls-Royce to pick up Li Qingqing, announced, you all should wait by the entrance. If I don't see the money in half an hour, I'll be calling the police. Yuanmu and Miao Wenli were visibly uncomfortable, while others were left dumbfounded by the sight of Zhao Su driving off in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Once Zhao Su had left, Xian Shuqin turned to Miao Wenli. Wenli, has Qingqing's husband really made it big? How can he afford a Rolls-Royce? Miao Wenli's gaze was profound, as if she were lost in thought. She responded, no, he is merely the driver for Chen, the wealthiest man in Linjiang City. Chapter 32. Do not use the Tao family to oppress me. Yuan Mu was only aware that Li Qingqing's husband worked as a chauffeur for a wealthy employer. Upon hearing Miao Wenli mention that Zhao Su was the driver for Chen Tianhe, the richest man in Linjiang City, he suddenly realized the truth. No wonder this fellow often performed astonishing feats without warning. Exine Shuqin pouted, indignantly saying, "Humph. So what if he drives for Chen Tianhe? At the end of the day, he is just a mere chauffeur." Hua Lei, displeased by this remark, retorted coldly to Exine Shuqin, "So what if he is a driver? He is far superior to your husband. At least he knows Chen Tianhe." Exine Shuqin dared not retaliate against Hua Lei, huffing in frustration and falling silent. Several minutes later, Yuan Chen arrived in a black Maybach. Having settled the bill of over $1 million, he remarked to Hua Lei, "Sister Hua, your cut was rather harsh on Yuan Mu, wasn't he it?" "Mr. Yuan, it was your brother who insisted on ordering whatever liquor was deemed good or expensive," she defended. "I didn't even serve him Roman e Conti." Roman e Conti is currently recognized as the most expensive red wine in the world, with prices exceeding 100,000 per bottle, and in a venue like Yuding Club, it could easily fetch several hundred thousand. Yuan Chen refrained from further disputing with Hua Lei. Her background was not to be underestimated, and any argument could lead to mutual destruction. On the way back, since Yuan Mu had been drinking, Yuan Chen allowed him to ride in his car, stating that he would send someone from Yuan Mu's company to retrieve the car from the parking lot the next day. In the vehicle, Yuan Chen questioned his cousin Yuan Mu. "What is going on, Mu? You invited those classmates to dinner despite your limited finances. What are you trying to prove, brother? It's not that I can't afford it. You know I just invested all my money in the company." "Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. Have you found out who assaulted you?" "Not yet," Yuan Chen muttered. "Strange. I asked a friend from the police station, and they said this case is merely a regular brawl without any serious injuries. It has already been suppressed. It seems someone influential has intervened with the police." "Brother, are you suggesting that someone is deliberately targeting me?" "I have that feeling. You should be extra cautious lately," Yuan Chen warned Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu's first suspect was indeed Zhao Su. However, he was merely Chen Tianhe's driver and lacked the power to orchestrate significant influence. Who, then, was truly targeting him? As they returned, Li Qingqing inquired of Zhao Su whether their child had fallen asleep. Zhao Su replied that while he was driving for Elder Chen, he had entrusted the child to teacher Su Lin. The two went to the residential area where Su Lin lived to pick up the child. Upon seeing Su Lin's somewhat affectionate gaze towards her husband Zhao Su, Li Qingqing felt a twinge of discomfort. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock at night. Zhao Su was about to close the door when he heard Tao Aijuan call out loudly, "Qingqing, wait a moment." Seeing that it was Li Qingqing's uncle, Tao Aijuan, Zhao Su leaned against the doorframe and coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Tao Aijuan pushed past Zhao Su, stating, "I'm here to see Qingqing, not you." He then hurried into the house. Li Qingqing undressed little Yezi and tucked her into bed. She stepped outside. She noticed Tao Aijuan carrying a large bundle of expensive items, bird's nest, ginseng, and Ganoderma among them. With a beaming smile, Tao Aijuan said to Li Qingqing, "Qingqing, your grandmother asked me to bring these for you. She also mentioned that if you represent the Tao family in a collaboration with the Shuri Group, you would receive a 500 square meter villa. Your family of 3 wouldn't have to cram into this rental anymore. Uncle, please tell grandmother that when I was in trouble, the Tao family did not assist me. Now that the Tao family is in need, I, Li Qingqing, will not aid the Tao family either. This is a matter of mutual independence. Also, take back everything you brought. We, the poor, are not accustomed to such extravagant items." Tao Aijuan became agitated, unable to contain his anger as he shouted, "Qingqing, what do you mean by that? Although you are a daughter, you are still half a member of the Tao family. Right now, the Tao family is relying on a collaboration with the Shuri Group. If the deal falls through, your grandfather's legacy will be lost. When it comes time to divide the inheritance, neither you nor your mother will get anything. Whether you receive the inheritance or not is none of my concern. Uncle, please leave, or I will have Zhao Su throw you out." "Oh, you dare to throw me out?" Tao Aijuan was furious, pointing at Li Qingqing and saying, "Li Qingqing, it's one thing to marry a good-for-nothing, but now the Tao family is seeking your help, and you're being so evasive. If you lack compassion, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson as an elder." As he spoke, he lunged towards Li Qingqing. "Li Qingqing!" Zhao Su exclaimed in shock, instinctively stepping back. Just as Tao Aijuan raised his hand to slap Li Qingqing, Zhao Su seized him by the collar and pulled him forcefully outside. "Good for nothing, let go of me." Zhao Su, who had some combat experience, was significantly stronger than Tao Aijuan. He coldly stated, "If you call me a good-for-nothing again, even if you are Qingqing's uncle, I will make sure you can't take care of yourself." Tao Aijuan was about to repeat the insult, but, realizing he was still being held by Zhao Su, he opted for silence, adhering to the principle of not seeking trouble when in a disadvantageous position. After throwing Tao Aijuan out, Zhao Su proceeded to toss all the items he had brought after him, declaring, "Do not use the Tao family to pressure my wife. If I catch you bullying my wife again under the guise of being an elder, even if you are Tao Aijuan, I will not hold back." With that, he slammed the door shut. Tao Aijuan was left fuming, shouting, "This is outrageous." Zhao Su turned to find Li Qingqing silently sobbing on the sofa. He sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and comforting her. "Qingqing, you did the right thing. No matter what decisions you make, I will always support you." Li Qingqing ceased her quiet sobs, stood up and said coldly to Zhao Su, "All right, you should get some rest too. We both have work tomorrow." As Zhao Su was about to head to bed, Li Qingqing suddenly stopped at the bedroom door, calling out, "Zhao Su, is there something you need, my dear? We cannot rely on anyone but ourselves. Only through our own efforts can we find a way out. If you wish to truly share a life with me, I hope you can aspire to greater ambitions, not just remain as Chen Tianhe's driver. Do you understand?" "I understand." Zhao Su nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, my dear. I will strive to provide a happy life for our family." Li Qingqing acknowledged him with a brief before entering the bedroom to cuddle with their daughter. At 6:30. The alarm buzzed, waking Zhao Su, who rose to wash up and prepare breakfast. After preparing the meal, he called for his wife Li Qingqing and daughter Yezi to join him for breakfast. This family life brought Zhao Su a sense of fulfillment rather than humiliation, as such warmth was something he had never experienced in the Zhao family. During his time there, he could only see his father Zhao Shaotian a few times a year and had never truly felt paternal love. Thus, after his mother's passing, Zhao Su left the Zhao family in anger, believing that his mother's death was caused by his father Zhao Shaotian. "Daddy, why are you crying?" Yezi, who was having breakfast, noticed Zhao Su's despondent expression and innocently asked. Zhao Su stood up with a smile, saying, "Daddy, isn't crying. I was just caught in some smoke earlier." Li Qingqing shot Zhao Su a glance but said nothing, finding it strange since they used an electric ceramic stove. Where could the smoke have come from? "Zhao Su, I left my car at the company yesterday. Could you please take Yezi to school first and then accompany me to the company?" Li Qingqing inquired while eating. Zhao Su nodded and replied, "Sure." After breakfast, Zhao Su drove the Rolls-Royce to drop Yezi off at school. Seeing the luxurious car, Yezi curiously asked, "Dad, your boss is so rich. Why does he have so many nice cars? Some people just have money." Zhao Su replied while driving to Li Qingqing smiled and patted her daughter's head, reassuring her, "Yezi, if you study hard, once you graduate, you can help mommy earn lots of money." At that moment, Zhao Su's phone rang. He had left it on the back seat when he was placing the child in the CA. Li Qingqing noticed it was an unfamiliar number and answered it casually. A melodious female voice came through, saying, "Brother Su, my flight arrives in Linjiang City at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You must remember to pick me up." Chapter 33. Standing up for my wife after hanging up the phone, Li Qingqing saw the name Xiaoxue on the caller ID and asked Zhao Su indifferently, "Who is this Xiaoxue woman?" "Oh, she is the younger sister of my neighbor back home." "Neighbor's younger sister?" Li Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. "Yes, that's about the gist of it." Zhao Su felt a flutter of anxiety. He worried that if Li Qingqing were to ask Gu Shishu anything, she might inadvertently reveal something. Li Qingqing had never inquired about Zhao Su's family background, nor had she heard him speak of it. What had his grandfather seen in him that led to their marriage? Now, suddenly, a neighbor's younger sister appeared, calling him Brother Xu. Li Qingqing felt it necessary to discuss this with Zhao Su at an appropriate time. After dropping little Yezi off at kindergarten, Su Lin informed Zhao Su that the city's television station would soon hold a child star dance competition and asked if they should enroll Yezi. Having taken dance lessons for half a year, Yezi, though not yet 5, had a natural talent for dance, displaying grace and flexibility at such a young age. Zhao Su called Li Qingqing in the car to ask if they should sign the child up. Li Qingqing believed that their daughter had the potential, and whether or not they won was secondary. The most important thing was to provide her with a platform to gain experience, so she asked Su Lin to help with the registration. On the way to drop Li Qingqing off at work, she inquired, "Zhao Su, do you have any relatives left back home?" "I don't have any relatives anymore, damn. My mother has passed, and my father is nowhere to be found." Li Qingqing was taken aback by the desolate nature of Zhao Su's background, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's fine." You will know sooner or later, Zhao Su replied, not entirely untruthfully. His mother had indeed passed away, and he rarely saw his father Zhao Xiaodian. After dropping Li Qingqing off at her company, Zhao Su was about to leave when Li Qingqing suddenly called out to him, asking, Zhao Su, are you driving for Elder Chen this morning? Not sure for now. Elder Chen said he would call me if he needed me. Are you not going to pick up that neighbor's younger sister Xiao Xue in the afternoon? Why not accompany me to meet a client this morning? Sure, Zhao Su readily agreed. Then wait for me a moment. I need to grab some documents from the office. After Li Qingqing finished speaking, she turned and walked into the Yezi Packaging Design Company. When she emerged, she instructed Zhao Su to take their recently purchased second-hand Volkswagen Jetta for the client meeting. After all, driving a 10 million yuan Rolls-Royce might intimidate the client. Dear, where are we meeting the client? Zhao Su inquired. 1-2 Group, Li Qingqing replied, providing the address as Zhao Su drove directly to 1-2 Group. Upon arriving, Li Qingqing tidied her clothes, took the documents, and entered the building, telling Zhao Su to wait for her in the parking lot. With nothing to do, Zhao Su leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette. That moment, a black Mercedes-Benz parked beside him. As the door opened, Wen Bao stepped out. Noticing Zhao Su when parking, Wen Bao greeted him with a smile. Young Master Zhao, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Zhao Su flicked the remaining cigarette but to the ground and stepped on it. Surprised to see Wen Bao here as well, he explained, I'm accompanying my wife to meet a client. What client? Zhao Su gestured toward 1-2 Group and said, this one. Wen Bao was taken aback, exclaiming, Young Master Zhao, this is my company? You own it? Zhao Su patted Wen Bao on the shoulder, laughing, Ha! What a coincidence. It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple, and family members don't recognize each other. Seeing Zhao Su driving a Jetta, Wen Bao understood that this wealthy second generation was fond of keeping a low profile and thought nothing of it. Additionally, Zhao Su had just entrusted him with a significant project, asking him to manage the banquet hall. When Wen Bao learned that Zhao Su's wife owned a packaging design company, the pieces fell into place. Not long ago, he had finalized the banquet hall deal and was preparing for renovations and promotional designs, which he had assigned to his subordinate, Gao Yishan. Since the packaging design company belonged to Zhao Su's wife, it was only fitting that the work would go to Li Qingqing. Young Master Zhao, why don't you come up with me? I'm about to sign the contract with your wife. Zhao Su warned Wen Bao, just treat us as ordinary friends. Please do not reveal my true identity. Do you understand? Understood. Wen Bao had discreetly investigated Zhao Su's background and learned that he was the son-in-law of the Tao family, realizing he must be concealing something. However, he never anticipated that even his wife Li Qingqing would be kept in the dark. Zhao Su followed Wen Bao upstairs, heading directly to Gao Yishan's office. Upon pushing the door open, what he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. Li Qingqing was backed into a corner by Gao Yishan, and it was evident what was happening. Seeing her husband Zhao Su, she broke free from Gao Yishan and rushed towards him, crying, Zhao Su, this man is trying to take advantage of me. With a glint of cold fury in his eyes, Zhao Su advanced step by step toward Gao Yishan, demanding, what did you just do to my wife? Gao Yishan, emboldened by Wen Bao's presence, replied defiantly, what are you being aggressive for? Don't you know whose territory this is? Your wife came to discuss collaboration with our 1-2 group. She's so beautiful. I merely wanted to make a pass. Wen Bao kicked Gao Yishan in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and angrily shouted, Gao Yishan, are you a fool? I sent you to negotiate a deal, not to hit on women, bro. I doubt before Gao Yishan could get up, Zhao Su charged forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks. Wen Bao approached Li Qingqing, sincerely apologizing, is it Ms. Li? I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not managing him properly. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Li Qingqing shook her head, saying, thank goodness you arrived. After Zhao Su had thoroughly beaten Gao Yishan, he finally stopped. Wen Bao immediately called 2 of his subordinates to take Gao Yishan and throw him into a dumpster. No matter how much Gao Yishan pleaded for mercy, it was futile as he was dragged away. Wen Bao, worried that Zhao Su would blame him for the outburst, quickly apologized, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. It's entirely my fault. How about this? In this collaboration with your wife, I will pay her double the price for the deal. How does that sound? Li Qingqing was taken aback. If this contract went through, they would earn at least 30,000 out now. If it was settled at double the price, they would make at least 60,000. Zhao Shuyu, still seething with anger, warned Wen Bao, Mr. Wen, you must take better care of your employees. Should anything similar occur again, be wary of me dismantling your company. Yes, I'll be sure to pay attention, Wen Bao replied, not daring to voice any dissent. He didn't hesitate to offer Li Qingqing double the price. as the funds were originally Zhao Su's investment. He merely framed it as a partnership to allow Zhao Su's wife to earn a bit more. After successfully signing the contract, Li Qingqing joyfully linked her arm with Zhao Su's as they exited the One Investment Group. Puzzled, Li Qingqing inquired, "Zhao Su, why do I get the impression that when Bao is quite afraid of you? Last time, it was when Bao who caused trouble for Miao Miao at Hayasidi Bar. After I taught him a lesson, it would be odd if he wasn't fearful upon seeing me." Zhao Su felt quite pleased with himself for crafting such a grandiose justification. "Qingqing, perhaps you should hire a few individuals for external business relations? With your beauty, you shouldn't be the one out there pursuing business. But we are currently short on funds, and hiring means incurring substantial expenses. My dear, your perspective is somewhat narrow. By hiring more sales personnel, we can leverage their skills to bring in more business, ultimately increasing the company's profits." "Indeed," Li Qingqing exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "I've been so focused on saving money lately. All right, I'll promptly recruit a few people dedicated to market operations." Chapter 34. A woman's transformation. After escorting Li Qingqing back to her company, Zhao Su enjoyed a working lunch there. He needed to head to the airport in the afternoon to pick up Gu Shishue, and after the meal, he hurriedly drove to the airport. With time to spare, he parked and sent Gu Shishue his location. He then opened his phone to play a game of Do Di Zhu. Just as he was engrossed in the game, a pair of enchanting white legs appeared before him. Following those lovely legs upward, he found himself face to face with Gu Shishue, whom he hadn't seen in years. After 6 years, if it weren't for Gu Shishue standing there, he might have struggled to recognize her. Back then, she was just a little girl, always trailing behind him and often in tears. Now, she had transformed, resembling a delicate beauty straight out of a comic book. "Xiaoxue, Brother Su," Gu Shishue exclaimed, tossing her belongings aside and leaping into Zhao Su's embrace. Caught off guard by her emotional display, Zhao Su gently pushed her away and playfully pinched her petite nose. Teasing, "How is it that you still enjoy crying at your age? It's just that I'm so happy to see you. Brother Su, Xiaoxue, you've truly blossomed into a stunning woman." Zhao Su circled around Gu Shishue, admiring her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Zhao Su recalled that when he left, she had only been about 1.62 meters tall. To his surprise, she had grown to approximately 1.68 meters. Standing at 1.78 meters, Zhao Su found himself towering over her, and together they made quite the handsome couple. After assisting Gu Shishue with her luggage, he invited her into the car. On their way back, Gu Shishue's lips were in constant motion, peppering him with questions about why he had left the Zhao family and why he had been out of touch for so many years. Gu Shishue was aware of Zhao Su's mother's passing, and upon learning that it had occurred on the day his father, Zhao Xiaotian, took a mistress, she finally understood the depth of his anguish. "Brother Su, it must have been difficult for you these years. So, you sought refuge with Grandpa Li? He hasn't been with your family for a long time. Have you willingly remained a live-in son-in-law all these years?" "It was a matter of necessity," Zhao Su sighed. "I needed a place to settle down, and Qingqing is quite a decent person. Doesn't she look down on you for being a failure?" "Of course she does, but she merely wishes I could do better." Gu Shishue nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Are you saying you've severed ties with Uncle Zhao? Does that mean you're no longer part of the Zhao family?" "Yes, from now on, I have no connection with Zhao Xiaotian whatsoever." "Brother Su, is there a misunderstanding between you and Uncle Zhao?" "What misunderstanding could there be?" Zhao Su replied, his anger flaring. "If my father hadn't married that vixen, my mother would still be alive. But, enough. Do not utter the name Zhao Xiaotian in my presence." Seeing Zhao Su's fury, Gu Shishue wisely changed the subject to inquire about his plans. Zhao Su explained that, aside from continuing to operate the company he had inherited in the Northeast, he intended to establish a new company, which he planned to entrust to Gu Shishue's management. He even promised her a 20% stake in the new venture. Gu Shishue had been exceptionally gifted, having been admitted to Harvard Business School at a young age due to her remarkable intellect and innate business acumen, which was precisely why Zhao Su wanted her assistance upon her return to the country. Having informed Li Qingqing of his intention to take Gu Shishue out for dinner, he asked her to pick up their child. "Xiaoxue, what would you like to eat tonight?" Gu Shishue, having been abroad for so long, had grown accustomed to that cuisine and asked Zhao Su, "Are there any good Western restaurants here?" After pondering, Zhao Su replied, "There's a place called Plato that serves excellent Italian cuisine." "Then take me there." Gu Shishue, now aware of Zhao Su's newfound wealth, knew he had received a fortune of 100 billion, excluding real estate. Upon arriving at Plato, Zhao Su noticed there were no private rooms available, So he chose a table by the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing them to observe the bustling street outside. The restaurant was filled with the soothing sound of a piano, its decor both classical and lavish, creating an ambience that felt like a serene escape from the city's chaos. Knowing Gu Shishua's fondness for foie gras, he ordered her a Wellington steak while he chose a black pepper steak for himself, alongside 2 bowls of borscht, a fruit salad, a vegetable salad, and a bottle of domestic Zhangyu red wine priced over 800 yuan. Gu Shishua then asked, "Brother Su, I remember you used to love French wine. Why the switch to domestic?" Zhao Su chuckled softly, "Xiaoxue, when you lack the means to purchase food, even plain water tastes better than when you can afford French wine. I don't understand," Gu Shishua said. Her brow furrowing slightly, Zhao Su elaborated, "Because I've experienced poverty. There was a time when I went an entire month without eating meat." Gu Shishua felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to touch Zhao Su's hand. "Brother Su." Zhao Su gently withdrew, smiling as he reassured her, "But all that is in the past. Although I'm no longer part of the Zhao family, I've inherited a fortune of 100 billion. I will surpass Zhao Xiaotian and leave him in my dust. I will help you," Gu Shishua declared confidently. Just then, a group of beautiful high school girls passed by outside. Che Xiaomei tugged at Li Miao Miao's sleeve and pointed at Zhao Su, who was dining with the stunning beauty, saying, "Miao Miao, isn't that your brother-in-law?" Upon seeing Zhao Su, Li Miao Miao realized it was indeed him, seated at the high-end Plato restaurant, laughing and chatting with an elegant and beautiful woman. Knowing the restaurant had high prices, she couldn't tolerate the idea of Zhao Su, whom she deemed a scoundrel, being out with another woman. Furiously, she marched toward the restaurant. If it hadn't been for Zhao Su helping her and her friends resolve their troubles at Hayasidi Bar last time, the matter would have remained unresolved. Che Xiaomei, grateful for Zhao Su's assistance, quickly followed her. Unbeknownst to Zhao Su, who sat with his back to the entrance, Li Miao Miao stormed in at Li Miao Miao's personality was the polar opposite of Li Qingqing's. While Li Qingqing could be stubborn, she had a refined demeanor. In contrast, Li Miao Miao was quick-tempered and easily ignited. "You shameless woman, how dare you seduce my brother-in-law?" Smack! Li Miao Miao's hand struck Gu Shishua's face. The slap not only stunned Gu Shishua but also left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. As Li Miao Miao advanced to attack Gu Shishua, Zhao Su forcefully pulled her away and, with concern, asked Gu Shishua, "Xiaoxue, are you all right?" Chapter 35. Severing maternal bonds. Gu Shishua felt a burning pain on her cheek. Shaking her head, she indicated that she was fine. Zhao Su turned to his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, and exclaimed, "Li Miao Miao, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to hit someone?" Li Miao Miao glared at Zhao Su, a cold smile on her lips. "What is having my sister, the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City? Not enough for you. You've just snagged a driveress job and now you're playing the field. Enough." Zhao Su slapped Li Miao Miao's face, the sound ringing out sharply, "Li Miao Miao," covering her stinging cheek, let tears spill down her face as she glared at Zhao Su. Her teeth clenched. "Fine, Zhao Su. You hit me for this, vixen. I had thought you were changing for the better. Always trying to help. I'll make sure my sister divorces you." Zhao Su hadn't anticipated that. In a fit of anger, he would strike his sister and law. Li Qingqing adored her sister, and if Li Miao Miao reported him, he could expect no leniency. Just then, Li Miao Miao's phone rang. After answering, she angrily told Zhao Su, "Last time my sister refused to help the Tao family. My uncle went to complain. Now, Mom is personally seeking out my sister. If you have any conscience, you should hurry home." Zhao Su's face paled at the revelation. He knew well the formidable nature of his mother-in-law, Tao Aihua. While Li Qingqing might confront others from the Tao family, she wouldn't dare to defy her own parents. Realizing the urgency, Zhao Su said to Gu Shishua, "Xiaoxue, you eat first. I need to head home right away." "All right, go quickly." Gu Shishua understood Zhao Su's urgency and did not insist on his stay. After Zhao Su left, Li Miao Miao approached Gu Naitinu. Gu Shishua instinctively recoiled, asking, What do you want? You little vixen, you'd best keep your distance from my brother-in-law. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll slap you," Li Miao Miao threatened, raising her hand to strike Gu Shishua again. However, Gu Shishua swiftly seized her wrist, her face cold. "Don't think I'm an easy target. If it weren't for you being Li Qingqing's sister, I would teach you a lesson." Having learned some self-defense techniques abroad, Gu Shishua had merely been caught off guard by Li Miao Miao's sudden attack. In a fair fight, Li Miao Miao wouldn't necessarily stand a chance against her. Pushing Li Miao Miao back, Gu Shishua regained her composure. "You are Gu Shishua, aren't you? I'll remember you. Don't think I, Li Miao Miao, am afraid of you. If I catch you clinging to my brother-in-law again, I won't spare you." With that, She turned and hurriedly left. Che Xiaomei followed closely behind, asking, Meow Meow, are you still going to teach her lands? Not anymore. I need to visit my sister's house, she replied, hailing a taxi and departing swiftly. When Zhao Su returned home, he was greeted by the sound of an argument. Qingqing, you are my daughter, Tao Aihua. How can you stand by idly while the Tao family is in trouble? Mom, how many times must I say this? When I was in trouble, not one person from the Tao family offered help. Now that the Tao family is in need, I will not assist them either. What is wrong with you? Haven't you heard your grandmother say that whoever facilitates a partnership with Shiri Group will receive a larger share of the inheritance? If you can negotiate this cooperation on behalf of the Tao family, wouldn't any additional inheritance be shared with you sisters? Mom, I do not desire your family's wealth, so I will not represent the Tao family in discussions with Shiri Group. Tao Aihua, noticing her daughter's stubbornness, was infuriated. Zhao Su walked in at that moment. Seeing him, Tao Aihua's ire flared anew, and she pointed at him, saying to Li Qingqing, although Zhao Su helped you borrow money to get through a tough time, does that 1 million not need to be repaid? If you can secure a deal with Shiri Group, I will immediately pay off your external debts and own need. We will repay the borrowed money gradually, Li Qingqing replied coldly. Tao Aihua, incensed by her daughter's refusal, turned her anger toward Li Guolong, who was trying to mediate Li Guolong. If it weren't for your family's downfall, would I need to plead with my own daughter? Why should I compete with my own sisters for inheritance? I married you, a good-for-nothing, and now my daughter has married this good-for-nothing Zhao Su. How can I accept this? Zhao Su found himself caught in the crossfire yet again. He understood the reasons behind Li family's decline. When old Master Li was employed by the Zhao family, they were thriving. However, Li Guolong and his two brothers were not cut out for business, and the companies founded by old Master Li were lost under their management. This caused Tao Aihua to lash out, deeming Li Guolong a good dash for nothing. Li Qingqing interjected, Mom, stop berating Dad. If you constantly call him a good-for-nothing, how can he ever improve? He had opportunities to venture out, but you insisted that we couldn't live apart, threatening divorce if we did. Grateful, Li Guolong cast a glance of appreciation at his daughter. Tao Aihua, infuriated, pointed at Li Qingqing, so I'm the only one holding this family together, and now I'm the villain? Today, I will make it clear. If you do not assist the Tao family in negotiations with Shiri Group, we will sever our mother-daughter relationship. You all belong to the Li family. You can go your way, and I will return to my Tao family. Li Qingqing was taken aback, never expecting her mother to resort to such a threat. Biting her lower lip, she felt it bleed, yet remained oblivious. Mom, when I faced legal troubles, I pleaded with you, and the Tao family only agreed to help if I divorced Zhao Su. Now that the Tao family is in trouble, why should I help them? Zhao Su is the father of my child, and while he may not be a perfect husband, he is a competent father. I am willing to give him a chance to change and will stay with him for the sake of our child. I do not care about that. I only ask if you will help the Tao family. Your grandmother is over 70 years old, and her greatest wish is to see the Tao family collaborate with Shiri Group before she passes. If Shiri Group abandons us, it would break her heart. At that moment, Li Miao Miao burst in, shouting at her mother, Mom, how can you threaten my sister with severing ties? When she was at her lowest, none of you helped her, so she has every right to refuse to assist the Tao family. And how did the Tao family treat us? They looked down on us and insulted us, calling Dad a good-for-nothing and Zhao Su a good-for-nothing as well. Who told you that? My third aunt and my uncle. Tao Aihua, furious, retorted, Your father and your brother-in-law are indeed good-for-nothings. My father is not a coward, Li Qingqing exclaimed, pointing at Tao Aihua and saying, Mom, you always label Dad as a coward, and that's why he has become so weak today. In my and Miao Miao's eyes, he is not a coward, but a great father. Yes, my dad is definitely not a coward, Li Miao Miao echoed. Tao Aihua, trembling with anger, coldly remarked, I see it clearly now. You Li family members are all in cahoots, while I, with the surname Tao, am merely an outsider. You bunch of cowards can stay together from now on. I shall return to the Tao family. Chapter 36. The hidden culprit. After Tao Aihua stormed out in a fit of rage, an unprecedented silence enveloped the room. Li Guolong sighed and said, Qingqing, Miao Miao, thank you for understanding your father. It is not that I fear your mother. I have always believed that harmony in the family leads to prosperity. Your mother may be a bit hot-tempered, but she has a good heart. Regardless, she is still the one who gave birth to and raised you. Especially now that Qingqing has a child, you should understand the hardships of motherhood. Therefore, Qingqing, promise me, do not sever your mother-daughter bond. Li Qingqing gently replied. Rest assured, Dad. As long as my mom does not force me to do anything unreasonable, I will not do that. Good, Li Guolong nodded, saying, as for the affairs of the Tao family, you may handle them as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Thank you, Dad. In the moment Li Guolong turned away, Li Qingqing felt a pang in her heart as she noticed her father's once towering figure now stooping. Throughout her life, Li Qingqing had been pressured by her mother, Tao Aihua, to do various things she despised. In moments of sorrow, it was always her father, Li Guolong, who comforted her. He was the emotional anchor for her and her sister, providing them with warmth and affection. After Li Guolong left, Li Miaomiao initially intended to expose Zhao Su's secret rendezvous with Gu Shixue, but seeing the chaotic state of the house, she thought better of it. Approaching Zhao Su, she whispered, You better treat my sister well. If I catch you with that vixen again, I won't let you off easily. After glaring at Zhao Su, she hurried off to catch up with Li Guolong. Li Qingqing, noticing her sister whispering to Zhao Su, furrowed her brows in curiosity and asked, Zhao Su, what did Miao Miao just say to you? Oh, she said I should be nicer to you in the future. Crossing her arms, Li Qingqing smiled charmingly and murmured, That girl, she can't even sort out her own studies, yet she meddles in my affairs. Miao Miao is just looking out for you. It is said that brothers-in-law are most tender towards their sisters-in-law. It appears that this is indeed the case. I'm going to take a shower. You go and comfort Yezi, lest she gets frightened again. Zhao Su replied with a simple and made his way to their daughter's room. He found little Yezi nestled under the blankets, with only her small head peeking out. As she pulled back the covers, she climbed into Zhao Su's embrace and softly asked, Daddy, why does Grandma always argue with Mommy? Yezi, you are still young and do not understand. But I see Mommy often secretly wiping her tears. She must be feeling very wronged. Do not worry. As long as Daddy is here, you will not suffer any grievances in the future. Upon hearing this, Yezi planted a kiss on Zhao Su's cheek and joyfully exclaimed, I knew Daddy isn't a coward. Daddy is a superhero. All right, from now on, Daddy will be Yezi's superhero. My daddy is the superhero of Z country. Zhao Su played with little Yezi for a while, but she soon became too sleepy and lay down, quickly drifting off. Just then, a cry of ouch emanated from the bathroom. Zhao Su rushed out and asked Li Qingqing, Qingqing, what happened? I accidentally slipped and twisted my ankle. Li Qingqing winced in pain, unable to suppress her soft groans of discomfort. Zhao Su swiftly opened the bathroom door, revealing a figure as fair as snow. Li Qingqing hastily grabbed a towel to cover herself, her face flushing with anger as she scolded Zhao Su, Who let you in? Oh, come on. What does it matter at this point? Besides, you are my wife. I've seen you before. Zhao Su turned off the water and was about to bend down to lift Li Qingqing when she fixed him with a serious gaze and interrogated. Wait, when have you seen me? In my dreams. Zhao Su grinned widely as he scooped Li Qingqing into his arms, cradling her back and carrying her to his bed. Li Qingqing clutched the towel tightly, fearful it might slip away, and pressed him further. You must tell me the truth. When did you see me, wife? I truly only thought about it in my dreams. Seeing Zhao Su's expression, which did not appear to be deceitful, Li Qingqing huffed, Let me tell you, Zhao Su, while I have not agreed to divorce the Tao family, I am also not prepared to engage in a normal marital life with you. Our union has but one purpose, to raise Yezi into adulthood. Until the divorce is finalized, neither of us is permitted to engage in intimate relations with anyone else. Should either of us violate this, we shall part ways with nothing. Zhao Su understood that Li Qingqing operated with the assertiveness characteristic of a domineering CEO, known for her unwavering stance. Though her proposal seemed harsh for a man, it would serve to keep his beautiful wife in check. With this thought, Zhao Su eagerly agreed. I consent. Noticing the swelling of Li Qingqing's ankle, he mentioned going to fetch some medicine. After a fruitless search, he hurried downstairs to buy a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. After applying the medicine on Li Qingqing, Zhao Su instructed, I bought 2 bottles. One for you to take to the office to use twice during the day, and I will apply it for you at home in the morning and evening. He carefully sprayed the medicine on her. His tone filled with concern. Li Qingqing felt a slight warmth in her heart and softly replied, All right, I understand. Please turn around. I need to rewrap the towel. Reluctantly, Zhao Su turned away. Li Qingqing attempted to stand but winced, still unable to put weight on her foot. Zhao Su turned back, asking with concern, What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that my foot still hurts a bit. Li Qingqing's heart raced like a fawn. If it weren't for her quick reflexes in securing the towel earlier, she would have embarrassed herself before Zhao Exu. Do not be too stubborn. It will take at least 5 to 7 days for it to heal. Without further ado, Zhao Su scooped Li Qingqing up and carried her into their daughter Yezi's room. As Li Qingqing inhaled the scent of Zhao Su's masculine essence, a wave of confusion washed over her, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. What was happening to her? Why was she experiencing such bashful thoughts about Zhao Su? Zhao Su dared not look down at Li Qingqing's alluring figure. She was the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City, standing at 1.7 meters tall with a perfectly proportioned body. An excess would make her fat, while a deficiency would make her thin. Her skin was as pure as snow, resembling smooth white jade. At Zhao Su's youthful age, he was stirred by a rush of desire. After taking a cold shower, he managed to extinguish the flames of passion within him. The next morning, Zhao Su prepared breakfast early. He encouraged Li Qingqing to rest at home for a couple more days. However, Li Qingqing insisted she had just received an order from the Wuntu company and needed to get back to work promptly. Zhao Su acknowledged this and helped their daughter get ready. Although Li Qingqing's ankle had not fully recovered, it was significantly better than the day before. She still walked with a slight limp. Zhao Su attempted to braid their daughter's hair, but his efforts resulted in a messy nest-like appearance, prompting complaints from Yezi. After seeing the outcome, Li Qingqing criticized Zhao Su's lack of skill and promptly styled Yezi's hair into lovely princess braids. After the family of 3 finished breakfast, Zhao Su first drove their child to kindergarten, then took his wife Li Qingqing to the Yezi Packaging Design Company. Zhao Su intended to meet Gu Shixue to discuss the establishment of the new company. Just then, Chen Tianhe called at the right moment. "Young master, you asked me to investigate the trademark infringement case concerning Qingqing's company, and I have made some progress." "Oh?" Zhao Su perked up instantly and inquired. "Chen Lao, what exactly is going on? Please tell me." "Indeed, someone is plotting against Qingqing." "Who is it?" Zhao Su asked, his tone dripping with coldness. "It's Yuan Chen from the Yangshan Group. He has a cousin you will find very interesting. His name is Yuan Mu. He is a classmate of Qingqing S from university." "Yuan Chen's brother, Yuan Mu?" Zhao Su slapped his thigh, realization dawning upon him. "I should have guessed that Yuan Mu was behind this." Chapter 37. It's all about who has more money and power. The trademark infringement case against Li Qingqing's company occurred 3 months ago. Yuan Mu returned 2 months ago, thus he had no motive for the crime. He thought he had executed his plans flawlessly, but Chen Tianhe uncovered the clues. "Chen Lao, do you have evidence?" Zhao Su asked Chen Tianhe. Chen Tianhe replied affirmatively, "Come to my place and pick it up." Half an hour later, Zhao Su arrived at Chen Tianhe's home. This video was secretly recorded by Zhuan Junyue from Junyue Group using a pinhole camera. In the video, Yuan Chen commissioned a small company to design printed promotional materials for Li Qingqing's Yezi packaging design, using the trademark of Junyue Group. Due to the large print run, when the materials reached clients, they spread throughout the streets of Linjiang City. Junyue Group sued Li Qingqing's company for trademark infringement, claiming economic damages of up to 3.8 million. The small company that collaborated with Li Qingqing has long since vanished, clearly a shell company. The court ruled that Li Qingqing's company was liable for the substantial economic losses caused to Junyue Group. Li Qingqing scrambled to raise the funds, selling her house and car, but could only gather 3 million. If she failed to repay the remaining 800,000, she risked imprisonment. Upon grasping the entire situation, Zhao Su requested a copy of the video from Chen Tianhe. "Chen Lao, how did you uncover this?" "I hired the ace detective Chen Xiaodao to investigate this matter." "You know Chen Xiaodao?" Zhao Su exclaimed with surprise. This Chen Xiaodao was known as the nation's top private investigator, reputed for his exceptional skills in both marksmanship and martial arts, consistently holding the top position in the private investigation field. He rarely took on cases, only accepting those from familiar contacts, and would not engage in tasks under 1 million. Even many wealthy tycoons struggled to hire him for investigations. Zhao Su was astonished that Chen Tianhe knew this legendary detective. With a smile, Chen Tianhe nodded, "Not only do I know him, but we are also quite familiar." Zhao Su excitedly asked, "Chen Lao, could you introduce me to Chen Xiaodao? I've heard he is quite remarkable. For others, I would certainly not introduce them. However, for you, young master," Chen Tianhe said with a smile, "I can certainly make the introduction." "Great. Once you arrange a meeting, please let me know." Chen Tianhe nodded and informed Zhao Su, "Young master, although Yuan Mu has just returned to start a business, he is quite sharp and skilled. With a startup capital of 20 million, he has made over 5 million in net profit in less than 2 months. Moreover, Yuan Chen is a locally well-known billionaire, and he has a relative named Yuan Choming who is involved in multi-billion businesses in the provincial capital. You must be cautious in dealing with them. Do not worry. Anyone who dares to harm Qingqing will not escape my wrath. Zhao Su stood up, stating he had other matters to attend to before taking his leave. After departing from Chen Tianhe's residence, he headed straight to the Lu Fu Hotel, where Gu Shixue was staying. Upon arriving at Gu Shixue's room, he found her still in bed. After knocking for a while, she finally groggily opened the door. True to her recent return from abroad, Gu Shixue wore a delicate silk nightgown that seemed as light as a feather. Zhao Su playfully slapped her, causing her to yelp in surprise, instantly shaking off her sleepiness. She looked at Zhao Su with a hint of grievance. Brother Su, why did you hit me? Go change into a proper outfit. Gu Shixue looked down at her attire. Puzzled, what's wrong with this outfit? Zhao Su replied impatiently, I'm taking you out to eat. You wouldn't wear that, would you? Oh, I'll change right away. As Gu Shixue began to undress in front of Zhao Su. He quickly turned and stepped outside, saying, I'll be waiting for you in the restaurant. Seeing Zhao Su's slightly embarrassed expression, Gu Shixue smiled mischievously, saying, You think I want to attract your interest? After changing clothes, Gu Shixue freshened up and hurried downstairs to the restaurant. As they ate, they engaged in conversation. Zhao Su asked Gu Shixue, Xiaoxue, the funds I can arrange for you amount to approximately 500 million. I know your expertise lies in finance and venture capital. The company will offer you 20 of the net profits. If you feel that is insufficient, I can increase it to 30. No need. 20 is already quite generous, Gu Shixue replied with a sweet smile, then asked, Brother Su, have you selected the office location for me? It's all set. It's the CBD business office building built by Shiri Group. I've arranged for the entire 10th to 21st floors to be yours. I have a few partners who haven't arrived yet. Once they do, we can get started. Zhao Su furrowed his brow and asked, Xiaoxue, when will they be arriving? The latest will be the day after tomorrow. However, this won't delay our earnings. Please transfer 200 million to my account first, and I'll test the waters in the stock market. Since Gu Shixue had only just returned home, she only had an international bank card. Therefore, Zhao Su utilized the financial company credentials provided by Chen Tianhe to open a corporate account at the securities firm and set up a personal financial account for her. Just as Zhao Su was in the process of linking the bank and securities accounts, a middle-aged woman bearing a manager's badge approached the teller assisting Zhao Su and said, Zihan, please assist Mr. He with his deposit of 3 million first. Manager Qi, I haven't finished processing the account linking yet. The middle-aged woman, pointing at the VIP sign in the window, replied, This is the VIP channel. VIP clients take priority. But Suzy Han was about to protest when Manager Qi snapped, Mr. He is a major client of our bank. If you lose him, you might lose your job. Manager Qi, hands on her hips, glared with wide eyes. Presently, banks were in a fierce competition for deposits, and clients with millions to tens of millions were highly coveted. Zhao Su frowned at the poor service, unable to hide his displeasure. He turned to Manager Qi and asked, Are you the counter manager here? Yes, I'm Qi Lily. Mr. He will finish his business shortly, and then I will assist you. Why should he be prioritized? Does he deposit more than I do? Manager Qi responded impatiently, Sir, Mr. He is a VIP client at our bank. You are not a VIP client, so please proceed to the non-VIP counter. At this moment, Suzy Han seized the chance to interject, explaining to Manager Qi, Mr. Zhao is also a major client of our bank. We just don't know why he hasn't applied for a VIP card. A middle-aged man with the surname He, wearing an air of arrogance, chuckled and said, Young man, in this society, it is strength that speaks. If you lack wealth, you must wait your turn at the back. So, are you suggesting that those who possess more money possess more strength? The young man retorted. The middle-aged man, surnamed He, replied, Indeed. If you were to save 100 million, the bank would be eager to accommodate you. Zhao Su slammed his hand on the table and said to Suzy Han, Miss Su, please withdraw all my funds. The service at your bank is abysmal, and I intend to switch to another institution. Qi Lily, noticing Suzy Han's frozen demeanor, urged, Zahan, have you lost your senses? He has requested his money. Hurry and fulfill his request. Suzy Han, looking troubled, stuttered, but we do not have that much money. How much is left in his account? 5.576 million. Qi Lily gasped, nearly fainting from shock. At that moment, President Zhou Guangli of the bank approached. Having observed a disturbance at the counter through the surveillance monitor, he had come to ascertain the situation. Zhou Guangli inquired, Manager Qi, what is the commotion here? What has transpired? Zhao Su addressed Zhou Guangli, saying, "President Zhou, your timing is impeccable. I came to conduct business at your esteemed bank, yet Manager Qi insists that VIP clients with deposits of 3 million take precedence. I cannot accept such service. Please withdraw all my funds, as I intend to deposit them elsewhere." Upon hearing that Zhao Su sought to transfer over 500 million, Zhou Guangli was taken aback, his body trembling. Not long ago, Zhao Su's account had inexplicably gained 100 million, then another 500 million. After thorough verification, Zhou Guangli confirmed that the funds transferred to Zhao Su were legitimate. This was a high-value client with deposits totaling 5 or 600 million. Therefore, Zhou Guangli immediately contacted Zhao Su, revealing his identity. Although Zhao Su and Zhou Guangli had never met, they were already familiar with each other. "Mr. Zhao, it is our bank's failure to provide adequate service. Please do not withdraw your funds. I had no intention of doing so. In fact, I wish to establish a tripartite custody service with your bank to manage my company's funds. However, the attitude of your staff has left me deeply disappointed. Kindly prepare my account's deposits. I shall return tomorrow to collect them." Believing that the issue stemmed from Su Zihan's poor service, Zhou Guangli reprimanded her sternly. "Su Zihan, why have you not yet apologized to Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Su furrowed his brow and replied, "What does she have to apologize for? I am quite satisfied with Miss Su's work. It is Manager Qi Lily, however, who insists on relegating me to a non-VIP window simply because of a 3 million deposit client." Zhou Guangli quickly grasped the situation. Qi Lily, sensing Zhao Su's ire directed at her, nervously said to Zhou Guangli, "President Zhou, I was unaware that Mr. Zhao is a significant client of our bank. Now that you do, why not offer an apology?" Qi Lily, now wearing a respectful expression, turned to Zhao Su and said, "Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize." This was a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Zhao Su then turned to the onlooking VIP client, Mr. He, and remarked, "Mr. He, did you not claim that those with greater wealth receive priority? In that case, I must kindly ask you to wait at the back, as I may require some time to conclude my affairs." Mr. He scoffed and muttered, "You play hard, don't you?" before storming off in a huff. Zhao Su squinted and deliberately remarked to Zhou Guangli, "President Zhou, your manager Qi is rather incompetent. Perhaps she should undergo some grassroots training. I find Miss Su quite capable. How about we appoint her as my client manager, responsible for overseeing my funds? What do you think?" As long as Zhao Su, a valuable client, remained, Zhou Guangli would gladly agree to appoint Su Zihan as his client manager, regardless of Qi Lily's position. "Excellent. I was just looking for someone to manage Mr. Zhao's funds. Su Zihan, you will now oversee Mr. Zhao's financial transactions. Su Zihan, a recent graduate fortunate enough to pass the civil service exam, was astonished to be promoted to manage significant funds so quickly. "Thank you, President Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. You may continue with Mr. Zhao's transactions for now. Once completed, come to my office. Qi Lily, you too, please report to my office." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Su, Zhou Guangli turned and led Qi Lily toward his office. Su Zihan, a striking young woman with large eyes and long hair, shyly said to Zhao Su, "Mr. Zhao, thank you. No need for formalities. Please hand me your business card for future reference." Su Zihan quickly extended her hands, offering her business card. Zhao Su glanced at the number and called her back, advising her to save it for emergencies. After completing his transactions, Zhao Su took Gu Shixue to the Shiri CBD business office building. Now, all branches of the former Shoutian Group had been rebranded as Shiri Group. The Shiri CBD business office building stood as a landmark in Linjiang City. From the 1st to the 10th floor, certain merchants had yet to vacate their leases. The 10th to 21st floors had been cleared for Zhao Su's exclusive use. The offices were fully furnished, with a dedicated cleaning company maintaining them. All necessary office equipment was provided, and Chen had even handled the paperwork for the company. Zhao Su intended to independently operate a company and named it Dongshin Group. Thus, with Shiri Group and Dongshin Group, the names together symbolized the rising sun. Su represented Zhao Su, while Ri signified Li Qingqing. Zhao Su found this name to be exceptionally fitting. Shiri Group would focus on traditional real estate, supermarket chain retail, clubs, and high-end restaurants, while Dongshin Group would primarily engage in investment, finance, venture capital, and internet-related businesses. Chen had not anticipated Zhao Su's grand ambitions. Having inherited 1 billion, Zhao Su's cash flow was predominantly centered around Shiri Group, while Dongshin Group had only 500 million in operational funds, essentially starting from scratch. Nonetheless, Zhao Su had confidence in Gu Shixue and her team. Gu Shixue was highly satisfied with the office space. Zhao Su had already transferred 500 million into the company's account, allowing her free rein to allocate it. Xiao Xue, the company is now in your hands. Please do not let me down, rest assured. Brother Su, I will transform Dongxing Group into a top-tier publicly listed company in the country. For now, we do not need to go public. Our existing funds can sustain us for a while. You will oversee finance and venture capital, while I will recruit a suitable talent for internet development and information security. Brother Su, we will undoubtedly succeed. Indeed, Zhao Su and Gu Shishue exchanged a firm handshake. Zhao Su recalled the video evidence that Chen Tianhe had provided him. He intended to deliver this evidence to his wife, Li Qingqing, to ensure she recognized Yuan Mu's true character. After leaving the Shiri CBD business office building, he headed directly to his wife Li Qingqing's Yezi design company. To Zhao Su's dismay, Yuan Mu was also present. Yuan Mu had parked his car on the roadside and was engaged in conversation with his wife, Li Qingqing. Zhao Su drove his car aggressively toward them, braking just in time to avoid colliding with Yuan Mu. Li Qingqing, noticing a car barreling toward them, instinctively pulled Yuan Mu back. Just as she was about to confront the reckless driver, she saw Zhao Su exit the vehicle. Yuan Mu furrowed his brow, realizing Zhao Su had deliberately aimed for him. Li Qingqing, her face cold, scolded Yuan Mu. Zhao Su, are you insane? Do you realize you almost hit Yuan Mu? Zhao Su, wearing a nonchalant expression, replied, I am aware. It would have been a pity if I had not. How can you speak like that? Don't you know that hitting someone can cost you your life? Zhao Su pointed at Yuan Mu and declared, people like him are better off dead enough. Li Qingqing trembled in anger, addressing Zhao Su. Zhao Su, Yuan Mu is here to support our business. He has entrusted us with the design and printing of our company's promotional materials. He is helping us, and you are repaying his kindness with malice. In the past, Zhao Su would have chosen to endure such treatment. However, now that he was aware of Yuan Mu's true intentions to pursue his wife, he felt enraged. How dare Yuan Mu, having previously been dealt with, still covet his wife? If Zhao Su did not expose Yuan Mu's misdeeds, Li Qingqing would continue to view him as a good person. Zhao Su scoffed, you claim Yuan Mu is supporting our business, that I am repaying kindness with malice? Is that true? Li Qingqing raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Zhao Su pointed at Yuan Mu and shouted, Qingqing, do you realize you faced legal issues with Junyue because of Yuan Mu's schemes? Yuan Mu colluded with his cousin, Yuan Chen, and Zhuang Junyue to orchestrate your company's downfall, forcing you to divorce me. Now he comes to offer business. Is that not an attempt to curry favor? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Yuan Mu's face turned pale with shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, revealing the depths of his cunning. Li Qingqing glanced at Yuan Mu, who stood silently. She could hardly believe her ears. This is impossible. My lawsuit with Junyue occurred 3 months ago, yet Yuan Mu has only returned to the country for a little over 2 months. He is my university classmate. How could he wish for my bankruptcy? Seeing that his wife remained oblivious, Zhao Su pulled out a copy of the video file. Qingqing, I have evidence. Even if you do not trust me, you cannot dismiss the evidence, can you? Yuan Mu's expression turned to one of horror. He had previously felt secure, knowing that Zhao Su could expose the truth, yet lacked proof, as long as there was no evidence. Zhao Su's outcry was meaningless. When Zhao Su produced the USB drive, Yuan Mu reached out to snatch it away. Zhao Su retaliated by kicking Yuan Mu in the abdomen. Yuan Mu, no match for Zhao Su, was sent sprawling to the ground, struggling for a moment before managing to rise. Li Qingqing looked on in disbelief as Yuan Mu got back to his feet. Yuan Mu, is it really you? She asked, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost. Yuan Mu waved his hands. It is not me. It is not me. Qingqing, after all these years, do you not trust my character? Then why did you act so nervously and attempt to seize the evidence from Zhao Su? Yuan Mu stood up, pointing at Zhao Su. This good-for-nothing must be slandering me. How could I tolerate him tarnishing my reputation? Li Qingqing rebuked, do not call Zhao Su a good-for-nothing. It is you, Yuan Mu, who is truly despicable. After saying this, she stepped closer to Zhao Su, took the USB drive from his hand, and turned to return to the company. Qingqing, please allow me to explain. Yuan Mu attempted to follow, but Zhao Su blocked his path. Zhao Su had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yuan Mu and unleashed a flurry of punches. You dare to scheme against my wife? Bang, bang. You dare to call me a good-for-nothing? Bang, bang, bang. You dare to covet my wife? Bang, 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 die. After venting his frustrations on Yuan Mu, Zhao Su left him battered and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Following Yuan Mu's previous attack, he had hired a driver and bodyguard. By the time the bodyguard reacted, Zhao Su had already finished dealing with Yuan Mu. The bodyguard lunged at Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su took a kick, he still managed to bring the bodyguard down. Seeing his new bodyguard overwhelmed by Zhao Su's prowess, Yuan Mu threatened, "Zhao, you will regret this. I will settle this score with you. Yuan Mu, you better stay far away from me. Otherwise, I will strike you every time I see you." Yuan Mu, suffering from his injuries, scolded his driver and bodyguard. "You useless piece of trash. If you cannot even fight him, what are you doing here making a fool of yourself?" Slap. Yuan Mu's eye was struck by the new bodyguard's punch. The bodyguard cursed, "You think being wealthy makes you superior? I refuse to serve you any longer." With a black eye and a swollen face, Yuan Mu hurriedly entered his car and rushed to the hospital. When Zhao Su entered his wife Li Qingqing's office, he found her trembling with anger. "Zhao Su, where did you find this video evidence?" she asked. Zhao Su replied candidly, "When you face legal troubles, I suspected foul play. Later, I spoke with Elder Chen, who entrusted the most renowned private detective, Chen Xiaodao, to gather evidence against Zhuang Junhui. Li Qingqing felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Had it not been for Zhao Su's efforts, she would have remained oblivious to the truth. "Thank you, Zhao Su. I misjudged you. We are husband and wife." "There is no need for thanks," Li Qingqing huffed softly. "I never imagined Yuan Mu could be so vile. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. I must seek justice for this. Wife, for now, we are not their match." Setting aside Yuan Mu, just dealing with Zhuang Junhui is already challenging, not to mention Yuan Mu's brother, Yuan Chen, is a billionaire. Confronting them is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Li Qingqing, believing Zhao Su was unwilling to assist, retorted, "If you refuse to help, then stop making snide remarks. Qingqing, it is not that I refuse to help, but rather that I have asked Elder Chen to take action against Yuan Chen. Just wait and see the show unfold." "Really?" Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Zhao Su's hand. "Has Elder Chen truly agreed?" Zhao Su nodded. Even Chen Tianhe would heed Zhao Su's words. Seeking revenge against Yuan Chen was merely a matter of Zhao Su's command. After leaving Yezi Packaging Design, Zhao Su promptly called Vice President Han Min of Shiri Group, arranging to meet at the Island Coffee. During significant matters, Zhao Su would consult Chen Tianhe for solutions, while specific implementations would be handled by Han Min. Upon meeting at the CAF, Zhao Su inquired, "Vice President Han, Yuan Chen is your old classmate, correct?" "Yes, Yuan Chen is indeed my classmate. I have heard he is involved in the food processing business." "Yes, Yuan Chen's Yangxing Group specializes in marinated food processing, primarily focusing on snacks. Their market sales are currently strong, with a nationwide distribution network. They are also developing a line of nut-based snacks similar to the Three Squirrels brand and have submitted a listing application to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, aiming to create a blend of offline and online marketing for their snack products." Zhao Su furrowed his brow, regarding Han Min with concern. "What is your relationship with Yuan Chen?" "Generally speaking," Han Min replied candidly, "I have always been a lone wolf in class, seen as an oddball. Yuan Chen has approached me a few times, but I have always conducted myself professionally." "Zhao, has Yuan Chen offended you?" Han Min asked tentatively. Zhao Su nodded, stating, "I will not hide it from you. My wife's company has encountered issues, and Yuan Chen is the mastermind behind it. If it is inconvenient for you to assist me, please let me know, and I will seek someone else in no need. My relationship with Yuan Chen is not close enough for that. Whatever you require, Zhao, just let me know." Han Min resolutely declared, "I shall not engage in favoritism or corruption." "Very well. I place my trust in you," Zhao Su replied. Addressing Han Min, "Vice President Han, I must speak frankly. Should my affairs reach the ears of Yuan Chen and his brother Yuan Mu, do not blame me for not warning you in advance." Han Min was taken aback. It was clear that Zhao Su's words served as a cautionary note. Previously, when Chen Tianhe had revealed Zhao Su's true identity, Han Min had conducted a discreet investigation. He had discovered that Zhao Su was merely a son-in-law of the Li family, treated as a lackey and derided as a good-for-nothing by both the Li and Tao families. However, it now appeared that this so-called good-for-nothing was merely a facade. Zhao Su hailed from a prestigious background and possessed an extraordinary level of forbearance, qualities that certainly indicated he was destined for great endeavors. Han Min promptly pledged his loyalty, stating, "Young Master Zhao, rest assured, if I, Han Min, were to betray you, I would accept full responsibility for the consequences." Zhao Su nodded and inquired, "Vice President Han, allow me to ask, what is the most effective method to bring Yuan Chen to ruin?" "Directly obliterate his products," Han Min responded. "Be more specific. How would we proceed?" "Firstly, The largest offline distribution channel for Yuan Chen's food products is the Rising Sun Group's chain of supermarkets. We can concoct various excuses to expel Yuan Chen's products from our shelves. Furthermore, Han Min, wary of eavesdroppers, whispered several strategies to Zhao Su. Zhao Su nodded in agreement and declared, "Vice President Han, let us proceed with this plan. I intend for Yuan Chen to face bankruptcy within a month. Rest assured, leave it to me," Han Min replied before taking his leave, striding away with a thought echoing in his mind. "Old classmate, do not blame me for turning ruthless. You have simply offended the wrong person." 3 days later, Yuan Chen's line of snack foods was entirely removed from the shelves of Rising Sun supermarkets on grounds of unsanitary conditions. Yuan Chen immediately called Han Min's mobile phone. As soon as Han Min answered, Yuan Chen's furious voice erupted, "Han Min, what is the meaning of this? Why have you pulled all my company's products? Yuan Chen, I have yet to hold you accountable. Yet you come to me with accusations?" Han Min retorted. "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Chen asked, perplexed. "The personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Health Bureau will be visiting you shortly. Let us address this matter after you have dealt with them," Han Min stated. Chapter 40. A person not to be provoked. The officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Health Bureau were sent by Han Min to investigate Yuan Chen. Since Zhao Su aimed to bring about Yuan Chen's bankruptcy within a month, Han Min was naturally well prepared. Upon inspection, it was revealed that Yuan Chen's factory had exceeded permissible limits for preservatives in its marinated products and had used artificial coloring and Sudan red, a carcinogenic powder, to enhance their appearance. In many industries, such matters often go unexamined due to existing conflicts of interest. However, upon closer inspection, few companies managed to meet all standards. Consequently, Yuan Chen's processing plant was jointly sealed by the industrial and health authorities. What left him feeling despondent was the realization that someone had leaked this information to the media. The press sensationalized the issue, calling for food safety and condemning Yuan Chen's company as a fraudulent enterprise. Yuan Chen's food company, which was on the verge of an IPO on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, now faced ruin. A deluge of negative commentary assailed Yuan Chen, and distributors across the nation clamored for refunds. Yuan Chen was at a loss as to who he had offended, but it was evident that someone was out to destroy him. After much contemplation, he surmised that the Rising Sun Group was behind his troubles. On the third night following the debacle, Yuan Chen invited Han Min to his home for dinner under the pretense of old classmates. Yuan Chen's wife, Li Na, had previously shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Han Min. However, after Han Min married his current wife, the connection faded. When Han Min arrived at Yuan Chen's residence, only Li Na was present, clad in a V-neck lace nightgown. After ushering Han Min inside, Li Na sat beside him and began to caress his leg with her delicate hand. "Han Min, you seem quite fearful of me," she commented. "Li Na, we are both married. Please conduct yourself appropriately," Han Min replied, frowning slightly. Li Na leaned into Han Min's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "Back in school, we were meant to be together. Yet, you ultimately chose Zhu Dandan. You know, despite my feelings for both you and Yuan Chen, you have always held a special place in my heart." Gently, Han Min pushed Li Na away, standing up abruptly and coldly admonishing, "Li Na, where was your concern when Yuan Chen was rising to prominence? Spare me your theatrics. I am genuinely ashamed for you and pity Yuan Chen." "Han Min, she began, but he snorted dismissively, feeling no desire to remain and turning to leave. Just then, Yuan Chen entered, wearing a smile that faltered upon seeing Han Min. "Old classmate, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yuan Chen remarked. "Yuan Chen, you and Li Na truly are a match made in heaven. Do you think that at our age, I can still be swayed by a woman's charms?" Han Min retorted coldly. "Li Na merely clings to you. She is not truly yours." After hearing Yuan Chen's words, Han Min responded icily, "Yuan Chen, I once believed you to be a person of substance. Now I realize I was mistaken. You are nothing but a despicable coward. You would sell your wife if it meant saving your own skin. Han Min, only you can save me now. Use your connections to help me through this crisis. And I will lend you Li Na for a month," Yuan Chen pleaded. Han Min cast a sympathetic glance at Li Na, who was seething with anger, and she shouted at Yuan Chen, "Yuan Chen, did you not say to just keep Han Min occupied? You claimed you had a plan to deal with him. Do you truly believe that your solution is to offer me to Han Min for a month? Is that even human? Darling, I have no choice. If this continues, our family will face bankruptcy. If I go bankrupt, how can you continue living as a wealthy lady, indulging in shopping sprees?" Seeing the couple argue, Han Min coldly interjected, I have no interest in your quarrel. Please continue. As he stepped toward the door, Yuan Chun seized him by the arm. Producing a bank card, he offered, Han Min, this card contains 10 million. The password is Li Na's birthday. If you assist me, the money is yours. 10 million? Han Min scoffed. Yuan Chun, although I am but a worker, do you truly believe I would covet your 10 million? Then tell me, who is behind this attack on me? Why has your Rising Sun supermarket chain removed all my company's food products? Han Min narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, are you only now realizing the gravity of your situation? Unfortunately, you have offended someone you cannot afford to provoke. With that, he strode out of Yuan Chen's home. Li Na, witnessing Yuan Chen's downfall, realized that the man she had shared a bed with for years was, in essence, living a life of dissonance. Yuan Chun, I want a divorce, she declared. Yuan Chun, in a foul mood, shouted back, if you wish to leave, then go ahead. But remember, when I rise again, do not come seeking me. You will not have the chance to rise again. Did you not hear, Han Min? You have offended someone far beyond your reach. You are finished, Li Na retorted as she grabbed a jacket and stormed out. Yuan Chun collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the rapid changes in his company and personal life. If the Rising Sun Group truly aimed to annihilate him, he had no hope of resistance. He knew Han Min well. He would not act without cause. The only person capable of influencing Han Min was the formidable Chen Tianhe. Yet, he had not wronged Chen Tianhe. At that moment, Yuan Mu called. Upon answering, Yuan Mu urgently inquired, brother, where are you? At home. Have you seen the news? Both print and online media are inundated with reports about your company. Moreover, I heard the Health Bureau is designating your company as a primary target for crackdown. What on earth is happening? Ah, it's a long story. Come over and I'll explain. All right, I'll be right there. 20 minutes later, Yuan Mu arrived at Yuan Chen's home. When he heard that Li Na had left in anger and sought a divorce, he was left dumbfounded. Brother, you're truly experiencing a streak of misfortune. What? You mean Han Min said you have offended someone you cannot provoke? Yuan Chun nodded solemnly. Yuan Mu, in a fit of rage, kicked over a chair, exclaiming, in the entire Linjiang City, only the Rising Sun Group possesses the power to bring you to ruin. There is no other company capable of such a feat, but isn't Han Min your classmate? Could he be the one behind this? Not him, Yuan Chun replied firmly. Someone must be manipulating Han Min. However, I know Han Min well. Even if you were to kill him, he would not divulge the name of his puppet master. Yuan Mu pondered for a moment before saying, so Han Min only answers to Chen Tianhe. Could it be him? But I have not offended Chen Tianhe. Why would he instruct Han Min to target me? Yuan Chun queried. Yuan Mu, too, felt that with Chen Tianhe's stature and reputation, he would not engage in such petty schemes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Miao Wenli once mentioned that Zhao Su is Chen Tianhe's driver. A few days ago, Zhao Su claimed he had evidence of Jun Yu framing Li Qingqing. Could it be him? Upon this realization, Yuan Mu recounted the sequence of events to Yuan Chun, who, upon hearing it, was left in shock. You mean Zhao Su possesses evidence against Jun Yu? Yes, but I do not know the specifics. I was unable to seize the evidence from Zhao Su. Yuan Chun scrutinized Yuan Mu, asking, are you certain this Zhao Su is merely Chen Tianhe's driver? Yes, he is just a driver. He spends his days idling around, only driving Chen Tianhe when needed or flaunting his wealth. How could Chen Tianhe hire such a person as his personal driver? I heard Zhao Su once saved Chen Tianhe's life, Yuan Mu mused, pausing before continuing. Could it be that Zhao Su discovered your involvement with Shuang Junyue and is now using Chen Tianhe to retaliate against you? Chapter 41. Why are you hitting me? Yuan Chun shook his head, dismissing Yuan Mu's assessment. No. Chen Tianhe is not that kind of person. He would not be swayed by a driver. Yuan Mu, at a loss, asked, brother, what should we do now? Yuan Chen's expression hardened as he replied, we can find someone to deal with Zhao Su and force him to reveal Chen Tianhe's motives. The two brothers exchanged glances, as if a breakthrough had been reached. Yuan Mu had long harbored a deep-seated grudge against Zhao Su, and after recently being beaten by him, he seized this opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Brother, do you know anyone in the underworld? Yuan Mu inquired. Yuan Chen nodded. I know Bao Gu from House D Bar. When they arrived at House D Bar, they found Wen Bao embracing a newly acquired woman, who happened to be Li Na, recently announced as Yuan Chen's wife. To vent her frustrations, Li Na had come to the bar to dance. Wen Bao, captivated by Li Na's beauty, quickly approached her. Bao Gu, someone is looking for you, one of his subordinates announced. Presently, Zhao Su was the true mastermind behind House D Bar. As long as it was not Zhao Su himself, Wen Bao would not regard anyone with importance. Do they have a name? Wen Bao asked, taking a puff of his cigar while his hand rested on Li Na's waist. Li Na, unfamiliar with the bar's reputation, learned of Wen Bao's ownership and sought to attach herself to this prominent figure. It's Yuan Chen, the owner of Yangshan Group. Upon hearing Yuan Chen's name, Wen Bao felt Li Na shiver in his embrace. What's wrong, babe? He asked. After a moment's hesitation, Li Na finally said, Yuan Chen is my husband. Wen Bao, recognizing Yuan Chen's name, quickly pushed Li Na away, scolding, why didn't you say so earlier? Your husband is Yuan Chen. Though a seasoned player, Wen Bao adhered to a principle. He never pursued the wives of acquaintances. He only sought out those of questionable character, as the saying goes. It takes two to tango. Flirting is a matter of skill and mutual consent, Li Na explained. Bao Gu, I'm preparing to divorce Yuan Chen. He's about to go bankrupt. Really? Wen Bao's interest peaked. If he wants you, why would he deceive you? With that, Wen Bao pulled Li Na closer and kissed her cheek, grinning. If that's the case, we have every reason to be together. He then instructed his subordinate, a Chow, go fetch Yuan Chen. The thought of embracing Yuan Chen's wife in front of him excited Wen Bao. When Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu entered, their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Li Na being so openly embraced. Yuan Mu, shocked, exclaimed, Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Li Na crossed her legs and lit a cigarette, coolly replying, Don't shout. I'm about to divorce your brother. Yuan Chen, furious at the sight of his wife being unfaithful before their divorce, charged toward her, but was intercepted by Wen Bao's men. Wen Bao, taking a puff of his cigar, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Yuan Chen, do you think this is your domain? How dare you act out here? Yuan Chen, intimidated by Wen Bao, responded humbly, Bao Gu, my wife and I are just having a disagreement. Please, let me handle this. I'll come back to visit you another day. Wen Bao chuckled, I dislike coercing others. Let your wife speak for herself. If she wishes to leave with you, she may do so. If not, you'd best disappear from my sight. Yuan Chen's spirits lifted as he turned to Li Na. Na, Bao Gu said that if you want to leave, you can do so at any time, and I know you're just upset. Let us go home. Home? Li Na scoffed. Yuan Chen, you didn't care when you offered me to another man for a month. Now that I want to sleep with Bao Gu for one night, you suddenly feel concerned? Nah, I only want what's best for our company. Please, let us go home. For the company, you can offer your wife to another man for a month. For the company, you can have me use my charm to manipulate others. Have you ever considered my feelings? Do you know how women become disillusioned? It's because of men like you. Therefore, I will not leave with you. Nah. Before Yuan Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wen Bao's cold voice. Wen Bao said icily, What's the matter, Yuan Chen? Did you not hear what your wife just said? She stated that she will not accompany you. Therefore, you better hurry and get out of here. Otherwise, I will promptly have someone throw you into the river to feed the fish. Seeing Wen Bao's fury, Yuan Chen dared not mention his wife Li Na anymore. Despite Yuan Chen's refined appearance, he was ruthless when it came to matters at hand. Since Li Na refused to leave with him, he resolved to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for divorce the following day. Brother Bao, this woman, I, Yuan Chen, am giving her to you. Yuan Chen spoke these words with an expression of utter calmness. Li Na, upon hearing this, was infuriated, pointing at Yuan Chen and scolding, Yuan Chen, you scoundrel. Following you in this lifetime has truly blinded my eyes. Upon hearing Yuan Chen's words, Wen Bao smiled faintly. Having taken another man's wife, he felt he should acknowledge it in some way. Yuan Chen, speak up. What brings you to seek me today? Yuan Chen replied, I wish to ask Brother Bao for assistance in dealing with someone. As for the fees, I will offer a 20% premium over the market price. Then tell me, who is the person you want me to handle? I need to assess whether he is worth that sum. Wen Bao said, pulling Li Na's hand to indicate she should sit down. He is Chen Tian's driver, named Zhao Su. Who? Wen Bao exclaimed, standing up in shock, causing the cigar he had been holding to drop from his mouth. His name is Zhao Su, just a driver for Chen Tianhe. I have looked into his background. He has a wife named Li Qingqing and a daughter in kindergarten, and he is a son-in-law. Wen Bao extinguished the cigar with his foot, showing no sign of regret. Setting aside the fact that the House ED bar belongs to Zhao Su, and that he had just taken over the Yinbin building to manage as well. At this moment, Yuan Chen, this fool, was actually asking him to deal with his own financial benefactor. Remembering Nong Quan's terrifying skills, Wen Bao felt a strong urge to kick Yuan Chen. Yuan Mu assumed that Wen Bao's extreme reaction was due to fear of Chen Tianhe and exaggerated. Brother Bao, we only want you to deal with Chen Tianhe's driver, not Chen Tianhe himself. Even if Chen Tianhe finds out, He wouldn't make a fuss over a mere driver. All you need to do is give Zhao Su a good beating and ask him a few questions. We will ensure you are well compensated. Wen Bao had long conducted a covert investigation into Zhao Su's background. Apart from being Chen Tianhe's driver and a son-in-law, nothing else came to light. This man splurged 20 million to buy his own house D bar and even purchased the most upscale restaurant, the Yinbin Building, in Linjiang City. Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu claimed Zhao Su was merely Chen Tianhe's driver? It was simply inconceivable. Setting aside Zhao Su's wealth, both Nong Quan and Zhao Su possessed formidable skills. Even if he had 10 times the courage, Wen Bao would not dare to target Zhao Su. Wen Bao paced over to Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu, feigning a troubled expression. If you want me to deal with Zhao Su, you must let me know your reasons for targeting him. Consequently, Yuan Mu hurriedly recounted the events that led to this. When Wen Bao learned that Yuan Mu coveted Zhao Su's wife, prompting cousin Yuan Chen to deal with Li Qingqing's company, he slapped Yuan Mu to the ground. Yuan Mu was stunned by the sudden blow. He covered his stinging cheek, bewilderedly looking at Wen Bao, asking, "Brother Bao, why are you hitting me? We want you to deal with that Zhao Su kid." Chapter 42. Sharing a bed. Wen Bao lit another cigar, taking a drag as he coldly regarded Yuan Mu and Yuan Chen. "The person you want to deal with is named Zhao Su?" Yes, Yuan Mu hurriedly affirmed. "If we were to ask you to handle Chen Tianhe, we wouldn't dare. In that case, I shall invite Zhao Su here for you to settle your personal grievances. How does that sound?" Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu exchanged glances, believing Wen Bao had agreed to discipline Zhao Su. Yuan Chen smiled at Wen Bao. "Brother Bao, we trust you to take charge." Wen Bao nodded, pulling out his phone and stepping outside the private room. Upon dialing Zhao Su's number, a languid voice answered. "What is up, Wen Bao?" "Zhao Gongzi, I have a small matter to discuss," Wen Bao replied, adopting a respectful tone. "Speak. You know Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu, right?" Upon hearing their names, Zhao Su frowned and asked, "I know them. Why?" "They're looking to find someone to deal with you," Wen Bao promptly clarified. "Zhao Gongzi, please do not misunderstand. How could I possibly want to deal with you? These two are right here with me. I merely wanted to inform you so you could take precautions and ask how you wish to handle them." Zhao Su, upon hearing that Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu sought Wen Bao's help against him, nearly burst into laughter. These two fools were truly lost, seeking out social connections to deal with him. Never would they expect that Wen Bao was already working for him. "Keep them there. I'm driving over now." "Understood, Zhao Gongzi. But remember, do not refer to me as Zhao Gongzi in front of outsiders. Just call me Zhao Su." "All right." Wen Bao understood that Zhao Su wished to keep his identity concealed. That in truth, Wen Bao himself was unaware of Zhao Su's true identity. He only knew he was Chen Tianhe's driver. Yet he was extravagantly wealthy, having spent 20 million to buy his own house D bar and nearly 50 million to purchase the most luxurious restaurant in Linjiang City. To claim Zhao Su was merely an ordinary driver was hardly believable. Therefore, while Wen Bao could not discern Zhao Su's true background, he recognized that the young man was playing a clever game, pretending to be a weakling while hiding his strength. Upon realizing that Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu were adversaries of Zhao Su, Wen Bao deliberately returned to embrace Yuan Chen's wife, Li Na, flaunting their intimacy in front of Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen barely restrained his growing anger. Feeling furious yet powerless, Li Na intentionally sought to provoke Yuan Chen. And together with Wen Bao, they created a scene that was quite distressing. Yuan Chen's younger sister, Li Miao, did not stay at school after classes but instead visited Zhao Su's home. After Wen Bao finished his call with Zhao Su, he approached Li Qingqing and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Li Qingqing said to her sister Li Miao, "Please watch over Yezi for me. Zhao Su and I need to step out for a moment. If you get tired, just cuddle with Yezi and go to sleep." "All right, sister. You can count on me to take care of Yezi. Do you need anything to eat later? I can pack something for you." "No, I already had dinner at school." Li Miao picked up little Yezi and said, "Yezi, would you like Auntie to tell you the story of Snow White?" "Sure. Auntie tells the best stories." Li Miao made a gesture to her sister Li Qingqing, indicating she would take care of the child, and they could rest easy. Zhao Su drove his wife Li Qingqing directly to the House D bar. Li Qingqing had previously met Wen Bao at the 1-2 group and had just signed a collaboration with him, so they were somewhat familiar. Upon entering the House D bar with Zhao Su, the deafening music enveloped them. This was her first time in such a lively nightclub since their marriage right after graduating from university. As Li Qingqing gazed at the men and women wildly dancing in the dance floor, she felt as if she were in another world. Everyone at the House D bar knew that Zhao Su was a distinguished guest. A subordinate of Wen Bao guided Zhao Su and Li Qingqing to a private room. Upon seeing Zhao Su and Li Qingqing enter, Wen Bao was startled. immediately pushing Li Na to the ground. "Brother Bao, why did you push me?" Li Na complained as she stood up at that moment. When Bao had no time to concern himself with Li Na, he warmly greeted Zhao Su and Li Qingqing, saying, "Zhao Gu, sister-in-law, you have arrived." When Bao was significantly older than Zhao Su, and to show respect, he addressed him as Brother Zhao while referring to Li Qingqing as sister-in-law. Yuan Mu was astonished to see Li Qingqing's arrival and even more surprised that when Bao addressed Zhao Su as Brother Zhao and called Li Qingqing sister-in-law. Observing when Bao's fawning demeanor, it was clear he was not there to reprimand Zhao Su but to curry favor with him. Could it be that as this thought crossed his mind, Yuan Mu's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly recalled that earlier, when Zhao Su's name was mentioned, when Bao had slapped him. When Bao had been playing a ruse, deceiving both of them. It turned out he was acquainted with Zhao Su and Li Qingqing. Realizing this, Yuan Mu exchanged a look with his cousin Yuan Chen, and the two were about to quietly slip away when Bao coldly ordered, "You two, stay right there." Immediately, when Bao's subordinates seized Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu cast a pleading glance at Li Qingqing, shouting, "Qingqing, please talk to Brother Bao and have him let us go." Before Li Qingqing could respond, Zhao Su interjected with a smile, "Yuan Shuizhong, what purpose would it serve to let you go? You two are the ones seeking Wen Bao to deal with me, right? Come on, I'm right here." Yuan Chen quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Wen Bao had deliberately retained them to wait for Zhao Su. Observing the scene, even Wen Bao seemed wary of Zhao Su. "Wen Bao, you lack loyalty in the underworld. Even if the business does not go through, you shouldn't betray us like this." Wen Bao stepped closer to Yuan Chen, delivering a hard slap across the face, sneering, "I'm precisely here to deceive you too. You fools had no clue that Zhao Su is my older brother. You wanted me to deal with my own brother. Have you lost your minds or suffered a brain injury?" Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu were left utterly dumbfounded. The brothers thought to themselves, "Had we known you were acquainted with Zhao Su, we would never have sought your help against him." Li Qingqing, her face cold, said to Yuan Mu, "Yuan Mu, you have truly disappointed me. Previously, I thought you were a courteous and graceful man. After returning, you not only enthusiastically assisted me but also cared for my business. Now I see how despicable your methods are and how filthy your character is. Qingqing, this is all a misunderstanding." Yuan Mu tried to defend himself. "A misunderstanding?" Li Qingqing scoffed. "You and your brother sought to deal with my husband. Is that a misunderstanding? You had your brother Yuan Chen undermine my company. Is that a misunderstanding? Yuan Mu, starting today, you are no longer my classmate. We shall meet in court." Zhao Su timely reassured Li Qingqing, "Dear, it's not worth getting angry with scum like this. This Yuan Mu has caused our family significant trouble. Isn't it only fair that I teach him a lesson? Zhao Su, getting your hands dirty with him might lead to a lawsuit. That wouldn't be good. Such scum, I wouldn't want to soil my hands on him. However, just letting them off like this, I am not satisfied. Wen Bao, Zhao Gu, I'm here. These two are yours to handle. Just leave them breathing, and you can decide how to deal with them. Rest assured, Zhao Gu." After Zhao Su left with Li Qingqing, sitting in the car, Li Qingqing witnessed Wen Bao's subordinates brutally beating Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu. She found the scene unbearable and said to Zhao Su, "Zhao Su, you should avoid associating with people like Wen Bao in the future. I just have a feeling he is not a good person." Zhao Su dismissed her concerns, saying, "Dear, even if he is a bad person, it depends on whose hands he falls into. A person like Wen Bao is the typical bully who fears the strong. Last time, Nong Quan and I taught him a lesson. See how he is still so obedient to me now. Thus, bad people need to be dealt with by even worse people. I warn you. Do not follow Wen Bao into illegal activities." Zhao Su declared firmly, "Do not worry, dear. If Wen Bao dares to engage in such things, I will be the first to deal with him. By the way, Miao Miao is staying at home tonight. If there is any enough space, I can go stay with Nong Quan." Li Qingqing's face flushed, and biting her lip, she softly suggested, "It's late. Don't trouble him. Tonight, let us share a bed." Chapter 43. Don't let your husband get abducted. Upon hearing his wife Li Qingqing's words, Zhao Su was so excited he nearly jumped out of his seat. Speeding down the road, Li Qingqing seemed to sense what Zhao Su was thinking and cautioned him, "Slow down." Zhao Su finally eased off the accelerator. Li Qingqing then remarked, "I must tell you, although I agreed to share a bed with you, I don't intend to do anything beyond that. You better behave while sleeping. If you dare to overstep, I'll kick you out of bed." Zhao Su, while driving, cheekily responded, "What if you were to overstep?" "That's impossible." Li Qingqing's face turned crimson, and thankfully, Zhao Su was focused on driving, oblivious to the subtle expression on her face. Her heart raced uncontrollably. How could this be? It's just sharing a bed. After all, once they returned home, the house was enveloped in darkness. Linjiang turned on the lights in the living room, entered her daughter's room, and saw her sister snuggling with her daughter, already asleep. She gently closed the door, opened the cabinet in the living room, and took out a thin blanket and pillow. Zhao Su slept on a foldable sofa bed that could serve as both a sofa and a single bed. When fully opened, it transformed into a double bed. By the time Linjiang retrieved the blanket and pillow, Zhao Su had already completely unfolded the sofa bed. After Linjiang arranged the pillow and blanket, she claimed the inside for herself, instructing Zhao Su to sleep outside. Then, she took a change of clothes into the bathroom. When Linjiang emerged from the bathroom after changing, Zhao Su's eyes widened in surprise. She wore a spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her wavy long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisite features were enchanting. The exposed collarbone had a hint of sensuality. Beneath the hem of the skirt, her long, straight legs were far more enticing than any professional model. Linjiang noticed the heat in Zhao Su's gaze and felt a mix of fear and a slight thrill. Quickly wash your feet. Otherwise, I won't let you into bed. Linjiang spoke in a commanding tone. Zhao Su had long since grown accustomed to her manner of speaking. In their household, she was the one in charge while he managed the home. Linjiang worked tirelessly for the company, earning money, while Zhao Su lived off her income, donned her clothes, and resided in her home. Aside from being a capable father, he was also an adept house husband. Thus, he held no substantial position within the family as a son-in-law. Initially, Zhao Su found it challenging to adapt to this situation and identity. However, over time, he adopted a nonchalant attitude. Interestingly, he had come to realize that in a household where the wife was dominant, familial relationships tended to be harmonious. Yet, Zhao Su bore the stigma of being a useless man. After washing his feet and climbing into bed, Zhao Su heard Linjiang say, "Don't cross the imaginary line between us. If you do, I'll kick you out." Zhao Su then noticed that between himself and Linjiang, a toy yellow duck, beloved by their daughter, was placed in the center. There were about 6 or 7 of them, which the child often played with during bath time. Lying down, Zhao Su chuckled, "Dear, we are legally married. You don't have to guard against me as if I were a wolf." "Humph, what do you men think about? Are you not aware?" "But I am your lawful husband," Zhao Su retorted. "Have you forgotten our marital vows? Unless I willingly consent, if you force me, I'll leave with nothing." "But what about that time when we were intoxicated?" "Don't mention that time. It won't happen again." Linjiang interrupted Zhao Su, finally adding, "It's getting late. Let us sleep." Zhao Su, upon noticing Linjiang with her back turned towards him, stole a glance at his wife's graceful silhouette, feeling a twinge of melancholy in his heart. During her university days, Linjiang was universally recognized as the campus belle and was even hailed as the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City. The beauty was so close, yet felt so distant, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. The following day, while Zhao Su was still lost in delightful dreams, a loud quack startled him awake. He opened his eyes to find Linjiang's delicate leg draped over his, inadvertently silencing a rubber duck beneath her weight as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. He was just beginning to comprehend the situation when Linjiang, mistaking his surprise for an inappropriate advance, kicked him out of bed with a thud. Miao Miao, his sister-in-law, heard the commotion and rushed out of her room. Zhao Su, with an innocent expression, turned to Linjiang and inquired, "Wife, you crossed the line? Why did you kick me?" After kicking Zhao Su, Linjiang realized her own folly but was unwilling to admit her mistake. Instead, she urged him, "I was calling you to get up. It's time to make breakfast." Miao Miao, catching on to the situation, erupted into a fit of giggles and teased her sister. "Sis, your wake-up method is quite unique. Impudent girl, watch your tongue." Linjiang shot back, noticing her sister, clad only in a bra, and admonished Miao Miao, "How can you dress like that? Hurry back and put on something decent." Unfazed, Miao Miao retorted, "Oh, sister, your views are far too conservative. At the beach, many women wear bikinis. I'm not revealing anything, so why worry? Impudent girl, there's a grown man here. I'm embarrassed for you." All right, I'll go change," Miao Miao said, stretching lazily before retreating to her room. Linjiang, noticing Zhao Su's lecherous gaze, felt a surge of anger and admonished him, "Still looking? Careful, or I'll gouge out your eyes." "Wife, anger is harmful to your health. Women can experience irregular periods when upset. Let us discuss things calmly from now on, shall we?" Linjiang softened her tone. Replying gently, "Fine, Can you make breakfast now? Of course, Zhao Su replied, rising from the bed, undeterred by the kick he had received from Li Qingqing. Just moments earlier, a casual remark from Zhao Su had unwittingly struck a chord with Li Qingqing. She was due for her period this month, yet it had not arrived, already 3 days late amidst a flurry of work at the office. Thus, her mood had been somewhat irritable, leading to her stern reprimands toward Zhao Su. After Li Miao changed her clothes, she dashed back to her sister's bed and quietly asked, "Sis, did you sleep together last night? Any stories?" Li Qingqing playfully tapped Li Miao on the forehead, scolding, "You little rascal. What are you thinking? We are legally married. Even if there are stories, it's perfectly normal." "Humph. I don't believe you that I know your relationship well enough." Li Qingqing felt exasperated by her sister's stubbornness and asked, "Little sister, what kind of stories do you hope we have?" Li Miao held up 2 fingers in front of her sister. Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Didn't you always want us to divorce? You never liked Zhao Xu.I in the past. I didn't like him. However, recently, he seems to have changed a bit, becoming somewhat more likable. I actually hope you two develop a story." Li Qingqing frowned. "What nonsense is swirling in that little head of yours? You're about to take your college entrance exams. Focus on your studies. Also, did Mom say anything when she last visited? I didn't go home, so how would I know?" However, when she called, she was still furious. "She might still be angry with you. Meow. Even though I'm not by Mom's side, you should treat her well that I want to, but you know how Mom is. If I say the wrong thing, she'll explode, cursing you for marrying a useless man and warning me not to follow your example when I marry." Li Qingqing sighed. "Little sister, this is how my marriage is. When you find a boyfriend, make sure to choose wisely. I haven't even begun to think about that yet." Li Miao, noticing Zhao Su busy in the kitchen, reminded her sister, "Sis, let me tell you, your husband is not the same as before. Although he is just a driver, you need to keep an eye on him. Don't let some seductive woman lure him away." Chapter 44. Repentance for your actions. Li Qingqing was unconvinced that her husband could be swayed. And with a flirtatious smile, she replied, "Honestly, I wouldn't mind if your brother-in-law were taken away." Li Miao, frustrated by her sister's disbelief, insisted, "Sister, I'm serious, and I'm being serious too. If your brother-in-law wants to run off with someone, let him. I wouldn't care." With a pout, Li Miao warned, "Humph. You're just putting on a brave face. You'll regret it later." Just then, Zhao Su announced that breakfast was ready, calling out, "Time to eat." Li Miao hurriedly dashed to the bathroom to freshen up, and upon seeing the spread of scrambled eggs, shredded pickled vegetables, cold spinach, and fried salted fish on the table, her mouth watered in anticipation. She immediately grabbed her chopsticks and dug in, praising Zhao Su. "Zhao Su, your cooking skills have really improved. If your driving career doesn't work out, you could always become a chef and support my sister." Before Zhao Su could respond, Li Qingqing interjected, "When have I ever relied on him to support me?" After saying this, she approached Zhao Su, pulled out 1,000 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to him, saying, "You're running low on cash again, aren't you? Take this and save it. We can't keep relying on Chen Lao." Zhao Su habitually accepted the money, slipping it into his pocket while keeping the fact that he had 7 to 8 million in his bank account a secret from Li Qingqing. "Thank you, wife. You truly understand me. You know I'm nearly out of money." Seeing Zhao Su's playful demeanor, Li Qingqing replied sternly, "You've been performing well lately. If it weren't for the 2 clients you introduced, the company wouldn't have improved so quickly. Save up. We need to pay off our debts to Chen Lao and buy a house. We can't keep living in a rented place with the kids. Don't worry, wife, when I have free time, I plan to drive for Didi on the side. I can't let you bear the burden alone. It's time for me to support this family." Li Qingqing and Li Miao exchanged incredulous glances, not expecting such words from Zhao Su. "If you can think this way, then my suffering won't matter." Li Qingqing felt a sense of relief, sensing that her once timid husband was indeed changing for the better. After breakfast, Zhao Su first drove the children to kindergarten before taking Li Miao to school. He then turned to Li Qingqing and asked, "Qingqing, do you have work at the company today? I need to meet 2 clients in the afternoon. Then let me take you somewhere in the morning, and you can return to the office by noon." Li Qingqing looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Zhao Su, where are you taking me?" Zhao Su wore a mysterious smile, saying, "You'll find out when we get there." He drove around for a while before finally stopping in front of a tall building. On the side of the building, a prominent sign read, "Junyue Limited Liability Company." Upon realizing Zhao Su had brought her to see Zhuang Junyue, Li Qingqing furrowed her brows and asked sternly, "Zhao Su, what is going on? Why did you bring me here? Zhao Su smiled and replied, Wife, we have evidence of Yuan Chen and Zhuang Junyue colluding against you, so how can we let them go unpunished? Are you implying, yes, they must face justice for their wrongdoing? Li Qingqing felt a twinge of fear regarding Zhuang Junyue. Known as the Iron Lady of Linjiang City's business scene, Zhuang Junyue was infamous for her sharp tongue. The last time Li Qingqing had crossed paths with her, she had been left questioning her very existence after Zhuang Junyue's scathing remarks, ultimately costing her 3.8 million to Junyue Company. Zhao Su had brought her here to seek revenge for his wife. Previously, Zhao Su had distanced himself from the Zhao family, appearing as a penniless man. Now, having severed ties yet inherited a vast fortune and industries in the 3 northeastern provinces, he had no reason to fear Zhuang Junyue. He called Nong Quan, asking, Nong Quan, have you arrived? Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing panicked, asking, what do you need that big O for? Zhao Su opened the car door with a laugh. Of course, to crash into Junyue Company? Li Qingqing followed Zhao Su out of the car, thinking to herself how outrageous he had become. Almost instantly, Nong Quan appeared out of nowhere, greeting them. Hello, young master. Hello, young mistress. Li Qingqing was accustomed to Nong Quan's address and didn't question why he always called Zhao Su young master. To her, even if Zhao Su was a young master, he was still a down-and-out one. Seeing Nong Quan arrive, Zhao Su beckoned to Li Qingqing. Qingqing, let us go inside. Li Qingqing, taken aback by Zhao Su's assertiveness, felt a wave of fear wash over her. Sensing her unease, Zhao Su gently took her soft hand in his, instructing Nong Quan, lead the way. Yes, young master. Nong Quan strode confidently towards Junyue Company. 2 security guards, seeing Nong Quan approach with such determination, stepped forward to question him. Hey, what are you doing here? Nong Quan didn't respond, swiftly kicking both guards to the ground. Zhao Su, hand in hand with Li Qingqing, followed Nong Quan, leaving onlookers in a state of shock. Someone at Junyue Company recognized Li Qingqing and whispered, Isn't that the one suing General Zhuang? Yes, and that's her useless husband. Ha ha ha, even that big O friend of his is here. However, the atmosphere shifted as Nong Quan exhibited formidable strength, dispatching nearly 10 guards without breaking a sweat. Zhuang Junyue was in a meeting with a client when her secretary burst in, panic etched on her face, exclaiming, Not good. Not good, General Zhuang. Li Qingqing has barged in. Li Qingqing? Zhuang Junyue's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Su's voice echoed, Zhuang Junyue, how have you been? Upon spotting Li Qingqing and her husband, Zhao Su, as well as the infamous Big Oaf, Zhuang Junyue's demeanor shifted. She barked at her secretary, Xiao Yu, go summon security. Get them out of here. The secretary, looking conflicted, stammered, General Zhuang, all the security personnel have been subdued. What? Zhuang Junyue's face paled as she realized Zhao Su and Li Qingqing were not here for pleasantries. Call the police immediately, she instructed her secretary. Zhao Su pulled up a chair for Li Qingqing and sat beside her, stating, No need to call. I've already alerted the authorities. You invade my company and still have the audacity to complain. Zhuang Junyue scoffed, Let us see if the police believe you or me. Zhao Su looked coldly at Zhuang Junyue, saying, Zhuang Junyue, do you still not understand? I, Zhao Su, dare to bring my wife to confront you because I am confident I can deal with you. Are you not afraid the wind will blow your tongue out? I can hardly believe anyone in Linjiang City has the power to take me down. Zhao Su pulled out a stack of photographs from his pocket, tossing half in front of Zhuang Junyue and showing the other half to Li Qingqing. As Li Qingqing peered at the images, she gasped in shock, seeing Zhuang Junyue in compromising positions with various men. The clarity of the photographs left no room for doubt. Zhuang Junyue, upon seeing the images, was taken aback, pointing at Zhao Su and demanding, How do you have these photos? To wish for others to remain unaware, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Zhuang Junyue, these photographs are merely an appetizer. Don't tell me you can't handle this, Zhao Su declared. Next, I will ensure you repent for your actions. Chapter 45. A dog-eat-dog world. Zhao Su noticed that the client Zhuang Junyue had been conversing with remained in the office. Watching the unfolding drama, he signaled Nong Quan, who promptly seized the man by the collar and dragged him out, warning him, Leave quickly. The police will be here soon, and you don't want to get caught up in this. The man, now convinced Zhuang Junyue was in serious trouble, fled the scene with his briefcase in hand. Zhao Su called Wenbao, inquiring, Have you brought them? Yes, we're heading upstairs now. Zhuang Junyue, initially shocked, regained her composure and crossed her arms, curious to see what Zhao Su would do next. Moments later, Wenbao entered, escorting Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, Zhuang Junyue's expression shifted once more. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Lu Weiming from the Municipal Economic Investigation Team arrived. Zhuang Junyue, having a good rapport with Lu Weiming, greeted him warmly. "Captain Lu, you've come at the perfect time. These individuals have barged into my company and harmed my employees. You must arrest them." Lu Weiming frowned, responding, "Zhuang Junyue, it was Zhao Su who called the police, requesting we take you into custody." "What?" Zhuang Junyue feigned ignorance. "Captain Lu, are you joking? I haven't committed any crimes. You can't just arrest people without cause. Without evidence, why would we come to apprehend you?" Lu Weiming instructed a female officer behind him, "Jijia, show her the video." The officer plugged in a USB drive and soon, the computer screen displayed footage of Yuan Chen and Zhuang Junyue plotting to frame Li Qingqing, intending to extort her under the guise of trademark infringement. Watching the video, Zhuang Junyue sank into her chair, realizing it was her own recording, originally made to protect herself against Yuan Chen's potential betrayal. Confused, she asked the police, "How did you come by this footage?" Yuan Chen, fuming, pointed at Zhuang Junyue, exclaiming, "Zhuang Junyue, are you foolish? Why did you record this?" Zhuang Junyue shrugged off the question. "I had to protect myself from you. I didn't want you to pull a fast one on me." "But how did the video end up in the hands of the police?" Yuan Chen shouted angrily. Zhuang Junyue replied with irritation, "How would I know?" At that moment, Zhao Su spoke up. He addressed Lu Weiming, saying, "Officer Lu, these individuals have caused my family considerable distress. Is it unreasonable to ask them to apologize to my wife?" Lu Weiming nodded in agreement, stating, "It is not unreasonable, but I can only grant you 5 minutes." With that, he led his men out. Once the office door was closed again, Zhao Su approached Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu, commanding them, "Kneel." Although Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu were reluctant to submit to such humiliation, they could not ignore the imposing presence of Wen Bao standing nearby as they caught sight of Wen Bao glaring at them. Their knees buckled, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Su coldly ordered, "Apologize to my wife. If your tone does not satisfy me, you will know the consequences." Yuan Mu had indeed been frightened by the beatings he had received in recent days. Initially, he had been inexplicably assaulted twice in one day, and just as his injuries were healing, Zhao Su had given him a severe thrashing. Yesterday, he had endured further torment at the hands of Wen Bao's subordinates. "Qingqing, it was all my fault, Yuan Mu's fault. Please let my brother go. This has nothing to do with him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su slapped Yuan Mu across the face, sneering, "Oh, so you are quite loyal, aren't you? Then tell me, if you and Yuan Chen were to be punished, who should it be? You or him?" Yuan Mu hesitated, visibly struggling with the decision. Yuan Chen, enraged, shouted, "You scoundrel, Yuan Mu! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this predicament." Li Qingqing, Zhao Su, "I am sorry for you both. I will confess everything. It was Yuan Mu who prompted me to do this. Yuan Chen, you fool. This is clearly a scheme devised by Zhao Su to sow discord. I have sacrificed so much for you, and now I am dragged into this mess because of you. Brother, I have informed Uncle about this. He will rescue us." Yuan Chen glared at Yuan Mu, seething, "Do not call me brother. I do not acknowledge you as my sibling." Seeing that the two brothers had begun to turn on each other without him needing to exert much effort, Zhao Su interjected, "Yuan Chen, you may rise. Yuan Mu, remain on your knees. If you do not behave, even in prison, I can find a way to make your life miserable." Yuan Mu gritted his teeth in anger, retorting, "Zhao Su, you better not fall into my hands, or you will regret it." With that, Nong Quan, with a palm the size of a fan, slapped Yuan Mu's face, scolding, "You filthy fool. If you dare disrespect our young master again, I will knock you out with one punch." "Nong Quan, do not act rashly," Zhao Su warned him. Nong Quan shot a fierce glare at Yuan Mu, who felt genuine fear at the menacing look in Nong Quan's eyes. Fearing that if he uttered another word, this fool would split him in two, Zhao Su then turned to Zhuang Junyue, commanding, "Zhuang Junyue, apologize to my wife." "Why should I apologize to her?" Zhao Su answered with a sharp slap to Zhuang Junyue's face, sternly declaring, "Do not assume that I would spare a woman. Apologize, or Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu shall serve as your examples." Witnessing the brutal state of Yuan Chen and Yuan Mu, Zhuang Junyue felt a pang of fear. However, having navigated the business world for many years, she was no stranger to storms and would not be easily intimidated by Zhao Su's threats. She cried out, "Officer Lu! Officer Lu! Someone is attacking me." Hearing the commotion, Lu Weiming, concerned that Zhao Su might cause an incident, poked his head into the office. Upon seeing him, Zhuang Junyue felt as if she had found a lifeline and pleaded, "Officer Liu, please help me. This Zhao Su is a violent man. If I do not apologize to Li Qingqing, he will hit me." Lu Weiming pushed Zhuang Junyue back into the office, stating to Zhao Su, "Mr. Zhao, you have only 2.5 minutes left." With a loud bang, he closed the door. Zhao Su advanced, grabbing Zhuang Junyue by her hair and slamming her to the ground, coldly stating, "Zhuang Junyue, do you still think anyone can protect you? Apologize to my wife immediately. Otherwise, I will distribute your photos with those men as advertisements to passers-by for their viewing pleasure." At that moment, Zhuang Junyue realized what it meant to face a ruthless character. Compared to Zhao Su, she felt like a mere amateur. Outside, Lu Weiming also seemed wary of Zhao Su, insisting on granting him 5 minutes of private time. If Zhao Su were to release those photos publicly, Zhuang Junyue would lose all dignity in this city. Glaring at Zhao Su, she coldly remarked, "You are quite ruthless." Then, she approached Li Qingqing and knelt down, saying, "Li Qingqing, I, Zhuang Junyue, am the one at fault, having ruined your company." However, all of this was orchestrated by Yuan Chen. Li Qingqing was already aware of the entire situation, but without her husband Zhao Su, how could she compel these wrongdoers to admit their faults? In those brief 5 minutes, she had witnessed Zhao Su's overwhelming dominance. The aura of authority he exuded left her in awe. Was this truly her previously timid husband? "Zhuang Junyue, I will not forgive you. However, you have broken the law, and the law shall punish you." Li Qingqing said to Zhao Su, "Darling, the 5 minutes are almost up. Let us hand them over to Officer Liu. Now take me back to the company. After work, come home early, and I will personally prepare a delicious meal for you. Just remember to buy some wine. We need to celebrate that the bad guys are finally facing justice." Hearing that Li Qingqing wanted to drink, Zhao Su's eyes lit up. Their daughter, Xiao Yezi, was conceived after they had gotten drunk. Zhao Su eagerly nodded, replying, "Darling, rest assured. I will make sure to buy plenty of wine tonight." Chapter 46. The dinner from the Tao family that evening. When Zhao Su returned with the child, Li Qingqing had already prepared dinner. Upon seeing the array of dishes, Xiao Yezi happily asked, "Mommy, why did you make so many delicious things today?" She reached for the skewered meat on the table. "Yezi, wash your hands before you eat." Zhao Su hurriedly carried the child to the bathroom, washing her hands while saying, "Yezi, today is a day worth celebrating." "What are you celebrating?" "We are celebrating that the bad people who framed your mother have all been taken away by the police." "That's great. I love the police. When I grow up, I want to be a police officer too." Zhao Su found this amusing yet hard to fathom, unable to envision what kind of adult his daughter would become. Seeing that Zhao Su had bought a variety of alcohol, white wine, red wine, beer, and champagne, Li Qingqing asked, "Zhao Su, why did you buy so much alcohol?" "Oh, it's for the celebration." As Zhao Su spoke, he walked out of the bathroom with Xiao Yezi. Li Qingqing snorted, saying, "Humph, don't think I don't know what you're up to. We'll open a bottle of champagne to celebrate tonight. Put the others away." Zhao Su let out an "oh," and reluctantly placed the bottles on the windowsill. Their home lacked a wine cabinet, making proper storage impossible. Fortunately, the wines he purchased were not particularly expensive, so it hardly mattered. As Li Qingqing went to the kitchen to serve the rice, Zhao Su whispered to Xiao Yezi, "Yezi, when you talk to Mommy later, tell her you want to sleep alone tonight. Daddy will take you out for a buffet in a few days." "Okay, but Daddy, you can't go back on your word." "Of course not." However, the next scene nearly caused Zhao Su to choke on his own anger. Xiao Yezi shouted to Li Qingqing, who was returning with the rice, "Mommy, Daddy told me to tell you that I want to sleep alone tonight, and he will take me out for a buffet." Li Qingqing was furious and slammed the bowl in front of Zhao Su, her face cold. "Zhao Su, what are you thinking? Are you trying to spoil the child?" Zhao Su awkwardly smiled, trying to mask his inner discomfort. He had not anticipated that his daughter would naively betray him like that. After opening the champagne, he poured a glass for both Li Qingqing and himself. Raising his glass, "Qingqing, I believe that Zhuang Junyue, Yuan Chen, and Yuan Mu will definitely face legal consequences. We can finally hold our heads high at Li Qingqing's side, saying, 'That may be true, but I lost 3.8 million. And we sold our house and car.'" She continued, "I heard that to recover that money, we will need to enforce a court order against Zhuang Junyue's assets." Zhao Su, now inheriting a fortune worth billions, hardly cared about the 3.8 million. The longer it took to recover that money, the more beneficial it would be for his plans. Next month would be Li Qingqing's birthday. If she were to learn that he had redeemed their original large house as a birthday gift, Perhaps she would even allow him to share the bed with her again. With this thought, Zhao Su comforted his wife, "Darling, the law is just. The 3.8 million we lost was due to Yuan Chen and Zhuang Junyue colluding against us. We will retrieve that money sooner or later. There's no need to worry, I'm not worried. But thinking about how we are still renting and that Yezi has to squeeze into such poor conditions with us makes me feel inexplicably pained. And what about the 1 million you owe old Chen? If we recover this money, we can pay him back, and then you can quit that driving job for old Chen and come help me at the company." Zhao Su was startled by Li Qingqing's words. If they were able to recover the 3.8 million, it would indeed be a blessing for their family, yet it would greatly jeopardize Zhao Su's concealed identity. Working as a driver for Chen Tianhe would allow him to leverage Chen Tianhe's status as the richest man in the city to his advantage, as no one would suspect him. However, if Li Qingqing helped him repay that 1 million debt, he would have no reason to stay close to Chen Tianhe. Zhao Su hesitated to directly refuse his wife, smiling as he said, "Qingqing, I feel that working for old Chen is quite good. Look, many of my connections are thanks to him." Li Qingqing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhao Su's words. Without the support of Chen Tianhe, their family would have truly fallen apart. "Let us eat first. We can discuss this later." Li Qingqing served Xiao Yezi her favorite skewered meat. Zhao Su finally sighed in relief. Just as the three of them were enjoying their dinner, Li Qingqing's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was her Aunt Tao Ijuan calling. She hesitated but ultimately answered. "Aunt, is there something you need?" Li Qingqing inquired. Tao Ijuan replied with a friendly smile, "Qingqing, I heard you had a falling out with your mother, and she was so angry that she went back to her family. How about this? I'll act as a mediator. Your brother-in-law is hosting a dinner at the Yanbin building tomorrow. Why don't you all come? I'll help you two reconcile. After all, you can't always meet as enemies, can you?" Li Qingqing's aunt was known for her penchant for comparison and boasting. She had one son and one daughter. Her son was still in college, while her daughter worked for a foreign enterprise. She had married a civil servant who worked in the industrial and commercial department. She often looked down on the Li family, saying her daughter might not be as beautiful as Li Qingqing and Li Miaomiao, but her son-in-law was impressive. Unlike Li Qingqing, who was stunning but had married a useless man who only cooked and cared for children. Although Li Qingqing was initially reluctant to attend, thinking she would have to face her aunt's various provocations, the prospect of mending her relationship with her mother seemed like a good opportunity. She agreed, saying, "All right, Aunt, please send me the time and location. I will be there on time tomorrow. The time is set for 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, and the location is the best restaurant in our city. The Gue bin Lu Yu wouldn't believe how hard our family's son-in-law worked to secure a reservation." Li Qingqing chuckled. Knowing her aunt was showing off, she replied, "All right, we will be there tomorrow at 5. After hanging up, Li Qingqing informed Zhao Su of the situation. Upon hearing that the dinner would be held at the Yanbin building, Zhao Su frowned. This high-end restaurant had recently been acquired by him and was now under Wen Bao's management. After dinner, Zhao Su mentioned he was stepping outside for a smoke. He picked up his phone and called Wen Bao. "Wen Bao, please check if a man named Zhang Shukai has reserved a private room at the Yanbin building for tomorrow." "Young Master Zhao, let me check, and I will call you back shortly." 3 minutes later, Wen Bao called back, confirming indeed, a man named Zhang Shukai has reserved a private room. Zhao Su frowned deeper, instructing, "Immediately notify them to cancel his reservation. I want that room reserved for me tomorrow." Without questioning the reason, Wen Bao readily agreed, saying, "Rest assured, young Master Zhao, I will handle it right away." Chapter 47. I am a VIP member the next day. While taking Xiao Yezi to school, Zhao Su asked Su Lin to look after her after school, promising to pick the child up at Su Lin's home. Su Lin readily agreed. Not only because she liked Xiao Yezi but also because she owed Zhao Su a significant sum of money. After dropping off the child, Zhao Su called Li Qingqing to inform her that he had entrusted their daughter to Su Lin. This way, they could avoid any potential quarrels at the Tao family dinner that might leave a psychological scar on their daughter. Li Qingqing also found the arrangement agreeable but felt puzzled as to why the kindergarten teacher seemed to have a good relationship with her husband Zhao Su. After work, Zhao Su drove to pick up his wife Li Qingqing. Noticing that she had dressed up more formally than usual, he asked while driving, "Qingqing, why do you seem so dressed up today?" Li Qingqing replied, "I heard that the Yanbin building is the most upscale restaurant in our city. If I dress too poorly, won't I be ridiculed by my aunt and the others? Then why even go?" Li Qingqing sighed, saying, "My father said that if I can mend my relationship with my mother, I should try to do so no matter what. She is still the one who gave birth to and raised me." Zhao Su refrained from further comment. Although he harbored a strong dislike for his mother-in-law Tao Aihua, he was always cautious due to her being Li Qingqing's biological mother. Otherwise, with his previous temperament, he would have long since knocked her out. Upon arriving at the Yinbin building, Zhao Su first parked the car under the guidance of the hotel security personnel. He then took Li Qingqing's hand and led her into the restaurant. Although Li Qingqing was initially reluctant to hold hands with Zhao Su, she felt a sense of security in his grip, allowing him to lead her without resistance. Upon entering the hotel, Tao's family was engaged in a heated argument with the manager of the Yinbin building. Notably, Zhang Shukai was particularly furious, pointing at the manager and shouting, "How do you conduct business at the Yinbin building? I reserved this Huakai Fugue private room first. How can you cancel it just like that? Mr. Zhang, I apologize. Our establishment only provides private rooms to VIP guests. You are not a VIP customer of our establishment, so you can only dine in the hall." Upon hearing this, Tao Aijuan became displeased, chastising her son-in-law Zhang Shukai. "Xiao Kai, how are you managing this? You can't even handle such a trivial matter?" Zhang Shukai, feeling emboldened, pointed angrily at the manager. "You are deceiving consumers. I work at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Be careful, or I will expose your establishment for consumer fraud." The manager rolled his eyes, replying, "Mr. Zhang, we have refunded your deposit. How are we deceiving you? Our business is compliant with all regulations. What do you intend to expose us for? Where is your evidence for claiming we deceive consumers?" The moment left Zhang Shukai speechless. He confronted the manager of the establishment, exclaiming, "This private room was clearly booked by me first. Why would you allocate it to someone else?" The manager replied, "My apologies. It was a lapse on our staff's part, and I have already expressed my regrets. How about this? If you recharge 1 million at the bar, you can become a VIP member of our establishment, granting you priority access to VIP privileges in the future. 1 million. Zhang Shukai's expression changed dramatically as he retorted, "You are effectively coercing customers into extravagant spending. I will report you to the Consumer Association." The manager, unfazed, replied, "Go ahead. You certainly won't be the first to file a complaint." At that moment, Li Qingqing and Zhao Su had already ascended the stairs. Standing at the back of the crowd, they had grasped the situation. Grandma Tao, witnessing her entire family being turned away by the hotel staff, said to Zhang Shukai, "Xiao Kai, since they are unwilling to provide us with the private room, shall we find another place to dine?" Zhang Shukai felt helpless, having heard of the formidable background of the owner of the banquet hall. If they could afford such an upscale venue, why would they fear someone like him causing trouble? Just then, Zhao Su spoke up. "Grandma, let's just eat here." Zhao Su approached the hotel manager and stated, "I am Zhao Su, a VIP guest of your establishment. May I access this private room?" The manager, already briefed by Wen Bao and aware that Zhao Su was the true owner of the restaurant, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, stating, "Since Mr. Zhao is a VIP guest, he certainly has the right to utilize the private room." This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Zhang Shukai could hardly believe that Zhao Su would spend 1 million to become a VIP member at the banquet hall. He questioned the manager, "Are you mistaken? How could this person possibly afford 1 million to become your esteemed member?" Zhao Su brandished the VIP card of the banquet hall in front of Zhang Shukai, retorting, "Don't assume that just because you can't afford it, no one else can. Behold, this is the VIP card of the banquet hall." Zhang Shukai was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Zhao Su would possess such a prestigious card. Tao Aihua, noticing Zhao Su making an appearance in front of her family, cheerfully called out, "Mom, since Zhao Su has the VIP card, let us hurry into the private room. Don't you have matters to discuss with Qingqing?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's heart sank. It seemed that this time, her third aunt, Tao Aijuan, had summoned her under the pretense of discussing cooperation with Su Ri Group. However, since she was already there, it would be inappropriate to leave abruptly, so she followed the Tao family into the private room. At that moment, Li Miao Miao rushed over, panting. Upon seeing her sister Li Qingqing about to enter the private room, she grabbed her by the arm and whispered, "Sis, they haven't given you a hard time, have they?" Li Qingqing shook her head and asked, "Little sister, what brings you here?" Li Miao Miao glanced at the people inside and replied, "I was worried you might be bullied." Li Qingqing felt warmth in her heart. Despite her little sister's quirky nature, her affection was sincere. She took Li Miao Miao's hand and entered the private room, sitting next to Zhao Su. Zhang Shukai, witnessing Zhao Su stealing his thunder, paced angrily in the corridor, contemplating how to retaliate against this young man. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Little Zhang, what are you doing here?" Zhang Shukai looked up to see his superior, Director Liang of the Daqiao Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Taken aback, he exclaimed, "Director Liang, what brings you here?" Oh, I'm dining with a few friends. But what about you? We are having a family banquet today. A family banquet? Grandma Tao is here too, Director Liang inquired. Zhang Shukai nodded, saying, yes, indeed. The Tao family is all present. Were it not for the reputation of Grandma Tao, Zhang Shukai, despite his access to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, would not have risen through the ranks so swiftly. Director Liang, whose real name was Liang Maoquan, had some connections with the Tao family. Upon hearing that Grandma Tao was present, he said to Zhang Shukai, you should return to the private room. I will visit Grandma in a bit. Certainly, Director Liang. I will wait for you. Zhang Shukai felt elated, the earlier gloom lifting from his heart. After returning, he shared this good news with his mother-in-law, Tao Aijuan, and his wife. The Tao family had not yet placed their orders when an array of exquisite dishes began to arrive. Peking duck, drunken shrimp, sea cucumber, bird's nest, roasted suckling pig, and the like, leaving the Tao family utterly astonished. The banquet hall was a high-end establishment in the entire Linjiang City, and the prices were steep. Just these dishes alone would cost no less than several $100,000. Grandma Tao questioned the server. Have you made a mistake? We haven't even ordered yet. The server, while serving the dishes, replied, no mistake. Mr. Zhao is a VIP member of our establishment, entitled not only to the private room but also to a complimentary VIP package. The current offering is the Supreme Family Banquet worth 18 million. Please enjoy. Chapter 48. A slap in the face. 18 million for the Supreme Family Banquet package. Everyone except Zhao Su was left stunned. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Zhao Su's face. This countenance, which typically drew disdain, now appeared remarkably handsome, exuding an aura of comfort. Even mother-in-law Tao Aihua felt a sense of pride, with a beaming smile. Tao Aihua turned to Zhao Su and asked, Zhao Su, you certainly hold considerable clout, don't you? Arriving at the banquet hall with an 18 million supreme package, I finally get to bask in your glory. Zhao Su smiled slightly, saying nothing in response. Beside him, his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, could not help but whisper, Zhao Su, how did you acquire this VIP card? The VIP cards here are prepaid. Even if you have one, it's unlikely they would offer you an 18 million Supreme Family Banquet package. You're so nosy. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Zhao Su, now with confidence due to his newfound wealth, retorted. You? Li Miao Miao shot him a glare. Feeling frustrated, she was merely concerned about the origins of Zhao Su's VIP card. Yet, Zhao Su seemed indifferent to her worries. Tao Aihua, eager to impress her sister Tao Aijuan, boasted, third sister. Initially, this meal was to be covered by your family, and my family would not contest it. But as you can see, your son-in-law couldn't even secure a reservation, whereas my son-in-law is different. This meal is on my family. No need to thank me. We are all sisters. Tao Aijuan, hearing her second sister Tao Aihua's attempt to undermine her, huffed and retorted, second sister, your ability to adapt is truly remarkable. However, I, Tao Aijuan, don't mind. Being able to enjoy an 18 million Supreme Family Banquet thanks to Qingqing's husband is worth it. Just as Grandma Tao was about to speak, she suddenly noticed someone entering the room. It was none other than Liang Maoquan, the superior of Zhang Shukai from the Daqiao Bureau. Liang Maoquan greeted Grandma Tao with a smile, saying, Mrs. Tao, it's been a long time. Indeed, Director Liang. What brings you here? Grandma Tao replied with a smile. Oh, I'm dining with two friends. Zhang Shukai greeted Liang Maoquan, saying, Director Liang, why not join us for a meal? No, I just came to see Comrade Zhao and say hello before leaving. Just as everyone was puzzled about who this Comrade Zhao could be, Liang Maoquan turned to Zhao Su and asked, Comrade Zhao, who was your wife? Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Wen Bao outside, he understood the situation. He quickly stood up and smiled at Liang Maoquan, saying, Director Liang, this is my wife. Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing also stood up, greeting Liang Maoquan, hello, Director Liang. Liang Maoquan assessed Zhao Su and Li Qingqing, nodding in approval, truly a match made in heaven. I heard you've started your own packaging design company? Yes, Li Qingqing nodded with a smile, but it's not large, just a small workshop. Liang Maoquan replied, a small scale is no issue. All companies start small and grow. Moreover, current policies encourage the development of small and micro enterprises. If your company encounters any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Here is my business card. Liang Maoquan handed a card to both Zhao Su and Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing's expression was one of astonishment. She dreaded dealing with bureaucrats in charge of enterprises, yet here was Liang Maoquan treating her with such warmth. Meanwhile, Zhang Shukai felt bewildered. wondering why the director was not favoring him and appeared to be currying favor with Zhao Su and Li Qingqing. Witnessing this, Tao Aihua could hardly contain her delight. It was evident that Liang Maoquan was showing goodwill towards her daughter, and she seized the opportunity, saying, "Director Liang, I am Qingqing's mother. We should keep in touch more often." Liang Maoquan, with a cold expression, replied, "I was speaking with your daughter. What business do you have butting in?" Seeing her second sister Tao Aihua at a loss, Tao Aijuan gleefully interjected, "Director Liang, our little Kai could use your support in his career. When you have the time, I hope you join us for a meal?" Liang Maoquan replied coldly, "Support? Your little Zhang has been underperforming. I'm considering terminating him. It's actually quite convenient that you're all here. Zhang should go to the office tomorrow to handle his termination paperwork." Director Liang, Zhang Shukai, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend how he had offended Liang Maoquan. Liang Maoquan snorted, saying, "Humph, do not refer to me as Director Liang. I have no subordinates like you." With that, he turned and left the private room. Moments later, two more individuals entered the room, Chen Tianhe and Wen Bao. Upon seeing Chen Tianhe, Grandma Tao's eyes lit up. She greeted him, "Mr. Chen, your Su Ri group has invested so much in Linjiang City. You must help the Tao family move forward." Chen Tianhe feigned contemplation, saying, "Grandma, you know I've basically handed over the reins to Han Min. If the Tao family is interested in collaboration, just reach out to Han Min, but you are still the general manager of the company. The decision to collaborate is not solely yours," Grandma Tao insisted. Chen Tianhe sighed, saying, "Grandma, you know your family cut corners during our collaboration, causing losses for Su Ri Group and tarnishing our reputation. We haven't pursued accountability from your family, which is already generous. How could I afford to delegate authority to your family's business? However, who doesn't make mistakes? Let bygones be bygones. If your family can earn back our cooperation, I won't oppose it." Chen Tianhe's meaning was clear. He wouldn't assist the Tao family in securing collaboration, but he wouldn't object if they earned it on their own merit. Grandma Tao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the Tao family must strive for it. As it pertained to their survival, I only came to greet a familiar face. "Grandma, please enjoy your meal," he concluded before turning to leave. Wen Bao, wearing a smile, said to Grandma Tao, "Grandma Tao, I will be taking over the banquet hall from now on. You are welcome to visit often," Grandma Tao replied. "Wen Bao, your prices are quite steep. We cannot afford it, and no problem. You can always come with your grandson-in-law. Mr. Zhao is our VIP customer, and all his expenses here are complimentary." The Tao family exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. Initially, they thought the complimentary 18 million Supreme Family Banquet package was solely due to Zhao Su's VIP status. However, now it was clear that Zhao Su was recognized as a VIP customer, entitled to free meals whenever he dined there. Zhao Su, noticing the skeptical gazes directed at him, chuckled and said, "Boss One, please extend my thanks to Mr. Chen." Wen Bao, understanding Zhao Su's intentions, replied, "Of course, I will convey your gratitude to Mr. Chen. Enjoy your meal." With that, he bowed slightly and exited with a smile. Except for Li Qingqing and Li Miaomiao, the Tao family's attention was fully focused on Zhao Su. Grandma Tao squinted her eyes, as if seeing Zhao Su for the first time, and asked, "Zhao Su, how did you acquire the VIP card for the banquet hall? Why do Mr. Chen and the others treat you so well?" Chapter 49. Kneeling. Grandma Tao's inquiry echoed the curiosity of the entire Tao family. Zhao Su lit a cigarette and replied, "Grandma, I'm merely a driver. Perhaps they are just being courteous to my boss." "Your boss?" Grandma Tao furrowed her brow and asked, "Who is your boss?" Before Zhao Su could respond, Li Miaomiao jumped in, saying, "Grandma, my brother-in-law's boss is Chen." Qingqing shot her sister a reproachful look, pinching her leg. "Sis, why did you pinch me?" Li Miaomiao pouted in irritation. "Zhao Su earns his living honestly. What's wrong with saying it?" Upon hearing the name Chen Tianhe, the Tao family was left in shock. Who in Linjiang City didn't know the wealthiest man, Chen Tianhe? To be a driver for Chen Tianhe was a tremendous honor, let alone working for Su Ri Group. The Tao family was only aware that Zhao Su had secured a driving job, unaware that it was for Chen Tianhe. Upon hearing this, Tao Aihua's eyes sparkled as she regarded Zhao Su as a treasure, grinning, "Oh, my precious son-in-law, so you work for Mr. Chen? No wonder you possess the VIP card for the banquet hall. Grandpa Qingqing truly saw your potential. He said you were a gem, and your future is limitless." Observing her mother's fawning, Li Miaomiao could no longer hold her tongue, exclaiming, "Mom, please stop. Weren't you just calling my brother-in-law a good-for-nothing? Now that I know he drives for Chen Tianhe, He has a precious son-in-law, Tao Aihua countered. Look at your third aunt's son-in-law. He just got fired by Director Liang. Your brother-in-law Zhao Su is clearly superior. Zhang Shukai, already upset about being dismissed by Liang Maoquan, stood up abruptly, angrily declaring, Second aunt, have I offended you in any way? Little Zhang, what do you mean by that? I'm merely stating facts, Tao Aihua replied dismissively. Zhang Shukai huffed in frustration, slamming his chopsticks on the table and grumbling. You all enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to. With that, he stormed out of the private room. After Zhang Shukai left, Grandma Tao slammed her hand on the table, admonishing Tao Aihua. Aihua, you need to be quiet. Zhang Shukai invited us to dinner for the benefit of our family. Now you've driven him away, Mom. Now that Zhao Su and Mr. Chen have established a superior-subordinate relationship, do you still fear we won't secure collaboration? Tao Aihua retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Su interjected, I apologize, Grandma. Mr. Chen explicitly stated when hiring me that I am only to drive for him. I cannot involve myself in any other matters. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist the Tao family. Tao Aihua was left speechless, fuming as she pointed at Zhao Su and scolded. Zhao Su, you're just a driver. What gives you the right to be arrogant? You should feel honored to help the Tao family, and I haven't even asked you for help yet. Yet you've already closed the door on us. Zhao Su wore an innocent expression, replying, Mother-in-law, I truly can't help with anything. Thus, it seems that the greater your hopes, the greater your disappointment may be. Therefore, it is essential to speak plainly from the outset. Very well. With a stern countenance, old lady Tao admonished sharply. She turned to her younger son, Tao Aijuan, and commanded, Aijuan, close the door. After Tao Aijuan rose to shut the door, he fixed a fierce glare upon Zhao Su, assuming that the old lady intended to reprimand the elder. To everyone's astonishment, old lady Tao, leaning on her cane, rose unsteadily and struck the ground with it, declaring, aside from Zhao Su and Qingqing, all other members of the Tao family shall kneel before me. Her 4 children, Tao Aiyuan, Tao Aihua, Tao Aijuan, and Tao Aijuan, were taken aback, convinced they had misheard her. Tao Aiyuan, perplexed, inquired, Mother, why must we kneel? Not just you, but your offspring as well, save for Zhao Su and Qingqing. Am I not being sufficiently clear? The Tao family members dared not defy the old lady's command, as they coveted the family's fortune. Should the old lady take offense, they would receive naught. Consequently, all the Tao family members knelt upon the ground. Lai Qingqing, aghast, asked old lady Tao, Grandma, what does this mean? With fervor. Old lady Tao replied, Qingqing, Han Min once stated that only you could represent the Tao family in negotiations with him. The foundation laid by your grandfather must not be tarnished by my own hands. Your unambitious uncles are hardly fit to safeguard our legacy. Given the current economic downturn, the Tao family's business is plummeting, and without collaboration with the Shiri Group, bankruptcy looms. Grandma, Li Qingqing began, but was swiftly interrupted by old lady Tao. I understand your grievances regarding our inability to assist you during your company's crisis. Yet at that time, your mother disdained Zhao Su and sought to compel you into divorce. We did not wish to witness you leaping into the flames. Were you truly to face imprisonment due to insurmountable debts, could I, your grandmother, stand idly by? If your mother, uncles, and aunts kneeling before you is insufficient, then surely my kneeling should suffice. With that, old lady Tao let her cane slip and knelt before them. Zhao Su could have offered his support, but he refrained. The old lady appeared pitiable, yet her 4 children were each more egregious than the last. Had she not erred in her upbringing, the Tao family would not have descended to such depths. Upon witnessing her grandmother kneeling, Li Qingqing rushed to assist her, tears brimming in her eyes. Grandma, are you forcing me into this? Qingqing, I would not wish to resort to such measures. Yet, you alone can bring a glimmer of hope to the Tao family, which has been cornered into a dire situation. My advanced age, I cannot bear to witness the family crumble to dust, leaving me to dwell in regret beyond the grave. I implore you. Qingqing, Li Qingqing nodded. I promise you, Grandma, I will approach Han Min and test the waters. Seeing Li Qingqing acquiesce, old lady Tao beamed with delight and commanded her kneeling descendants, You lot, express your gratitude to Qingqing. Thank you, Qingqing, they chorused, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Old lady Tao then invited Li Qingqing and Zhao Su to sit beside her, for Li Qingqing had consented to discuss cooperation with the Shiri Group. In high spirits, she remarked, Zhao Su, the 1 million you borrowed was from old Chen, correct? Yes, Grandma. Then after dinner, please retrieve 1 million from me to repay old Chen. Consider it a favor for Ching. Wishing to avoid incurring any debt to the Tao family, promptly declined, Grandma, we shall not accept your money. You need not worry about finances. We will repay it through our own efforts. Child, why must you be so obstinate? Just like your mother's temperament? Very well. Should you decline this 1 million, once you secure the collaboration with the Shiri Group, I shall simply allocate a larger share of the family wealth to your mother. Upon hearing this, Tao Aihua's face lit up with joy. Today, her daughter and son-in-law had truly brought her pride. Thank you, Mother. Ching, do strive to secure the collaboration for the Tao family. The other 3 siblings of Tao Aijuan seethed with indignation. Yet, bound by the old lady's decree, whoever could facilitate cooperation with the Shiri Group would reap greater rewards. Thus, despite their fury, they could do naught but endure. What was even more infuriating was Zhao Su, the seemingly useless son-in-law, who had suddenly undergone a significant transformation in status. Though driving a car was generally looked down upon, if it was for the wealthiest individual in Linjiang City, it made all the difference. Old Lady Tao beckoned everyone to commence the meal, stating, "Let us eat. Today, we are enjoying a feast worth 18,000, all thanks to Zhao Su. Our family is not incapable of such expenditure, yet who among us would willingly spend such a sum?" Upon witnessing the lavish spread, the Tao family could no longer contain themselves, transforming their sorrow into appetite, devouring the meal with fervor. After the banquet, Zhao Su's status within the Tao family evidently ascended. Even Tao Aihua, who had previously regarded him as a useless son-in-law, now looked upon him more favorably. Chapter 50. The house is burgled. After the Tao family banquet concluded, Zhao Su drove his wife, Li Qingqing, to pick up their daughter from Su Lin's residence. Li Qingqing expressed her gratitude. "Teacher Su, thank you for your help." "No need for thanks. I particularly adore Xiao Yezi. By the way, I mentioned to Mr. Zhao that the city television station is hosting a little star dance competition, and I have enrolled Yezi. Since there's still time for the auditions, you should enroll her in a dance class for practice." "All right, I will sign her up immediately," replied Li Qingqing, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Teacher Su, I truly appreciate your assistance. Ms. Li, please refrain from such formalities. If anyone owes gratitude, it is I who owe you." "You owe us?" Li Qingqing was taken aback, on the verge of inquiring further when Zhao Su coughed lightly, prompting her, "Dear, it seems rain is imminent. We should return promptly. Teacher Su might get caught in the rain." Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky had darkened, signaling the onset of the rainy season, during which the rain could pour at any moment. Li Qingqing urged Su Lin to return indoors and hurried her daughter into the car. Just as Su Lin stepped back inside, a torrential downpour erupted. Li Qingqing asked her daughter, Yezi, if she had eaten, to which Yezi replied she had already dined at Su Lin's. On the way home, Li Qingqing instructed Zhao Su to find a private tutor for their daughter or enroll her in an intensive dance class. Such an opportunity for her daughter to appear on television must be cherished. Upon returning home, a shadow darted down the hallway. Zhao Su called out, "Who's there?" But the figure vanished without a trace. As Zhao Su prepared to pursue, Li Qingqing urged him, "Zhao Su, do not chase after it. Let us check if anything is missing." The family hurried upstairs, only to find the lock had been forced open, and signs of rummaging were evident. Strangely, the cash, amounting to 5,000 or 6,000, remained untouched, as did Li Qingqing's diamond wedding ring. These items were the most valuable. What could the intruder have sought? A sense of dread washed over Li Qingqing as she remarked, "Zhao Su, how could a thief have broken into our home? This is far too unsafe." Little Yezi appeared frightened, her expression betraying her fear. Zhao Su reassured her, "Do not worry. I will arrange for security cameras to be installed tomorrow. If that thief dares to return, we shall ensure he is brought to justice." "All right, just remember to take care of this," Li Qingqing replied. Zhao Su retrieved an electric baton he had kept hidden, asserting, "Rest assured, Qingqing, with me safeguarding you both, your safety is guaranteed." Li Qingqing nodded, washing her daughter's feet, neglecting her own bath, before tucking her daughter into bed. As Zhao Su lay awake, he could not shake the thoughts of the burglary from his mind. It is often said that thieves do not leave empty-handed. Typically, when breaking and entering, they would steal valuables. The cash in the drawer and Li Qingqing's ring were conspicuously placed. Why had the thief not taken these items? Was the burglar simply apprehensive, or was there another motive at play? Unable to unravel the mystery, Zhao Su eventually drifted into slumber. The following day, after dropping Yezi off at kindergarten, He sought a surveillance installation company to equip their home with cameras in every corner. Moreover, he ensured that even the hallway door could be recorded. Once these arrangements were made, it dawned on him that he needed to find a dance instructor for Yezi. After much contemplation, he decided to visit Linjiang Normal University, which boasted a reputable dance and music department. Upon arriving at the university, Zhao Su, now in his repaired phaeton, clutched a stack of freshly printed flyers advertising a position for a preschool teacher at 1,000 yuan per session. He was somewhat familiar with market rates for specialized instruction. Typically, external training classes charged between 80 to 150 yuan per session, while personal tutoring could reach 200 to 500 yuan per session. Thus, he set the price at 1,000 yuan per session to secure an exceptional dance instructor for his daughter in preparation for the city television station's Little Star event. Just then, a black Mercedes pulled up beside Zhao Su's car. He cast a glance and noticed a well-dressed young man, seemingly a wealthy second generation, but paid him no mind. It was common for affluent young men to pursue university students. As lunchtime approached, students began making their way to the cafeteria. Zhao Su, holding his stack of flyers, approached several attractive female students, handing out flyers one by one. Many girls from the dance program were drawn to the prospect of earning 1,000 yuan for a private lesson. A substantial sum indeed. Given the high expenses associated with studying the arts, students from wealthy families often sought various forms of training for their children, while those from average economic backgrounds typically opted for self-sufficiency. Some became internet influencers, while others took part-time jobs as fitness instructors or tutors. Each time a student approached Zhao Su for information, he inquired about their competition experience and any accolades they had received. However, many dance students, despite holding certificates, had not achieved particularly notable rankings. Zhao Su sought to provide his daughter with the best possible training, aiming to hire a private instructor with exceptional credentials from various dance competitions. One student sighed, "Alas, your requirements are rather stringent. It seems our department only has Bai Xin who fits your criteria." Bai Xin? Zhao Su's interest piqued. Indeed, she is the dual campus belle of both the dance and music departments. However, your offer of 1,000 yuan per session is somewhat lacking. What would be sufficient? At least 2,000 per session. Zhao Su was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a high rate. Yet, considering the importance of finding an outstanding instructor for his daughter, he deemed it worthwhile. The student explained further, originally, Bai Xin did not accept private lessons. However, her brother has recently become embroiled in legal troubles, and the family urgently requires funds. Therefore, she has been working hard to earn money. Classmate, could you facilitate an introduction to Bai Xin? She is right over there. The student pointed towards a black Mercedes parked next to Zhao Su's car. Bai Xin appeared to be in a heated dispute with the young man. Zhao Su thanked the student and approached Bai Xin and the rich young man. The wealthy young man, named Geng Luada, hailed from a family with assets exceeding 100 million and was a well-known figure in Linjiang. Geng Luada had pursued Bai Xin for nearly half a year but had yet to win her affection. Among his peers, he was mocked for his lack of success. If he failed to win Bai Xin's heart, he would be the subject of ridicule. As Zhao Su drew nearer, he overheard Geng Luada admonishing Bai Xin, "Xin, why are you both live-streaming and taking private lessons? A girl as beautiful as you should consider the repercussions of your online presence. Furthermore, you ought to be cautious about the men who come to your fitness classes. Many of them are not there for the right reasons." Bai Xin retorted, "Geng, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? If we are not related, please mind your own business." Geng Luada grasped her delicate hand, declaring, "Xin, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will provide you with whatever you desire. That way, you won't have to exhaust yourself running around earning money." Bai Xin yanked her hand free, stating firmly, "Geng, while I do appreciate money, I have my principles. You have already ruined Hu Xiaohua from our dance department and discarded her afterward. This is common knowledge throughout Linjiang Normal University. I have made my disinterest in you abundantly clear. Should you persist, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities." Chapter 51. Breaking the rules, Zhao Su had overheard enough to grasp the situation. He approached Geng Luada and Bai Xin, and upon reaching them, he extended a flyer to Bai Xin, politely inquiring, "Are you Miss Bai Xin? My name is Zhao Su, and I am seeking a private instructor for my daughter. Here are my terms. Please take a look." Geng Luada, having noticed Zhao Su's luxurious vehicle, regarded him with a measure of admiration for his unique approach to courting women. Using a flyer to attract females while driving an expensive car was an innovative tactic. Geng Luada snatched a flyer from Zhao Su's hand and, after reading it, sneered, "Brother, Your method of attracting women through hiring a tutor for your daughter is quite novel. However, one must adhere to the unspoken rules of precedence. This girl is mine. You are disrupting the order. Zhao Su furrowed his brow, realizing Geng Luoda misunderstood his intentions. You are mistaken. I am genuinely seeking a private instructor for my daughter. Geng Luoda scoffed at Zhao Su's explanation, saying, Buddy, your approach is rather outdated. These female university students may be drawn to wealthy men, but they are even more attracted to single guys like me. If you have a wife and children, you should step aside. As Geng Luoda spoke, he attempted to push Zhao Su away. In response, Zhao Su seized Geng Luoda's wrist and forcefully hurled him aside. Surprised that Zhao Su dared to confront him, Geng Luoda got to his feet, dusting himself off, and pointed at Zhao Su. Kid, I see you drive a phaeton. You must not be an ordinary person. If you have the guts, state your name. Today's encounter is far from over. My name is Zhao Su, and I fear not your retribution. I merely wish to caution you to keep your distance from Miss Bai Xin. If I discover you have acted inappropriately towards her, I will not let you off easily. Hmph. We shall see, Geng Luoda replied, leaving without directly confronting Zhao Su. After all, a person driving a luxury vehicle worth over 200,000 yuan was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Once Geng Luoda had departed, Bai Xin expressed her gratitude to Zhao Su. Thank you. Had Geng not mentioned your phaeton, I would have found it hard to associate you with wealth. Bai Xin believed that Zhao Su had intentionally come to her aid, and thus expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Zhao, thank you for today and no need for thanks. As Bai Xin turned to leave, Zhao Su called out to her, Classmate Bai, have you given any thought to the flyer I sent you? Bai Xin assumed Zhao Su was interested in pursuing her, prompting her desire to distance herself from him quickly. His words momentarily startled her. You truly have a child? Bai Xin, surprised to learn that Zhao Su, who appeared to be of similar age, had already become a father, was taken aback. Zhao Su nodded and smiled, saying, My daughter will turn 5 after her birthday this year, so you genuinely wish to hire me as a private tutor? Indeed. What else did you think? Bai Xin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she brushed her shoulder-length hair away from her face. My schedule is quite full at the moment. I can only spare 3 class sessions a week. I don't want to waste time, but if you wish to hire me as your daughter's private tutor, I can accommodate that. Each session will cost 2,000 yuan. Money is not an issue. I only have one request. What is it? Bai Xin was surprised by Zhao Su's willingness to agree to her fee of 2,000 per session. Zhao Su explained, as I mentioned in my flyer, I am seeking a dance tutor for my daughter primarily to ensure she achieves a commendable ranking in the Youth Star competition on television. Hence, my investment must yield results. Bai Xin confidently assured him, that won't be a problem. I can guarantee that my students will place in the top 3, and if not, I will accept a 50% reduction in tuition. Encouraged by Bai Xin's confidence, Zhao Su felt more assured about hiring her as a dance instructor for his daughter, and they promptly exchanged contact information. To Zhao Su's surprise, Bai Xin also carried business cards, which included her contact details and her livestream ID on a certain platform. As Bai Xin had classes in the afternoon, she hurried to the cafeteria, agreeing to discuss further with Zhao Su via WeChat that evening. Zhao Su then drove away from Linjiang Normal University. A close friend of Bai Xin inquired, Xin, who was that? He was driving a phaeton. Just a parent looking to hire me as a private dance tutor for his child. In a way, he looked so young. The girl sighed and remarked, Why do wealthy men choose to marry and have children so early? Xiaoling, what kind of talk is that? If you prefer single men, someone like Geng Luoda would suit you just fine. No way. I don't want to be dumped in 3 days. Geng Luoda is such a playboy. I wouldn't associate with someone like him. Bai Xin shrugged, resignedly saying, Exactly. All the good men are married with children. Those playboys are the type of carefree men you speak of. The two laughed and entered the cafeteria. When Li Qingqing returned home, Zhao Su had already prepared dinner. Upon noticing the surveillance cameras installed in their home, Li Qingqing felt considerably more at ease. After washing her hands, she sat down with the child at the table just as Zhao Su brought over the food, cheerfully announcing, Dinner's ready. While eating, Li Qingqing asked Zhao Su, Have you found a dance teacher for Yezi? Yes. It's a student from Linjiang Normal University, a girl named Bai Xin from the dance department. Oh, a student? You say? Li Qingqing inquired further, What do you think of this Bai Xin? Is she any good? She has won first place in several competitions. She assured me that she would ensure our Yezi places in the top 3 of the Children's Star competition. If she doesn't, the tuition will be halved. Li Qingqing nodded. This girl seems quite confident. By the way, is the fee expensive? It's reasonable, 200 per session. Zhao Su refrained from mentioning the actual cost of 2,000 yuan per session, fearing that his wife, Li Qingqing, might object to the high price and dismiss the tutor altogether, leaving him to search for another in a city like Linjiang, which was on the verge of becoming a fourth-tier city. 200 yuan per session for dance lessons was indeed a fair price, Li Qingqing replied. All right then, let's go with this dance teacher. Please contact her and arrange the class schedule. Understood. After dinner, Zhao Su washed the dishes. Noticing that Li Qingqing was tired, he took their daughter to bed early. Feeling bored alone, he pulled out Bai Xinxin's business card, which indicated her live stream on a particular platform. Curious to see what Bai Xinxin streamed, he downloaded the livestream app on his phone and registered an account under the name The Wind-Like Man. Upon entering Bai Xinxin's room, he found her seemingly dancing in a rented house on the outskirts. Performing for her livestream fans, it was undeniable that Bai Xinxin possessed an impressive foundation in dance. Her movements were captivating. After finishing a routine and glistening with sweat, she addressed her viewers, "Today, the livestream platform has an event. Those who rank in the top 10 will help elevate the streamer's level. I rarely ask for gifts from my fans, so I hope you can help me reach the top 10. Gung Luada, mingling among the fans, was a senior VIP member and sent a barrage of comments. Damn. You only dance a little and expect us to reward you. If you have the skills, try pole dancing or stripping. I'll reward you 10,000 right away." Bai Xinxin immediately recognized it was Gung Luada's alternate account and retorted, "Gung Luada, if you don't want to watch, kindly leave the room and stop stirring trouble. What? Is it wrong to comment on your performance? With those few moves, you expect everyone to help you into the top 10? Dream on." Chapter 52. The Wind-Like Man. Zhao Su glanced at the rules for fan rankings on the platform named Miaoying Livestream. The rankings included levels from King, Diamond, Emerald, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze, to Tin. Once a fan reached Platinum level, even the streamer could not remove them from the room unless a higher-ranked fan intervened. Gung Luada, being a Platinum level fan, had a fan value of 58,700, indicating he had gifted Bai Xinxin over 50,000. Zhao Su carefully read the recharge rules. If a user recharged 5 million at once, they would reach King level. In any room, a gift of 100,000 would grant them the power to remove others and automatically make them a room manager. Bai Xinxin, visibly upset, could do nothing against Gung Luada. Zhao Su recalled that a female classmate from Linjiang Normal University had mentioned that Bai Xinxin's brother was entangled in legal troubles, which explained why she was both live streaming and teaching dance at a fitness center to earn money. With this thought in mind, Zhao Su recharged 5 million, and after refreshing, his title changed to King. The screen then displayed, "Congratulations to the Wind-Like Man for becoming a king." Upon hearing that someone in the live stream had recharged to become a guardian king, the chat erupted with excitement. "Wow! We have a wealthy supporter in our live stream. Wind God, please kick out that idiot Grey Wolf. Look at how upset the streamer has become." Grey Wolf was Gung Luada's alternate account's nickname. Gung Luada checked the ID of the Wind-Like Man and saw that it was newly registered. This person really is a tycoon, recharging 5 million all at once. Bai Xinxin had never imagined she would attract a wealthy fan during her live stream. She had never encountered a tycoon before. The screen continued to show. The Wind-Like Man gifted the streamer a sports car. The Wind-Like Man gifted the streamer 100 Lucky Charms. The Wind-Like Man gifted the streamer a yacht. Soon, Zhao Su had gifted Bai Xinxin 100,000 worth of gifts. The system notified him. "Congratulations to the Wind-Like Man for becoming the guardian manager of the streamer Xinxin. You have unlocked room management privileges." The system then announced, "Grey Wolf has been kicked out of the room." Following Grey Wolf's removal, the live stream exploded with excitement, and comments flooded the screen. "The Wind-Like Man, you're so handsome." "The Wind-Like Man, can I have your contact information? I want to have your baby." "The Wind-Like Man, please come and protect streamer Xinxin. She is kind, beautiful, and talented, far surpassing other female streamers. If you gift more, you can help her reach the top 10. At that moment, Bai Xinxin, feeling both surprised and somewhat flustered, worried that the wealthy supporter might make inappropriate requests of her. "Thank you for the gifts, the Wind-Like Man. Do you prefer to see me dance, or would you rather hear me sing?" Bai Xinxin blinked her beautiful eyes at the screen. Before Zhao Su could respond, the chat erupted. "Wind God, let Xinxin sing first. Her voice is amazing. Wind Tycoon, let Xinxin dance. Her moves are captivating and will take your breath away. You guys are ridiculous. Let Xinxin sing and dance at the same time. That would be the best of both worlds." The screen was soon filled with comments. "Agreed. Agreed. 1 agreed. 2 agreed." Seeing the fans' enthusiasm, Zhao Su commented, Xin, why don't you sing a song first and then dance? A series of disappointed emojis flashed across the screen. Bai Xin's voice was pure and sweet, perfectly suited for love songs. She sang a popular tune by Ban Yang, captivating her audience. Zhao Su listened intently, feeling as if he were enchanted by her voice. After the song, Bai Xin performed an upbeat dance, showcasing her graceful and alluring moves, revealing her profound dance skills. After watching her dance, Zhao Su felt confident in her ability to teach his daughter. Noticing that Bai Xin was just 20,000 away from the top 10, he directly gifted her 2 yachts worth 40,000, propelling her into 8th place. He then exited Bai Xin's live stream room. Just as Zhao Su left, Bai Xin sent him a private message. Mr. Wind, may I have your contact information? Bai Xin inquired. Zhao Su, wishing to avoid any ambiguous relationship with Bai Xin, replied, it's best to discuss matters here on the platform. This was the first time Bai Xin had proactively sought someone else's contact information, and she was taken aback by Zhao Su's refusal. Previously, she was the one rejecting others, and Zhao Su's rejection piqued her interest in the wind like it because it's inconvenient for you not to add me. Bai Xin asked tentatively. To dissuade her further, Zhao Su replied, Miss Xin, I rewarded you because I recognized your talent, not out of desire for your beauty. Moreover, I am a married man with a wife and child. Upon hearing the wind-like man refer to himself as a married man, Bai Xin felt an inexplicable tinge of disappointment cross her face. After entering the top 10, she sang another song for her fans, claiming to feel unwell and logging off. After washing up, Bai Xin lay on her bed, her mind racing with thoughts of what the wind-like man might look like. What was happening to her? Why was she so infatuated with a man she had never met? As she was lost in thought, Zhao Su sent Bai Xin a message. Teacher Xin, this is Zhao Su. When would you like to schedule the dance class for the child? How about Wednesday, Saturday, or Sunday? Bai Xin asked. Will it be at your home? She wondered if it would be fine if they lived in a larger house, but currently, the 3 of them were renting a modest 50-square-meter apartment, which barely had space for a table and sofa. Zhao Su pondered for a moment and said, Teacher Xin, where are you currently teaching dance? At House and Fitness Center. Zhao Su replied. Oh, please send me the location of the fitness center, and I will discuss it with them. You can continue teaching my daughter there. However, I can't teach all the time. There are other instructors present and I will negotiate with them to adjust the schedules. Soon, Bai Xin sent Zhao Su the location of House and Fitness Center. After checking the electronic map, Zhao Su found that the fitness center was not far from his wife Li Qingqing's office. The next day, Zhao Su visited the fitness center, stating his intention to rent a dance studio on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 5 to 6:30 in the evening. The manager of House and Fitness Center scoffed at him, saying, Rent our studio? We have so many members that there isn't enough time for classes. How could we possibly rent it to you? Zhao Su frowned and asked, What would it cost to rent? Just tell me. I only need it for a month. The manager scrutinized Zhao Su, seeing that he didn't look like a wealthy man, and suggested, Let's make a deal. We need to make an additional 30,000 this month. Annual membership costs 5,888 yuan. If you can bring in 6 clients, I'll let you use the studio for free for a month. After all, you'll only use it 3 days a week for an hour and a half each day. I don't have that many clients to introduce you. Then there's nothing to discuss. The manager stood to leave. Wait. Zhao Su called out to the manager. He pulled out a bank card and said, While I might not have that many friends to sign up, I will personally purchase all 6 annual memberships. Chapter 53. Just as beautiful as my mother. Zhao Su quickly acquired 6 VIP membership cards from House and Fitness Center. After some thought, he decided to keep one for himself, give one to his wife Li Qingqing, one to his sister-in-law Li Miao, another to Gu Shishue, one for the kindergarten teacher Su Lin, and the last one for Nong Quan. Remembering Gu Shishue, Zhao Su realized he hadn't visited her at the company for several days due to his busy schedule. After leaving House and Fitness Center, he drove directly to the CBD office building of Shiri Group. Upon arrival, he found Gu Shishue sitting at her computer, directing her team with a focused demeanor. Zhao Su, who had studied finance in college and was familiar with the field, was impressed by Gu Shishue's expertise in trading and venture capital. When Gu Shishue spotted Zhao Su, she paused her work and approached him with a bright smile. Brother Su, you're here? Yes. Zhao Su nodded and asked, Is your team complete now? Yes, everyone's here. Come, I have a surprise for you. Gu Shishue led Zhao Su to her workstation, pointing at the screen displaying their accounts. This is my master account, and these are their sub-accounts. You invested 500 million. Can you see how much we have now? Zhao Su looked at the number on the screen, which read 589. 866,500 yuan. In just 3 to 4 days, Gu Shishue had managed to turn a 500 million yuan investment into nearly 90 million in profit. Overjoyed, Zhao Su lifted Gu Shishue off the ground and spun her around, excitedly asking, Xiao Shue, how did you earn so much money? I dealt in index futures, and the recent trends in foreign gold futures have been quite favorable. I made quite a profit yesterday. Zhao Su gave Gu Shishue a thumbs up. Grinning, impressive. I have successfully retrieved you from Wall Street, and I certainly did not make a mistake in my choice. Brother Su, please, refrain from showering me with compliments. My team ranks merely among the top 10 on Wall Street. There are indeed many who surpass me in prowess in Brother Su's eyes. You are already quite formidable. Zhao Su advised Gu Shishue to be generous with her subordinates, to indulge in both sustenance and expenditure. Gu Shishue informed Zhao Su that she intended to first engage in financial trading to accumulate some wealth, after which she would venture into the realm of venture capital investments. Eventually, she aspired to establish a comprehensive and diversified investment company encompassing stock trading, futures trading, and venture capital trading. Initially, Gu Shishue had contemplated inviting Zhao Su to join her in revelry. However, Zhao Su informed her of his obligation to pick up his child, suggesting they convene again once his schedule permitted. Zhao Su presented Gu Shishue with a fitness card for House and Fitness Club and bid her to continue with her endeavors. While abroad, Gu Shishue maintained a daily fitness regimen. Currently residing in a hotel, she planned to settle down and find a gym, unaware that Zhao Su had already arranged it for her. Little did she know, Zhao Su had procured 6 gym cards in a single transaction to secure a place for his daughter to dance. After departing from the CBD office building of Shiri Group, Zhao Su went to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter, informing Xiao Yezi that he had found her a dance instructor. Xiao Yezi, intrigued by the prospect of learning to dance, asked Zhao Su, Daddy, is my new dance teacher pretty? Very pretty, Zhao Su replied, momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Yezi, why do you ask about your teacher's appearance? I heard from my aunt that beautiful women like you, and she advised me to keep an eye on you to ensure no temptress leads you astray. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhao Su felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head, a wave of annoyance washing over him. Why would this sister-in-law impart such notions to a child? Zhao Su chuckled and reassured Xiao Yezi, Yezi, don't pay heed to your aunt's nonsense. Come, Daddy will take you to meet your new dance teacher. He drove his daughter to the entrance of Jiangshi Normal University, sending a message to Bai Xinxin. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Bai Xinxin finally appeared, slightly apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I was delayed by some matters. No worries, we just arrived, Zhao Su replied, pulling his daughter from behind and encouraging Xiao Yezi to greet her. Yezi, say hello to teacher Xinxin. Xiao Yezi, assessing Bai Xinxin, called out in her innocent voice, hello, teacher Xinxin. Bai Xinxin affectionately ruffled Xiao Yezi's hair, smiling brightly, hello, Yezi. You are such a good girl. Teacher Xinxin, you are as beautiful as my mother. Xiao Yezi sincerely complimented. It is often said that children speak without reservation. When a child describes someone as beautiful, it carries a sincerity unmatched by adults. Thank you, Yezi. Bai Xinxin beamed, gently stroking Yezi's cheek. So, your mother must be a great beauty, yes. I'll introduce you to her. Seeing his daughter getting along splendidly with Bai Xinxin reassured Zhao Su, allowing him to feel comfortable with her learning from her. Zhao Su informed Bai Xinxin that he had secured the dance studio at House and Fitness Club, and other teachers' classes would be postponed accordingly. Bai Xinxin looked astonished, realizing that Zhao Su, driving a luxury vehicle worth over 2 million, had likely invested a considerable sum to facilitate this arrangement, hence the fitness club's compliance. After meeting with Bai Xinxin, Zhao Su messaged his wife, Li Qingqing, inquiring if she could return home in time for dinner. She replied affirmatively. Zhao Su then took Xiao Yezi to the supermarket to purchase ingredients for their evening meal. By the time Li Qingqing returned from work, Zhao Su had prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, a feast of colors, aromas, and flavors. Li Qingqing relished Zhao Su's cooking, feeling that even the chefs at some eateries could not compare to his culinary skills. Zhao Su, could you accompany me to Shiri Company tomorrow? We should meet with Vice President Han to discuss collaboration on behalf of the Tao family. Zhao Su nodded in agreement. Sure, but, Qingqing, are you truly determined to assist the Tao family wholeheartedly? After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingqing furrowed her brows. I'm still undecided. Let us see what Vice President Han has to say tomorrow. Should I inform old Chen? No need. Didn't Vice President Han mention that I could represent the Tao family in negotiations with Shiri Group? All right then, Zhao Su was reluctant to meddle in the Tao family's affairs. As long as his wife, Li Qingqing, consented, he was indifferent to transferring the entire project to them. The following day, Zhao Su dropped Xiao Yezi off at kindergarten early, as it was Wednesday and she had dance class. After dropping her off, he drove Li Qingqing to Shiri Group BY now. The entire Shiri Group was aware that Zhao Su was Chen Tianhe's driver. His previous outburst at Shiri Group had spread like wildfire. Zhao Su, with the identity of Chen Tianhe's driver, could navigate Shiri Group with ease, as no one dared to challenge him anymore. While Li Qingqing was in Han Min's office negotiating on behalf of the Tao family, Zhao Su found himself feeling rather bored. Wandering through Shiri Group.at present, the entire industrial sector of Shiri Group in the Dongxin province was under his name. Zhao Su intended to assess the status of the company's employees. But before he could check on various positions, Miao Wenli exited her office. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Miao Wenli paused momentarily, and Zhao Su studied her in return. While Miao Wenli may not be as stunning as his wife, Li Qingqing, her figure certainly rivaled hers, boasting an alluring silhouette. Miao Wenli, with her flirtatious demeanor and sultry gaze, approached Zhao Su. Zhao Su, what brings you here? I'm accompanying Qingqing to discuss some business with Vice President Han. Director Miao, are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite flushed. Zhao Su's comment about her being unwell carried a double meaning, insinuating that Miao Wenli had been flirting with him. Miao Wenli, fully aware of his implication, teased him. Perhaps you haven't encountered a woman like me in quite some time. I've heard you and your wife have been living apart. Zhao Su frowned, scrutinizing Miao Wenli. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's nothing. Li Qingqing thinks you're a spineless individual, yet I find you rather likable. If you had any interest in me, I could offer you something your wife cannot. Chapter 54. Is it possible to have a second child? Upon hearing Miao Wenli's words, Zhao Su understood her intentions. Previously, when Miao Wenli had troubled his wife, Zhao Su had contemplated confronting her. However, out of consideration for their past camaraderie, he refrained from imposing severe consequences. Since Miao Wenli harbored desires to entice him, he resolved to let her embarrass herself. With that thought, Zhao Su deliberately moved closer to Miao Wenli, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's heartbeat and breath. Miao Wenli, seasoned in the tumult of life, was not easily intimidated. She leaned forward, nearly brushing against Zhao Su. Indeed, Zhao Su hesitated and took a step back. A mischievous smile graced Zhao Su's lips as he asked Miao Wenli, Director Miao, if you claim to offer me something unique, what exactly is that? You'll find out once you step inside. Miao Wenli tugged at Zhao Su's collar, pulling him into her office. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. Zhao Su was intrigued to see what Miao Wenli had in store. However, once inside, she promptly pushed him against the desk. So, are you attempting to pin me down? Zhao Su teased. Miao Wenli smiled seductively. Zhao Su, I'm curious. After you began driving for old Chen, you seem to have transformed. Is that so? Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Miao Wenli, you speak as if you know me well. Miao Wenli flashed a flirtatious smile. I've heard that you hold no standing in the Li family. Your mother-in-law seems to treat you like a servant. Li Qingqing may not have divorced you, but that is only for the sake of the child. You've been sleeping apart for quite some time. I wonder how a man of your vigor has endured. Miao Wenli, that is a matter between Li Qingqing and me. It doesn't concern you. Miao Wenli smirked, playfully lifting Zhao Su's chin with her finger. Zhao Su, you're currently quite favored by old Chen. Shiri Group is about to commence work on the new district projects, and the Cultural Street in Miao Street has been acquired by Shiri Group for renovation into a cultural tourism ecological street. Everyone desires to be the executor of these projects. If you could whisper a few words in old Chen's ear for me, opportunities would abound for Miao Wenli. And what's in it for me? Zhao Su asked, his gaze fixed on Miao Wenli's alluring face. Miao Wenli smiled enticingly. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Zhao Su's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he replied, Then I wish for you to perish. Would you comply? Miao Wenli's expression soured at his words, and she retorted sharply, Zhao Su, you. Zhao Su interjected, No need for you to be so dramatic. The truth is, I've been feeling rather lonely and am looking for a woman. However, I prefer someone more beautiful than my wife, or at least someone comparable. You, on the other hand, have a decent figure, but it seems the cosmetic surgery did not yield the best results. Your appearance is quite disheartening. Frankly, I have no interest in you. Zhao Su, are you mocking me? Miao Wenli exclaimed angrily. Zhao Su chuckled coldly. Indeed, I am. Miao Wenli, I advise you to conduct yourself properly at Shiri Group. As long as you remain in line, I, Zhao Su, will not trouble you. But should you dare to play any tricks, I will ensure old Chen dismisses you." With that, he shot her a glare and strode out of the office. After Zhao Su's departure, Miao Wenli, in a fit of rage, began to hurl objects around her office. "Damn Zhao Su, you insolent fool! How dare you speak to me like that? Just wait, I will make you pay." Infuriated, Miao Wenli plotted her revenge against Zhao Xu. As Zhao Su wandered through Shiri Group, he could not help but acknowledge its reputation as the foremost conglomerate in Linjiang City. The company operated seamlessly under Han Min's management, which explained why Chen Tianhe entrusted him with its affairs. After a thorough inspection, Zhao Su returned to Han Min's office, where he found that Li Qingqing had finalized the contract with him. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Li Qingqing remarked, "Zhao Su, let's go. Vice President Han has completed the contract with me." Zhao Su felt reassured by Han Min's competence, confident that he had consulted Li Qingqing before signing. The contract amounted to nearly 300 million, a substantial figure for the Tao family. Had it not been for the elderly matriarch's insistence that the entire Tao family kneel before Li Qingqing, she would never have advocated for them. Observing Han Min discreetly give him a thumbs up, Zhao Su departed Shiri Group with his wife. On their way to the Tao family residence, Li Qingqing expressed her confusion to Zhao Su. "Zhao Su, something feels off. What seems strange?" Zhao Su inquired while driving. Li Qingqing continued, "When I previously visited Shiri Group to discuss collaboration, I could barely catch a glimpse of Han Min. Why would he designate me to represent the Tao family in negotiations? Moreover, he spoke to me with an unusual level of respect, inquiring about the contract's value for the Tao family. That doesn't sound like something a vice president would say. It's almost as if he is trying to curry my favor." Zhao Su stifled a laugh, choosing to maintain an expression of feigned ignorance as he replied, "My dear, perhaps Han Min is extending a courtesy due to my association with old Chen. Is your influence really that significant?" Li Qingqing questioned, eyeing Zhao Su skeptically. Zhao Su touched his face and smiled. "Isn't it?" His jest successfully elicited laughter from Li Qingqing, and the couple enjoyed this rare moment of light-hearted banter. Li Qingqing felt that her husband had changed, exhibiting a newfound confidence. "Zhao Su, you've transformed significantly," she remarked suddenly. Zhao Su glanced at her, asking, "Do you appreciate this new version of me?" Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, stating matter-of-factly, "You're quite far from deserving my affection. I, Li Qingqing, am the belle of Linjiang University, yet I married you in a rather haphazard manner. There was no proper proposal, no grand wedding. I feel as though my life has been lived in vain. Perhaps I could orchestrate a proper proposal and wedding for us," Zhao Su suggested. "Forget it. Such romantic gestures only exist in television dramas. Right now, my sole focus is on earning more money and acquiring a larger home to provide a better life for our daughter." As Zhao Su drove, he proposed, "Wife, the government has just implemented a two-child policy. How about we consider having another child?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing furrowed her brows and coldly replied, "Zhao Su, let me make this clear. Do not even entertain the thought. We had an agreement. If you force me into something I do not wish to do, you will leave with nothing." Zhao Su felt a wave of confusion. He could not fathom why Li Qingqing remained unaccepting of him. Did she find him lacking due to financial constraints, or perhaps his failure to provide a stable home for her and their daughter? Upon arriving at the Tao family estate, Li Qingqing informed the elderly matriarch that they had secured the collaboration contract with Shiri Group. The elderly matriarch beamed with delight, examining the contract Li Qingqing had signed, only for her expression to abruptly change. "Liangqing, this cannot be right," she exclaimed. Li Qingqing, puzzled, asked, "Grandmother, what seems to be the issue?" The elderly matriarch responded, "The project awarded to Shiri Group in the new district involves an investment of nearly 10 billion. This project is expected to yield a profit margin of approximately 30%, meaning at least 3 billion in profit. How is it that you only secured a 300 million contract? That's merely 1/10 of what is warranted." Zhao Su furrowed his brow, taken aback by the elderly matriarch's insatiable appetite. Li Qingqing explained, "Vice President Han mentioned that our past collaborations have not been satisfactory, and this 300 million contract is already a generous concession. They will continue to evaluate the performance of the Tao family. And if we excel, there may be additional projects." "And what if we do not perform well?" the elderly matriarch asked, her brow furrowing deeply. Chapter 55. An invitation from a wealthy second generation. Li Qingqing replied helplessly, "Then we will only have this 300 million contract." The elderly matriarch's face fell, and she grasped Li Qingqing's hands imploringly. "Liangqing, could you please speak to Vice President Han again? Perhaps he could increase the contract amount for us." We could even offer him a substantial kickback. Li Qingqing firmly rejected her plea, stating, "Grandmother, I have already done all I can for the Tao family. The rest is up to you to figure out. Zhao Su, let us go." With that, she withdrew her hand from the elderly matriarch's grip. Li Qingqing, her face cold, turned and left the Tao family estate, with Zhao Su hastily following behind. Initially, Zhao Su had intended to reprimand the elderly matriarch for her avarice, but noticed that Li Qingqing seemed to harbor lingering resentment towards the Tao family for not supporting her. She had not engaged in extensive conversation with the elderly matriarch and had left in a huff. Tao Aihua, incensed, stamped her foot and consoled the elderly matriarch. "Mother, Liangqing has truly been spoiled by me. I shall discipline her one of these days. Kneel before me." The elderly matriarch thundered at Tao Aihua. Tao Aihua was convinced her ears had deceived her and asked, "Mother, what did you just say?" "I commanded you to kneel," replied the stern-faced elder Tao. Aihua dared not defy her mother's decree. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Elder Tao, wielding her cane, struck Aihua sharply, her voice laced with severity. "The faults of a child reflect the failures of a parent. The current state of Qingqing is entirely your doing. Our Tao family's finances are ensnared in a vicious cycle. While it may appear we possess a vast fortune, once debts are settled or bank loans repaid, we will be left with but 20 to 30 million. If divided among you 4 siblings, each would receive only 4 or 5 million. You are all wastrels, each more incompetent than the last, and not a single one can contribute to the family. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You all covet the wealth of the Tao family. The Shiri Group profits 30 billion. Our family deserves at least 1/10 of that. Currently, we receive a mere 1% of the profits, and in the future, the Shiri Group will undoubtedly abandon us. Therefore, by whatever means necessary, you must persuade Qingqing to continue securing cooperative shares for our family." After her lengthy tirade, Elder Tao, filled with ire, lamented, "Once, we Tao family were billionaires in Linjiang, but look at what has become of us since your father's passing. We have fallen to the ranks of the city's lesser aristocracy. Mother, I will certainly speak to Qingqing again," Aihua assured her. "Very well, rise," Elder Tao commanded. Once Aihua stood, she maintained a respectful posture beside her mother. With a sigh, Elder Tao remarked, "Had it not been for your insistence on not allowing us to assist Qingqing, we would not be in this predicament. That girl has inherited your stubbornness and harbors resentment against our family." Aihua defended herself, "But I cannot bear the thought of Qingqing living a life as a helpless fool alongside Zhao Su. Then what were you doing when old Master Li arranged their marriage?" "Mother, how could I possibly oppose old Master Li? It was only after his passing that I wished for Qingqing to divorce Zhao Su at the earliest opportunity. If not for Qingqing's unexpected pregnancy a few years ago, I would have intervened to separate them long ago." Elder Tao displayed an air of impatience, stating, "Enough. I will not concern myself with your domestic affairs, but the Tao family's enterprises must flourish. I cannot allow your father's legacy to wither away." "I understand, Mother," Aihua replied, her expression one of grievance. On their way home, Zhao Su observed his wife, Li Qingqing, wearing a displeased expression and remarked, "Qingqing, it's fine if you choose not to assist the Tao family, but why be upset about it?" Li Qingqing huffed, "You think it's that simple? I didn't agree to help the family today, and you can be certain my grandmother will rally the family to pressure me at work." Zhao Su pondered her words, recognizing their validity. Given the nature of the Tao family, such behavior was indeed expected. "What do you plan to do?" he inquired while driving. "They can search for me as they please. They can cause whatever fuss they wish that I, Li Qingqing, harbor no guilt towards the Tao family and have no intention of assisting them any longer. By the way, regarding this matter, I am certain old Chen and Han Min have already conspired together. When you see old Chen, please extend my gratitude." "Rest assured, I shall," Zhao Su replied before asking, "Qingqing, where to now?" "Take me back to the company, please. Our business is still lacking, and I intend to make a few calls and visit several companies." Zhao Su furrowed his brow but said nothing. He had intended to dissuade his wife from pursuing business, yet lacked a suitable excuse or rationale. "Qingqing, I mentioned last time that you should hire some salespeople. Have you made any progress? It's not that easy. High salary candidates want to come here, and those willing to accept lower pay are not suitable," Li Qingqing sighed. Running a company is truly not easy these days." Zhao Su refrained from further discussing business with his wife. Shifting the topic to their daughter, Xiao Yezi, he mentioned that when he picked her up from school today, she had gone straight to dance class, leaving Li Qingqing to drive home alone. After dropping Li Qingqing off at her company, Zhao Su's phone suddenly rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated, contemplating whether to answer. Very few people had his number. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately decided to pick up. "Hello, is this Zhao Su?" Came a respectful voice from the other end. "Yes, this is Zhao Su. Who am I speaking with?" Zhao Su replied, "My name is Yin Junjie. You may not know me," the caller introduced himself. "What can I do for you?" Zhao Su inquired, furrowing his brow. "Tomorrow, I am hosting a party and would like to invite you to attend. Oh, you needn't doubt my sincerity. Your number was given to me by old Chen Tianhe, who suggested I reach out to you to encourage your participation in this social gathering." Upon hearing Yin Junjie's explanation, Zhao Su immediately grasped old Chen Tianhe's intentions. Old Chen wished to leverage his connections to pave the way for Zhao Su, facilitating his entry into high society, particularly among the affluent second-generation elite. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Su responded, "All right. Please send me the time and location to my phone. I will be there punctually." Yin Junjie seemed pleasantly surprised by Zhao Su's swift agreement and exclaimed, "Brother, old Chen has done us a favor, so you are now my brother. I will be waiting for you tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhao Su received a friend request on his phone. He accepted it, and the name Yin Junjie appeared, followed by a smiley face and the details of the party's location and time. After ending the call, Yin Junjie's friend, Chen Xian, inquired, "Jie Xiao, who is this Zhao Su you invited?" "I'm not sure," Yin Junjie responded, shaking his head. "But he seems to be quite important to old Chen. He personally approached my father and requested that whenever we have an event, we should include this Zhao Su. If that is the case, I'm rather intrigued by this individual," Chen Xian chuckled, patting Yin Junjie's shoulder. "Jie Xiao, for tomorrow's party, I've invited quite a number of fresh models, all beautiful girls who have just begun their careers. You seem to think about nothing but women. Can you not focus on something more substantial? Your family's business awaits your stewardship." Yin Junjie chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Xian dismissed him, saying, "What is there to worry about? My father is in good health. When he is ready to retire, I can step in then. For now, living a lavish life is simply splendid. You're living decadently. I call it enjoying life. Unlike you, who is burdened with the family business at such a young age. You'll miss out on much of life's pleasures." Chen Xian teased Yin Junjie in the afternoon. Zhao Su strolled through a shopping mall. He purchased a beautiful dress for his wife, Li Qingqing, careful not to spend excessively, totaling just over 500. He bought 2 outfits for their child, each costing over 200, and treated himself to a discounted t-shirt for just over 100. Of course, the brand he chose would be considered mere streetwear among the affluent. However, Zhao Su was well accustomed to such attire. His sole criterion was comfort, disregarding the label. Remembering he needed to pick up their child for dance class later, Zhao Su hurriedly exited the mall and headed to the kindergarten. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Su Lin greeted Zhao Su and personally brought out Xiao Yezi. "Thank you, Su teacher." Zhao Su expressed his gratitude. "Not at all," Su Lin replied with a warm smile. "How is your mother's health?" Zhao Su inquired. "Her condition has stabilized," Su Lin informed him, then hesitated before continuing, "Mr. Zhao, about the money." Before she could finish, Zhao Su interjected, "Su teacher, there's no need to mention money again. Just repay me whenever you can." He waved her off, cradling his daughter as he gracefully departed. Su Lin stood watching him until he vanished from sight, then sighed softly to herself, "I must work harder to earn money and repay my debts." She pulled out a business card and dialed the number. "Mr. Wang, I will be available next week to tutor the child." "Oh, great. We will set a time then." Su Lin sought another tutoring job to earn extra money, hoping to repay Zhao Su as soon as possible. Although people say that time is not of the essence, money does not simply fall from the sky. Zhao Su drove his daughter, Xiao Yezi, first to House and Fitness Club. Manager Zhou Wang, upon seeing Zhao Su arrive in a luxurious car, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Although Zhao Su had only spent over 30,000 during his last visit, Zhou Wang's experience allowed him to quickly assess that Zhao Su was a wealthy patron. Establishing a good relationship with someone like him could prove beneficial in the future. Seeing Zhao Su with a beautiful little girl of 4 or 5 years, Zhou Wang, eager to ingratiate himself, said, "Mr. Zhao, is this your daughter?" "Yes, her name is Yezi." "Yezi, greet uncle." "Hello, uncle," little Yezi chimed sweetly. "Yezi, you are so beautiful. You will surely grow into a great beauty," Zhou Wang complimented. "Uncle, my mother is the real beauty. I am just a little one," Yezi replied innocently. Zhou Wang chuckled heartily. Children are indeed delightful and entertaining. "Is teacher Xian here yet?" Zhao Su inquired. "Not yet. She should be arriving soon. Zhou Wang glanced at his watch and added, "Ah, there she is." He pointed to a woman stepping out of a taxi. And Zhao Su turned to see Bai Xin in a lovely light yellow dress, her skirt billowing gently in the breeze as she walked gracefully towards them. Little Yezi dashed towards Bai Xin, calling, "Teacher Xian. Yezi," Bai Xin exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she crouched down to embrace Xiao Yezi. Having only seen her once, she had already taken a liking to the child. She took Yezi's hand and approached Zhao Su and Zhou Wang. After exchanging greetings, Bai Xin stated she would take Yezi to change into her dance outfit. Zhao Su handed his backpack to Bai Xin, who led Yezi into the changing room. After Bai Xin left, Zhou Wang turned to Zhao Su, saying, "Mr. Zhao, our teacher Xian is quite sought after." "She is still an undergraduate, I know," Zhao Su replied. Zhou Wang lowered his voice, "Mr. Zhao, many men come to the club under the pretense of taking classes, simply to catch a glimpse of teacher Xian. This situation is beyond our control. There are no restrictions on men attending dance classes. However, teacher Xian has expressed her displeasure, stating that if this continues, she will resign. Then just post a notice prohibiting men from attending the dance class." Zhao Su suggested I did put up a notice. But no one pays any attention. During teacher Xian's classes, there are often more men than women. Zhao Su furrowed his brow, realizing that Bai Xin's beauty had brought her such trouble. "All right, I'll assist you in addressing this issue. Consider it a favor," Zhao Su offered. Zhou Wang, eager for Zhao Su's help with this tricky matter, exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. If you can resolve this, you can rent the venue for as long as you like in the future." Zhao Su chatted with Zhou Wang for a bit longer before heading into the dance studio. After a few minutes, Bai Xin emerged, now dressed in her dance attire, holding Xiao Yezi's hand. It must be said, the difference between girls who study dance and those who do not is quite stark. Having grown accustomed to his wife Li Qingqing's exquisite figure at home, Zhao Su found himself momentarily entranced by Bai Xin's graceful curves. Bai Xin demonstrated several basic dance positions for Xiao Yezi to mimic. Though still young, Yezi exhibited impressive flexibility, and after some diligent instruction from Bai Xin, she was able to perform the fundamental dance poses with relative ease. Noticing Bai Xin glistening with perspiration from exertion, Zhao Su offered her a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." She accepted gratefully. After taking several sips, Bai Xin asked, "Mr. Zhao, do you have an email address? I would like to send you some videos of basic dance moves. You can play them for your child at home when you have time. It will enhance her understanding of the dance movements." "Certainly, my email is a QQ account. Let me give you the address, 26QQ. Calm." Bai Xin repeated it a few times, assuring him she had it memorized. She then resumed teaching Xiao Yezi the foundational dance moves. Before long, an entire class had slipped by unnoticed. Bai Xin took Xiao Yezi to the restroom to rinse off and then helped her change back into her clothes before returning her to Zhao Su. "Teacher Xian, do you have any other classes today?" Zhao Su inquired. "None." Bai Xin shook her head. "Then let me give you a ride back to school," Zhao Su offered. Bai Xin, taken aback by the gesture, nodded appreciatively. "That would be a great help, Mr. Zhao." "Not a problem. It's just a short drive." Sitting in the back seat, Bai Xin and Xiao Yezi hit it off splendidly. Zhao Su drove Bai Xin back to Linjiang Normal University before heading home. Once back in her dorm, Bai Xin logged into QQ, intending to send Zhao Su some videos of basic dance moves. When she searched for the QQ number he had provided, a nickname appeared. "Reading the man like the wind." Seeing those words shocked Bai Xin, and she exclaimed, "Could it be him?" Her roommate, noticing her talking to herself, tapped her on the shoulder. "Xin, what are you mumbling about?" "Xiao Xian, I think I've just figured out who the wealthy benefactor was that day." "Who?" "The father of the child I teach dance to." "You mean the man who drives the phaeton?" "Yes," Bai Xin nodded. Xiao Xian, wrapping her arms around Bai Xin's shoulders, teased, "Xin, he has quite the dashing figure, and so generous. You're not falling under the spell of his wealth, are you? Don't be ridiculous. He has a wife and child." Bai Xin recalled how, during the live stream, she had asked Zhao Su for his contact information, only for him to decline. This made her perceive him as a man of responsibility and integrity. Upon arriving home, Zhao Su found that Li Qingqing had already prepared dinner. Although her cooking skills did not quite rival his, the care she put into her meal rendered it quite satisfactory. Zhao Su presented the dress he had bought for Li Qingqing and the children's clothing to her. Since their marriage, he had never bought her anything before. Examining the tags, Li Qingqing noted the dress cost over 500, and the children's clothing was also priced at 200 or 300. She reproached him. I just gave you 1,000. You haven't squandered it all, have you? Moreover, Zhao Su pulled out a crumpled wad of cash from his pocket, chuckling. I drive old Chen's car daily. Cash isn't much use to me, so it's only fitting I spend it on my wife and child. Suddenly, Li Qingqing remembered something and said to Zhao Su, by the way, I need to accompany a client to a cocktail party tomorrow. It is possible that I will return later. You can take care of the child at home by yourself. Zhao Su furrowed his brow and said, Old Chen recommended a party to me, and I have to deal with it tomorrow. I will first leave Yi with teacher Su, and we can contact each other by phone at that time. Whoever finishes first can pick up the child. All right. Chapter 57. The opportunity to poach is here. Li Qingqing tried on the clothes Zhao Su had bought, and they fit her quite well. The 2 sets of clothes for the child also looked quite nice. In truth, she had no idea that Zhao Su had a keen eye for selecting clothes even back at the Zhao family. Over time, he could basically gauge a person's figure at a glance to know which size and color would suit them best. Thus, although the clothes Zhao Su wore were not expensive, they did not appear gaudy on him. Rather, they exuded a distinctive charm. While they were having dinner, Zhao Su's phone pinged. Upon checking, he saw that Bai Xin had sent an email. Suddenly, he remembered that his QQ nickname was the man like the wind, and his expression changed drastically as he promptly modified it to rising sun. Li Qingqing noticed something was off with Zhao Su's expression and asked, What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. It's a dance video sent by teacher Xin, suggesting that I show it to the child when I have time, as it would deepen her understanding of the dance movements. Yez. Make sure to learn well from teacher Xin and strive to achieve a good ranking in the competition. Don't worry, Mama. I will certainly bring back a big trophy for you. Li Qingqing gently stroked her daughter's hair and said softly, Whether you win a trophy or not is of no consequence. What I truly hope is for you to grow up happily. You may not necessarily pursue a career in dance when you grow up, but learning it will endow you with a unique grace compared to other girls. Yi, what do you wish to be when you grow up? I want to be a police officer. Zhao Su and his wife Li Qingqing exchanged smiles. Their daughter's aspiration was indeed ambitious. Later that evening, Zhao Su lay in bed feeling bored and opened Bai Xin's live streaming platform. To his disappointment, Bai Xin was not streaming that day. Thus, he counted sheep until he soon fell asleep. The next afternoon, Yin Junjie called Zhao Su early, urging him to come over sooner. It was then that Zhao Su remembered he had not informed Su Lin to help take care of the child. He sent Su Lin a message, and she quickly replied, assuring him that she would look after little Yi, allowing Zhao Su to feel at ease. Zhao Su drove to the Nanhu New Villa district, an upscale neighborhood in Linjiang City, where only the wealthy could reside. Before arriving, Zhao Su called Chen Tianhe to inquire about the details of Yin Junjie's party invitation. Chen Tianhe informed Zhao Su that the Yin family was among the top 10 wealthiest families in Linjiang City. Previously, when the Yin family's enterprise faced a crisis, it was Chen Tianhe who lent a helping hand, enabling them to weather the storm. Now that the Yin family's business was back on track and thriving, they aimed to challenge for a position among the top 5 wealthiest families. Today marked Yin Junjie's birthday, and he was hosting a party at the Yin residence. Chen Tianhe believed Zhao Su should engage in more social activities, so he had arranged for Zhao Su to be invited to the party. In Linjiang City, Zhao Su's network was indeed quite limited, and he hoped to expand his connections by attending this party and meeting like-minded individuals. Upon arriving at the Yin residence, Zhao Su was greeted by a luxurious mansion that resembled a small park. Inside, there were oil stones, pavilions, and pathways paved with granite, all harmoniously blending with the meticulously manicured gardens, creating a picturesque scene. Zhao Su called Yin Junjie, who soon emerged with Shen Xian. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Su noticed that Yin Junjie and Shen Xian recognized that he was driving a phaeton, a car belonging to Chen Tianhe. This indicated that Zhao Su had a special relationship with Chen Tianhe. Otherwise, how could he be driving his car? Yin Junjie's father had always reminded him to remain grateful. Among all the families in Linjiang City, the Yin family held the utmost respect for the Rising Sun Group, considering them business partners. Therefore, Yin Junjie graciously welcomed Zhao Su into the villa and introduced him to some of his good friends. During his time with the Zhao family, Zhao Su had interacted with a wide array of people. Among them, he found Yin Junjie and Shen Xian to be quite agreeable. Although Shen Xian could be somewhat arrogant, the Shen family was the 3rd wealthiest family in Linjiang City, so he certainly had the right to be proud. Noticing Yin Junjie was busy attending to guests, Zhao Su urged him to continue with his duties. As Yin Junjie departed, he left Shen Xian to keep Zhao Su company. With an air of arrogance, Shen Xian inquired, Mr. Zhao, what is your relationship with old Chen? How did you come to be invited to this party? Oh, I am old Chen's driver. Driver? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian jumped up in surprise, having assumed Zhao Su must have some familial relation with Chen Tianhe. Chen Xian scoffed, disbelief evident in his expression. Mr. Zhao, you must be joking. If you are indeed old Chen's driver, I will write my name backward starting tomorrow. Shen Xiao, I am not joking with you, nor do I wish to see your name written backward. Your father and young Master Jia's father should be quite familiar with old Chen. Just ask them. Seeing that Zhao Su was serious, Shen Xian's expression turned grave as he asked, You truly are old Chen's driver? Zhao Su smiled, Absolutely. Shen Xian felt deflated, as if the air had been let out of him. He shook his head repeatedly, insisting, This is impossible, impossible. Zhao Su chuckled, leaving Shen Xian in a daze as he stepped outside for a smoke. Subsequently, a number of luxury cars arrived in quick succession. The attendees, both men and women, were plentiful. It must be said that Yin Junjia's social circle was indeed impressive, having invited nearly all the wealthy young elites and socialites of Linjiang City. That moment, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and Zhao Su spotted a familiar figure stepping out of the car. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his wife, Li Qingqing. Zhao Su recalled that his wife had mentioned attending a gathering. He had not anticipated that it would be at the same venue for Yin Junjia's birthday invitation. Li Qingqing appeared somewhat apprehensive about attending such an event. She asked a man beside her, Mr. Yang, you said you would bring me to a business meeting, right? Yes. After the gathering, we can discuss our business cooperation in a quieter setting. Yang Kai gazed at Li Qingqing with a lecherous expression, his eyes glistening with desire. Li Qingqing furrowed her brow, sensing that Yang Kai's intentions were not pure. However, as Yang Kai was in the food business, securing a deal with him could potentially yield profits equivalent to half a house. Thus, Li Qingqing had been enduring the situation, agreeing to accompany Yang Kai to the gathering. Yang Kai attempted to take Li Qingqing's hand, but she coldly replied, Mr. Yang, I only agreed to accompany you to this gathering, not for anything else. Yang Kai forced a smile and nodded. All right. Yet internally, he thought, Li Qingqing, just let me have my way for a moment. Yang Kai led Li Qingqing towards a young man with impeccably styled hair. This young man was Wei Haoqing, the second wealthiest heir in Linjiang City. Chen Tianhe had a son studying abroad who had yet to return, allowing Wei Haoqing to be considered the wealthiest young man in Linjiang City without question. Cheng Xiao, let me introduce you to someone, Yang Kai said with an obsequious smile. Wei Haoqing initially seemed disinterested but brightened upon catching sight of Li Qingqing. After marrying, Li Qingqing radiated a mature charm, entirely different from the innocence of youth. Wei Haoqing, having encountered many women, recognized at first glance that he was captivated. He vowed to employ any means necessary to win her over, in a gentlemanly manner. Wei Haoqing addressed Li Qingqing, So it's young Master Yang. What kind of introduction do you have for me? This beautiful lady beside me is called Li Qingqing. She is renowned as Linjiang City's first beauty. Currently, Ms. Li's company is facing some difficulties. Cheng Xiao, could you possibly use your connections to assist Ms. Li's business? Wei Haoqing was taken aback to learn that the woman he was smitten with was none other than the famed beauty of Linjiang City. Upon hearing that she was married to a man deemed a fool, he believed he had found the perfect opportunity to poach. Chapter 58. She is my wife. Wei Haoqing, ever polite, smiled at Li Qingqing. I have long heard of the esteemed Li beauty. Today, I am fortunate to see you in person. You truly deserve the title of Linjiang City's first beauty, Li Qingqing responded with a charming smile. Cheng Xiao is jesting. I am merely a delicate flower. I cannot accept the title of Linjiang City's first beauty. The Wei family was the second wealthiest family in Linjiang City, with assets exceeding 200 billion. Thus, Wei Haoqing had been raised with a proverbial silver spoon, surrounded by women since childhood. Yet none had ever captured his heart until now. Ms. Li, what kind of company do you run? Wei Haoqing inquired. Oh, I own a packaging design company. Li Qingqing handed her business card to Wei Haoqing, who took a careful glance and carefully tucked it away. He then presented his own card to Li Qingqing. Taking 2 cocktails from a waiter, he handed one to Li Qingqing, smiling. Ms. Li, if you have the opportunity to visit our Haoqing group, it would be perfect as my company has a need for such services. Li Qingqing was thrilled and expressed her gratitude to Wei Haoqing. Yang Kai, noticing Wei Haoqing's evident interest in Li Qingqing, felt elated. He had long wished to integrate into Wei Haoqing's circle but had never been granted the chance. If Wei Haoqing were to successfully woo Li Qingqing, it would surely elevate Yang Kai's status in Wei Haoqing's eyes. The benefits would ultimately accrue to the Yang family. With this thought, Yang Kai beamed, eagerly telling Li Qingqing, How is it, Ms. Li? I told you that attending this gathering would allow you to meet many influential figures. At that moment, the host of the party, Yin Junjia, approached. He greeted Wei Haoqing. Cheng Xiao, I was just looking for you. I see you're here charming the ladies. Oh, this lady is quite beautiful. Is she your date? Although Li Qingqing did not know Yin Junjia, she hurried to clarify. No, I am merely accompanying Mr. Yang to the gathering. Yin Junjia's gaze shifted to Yang Kai, teasingly commenting, Yang Kai, you're quite the catch. You managed to bring such a stunning woman. Jia Xiao, you're mistaken. She is a client of my company. However, I have introduced her to Cheng Xiao, who expressed interest in assisting her business. These wealthy heirs often mingled together, and a mere glance sufficed for them to understand one another's thoughts. Yin Junjia soon realized that Yang Kai was trying to present a beautiful woman to Wei Haoqing. More affluent young men gathered around Wei Haoqing. One named Lu Nan, who was Wei Haoqing's best friend, also approached. The Lu family ranked fourth on the wealth list in Linjiang City, while the Wei family held second place. Together, they were regarded as the pinnacle of the wealthy second-generation elite, contrasting with another circle led by Chen Xian and Yin Junjia. Lu Nan was a notorious playboy but adhered to a principle of never pursuing his friends' women. If Wei Haoqing desired someone, Lu Nan would assist him in winning her, yet he would never engage himself. Noticing Wei Haoqing's unwavering gaze on Li Qingqing and hearing Yang Kai's explanation, Lu Nan quickly grasped the situation. Yang Kai, Cheng Xiao is in need of a female companion for this party. Why not lend him as ally to him for the evening? Yang Kai had brought Li Qingqing with this intention in mind. He knew Lu Nan would make such a suggestion, and thus he seized the opportunity to flatter Li Qingqing. Ms. Li, Cheng Xiao is the wealthiest young man in Linjiang City. You know the influence of the Wei family. If Cheng Xiao is willing to assist you, securing even a small contract could net you enough to buy a villa. Li Qingqing had only accompanied Yang Kai to the gathering to discuss business, and now she found herself being pushed around like a mere companion. Furrowing her brows, she began to protest, Mr. Yang, I doubt before she could finish. Yang Kai forcefully shoved her closer to Wei Haoqing. Wei Haoqing, taller than Zhao Su by several centimeters, grasped Li Qingqing's slender wrist, looking down at her as he said, Miss Li, with so many people watching, you shouldn't embarrass me. If I, Wei Haoqing, lose face, you will have a hard time in Linjiang City. Despite his smile, Wei Haoqing's tone was undeniably domineering. Li Qingqing was well aware of the Wei family's influence in Linjiang City. They were second only to the Rising Sun Group. Offending Wei Haoqing could jeopardize her burgeoning business, potentially leading to its ruin. Li Qingqing found herself in a state of uncertainty. A melodious voice reached her ears. I'm sorry, but she is my wife. She cannot be your companion. Turning towards the voice, Li Qingqing was astonished to see her husband, Zhao Su, standing right beside her. Zhao Su. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly broke free from Wei Haoqing's grasp. Rushing to Zhao Su's side, she was taken aback, not understanding how her husband had suddenly appeared like a hero out of a story. Zhao Su casually wrapped his arm around Li Qingqing's waist, drawing her close. Strangely, this time, Li Qingqing did not resist, allowing him to hold her. Wei Haoqing, unfamiliar with Zhao Su, frowned and coldly asked, Who are you? Yin Junjia quickly intervened, Cheng Xiao, this is my friend, Zhao Su. Yin Junjia was unaware that the woman Wei Haoqing coveted was Zhao Su's wife, and this revelation was causing complications. Wei Haoqing narrowed his eyes and sneered, Oh, I remember now. I heard that Linjiang City's first beauty, Li Qingqing, is married to a good-for-nothing named Zhao Su. You must be that good-for-nothing. Lu Nan, Yang Kai, and the other wealthy young men erupted into mocking laughter at Zhao Su's expense. Li Qingqing had expected her husband to be furious, but instead, Zhao Su appeared unperturbed, smiling as he replied to Wei Haoqing, What if I am a waste? At least I am a waste who can embrace a beauty. Cheng Xiao, do not think that just because you have wealth, you can act as you please in Linjiang City. Some things you desire may indeed be purchased with money, but others, by their very nature, are not yours to claim. Even if you were to expend a fortune, they would still remain out of reach. Moreover, as a barefooted good-for-nothing, I have no fear of you, the well-heeled young aristocrat. If you wish to challenge me, feel free to give it a T or wide eye. In that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zhao Su, stunning Wei Haoqing into silence. Not only that, but Li Qingqing was left speechless, astonished by her husband's unexpectedly assertive demeanor. At this moment, Chen Xian approached Zhao Su, bursting into laughter, and teasingly remarked to Wei Haoqing, Cheng Xiao, I advise you to refrain from setting your sights on Mr. Zhao and his wife. The reason Mr. Zhao is able to attend Jia Xiao's party today is due to the directive of old Chen Tianhe. No matter how formidable your Wei family may be, Are you truly willing to confront the rising Sun Group head-on? Shen Xian had never approved of Wei Haoqing's demeanor, which was precisely why he partnered with Yin Junjie to form the second circle among the affluent youth of Linjiang City. Now that an opportunity to confront Wei Haoqing had presented itself, Shen Xian was not about to let it slip away. Wei Haoqing stared at Zhao Su as if he were a curious specimen, fixing his gaze and inquiring, "Are you someone sent by old Chen?" "Indeed." Zhao Su arched an eyebrow, signifying that he was under the protection of Chen Tianhe and thus had no fear of him. It was then that Wei Haoqing comprehended why Zhao Su dared to speak to him in such a tone. He turned to Shen Xian and asked, "Since you are aware that Mr. Zhao is sent by old Chen, you must also know about his connection with old Chen, right?" "Of course I know." Shen Xian chuckled, deliberately undermining Wei Haoqing by saying, "Cheng Xiao, I suggest you let this matter go. Old Chen's people are not to be trifled with." Chapter 59. A dash of excitement. The more Shen Xian spoke in this manner, the more it piqued Wei Haoqing's curiosity. Wei Haoqing was aware that Chen Tianhe had a son studying abroad, and had not heard any rumors of his return. If Zhao Su was indeed someone close to Chen Tianhe, Wei Haoqing had no desire to sever ties with him. After all, the Haoqing Group and the Rising Sun Group were at odds, and a clash between two titans would inevitably lead to injury on one side. Wei Haoqing looked at Shen Xian and said, "Shen Xian, since you know Zhao Su's identity, stop playing coy with me. What is his actual relationship with Chen Tianhe?" Before Shen Xian could respond, Zhao Su interjected, "No need for speculation. I am old Chen's driver." "Driver?" Lu Nan couldn't contain his laughter. Upon learning Zhao Su's true identity, Wei Haoqing's brow furrowed, and he stared intently at Zhao Su, asking, "You are old Chen's driver?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Zhao Su pulled out a box of 15 yuan Union cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a drag. Seeing Zhao Su dressed in ordinary attire and smoking merely a 10 yuan cigarette, both Wei Haoqing and Lu Nan began to believe in Zhao Su's identity as Chen Tianhe's driver. However, the question lingered. Why would Chen Tianhe send a driver to attend such a party? Wei Haoqing found himself perplexed. Upon discovering Zhao Su's identity, a thought crossed Wei Haoqing's mind, and he suddenly had an idea. He said to Zhao Su, "Since you are Chen Tianhe's driver, your driving skills must be exceptional. How about we add a bit of excitement and race?" Zhao Su, unimpressed, smacked his lips, took a puff of his cigarette, and nonchalantly replied to Wei Haoqing, "Why would I race you?" Wei Haoqing proposed, "If you win, I'll give you 1 million. If you lose to me, your wife will become my date for the party." 1 million was of paramount importance to Li Qingqing. With that sum, she could settle Zhao Su's debts to Chen Tianhe, allowing him to regain his freedom and cease being Chen Tianhe's driver for a decade. However, having her become Wei Haoqing's date was out of the question. Li Qingqing was a principled woman who would not sell her soul and body for money. While 1 million might seem astronomical to an ordinary family, when everyone assumed Zhao Su would accept Wei Haoqing's condition, he shocked them all by saying, "Cheng Xiao, don't think that just because you offer 1 million, I would let my wife become your date. Even if you offered 1 billion, I would not allow it." Wei Haoqing nodded. "All right, we can change the terms of the wager. Still betting 1 million, if you win, the money is yours. If you lose, you must kneel and call me boss 3 times. Wei Haoqing's proposition was clearly intended to humiliate Zhao Xu. Li Qingqing thought Zhao Su would refuse, yet to her astonishment, he nodded and said, "Sure. I'll take your bet." Li Qingqing, realizing Zhao Su had fallen into Wei Haoqing's trap, exclaimed, "Zhao Su, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Su smiled at Li Qingqing and reassured her, "Don't worry, dear. Since he is willing to offer us 1 million, why should we turn it down?" Though Li Qingqing knew Zhao Su was a competent driver, she lacked confidence that he could outpace Wei Haoqing. Shen Xian, recalling that Zhao Su had arrived in a phaeton, noted that while the car was comfortable, it was not suited for racing. He scoffed and remarked to Wei Haoqing, "Cheng Xiao, everyone knows your Lamborghini boasts over 700 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 2.9 seconds. You certainly have the advantage in terms of performance, making this an unfair contest." Seemingly fearing that Zhao Su might reconsider, Wei Haoqing added, "I have 5 other sports cars at my disposal. You may choose whichever you prefer. No need. Let Zhao Su drive my Ferrari instead. Although it has only over 600 horsepower and takes 3.4 seconds to go from 0 to 100. Shen Xian tossed the car keys to Zhao Su, saying, "Mr. Zhao, do you think this car will suffice?" Shen Xian gestured towards the parking lot. Upon learning the car had over 600 horsepower, Zhao Su deemed it adequate. He withdrew his gaze and confidently replied to Shen Xian, "Yes, I'll borrow your car." Wei Haoqing turned to Yin Junjie and asked, "Jie Xiao, do you still have the tracking sensors?" "Yes, Then have my car and Chen Xian's car fitted with tracking devices. This way, we can display the race live on the big screen, ensuring no one can accuse us of cheating. The starting point will be here, along Eco Avenue, straight to the South 4th Ring Road. Then, we will loop around the North 4th Ring Road and finally return here via Jui Avenue. During the race, running red lights and overtaking is permitted. Should any accidents occur or if we are stopped by traffic police, the consequences will be borne by us. A subtle, sly smile crept onto Wei Haoqing's lips. Zhao Su was quite familiar with the road conditions in Linjiang City, as racing was one of his favorite pastimes. He had previously participated in numerous underground racing events. Since Zhao Su was introduced by Chen Tianhe, Yin Junjie worried that if Wei Haoqing truly defeated Zhao Su, it would tarnish old Chen's reputation. He cautioned Zhao Su, "Mr. Zhao, Cheng Xiao is a star member of the Wind and Cloud Racing Club. I'd advise you to think carefully." Wei Haoqing shot Yin Junjie a glare, seemingly irritated by his interference. Zhao Su, however, appeared unfazed and expressed to Yin Junjie, "Thank you, Jie Xiao. However, I am not interested in Cheng Xiao's status in the Wind and Cloud Racing Club. I am far more intrigued by the million he promised." "Cheng Xiao, if you lose, you won't try to weasel out of it, will you?" "Of course not. There are plenty of witnesses here, that's good." Zhao Su nodded. Li Qingqing felt anxious at the thought of Zhao Su having to kneel before Wei Haoqing and call him big brother. It was evident that Wei Haoqing was intent on humiliating her husband. In Li Qingqing's heart, she believed Zhao Su's acceptance of the challenge was not merely for the sake of the 1 million, but rather to reclaim his dignity. Particularly when Zhao Su asserted that no amount of money would compel him to allow her to be Wei Haoqing's companion. Li Qingqing was deeply moved. "Go for it, husband." Li Qingqing encouraged Zhao Xu. It was rare for her to refer to Zhao Su as her husband in front of others. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Su felt a surge of motivation and gently patted the back of Li Qingqing's hand. A Lamborghini and a Ferrari, both world-class sports cars. Just before setting off, Wei Haoqing instructed Yin Junjie, "Jie Xiao, have the chef prepare the buffet. By the time we return, we will be ready to feast. Rest assured, we will wait for you." Chen Xian blew the whistle to start the race, and the two cars roared to life with deafening engine growls as they sped away from Yan's luxurious residence. They raced at breakneck speed, encountering vendors and pedestrians along the way, as well as red traffic lights at intersections. On the big screen, the images of the Lamborghini and Ferrari were clearly displayed. Yin Junjie had installed tracking devices on the cars, allowing direct transmission of images to the big screen for live coverage. Zhao Su's car stayed closely tailing Wei Haoqing's Lamborghini. Upon reaching the South 4th Ring Road, they circled around to the North 4th Ring Road. The two cars maintained a distance of roughly 20 meters apart as they entered Jui Avenue, marking the final stretch of their journey. Seeing the traffic light ahead turn suddenly from green to red, Wei Haoqing glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted Zhao Su's car trailing closely behind. He slammed on the gas, darting through the intersection just as the light changed. Believing victory was assured, he was taken by surprise when a red Ferrari darted out from the side, weaving effortlessly through the traffic like a nimble fish. Meanwhile, Wei Haoqing's Lamborghini was obstructed by a bus, and it was too late for him to regain the lead over Zhao Su. By the time Wei Haoqing returned, Zhao Su had already parked at Yan's opulent residence. Leaning against his car, Zhao Su embraced his wife, Li Qingqing, and grinned as he watched Wei Haoqing approach, stepping out of his vehicle. Puffing on a slender Yin cigarette, Zhao Su exhaled wisps of smoke while stating to Wei Haoqing, "Cheng Xiao, you lost." Wei Haoqing's expression darkened. He had never lost a race since he began racing, especially in an urban setting where the stakes were considerably higher than merely running laps. He retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, signed a check for 1 million, and tore it out for Zhao Su. Zhao Su didn't even glance at it, handing it directly to his wife, Li Qingqing, with a smile. "Dear, keep this check safe. With this money, your company can expand production." He then turned to Wei Haoqing and said, "Cheng Xiao, thank you. If you find yourself with too much money at home, feel free to come challenge me to a race anytime." Chapter 60. The first socialite Li Qingqing felt a surge of joy upon witnessing her husband, Zhao Su, defeat Wei Haoqing. However, the formidable background of the Wei family filled her with trepidation, fearing retribution from Wei Haoqing. She discreetly pinched Zhao Su's arm and shot him a meaningful glance. Unfortunately, Lunan spotted her signaling to Zhao Su. This scoundrel, not only a playboy but also full of mischief, often concocted dubious schemes while in the company of Wei Haoqing. Observing Zhao Su's recent victory, Lunan mockingly remarked to Li Qingqing, "Miss Li, the party hasn't even officially begun yet. You aren't planning to run off just because you've won some money, are you?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards Li Qingqing and Zhao Su. Li Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, I had no intention of leaving. I simply didn't know my husband was attending the gathering. Since my husband is here, I must accompany him. My apologies, Yang Zong. Yang Kai's expression turned ashen, his plans dashed. He forced a laugh and muttered that it was fine. Zhao Su preferred to distance himself from someone like Wei Haoqing. After exchanging pleasantries with him, he turned to Shen Xian and left for a more secluded area. As they dined, Shen Xian gave Zhao Su a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mr. Zhao, you are truly impressive. Cheng Xiao is among the top 3 racers in the entire Jie province. Yet you managed to best him in this regard. I've never seen him make such a fool of himself before. Zhao Su chuckled and replied, it was merely luck. Zhao Su found Shen Xian and Yin Zhongjie to be good company, and he asked them to help look after his wife, Li Qingqing's business. Shen Xian eagerly agreed, assuring him that this matter was in his hands. He then told Li Qingqing, sister-in-law, you need not concern yourself with any collaboration with the Haoqing group or Yang Kai. Because of you, they have lost face. Given Cheng Xiao's temperament, he will likely refrain from retaliation. Our Shen group can easily provide you with enough business to put you in the spotlight for a while. You can come to our Shen group, and I will have the PR department liaise directly with you. Li Qingqing recognized that she had stirred up trouble with Wei Haoqing, so she no longer harbored hopes of collaboration. Observing how well Zhao Su and Shen Xian got along, and how he had secured business connections for her, she began to view her husband in a new light. It seemed that Zhao Su was not beyond redemption. At the very least, he had not completely become a failure. Li Qingqing smiled sweetly at Shen Xian and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Shen Xiao. Don't mention it. It's merely a small favor for me. Shen Xian's enthusiasm stemmed from his desire to draw Zhao Su into his social circle. The upper echelon of the wealthy second generation in Linjiang City. One circle belonged to Wei Haoqing, while the other was that of Shen Xian and Yin Zhongjie. Shen Xian and Yin Zhongjie had always been at a disadvantage. Their circle included only a few individuals, all of whom were relatively well known among the wealthy youth of Linjiang City. Those individuals paled in comparison to someone like Yang Kai, let alone someone of Lu Nan's caliber. Although Zhao Su consistently referred to himself as Chen Tianhe's driver, Shen Xian was certain that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Despite Shen Xian's seemingly carefree demeanor, he had been diligently cultivating connections for the Shen family's business. As his father often said, the family business would one day be handed over to him. Thus, Shen Xian had been carefully managing his network. In Shen Xian's mind, if Zhao Su were merely Chen Tianhe's driver, Old Chen would not have sent him to attend an important event like Yin Zhongjie's party. The gathering hosted by Yin Zhongjie encompassed nearly all of Linjiang City's elite socialites and affluent youth. Chen Tianhe's decision to send Zhao Su was clearly intended to help him establish connections. Although Shen Xian could not fully grasp the nature of the relationship between Chen Tianhe and Zhao Su, he was certain that things were not as simple as they appeared. After the main course, the festivities continued with a cocktail party, which often included a dance. In such settings, a lack of dancing skills could lead to feelings of alienation. Beautiful women might feel like mere decorations. Li Qingqing, a strong-willed woman in business, had some basic knowledge of yoga and aerobics, but in such a high-class gathering, the primary dance styles were social dances, modern dances, and rumba. As the dance floor began to fill with more dancers, Zhao Su suggested to his wife, Qingqing, let's go dance too. Li Qingqing, witnessing couples engaged in a social dance, shook her head, insisting she didn't know how. I'll teach you, Zhao Su said with a confident smile. Li Qingqing looked at Zhao Su in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe her ears. You can dance? She asked incredulously. What's so difficult about it? Zhao Su replied, insisting that such dances were easy for him. In that moment, Li Qingqing realized how little she truly knew about Zhao Su. Their marriage felt tragic. Neither truly understood the other yet had signed a marriage certificate. They had brought a child into the world and muddled through the years. Yet, the choice of marriage was theirs alone, so she could not blame anyone else. That moment, a girl named Wang Ye approached them. If Wei Haoqing was the #1 young master of Linjiang City, then Wang Ye was undoubtedly the most prominent socialite. The Wang family ranked 5th on Linjiang City's wealthy list, and Wang Ye was their sole daughter. Wang Ye bore a resemblance to the actress Song Chen, and though she prided herself on her beauty, she had always been overshadowed by Li Qingqing in Linjiang City. Wang Ye, donned in a high-slit gown and high heels, strode towards Li Qingqing. Upon seeing her, Shen Xian called out, Wang Ye, come sit down and have a drink with us. Wang Ye coldly replied, I'm not here to see you. Shen Xian was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Wang Ye was naturally proud and was one of the few who dared to confront both Wei Haoqing and Shen Xian. Wang Ye scrutinized Li Qingqing and inquired, Are you Li Qingqing? Unfamiliar with Wang Ya, Li Qingqing retorted, and you are that I am Wang Ya. Wang Ya introduced herself. With a cold smirk, she remarked to Li Qingqing, I've heard you are the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City. It seems that's quite an exaggeration, Li Qingqing clarified. The title of the most beautiful woman in Linjiang City is merely a label some people have arbitrarily assigned. I have never claimed to be the foremost beauty. Wang Ya replied coldly, if I were to mar your face, you would lose that title, and it would rightfully belong to me, Wang Ya. Upon hearing Wang Ya's words, Zhao Su, Li Qingqing, and Chen Xian were all taken aback. Though Wang Ya hailed from a wealthy family, her actions were often unpredictable. Chen Xian believed that if Wang Ya truly intended to follow through, she would certainly take action against Li Qingqing, arousing concern for the couple. Zhao Su regarded Wang Ya and said casually, Miss Wang, you are the daughter of Wang Fuan, Chairman Wang, correct? Indeed. Do you know my father? Or do you intend to use his name to intimidate me? Neither. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes and said to Wang Ya, I merely wish to convey that Li Qingqing is my wife. If you dare to lay a finger on her, not even Wang Fuan would be able to protect you. Today, I shall indeed act against her. What can you do about it? Wang Ya declared, raising her hand to strike Li Qingqing's delicate face. Having trained in Taekwondo, her slap was swift and powerful. Wei Haoqing, Lu Nan, and others observed the unfolding drama from a distance, having sensed that something notable was about to transpire since Wang Ya approached Li Qingqing. True to their intuition, upon discovering that Linjiang City's most beautiful woman, Li Qingqing, was present at the party, Wang Ya was determined to assert her dominance. Just as Li Qingqing found herself cornered and on the brink of humiliation at Wang Ya's hands, Zhao Su suddenly seized Wang Ya's slender wrist with force. Zhao Su's eyes glinted dangerously as he addressed Wang Ya. Miss Wang, I warned you. Should you provoke my wife, I shall not let you off lightly. You. Wang Ya struggled momentarily, but Zhao Su's grip was immovable. It was then that she realized he was not to be trifled with. Zhao Su smiled and said, Today is Jie Xiao's party. Creating a scene would not reflect well on you, would it? With so many witnesses present, you surely wouldn't want to embarrass yourself. How about we dance, Miss Wang? Chapter 61. Young master, shall we fight? Wang Ya recognized this as Zhao Su extending her an olive branch. Not wishing to appear foolish, she intended to seize the opportunity of dancing to teach Zhao Su a lesson. With a charming smile, she replied, All right. Those farther away remained oblivious to the tension between Wang Ya and Li Qingqing. Wang Ya deliberately raised her voice, addressing Li Qingqing, Miss Li, may I borrow your husband for a dance? With that, she allowed Zhao Su to take her hand and lead her toward the dance floor. Chen Xian was momentarily stunned, not expecting Zhao Su to exhibit such boldness. Today had truly opened his eyes. As Zhao Su led Wang Ya to the dance floor, Chen Xian noticed that Li Qingqing was still in shock and comforted her. Don't worry, Miss Li. I believe Mr. Zhao can handle this. Li Qingqing's emotions were a tumultuous blend, feeling increasingly disenchanted with the wealthy party circle. Despite the lucrative opportunities it presented, it was rife with deceit and rivalry. Wang Ya's icy gaze fixated on Zhao Su's face as she inquired, So, you are the spineless husband of Li Qingqing? Zhao Su responded with a smile, That depends on your definition of a spineless man. Humph. A man without ambition, dependent on a woman for sustenance, filled with excuses for laziness, living a life of mediocrity. Such is the epitome of spinelessness. In the past, I indeed fit your description of a spineless man. However, I now aspire to be a better person. Thus, I am a good husband, no longer the spineless husband you speak of. Wang Ya scoffed, You aren't as dreadful as I imagined. What kind of dance do you know? Anything. A cold smirk danced on Wang Ya's lips as she retorted, You've chosen the wrong opponent today, I can assure you. In this circle, I am second to none in dancing. What a coincidence. You are the first among women. I am the first among men. You are the first in audacity, perhaps? Wang Ya teased Zhao Su. Zhao Su made a graceful gesture inviting her to tango, executed with exceptional elegance and gentlemanly flair. Observing the two preparing to dance, Yin Junjie quickly instructed the musician to switch the music to a modern dance. Wang Ya, rarely finding a worthy partner, was suddenly captivated by Zhao Su, recognizing his prowess from his initial gesture. As the music began, Zhao Su and Wang Ya commenced their dance, the crowd instinctively parting to form an outer circle. When they began to dance, all eyes were drawn to them, as they moved with remarkable grace, embodying the very essence of the music. Their movements were rhythmic and harmonious, Zhao Su's well-toned physique complementing Wang Ya's elegantly slit gown, perfectly suited for tango. They became increasingly engrossed in the dance, transcending the moment, even catching Li Qingqing's attention as she marveled at Zhao Su's skill. He led the dance, guiding Wang Ye through intricate steps, both executing challenging moves that could rival any dance competition, elevating the party atmosphere to its zenith. As the song concluded, applause erupted around them. Wang Ye's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "I had no idea you danced so well." Zhao Su flashed a charming smile, replying, "I have always told you. You are the foremost female dancer, and I am the foremost male dancer. I have never danced with such fervor before. Would you care to join me for another dance?" Wang Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "Shall we dance the rumba and compete?" "Absolutely." Wang Ye's eyes lit up. She promptly requested the musician to switch to a rumba track. Zhao Su and Wang Ye began to dance the rumba in perfect rhythm, showcasing the captivating vitality characteristic of Latin dance. They transitioned seamlessly from rumba to cha-cha, then samba, and finally cowboy dance. After an exhilarating performance, Wang Ye was left breathless, her admiration for Zhao Su soaring to new heights. After finishing, she smiled at him. "All right. Out of respect for your skills, I won't trouble your wife anymore. However, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Zhao Su furrowed his brow. Wang Ye smiled sweetly. "You shall be my exclusive dance partner. Whenever I have a party, you must accompany me. If you refuse, I will find a way to bother your wife." "You dare?" Zhao Su glared at Wang Ye and replied, "We can discuss the partnership later." With that, he turned and left the dance floor, returning to Li Qingqing's side, Yin Junjia's party. Zhao Su had certainly stolen the spotlight, first with a car race victory over Wei Haoqing, and now with an intimate dance with Linjiang City's top socialite, Wang Ye. Upon his return, Chen applauded him and praised, "Mr. Zhao, you are impressive. I had no idea your dancing skills were so remarkable." Zhao Su smiled slightly at his wife, Li Qingqing, and said, "Qingqing, let us head home." Li Qingqing, eager to leave, felt like an outsider at the gathering, a mere vase amidst the opulence. "All right," she nodded. Since Zhao Su had consumed alcohol during dinner, he decided to call Nong Quan to drive them home. Upon hearing Zhao Su mention that big fool Nong Quan would be the driver, Li Qingqing worriedly asked, "Does Nong Quan even have a driver's license?" Zhao Su replied jokingly, "Dear, don't let his simplicity fool you. He obtained an international driver's license at 16, after waiting for about 10 minutes. Nong Quan messaged Zhao Su that he had arrived. Zhao Su took Li Qingqing's hand and told Chen Xiao, please inform Jie Xiao that we have urgent matters and must leave." "Understood, Mr. Zhao. Let us keep in touch. I'll host next time, and we can enjoy a few drinks together." Zhao Su agreed, realizing he couldn't always go it alone without allies. After Zhao Su and Li Qingqing departed, Lu Nan signaled to a bodyguard nearby. The bodyguard understood and hurriedly followed with a few others. Upon noticing the bodyguard's departure, Chen Xian realized Lu Nan intended to confront Zhao Su and Li Qingqing. He also whispered instructions to his bodyguard, who promptly left in the Yin family parking lot. Zhao Su tossed the car keys to Nong Quan, instructing, "Nong Quan, drive us to pick up Yi." Nong Quan noticed 4 burly men trailing behind Zhao Su. "Unmistakably bodyguards," he warned, "Young master. Those men seem to be looking for trouble." Zhao Su and Li Qingqing turned to see the imposing figures approaching. Startled, Li Qingqing instinctively clung to Zhao Su. He reassured her, "Qingqing, there's nothing to fear. I'm here." Nong Quan positioned himself protectively in front of Zhao Su and asked, "Young master, shall we fight?" Recognizing the lead bodyguard as one of Lu Nan's men, Zhao Su understood it was an attempt to intimidate him. He replied to Nong Quan, "Let us resolve this quickly." "Understood." The 4 bodyguards of Lu Nan lunged at Nong Quan simultaneously. In an instant, Nong Quan dashed forward and knocked the first assailant down with a punch, following up with a sidekick that sent another sprawling. The remaining 2 teamed up against him, but Nong Quan stood firm, deflecting their strikes with his hands. Seizing them by their clothing, he pulled them together, smashing their heads against one another and rendering them unconscious. Dusting off his hands, Nong Quan declared, "Young master, it's done." Zhao Su opened the car door for Li Qingqing and said to her, still in disbelief, "Qingqing, let us get in. I told you, with Nong Quan around, no one can bully us." When Chen Xian received the report from the bodyguards, he was astonished, exclaiming, "What? You mean Zhao Su had a friend who dispatched Lu Nan's 4 bodyguards in less than a minute?" The bodyguard replied, "Sir, it might have even been under 20 seconds. Heavens!" Chen Xian was left speechless. Chapter 62. Your husband is just late-blooming. Nong Quan drove Zhao Su and Li Qingqing to pick up their daughter from Su Lin. Little Yizi had already fallen asleep. Zhao Su cradled her gently. Fearful of waking her, Li Qingqing observed this tender moment, feeling warmth swell in her heart. Although Zhao Su had once been an aimless wastrel, he was not a scoundrel. He treated their daughter with care and looked after her well. This was one of the reasons Li Qingqing had not divorced him. Upon returning home, Nong Quan parked the car and took his leave. Li Qingqing retrieved a cold drink from the fridge and handed it to Zhao Su. After taking a sip, he turned his gaze toward her and asked, "Dear, is there something on your mind?" Li Qingqing nodded and said, "You won $1 million from Wei Haoqing in the race today. I plan to return it to Mr. Chen. You have no objections, do you?" Zhao Su hesitated briefly, realizing that refusing would be futile, so he nodded in agreement. It was indeed beneficial, as it meant he could regain his independence. "Then, would you consider helping me at my company? I currently lack suitable personnel, and you seem quite capable of handling business affairs." Handling business? Zhao Su was taken aback. It felt absurd for the behind-the-scenes mastermind of the Shiri Group to work in his wife's packaging design company. Yet, he thought that working in Li Qingqing's company could help mend their marital relationship. With that in mind, he replied, "All right. Let us first return the money to Mr. Chen tomorrow." The following day was Friday. Yet for Li Qingqing's company, there were no weekends. They would be working overtime to complete orders for clients. Zhao Su drove Li Qingqing to Chen Tianha's luxurious residence. Upon arrival, Li Qingqing was left in awe. After experiencing Yin Junjia's party, she thought that the Yin family's mansion was impressive, but in comparison to Chen Tianha's estate, it seemed to lack grandeur. Li Qingqing felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the grand garden for the first time, glancing around in wonder. Prior to their arrival, Zhao Su had informed Chen Tianha of their visit, so he was expecting them. Chen Tianha was tending to his cultivated flowers when he spotted Zhao Su and Li Qingqing, waving them over. Zhao Su led Li Qingqing to Chen Tianha, who noticed her wheeling in a suitcase containing the winnings from yesterday's race. Chen Tianha looked up at Zhao Su and Li Qingqing. Smiling, "Welcome, hello Mr. Chen," they chimed in unison. Chen Tianha nodded and said, "Please, have a seat." He called for a servant to prepare a pot of premium Longjing tea and deliberately asked Zhao Su, "So, Zhao Su, is this your wife?" "Yes, Mr. Chen. This is Li Qingqing," Zhao Su explained. Chen Tianha's gaze settled on Li Qingqing's fair face as he inquired, "Your grandfather is Li Zhan, correct?" "Yes." Li Qingqing nodded, curiosity piquing as she asked, "Mr. Chen, do you know my grandfather?" Chen Tianha affirmed, "I would say we are old friends. I can assure you that had it not been for your grandfather's reputation, I would have terminated my collaboration with the Tao family long ago. Your mother's marriage into the Li family allowed the Tao family to flourish, not due to their business acumen, but because I was supporting them out of respect for your grandfather." Li Qingqing was taken aback, realizing the depth of Chen Tianha's connection with her grandfather. She questioned, "Mr. Chen, if I may be so bold, why did you not extend your support to the Li family instead of the Tao family?" Chen Tianha explained, "Your grandfather is quite stubborn. He refused my assistance, asserting that your father, Li Guolong, was not cut out for business. Even if I helped, you would be the only one capable of sustaining the family business. Thus, I chose to support the Tao family, as it was due to your mother's marriage to your father that the Tao family sought that connection. It was only today that Li Qingqing learned the full story. However, these matters concerning the Tao family were not directly relevant to her. She opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of 100 yuan bills, and stated, "Mr. Chen, here is 1 million. I want to express my gratitude for your assistance during our time of need. This money is to repay you, as I no longer plan to have Zhao Su work as a driver." Chen Tianha raised an eyebrow, smiling at Li Qingqing. "Miss Li, you must understand that in all of Linjiang City, there are countless individuals willing to be my chauffeur. I fail to grasp why you would want to dismiss him from that role. While it is true that you have returned 1 million to me, you should be aware that I am not in need of such a sum. I find your husband to be quite commendable and intend to employ him as my chauffeur with a monthly salary of 50,000. 50,000 a month? Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. A salary of 50,000 a month translates to an annual income of 600,000. Given that Linjiang is merely a third-tier city, nearing the fourth tier, such an income would undoubtedly classify one as a white-collar worker. Li Qingqing's thoughts began to waver. Should she continue to have her husband serve as Chen Tianha's driver, or should she let Zhao Su pursue business opportunities in her company? Over time, Li Qingqing had witnessed firsthand the conveniences that came with Zhao Su's role as Chen Tianha's driver. If they were to lose the support of Chen Tianha, they would have to start from scratch. With this in mind, Li Qingqing cast a glance towards Zhao Su and said, Zhao Su, you decide. Chen Tianhe's suggestion was, in fact, a result of Zhao Su's deliberate maneuvering to guide him into saying this to Li Qingqing. Should Zhao Su lose Chen Tianhe's protection, his true identity would be easily exposed. Currently, although Zhao Su had obtained his share of the family fortune and distanced himself from the Zhao family, he still had siblings within the Xiaotian group. Those individuals would surely be envious of his substantial inheritance. Thus, Zhao Su was not keen on confronting the Xiaotian group head. On it was wiser to develop discreetly and expand his enterprise steadily. Eventually, when Zhao Su's business reached a certain scale, his nature would naturally lead him to confront Zhao Xiaotian. Zhao Su feigned difficulty for a moment before stating, how about this? Qingqing, old Chen has treated us kindly, so I will continue to work as his driver. When he is not using the car, I shall assist you at your company. What do you think? Before Li Qingqing could respond, Chen Tianhe smiled and interjected, that's a splendid idea. After all, I do not frequently go out. When I do, I will give Xiao Zhao a heads up. When there's nothing on, he can help you at your company. Miss Li, what is your opinion? Li Qingqing eagerly nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, old Chen, for your generosity. The thought of her husband Zhao Su now earning an impressive annual salary of 600,000 filled Li Qingqing with joy. Chen Tianhe remarked to Zhao Su, Xiao Zhao, it seems your wife holds the reins of your household finances. He then added, how about I transfer your salary to your wife's account each month? What do you say? Zhao Su, who had previously borrowed from Li Qingqing when funds were low, knew that with several million in his bank account, he would not miss this sum. Understanding that Chen Tianhe was looking out for him, Zhao Su nodded in agreement, stating, let us proceed as you suggest, old Chen. Chen Tianhe requested Li Qingqing's bank account number, assuring her that Zhao Su's salary would be transferred punctually each month. They then returned to the room to retrieve the IOU that Zhao Su had signed earlier, which Chen Tianhe tore up in front of them, declaring that Zhao Su was now free to choose not to be a driver if he so wished. After the couple joyfully departed from Chen Tianhe's villa, Li Qingqing, brimming with happiness, remarked to Zhao Su, how did I not realize that old Chen treats you so well? Qingqing, did I not mention that I once saved old Chen's life? He is simply grateful for my assistance. Zhao Su responded with pride. Well then, you are quite fortunate. A monthly salary of 50,000 results in an annual total of 600,000. Zhao Su chuckled, saying, wife, am I still a good-for-nothing? You have merely blossomed late. She replied, nonetheless, I must save this money to buy us a larger home. Indeed, I shall defer to your judgment. As Zhao Su spoke, his hand naturally rested on Li Qingqing's thigh. Chapter 63. I longed to experience a free romance when Zhao Su placed his hand on his wife Li Qingqing's thigh. He expected her to chastise him. To his surprise, she merely gently pushed his hand away, saying, you little rascal, don't let a bit of sunshine make you flourish. Zhao Su awkwardly chuckled. I'll be more careful next time. Seeing that his wife did not erupt in anger, he felt a quiet joy, sensing that their relationship had grown closer in the past. Even the slightest touch would have earned him a lengthy reprimand. After dropping Li Qingqing off at her company, Zhao Su was in high spirits, planning to register for a Didi ride-hailing service to showcase his capabilities. Just then, an unfamiliar phone number appeared on his screen. Noticing that the last 5 digits were all 8s, he hesitated but ultimately decided to answer. A sweet voice greeted him. Is this Mr. Zhao Su? Recognizing it as the voice of Wang Ya, the most prominent socialite in Linjiang, he replied, Miss Wang, how did you obtain my number? Wang Ya's melodic laughter resonated through the line. Mr. Zhao, don't forget my background. Since you attended Yin Zhongjia's birthday party, it was easy for me to inquire about you. She continued, where are you? I need to discuss something with you. I'm busy. I'm off to earn money with Didi, Zhao Su replied. Running Didi? Wang Ya responded with surprise, then playfully suggested, Mr. Zhao, how about I hire your services for a day at 10,000? You won't earn that much in a day, will you? Zhao Su was uncertain of Wang Ya's intentions, but he recognized that the Wang family was affluent, and 10,000 was a negligible amount for them. He agreed, all right, you said it, 10,000 for a day. Great. Come pick me up. I'm waiting at the water cube on Zishan Road. Zhao Su drove directly to Zishan Road, where he found Wang Ya standing at the entrance of the water cube. Dressed in a high-slit gown and wearing sunglasses, he parked smoothly in front of her, but his abrupt stop caused a gust of wind that lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a glimpse of her leg. Wang Ya, reacting with a classic Marilyn Monroe gesture, covered her gown and stepped into the car, removing her sunglasses to say, Mr. Zhao, you're quite the rogue. In truth, Zhao Su had not intended any mischief. He simply aimed to impress. Still, the abrupt parking had inadvertently caused a minor incident. He chuckled awkwardly and asked, "Miss Wang, where shall we go?" "Anywhere." Zhao Su was taken aback and replied, "Miss Wang, I am unfamiliar with the area. If you are merely teasing me, you may exit the vehicle. I am not jesting. I genuinely don't know where to go. How about this? A new horror movie is premiering today. Would you accompany me to watch it?" Wang Yi interjected, "You don't think I'd simply offer you 10,000 to drive me around, do you? All right, however, I will accompany you to the movie and dinner, but you must cover the expenses. And just to clarify, I do not offer overnight companionship." Wang Yi burst into laughter. "I find you quite amusing. All expenses will be on me. Is that acceptable?" "That sounds fair." Zhao Su took Wang Yi to the cinema at Century Plaza. Century Plaza features a grand entertainment center, offering shopping, dining, and a plethora of attractions, making it a popular spot for visitors. Wang Yi chose to watch a horror film, and perhaps due to the daytime screening, the theater was sparsely populated. Before the movie even began, Wang Yi nestled into Zhao Su's embrace. He cautioned her, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm just a bit scared. Don't you watch horror movies like this with your wife?" Wang Yi teased. Zhao Su, at a loss for words, eventually managed to say, We haven't watched a movie together." Wang Yi laughed heartily, teasing, "Ah, I see. I heard you are a stay-at-home husband, a good-for-nothing, that's so? Your wife must look down on you at home?" "Not exactly. She treats me quite well," Zhao Su defended. "Yes, that's so. It seems she still doesn't appreciate you," Wang Yi remarked with a smirk. "Why don't you be my boyfriend? I find you rather intriguing, unlike the good-for-nothing they speak of." "Are you trying to court me?" Zhao Su raised an eyebrow. Wang Yi candidly replied, "Is it not obvious? Can't you tell? I am a married man. That doesn't matter. As long as I, Wang Yi, take a liking to you, no one else has a say in the matter." "I apologize, but I am not that easy." Zhao Su firmly rejected her. Wang Yi was momentarily stunned. The Wang family was the fourth wealthiest in Linjiang, and as the foremost socialite, she had always been confident in her looks. Anytime the Wang family sought a son-in-law, men would line up for miles. Yet, Zhao Su showed no interest in her. "What, am I not good enough for you?" "It's not that. I just believe my wife is better." "You?" Wang Yi pouted and clung to Zhao Su's arm, throwing a little tantrum. "I want to take no for an answer. If you refuse to date me, I'll go stir trouble with your wife." "Hey, Wang Yi, you are the first socialite in Linjiang. How could you act like this?" Zhao Su was taken aback. Wang Yi giggled and said, "I love it. You have no idea how arduous it is being a socialite. I can't do what I want. And I'm constantly bombarded with rules, meeting one rich boy after another for blind dates, and my father is so invested in my marriage. But I refuse to let my fate be dictated by my parents. I want to experience a free romance. You may seek a free romance, but I am a married man. Please don't involve me. You have experience. You're more adept at romance." Wang Yi smiled at Zhao Su. "You dance quite well and out driveway houching. Everyone calls you Chen Tianhe's driver, but I disagree with that perception." Zhao Su was startled. Fearing that Wang Yi had uncovered his true identity, he asked, "Miss Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang Yi replied with a smile, "I see you as a valuable asset with boundless potential. A man as exceptional as you should have many women pursuing him." Just then, the movie began with a terrifying sound that startled Wang Yi, causing her to leap into Zhao Su's arms. Zhao Su assumed it was intentional and playfully swatted her rear, saying, "Hey, no taking advantage of me. I'm scared. Besides, you're the one taking advantage of me, not the other way around." Wang Yi laughed. Zhao Su looked down to find his arm around her slender waist. Startled, he quickly withdrew it, saying, "The movie has started. Let us watch." Whether it was Wang Yi's timid nature or a deliberate act, each time a frightening scene or sound occurred, she would burrow into Zhao Su's embrace. At first, he feigned resistance, but eventually, he simply held her close as they exited the theater. Wang Yi teasingly inquired, "Hey, why were you holding me so tightly earlier?" "I wasn't. You were the one who leaned into me." "Oh, still in denial?" Wang Yi linked her arm through Zhao Su's, appearing quite pleased, and declared, "Let us grab some Western food after the movie." Just then, Zhao Su's steps froze as he unexpectedly spotted his sister-in-law. Li Miao Miao. It was Friday, and she had only half a day of classes. As soon as school let out, Li Miao Miao had dragged her classmate, Xiao Mei, to the cinema. Wang Yi noticed Zhao Su's gaze fixated on the pretty young girl and, feeling irked, remarked, "Humph. I thought you were too principled to be my boyfriend, but it seems you prefer younger girls." Seeing his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, approach with an angry demeanor, Zhao Su warned Wang Yi, Don't say I didn't warn you. She is my sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao. Chapter 64. The shameless hussy Li Miao Miao stormed up to Zhao Su, sneering, Zhao Su, I've caught you red-handed this time. What do you have to say for yourself, Zhao Su? Knowing full well that Wang Ye could handle Li Miao Miao, feigned innocence, saying, Miao Miao, let me explain. Explain what? I've never seen my sister be this close with you. Just wait until my sister returns. She'll deal with you. Li Miao Miao, still fuming, turned her gaze to Wang Ye and narrowed her eyes, coldly stating, You little vixen, are you after my brother-in-law because he drives a nice car? Let me tell you, he is just a driver. A penniless loser. I am aware. Wang Ye replied with a nonchalant expression. Li Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. You know he is a driver, a loser, and you still want to be with him? You truly are a shameless hussy. As she spoke, she raised her hand to slap Wang Ye. Just as Li Miao Miao's hand was about to make contact, Wang Ye swiftly seized her wrist. Despite Li Miao Miao's struggles, she could not break free from Wang Ye's grip. Wang Ye had practiced some self-defense and martial arts with the family bodyguards, while Li Miao Miao had no such skills and stood no chance against Wang Ye. With a shove, Wang Ye sent Li Miao Miao stumbling back several steps before she regained her footing. Before Li Miao Miao could steady herself, two bodyguards in black suits emerged from the side and seized her without a word, dragging her out of the shopping center. Li Miao Miao protested loudly, What are you doing? Let me go. But the two bodyguards acted as if they were deaf, ignoring her cries. Xiaomei rushed out of the mall, calling, Miao Miao, Miao Miao. When Xiaomei reached outside, she saw Li Miao Miao on the ground, with her knee scraped and bleeding. Sitting on the ground, Li Miao Miao began to cry, feeling hurt and wronged. As Zhao Su and Wang Ye made their way out of the shopping center, Wang Ye asked Zhao Su, Mr. Zhao, since Li Miao Miao is your sister-in-law, why didn't you stop my bodyguards when they intervened? Zhao Su chuckled, That girl is usually quite arrogant. It does her good to face some adversity. Wang Ye regarded Zhao Su with increasing interest. Realizing he was truly one of a kind, as they stepped outside the mall, they found Xiaomei helping Li Miao Miao to her feet. Noticing the scrape on Li Miao Miao's knee, Zhao Su approached with concern. Miao Miao, are you all right? Li Miao Miao shoved him away, angrily retorting, Get lost. Zhao Su stepped back. Taken aback, Li Miao Miao burst into tears, pointing at Zhao Su. You're something else, Zhao Su. I'll have my sister divorce you when we get home. You just stood there while they bullied me. Are you even a man? Zhao Su replied, Miao Miao, she is my client. I can't just hit my client. Your client? Li Miao Miao rolled her eyes in disbelief. Aren't you just a driver? How do you have clients? Are you secretly working for rich women behind my sister's back? Oh, I understand now. You must be seeking warmth outside your home. Wang Ye playfully threatened. Little girl, you'd better watch your mouth, or I might just tear it apart. Wang Ye concluded her words and retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from her Chanel handbag, casually handing them to Zhao Su while saying, Mr. Zhao, this is your remuneration. Zhao Su accepted the money with ease, tucking it into his pants pocket. Wang Ye flashed a charming smile and remarked, Mr. Zhao, I am thoroughly pleased with your service. I shall arrange to contact you again soon. With that, she waved her delicate, fair hand at Zhao Su and departed, flanked by two bodyguards. Li Miao Miao, having witnessed the transaction between Zhao Su and Wang Ye, sat on the ground and pointed her finger at Wang Ye, unleashing a torrent of insults. You vixen! I will come back with my sister to confront you. I refuse to believe we cannot contend with a cunning fox like you. Seeing Wang Ye walk away without a backward glance, Li Miao Miao directed her frustration towards Zhao Su, accusing him, Zhao Su, I saw everything that transpired between you two. What do you have to say for yourself? Zhao Su wore an expression of innocence as he replied to his sister-in-law, Li Miao Miao, Miao Miao, are you unwell? I was merely providing a chauffeur service for that woman. She compensated me for my work. What's wrong with that? Can a chauffeur service truly earn you 10,000 yuan? You must be jesting. Li Miao Miao scoffed, skepticism evident on her face. At that moment, Che Xiaomei interjected, addressing Li Miao Miao, Miao Miao, I must admit, I genuinely admire your tenacity. Li Miao Miao, oblivious to the sarcasm in Che Xiaomei's tone, asked in confusion, Xiaomei, what do you admire about me? Che Xiaomei feigned surprise and inquired, You don't happen to not recognize that woman we just saw, do you? Are you referring to that vixen? Li Miao Miao retorted, Who is she? She is Wang Ye, the foremost socialite of Linjiang City. Wang Ye? Upon hearing this, Li Miao Miao's expression morphed into one of bewilderment and shock. Che Xiaomei continued, Wang Ye is known for her eccentric personality and is infamous in elite circles. Her bodyguards merely tossed you aside without causing you harm. And you audaciously declared your intent to confront her with your sister. Have you lost your mind? Li Miao Miao was utterly flabbergasted, never having anticipated that the stunning woman with whom Zhao Su had shared intimate moments was the illustrious Wang Ya of Linjiang City. Zhao Su sighed and said, Miao Miao, I am merely striving to earn more for a better life for your sister, and the child point one day of working as her chauffeur can yield 10,000 yuan. Such an opportunity is extraordinarily rare. What? You served as her chauffeur for a day, and she rewarded you with 10,000 yuan? Both Li Miao Miao and Che Xiaomei were taken aback. Indeed. Although 10,000 yuan is substantial for ordinary folk like us, to someone like Wang Ya, it is akin to a mere 1 yuan. Zhao Su approached Li Miao Miao and reassured her, Miao Miao, please don't make a fuss. I am genuinely working to earn money. There is nothing inappropriate between me and Wang Ya. Consider it, would a woman of her stature have any interest in someone like me? True enough. It seems my sister has indeed lost her senses by marrying you. A spineless man Li Miao Miao directed her resentment towards Zhao Su. He offered to take her to a clinic to attend to her scraped knee, then took her from Che Xiaomei's care and drove her to a nearby clinic for treatment. Li Miao Miao's knee was only slightly scraped, and the injury was not severe. The doctor applied iodine and disinfected the wound before allowing her to leave. In the car, Li Miao Miao's eyes darted about as she contemplated whether to inform her sister, Li Qingqing, about the incident. However, upon learning Wang Ya's identity, she felt a twinge of fear. The Li family had already fallen from grace and was merely an ordinary family. Although the Tao family, her maternal family, was somewhat reputable in Linjiang City, they paled in comparison to the Wang family. It was rumored that Wang Ya's father amassed a fortune exceeding 10 billion through real estate ventures. Noticing Li Miao Miao's silence in the passenger seat, Zhao Su recognized she was still preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Ya. He suppressed a smile, unwilling to express his amusement before her. While driving, he inquired, Miao Miao, I need to pick up Yezi. Would you like to join me? Whatever you say. I didn't particularly enjoy the movie anyway. What would you like to eat tonight? After all, I just earned 10,000 yuan. Zhao Su's mention of the 10,000 yuan incited Li Miao Miao's ire anew. She snapped at him, Don't mention your 10,000 yuan to me. I find that money tainted. You claim to have earned it as a chauffeur, but I suspect you were merely warming her bed. Your disdain means little to me. As long as I can respect myself, that's sufficient. Li Miao Miao shot him a glare, thinking to herself, Zhao Su's audacity truly knows no bounds. Chapter 65. I knew father was the best. While picking up the children, Zhao Su noticed Su Lin's face appeared somewhat pallid. He asked, Teacher Su, are you feeling unwell? No. Su Lin smiled faintly. I haven't been resting well while taking care of my mother these past few days. A good night's sleep should suffice. Indeed, caring for the elderly is important, but you must also prioritize your own well-being. If you were to collapse, who would care for your mother? Thank you, Mr. Zhao, I will take care of myself. Su Lin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Goodbye, teacher. Little Yezi sweetly waved at Su Lin. Goodbye. As Su Lin watched Zhao Su leave with little Yezi, she lingered for a moment before turning to return to the classroom. The moment little Yezi got in the car, she spotted her aunt, Li Miao Miao, and exclaimed with delight, Auntie, you're here. Li Miao Miao smiled and embraced little Yezi, saying, Yezi, your father mentioned he earned some money and wants to treat us to a grand feast. That's why Auntie is here for the feast. I knew my father was the best. Little Yezi was overjoyed, her lively spirit evident as she chatted with Zhao Su about her dance lessons. She told Li Miao Miao that her dance teacher was very nice and a beautiful university student. Being a senior in high school, Li Miao Miao felt a twinge of jealousy upon hearing that little Yezi's dance teacher was a college student. She discreetly asked, Yezi, is your dance teacher truly beautiful? Yes, just as pretty as my mommy. After hearing this, Li Miao Miao cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Su, sensing that this fellow was seemingly surrounded by beautiful women lately. Zhao Su drove them to a restaurant named Mingfu Hotel. Li Miao Miao was taken aback. Mingfu Hotel was a 4-star establishment, where even a buffet would cost 688 yuan per person. She knew Zhao Su had just earned 10,000 yuan. But this felt extravagantly wasteful. Spending several thousand on a single meal seemed excessive. Li Miao Miao questioned Zhao Su, Are we dining here? Of course. Yezi enjoys buffets. We haven't had the means to treat her to good food recently, so I want to take her out for a nourishing meal. But a buffet costs 688 yuan per person. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Li Miao Miao remarked, glancing at the promotional sign outside. Zhao Su explained, Miao Miao, you simply don't understand. He called his wife, Li Qingqing, To inform her they were dining at Mingfu Hotel and asked her to come over. Li Qingqing replied that she would arrive shortly. The weather had been dreary all day, as if it might rain, yet it had not. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky, startling everyone in the car. Little Yezi clutched Zhao Su's leg in fright. He comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Yezi. It's merely thunder." He glanced at the sky and suggested to Li Miao Miao, "Let's head inside the restaurant and wait for your sister." Just as the three of them entered the restaurant, the heavens opened and it began to pour. Zhao Su returned to the car to retrieve an umbrella, instructing Li Miao Miao to take little Yezi inside and find a seat. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Li Qingqing drove into Mingfu Hotel. Zhao Su hurriedly took the umbrella and went to the parking lots. He helped Li Qingqing out of the car. He instinctively placed his hand on her slender waist, drawing her closer to shield her from the rain. Ordinarily, such a gesture would provoke her ire, and she would swat his hand away. However, today was different. She did not resist. Filling Zhao Su with unexpected joy at it, seemed their relationship had taken a subtle step forward. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhao Su brushed off the rain from Li Qingqing's clothes. After handing the umbrella to a waiter, the couple made their way inside. Upon seeing her sister, Li Miao Miao stood up to greet her. "Sister." Li Qingqing, oblivious to the injury on her sister's leg, inquired, "Little sister, what brings you here?" "What's this, sister? You and your family are enjoying a feast without inviting me." Li Miao Miao teased, "Of course not. One more person makes no difference. I was merely curious as to how you and your brother-in-law came to be together." "Oh, I bumped into my brother-in-law at the cinema in Century Plaza." Li Miao Miao refrained from telling Li Qingqing the entire story, wary of Wang Ye's identity. She feared that if her sister learned the truth, even with their combined efforts, they would not stand a chance against Wang Ye. After much contemplation, she decided to remain discreet for the time being, choosing to observe further before making any decisions. Suddenly, Li Miao Miao blurted out, "Sister, Zhao Su is quite the earner now." Her intention was to tease Zhao Su, implying that he earned 10,000 yuan in a day driving Wang Ye around. Unexpectedly, Li Qingqing reacted with surprise, saying, "Little sister, how did you find out?" Before Li Miao Miao could finish, Li Qingqing's expression brightened as she exclaimed, "We have already repaid old Chen's 100,000 yuan debt. Moreover, old Chen is now paying your brother-in-law a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, 60,000 a year. He is practically earning a white-collar salary now." Li Miao Miao realized that her sister's family had genuinely become wealthy. She was aware that Li Qingqing's company had landed several significant contracts, but now even Zhao Su, whom she considered a good-for-nothing, was making a living, earning 60,000 a year. It became evident that her sister's family would soon enjoy a prosperous life. Setting aside her sister's success, Zhao Su's salary of 50,000 per month meant he earned around 2,000 per day. Spending 688 yuan per person on a buffet was indeed justifiable. However, the matter of Wang Ye giving Zhao Su 10,000 yuan puzzled Li Miao Miao. Given Li Qingqing and Zhao Su's current income, they had overcome their financial crisis. Why would Zhao Su still seek to drive Wang Ye? Unless he was merely tempted by the prospect of a substantial tip. Or perhaps he had truly begun to understand the value of earning a living. Li Miao Miao's perception of Zhao Su began to shift. However, the presence of several beautiful women around him, along with their ambiguous relationships, left her feeling perturbed. She was uncertain whether to share this news with her sister. Previously, she had attempted to warn Li Qingqing, but her sister seemed oblivious as they dined. Li Miao Miao remarked to Zhao Su, "Zhao Su, you're performing admirably. If you were to buy my sister a grand house, she might just agree to let you sleep in the same room." Li Qingqing shot her sister a disapproving look. Glancing around to ensure no other diners were paying attention, she scolded, "Little sister, what nonsense are you spouting?" Li Miao Miao chuckled and gave Zhao Su a knowing look, encouraging him to interpret her words. After their meal, Li Qingqing invited Li Miao Miao to return home with her. Li Miao Miao declined, stating it would be too cramped and that she planned to return to school. Zhao Su volunteered to see Li Miao Miao back to school. With the heavy rain outside, Li Qingqing felt uneasy about her sister going back alone. As they were leaving, Li Qingqing noticed the scrape on Li Miao Miao's knee and furrowed her brow, asking, "Little sister, how did you injure your leg?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a little scrape." Li Miao Miao downplayed it, assuring her sister, "Zhao Su took me to a clinic to have it treated." "All right. Remember to study diligently and refrain from merely playing around. You'll be facing the college entrance examination next year. I know. You're becoming more like Mom, starting to nag. You little rascal." Li Qingqing sighed and shook her head. After dropping off Li Miao Miao at school, Zhao Su drove home, The torrential rain still pouring outside as he passed a bus stop, he spotted a familiar, graceful figure. Isn't that Su Lin, little Yezi's teacher? Zhao Su reversed the car, noticing Su Lin drenched and seemingly waiting for a taxi. He parked and called out, "Teacher Su, hop in." Surprised to encounter Zhao Su, Su Lin hesitated briefly but ultimately got into his car. Zhao Su assessed her demeanor and noted that she appeared troubled. Her face was streaked with either rain or tears, and she seemed utterly despondent. Zhao Su was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Is this truly the charming and fresh kindergarten teacher?" Chapter 66. Seeking justice for you, Zhao Su retrieved several tissues from the car and offered them to Su Lin. To his astonishment, she burst into tears, collapsing into his embrace and clinging to him tightly, allowing her tears to soak his shirt. Zhao Su, who could not bear to see a girl cry, felt flustered by her sudden outburst, fearing he had inadvertently offended her. Noticing Su Lin's intense distress, he gently patted her back and asked, "Teacher Su, what troubles you?" Amidst her sobs, Su Lin mournfully replied, "Why? Why must fate treat me so harshly?" After a pause, she continued to weep. "I work so hard because I want to provide my mother with a happy old age. She endured so much to raise me, and after my father passed away, she never remarried for my sake. Yet fate has been so unjust to her. Why must she suffer from illness? Does fate really prey on the weak?" Su Lin poured out the frustrations she had kept bottled up for far too long. Zhao Su consoled her, saying, "Teacher Su, we must take charge of our own destinies. The more fate oppresses you, the more you must resist and fight back, proving that human will can conquer heaven. I can't win anymore. I'm so tired. I'm truly exhausted. I feel like I'm losing the dignity of my humanity." Seeing her in such a pessimistic state and alone in the pouring rain, Zhao Su asked, "Teacher, have you experienced some difficulties?" Su Lin extricated herself from his embrace, wiping the tears from her cheeks with a trembling hand. Her expression flustered as she replied, "I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Zhao." The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and aside from the occasional speeding cars, the road was nearly deserted. The more Zhao Su thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Why wasn't Su Lin at home caring for her mother instead of wandering out alone in the rain? "Teacher Su, if you trust me as a friend, would you share what's troubling you?" Su Lin hesitated to divulge her circumstances, but she felt indebted to Zhao Su. If he hadn't financially assisted her mother, she might not have even been able to enter the operating room. "Mr. Zhao, please don't mock me. I took on a tutoring job to earn extra money and repay you sooner. Thus, I shall be free of any guilt. It appears that this matter is related to family education," Zhao Su said to Su Lin. "Teacher Su, I have already told you, you may use the money first. Whenever you have it, you can return it to me. Do not compromise your well-being merely to repay me. How about this? I can write you an IOU. You need only return the principal. You can repay me 10,000 a year, and it can be settled in 30 years. This way, you will have no guilt weighing on your conscience. Does that sound acceptable? Are you serious?" Su Lin blinked her beautiful eyes, hardly believing her ears. "Of course I am," Zhao Su replied. "Teacher Su, you must have heard that something happened in my family recently, right?" "Indeed. I was anxious to repay you because I heard your wife's company was in trouble." Zhao Su patiently explained, "Rest assured, my wife's company was initially sabotaged by some wicked individuals. Those wrongdoers have now received due punishment, and the company's operations are back on track. I have been at home, focusing on raising our child as a full-time dad. However, I am currently driving for a prominent boss, earning 50,000 a month, which amounts to 600,000 a year. Therefore, our family is not lacking in funds. Teacher Su, I have shared our situation honestly with you. Can you now feel at ease? Mr. Zhao, you truly are a good person," Su Lin said, looking forlorn yet charming. Zhao Su then inquired, "Teacher Su, can you now tell me what exactly transpired?" Not wishing to continue her tutoring job any longer, Su Lin nodded and recounted the entire incident. It turned out that Su Lin had been tutoring a girl, but the child's father, upon seeing Su Lin's beauty, brazenly subjected her to harassment. Unable to tolerate this, Su Lin slapped the man, only to receive several slaps in return. Had it not been for Su Lin's quick thinking to escape from that household, she might have faced humiliation. After hearing the full account, Zhao Su appeared remarkably calm and asked, "Teacher Su, what is the address of that household?" Seeing Zhao Su's demeanor, which did not seem to provoke trouble, Su Lin instinctively replied, "Mr. Zhao, let it be. I do not intend to tutor there anymore." Teacher Su, sometimes tolerating the wicked merely enables their misdeeds. As someone in the education field, you surely understand this principle, do you not? Rest assured, I am simply seeking justice on your behalf. Very well. It's at Zhanjiang Road, Foodie Garden, Building 18. Zhao Su started the car and turned around, heading toward Foodie Garden on Zhanjiang Road. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, and his face revealed no trace of anger. Yet, this only increased Su Lin's unease, prompting her to urge, Mr. Zhao, we live in a society governed by law. You need only intimidate him. If that fails, we can always call the police. Do not worry. I know how to handle this. Upon arriving at Foodie Garden, Zhao Su parked the car downstairs and rang the doorbell of Su Lin's tutor's residence. A coarse male voice boomed from inside. Who is it? Your father. Zhao Su retorted. Su Lin nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his response. The man continued to curse angrily. What wild brat are you? I could very well be your grandfather. Why insult your ancestors? Zhao Su shot back, inciting the man's fury. The man inside yelled, You little brat, don't you dare leave. Just wait. Zhao Su intended to wait for the man to come out, as entering the house might frighten the child. Moments later, the lights in the building flickered on, and a burly middle-aged man emerged, brandishing a baseball bat and exuding a threatening aura. Upon seeing Su Lin and a young man, he sneered. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, girl, seeking help, and you brought along a puny little kid. I could take down two of him with ease. Zhao Su scrutinized the man, noticing his physique resembled that of a baseball coach. With notably developed arm muscles, he appeared deceptively respectable, yet his actions were far from honorable. The man barked, What are you staring at? Indeed, what am I staring at? Zhao Su replied defiantly. The man, swinging the bat, aimed for Zhao Su's head. Zhao Su pushed Su Lin back and deftly sidestepped the attack. Before the man could strike again, Zhao Su executed a swift kick to his chest. Although the man looked robust, he was merely brawn without skill, unlike Zhao Su, who possessed fighting prowess. The man fell to the ground, struggling to rise. Seeing Zhao Su advance, he swung the bat at Zhao Su's lower leg, but Zhao Su evaded the blow and delivered a jump kick to the man's forehead, sending him crashing down into the rainwater, the bat flying from his grip. Zhao Su rushed forward, not allowing the man to rise, and sat atop him, unleashing a barrage of punches that left the man dazed. Su Lin stood a distance away, covering her mouth in shock at the scene before her. She never anticipated that Zhao Su would seek justice in such a manner. After several blows, the man pleaded, Big brother, please don't hit me anymore. Let me apologize to Teacher Su. Zhao Su commanded, Apologize. With great effort, the man rolled over and crawled towards Su Lin, fearful of Zhao Su's wrath. He begged, Teacher Su, all my faults are my own. I am a beast for harboring ill thoughts about you. I have received my comeuppance. For the sake of my child, please forgive me and do not hold this against me. Chapter 67. She wants to be a police officer. When Zhao Su returned Su Lin home, it was already quite late. He tiptoed, preparing to go to bed, when suddenly the living room light flickered on. Linjiang rose from the sofa, and upon seeing Zhao Su drenched like a drowned rat, she frowned and said, Zhao Su, Miao Miao said you returned long ago. Why are you just now coming back, and in such a disheveled state? Zhao Su did not hide the truth, recounting the events to Linjiang, explaining that he had encountered Su Lin and helped her resolve her troubles. He mentioned that Su Lin, being an outsider in Linjiang City, faced challenges. After listening to Zhao Su's account, Linjiang looked at him with concern. You weren't hurt, were you? I'm fine. Your husband is quite formidable. Who could possibly harm me? Linjiang shot him a look. Stop boasting, that said. I truly had no idea you were this skilled. Zhao Su feigned a look of grievance. Wife, you have never truly taken the time to understand me. How about we share a bed tonight? Get lost. You've even learned to be cheeky now. Hurry and take a hot shower, lest you catch a chill. Wife, it seems you are beginning to care about me. Who cares about you? After your shower, go straight to bed. Tomorrow, Yezi has a dance class. After Linjiang finished speaking, she returned to their daughter's room and shut the door. Zhao Su felt a deep sense of joy. His wife, Linjiang, was a beauty, and even when she was angry, she remained alluring. Alas, having such a beautiful wife meant they could not lead a normal married life. The next morning, despite it being the weekend, Linjiang had to go to the office. Thus, Zhao Su rose early to prepare breakfast. Recently, Linjiang's business had picked up, indicating that things were back on track. After deducting costs for the factory and labor, they could easily earn around 1 to 200,000 a year. Zhao Su, being a driver for Chen also earned 60,000 a year. Therefore, the couple's income was quite substantial. After covering their usual expenses, they could afford to purchase a decent 100-square-meter home in Linjiang City, a third-tier city. Both were striving for a larger house. Zhao had not yet shared with Li Qingqing that he had already bought a big house. With nearly 20 days until Li Qingqing's birthday, he planned to surprise her. Every morning, seeing his wife and daughter enjoy the meals he prepared brought Zhao immense satisfaction. Li Qingqing remarked, "Zhao, your cooking skills are becoming quite impressive. If I hadn't tasted your cooking when we first married, which was barely edible, I might have thought you had trained as a chef," pointing to the thick stack of cookbooks in the house. Zhao chuckled. "When it comes to cooking, I fear nothing more than the word serious. I feel like I could recite those recipes backward now. I could even publish my own cookbook." "Keep dreaming," Li Qingqing retorted. "If you can publish a cookbook, I could publish a business manual." Li Qingqing certainly did not believe Zhao jest. After breakfast, she drove off to her company. Little Yezi's dance classes were scheduled for Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Wednesdays were for by Xin to teach little Yezi after school, while Saturdays and Sundays were adjusted to the morning sessions due to the dance and yoga classes at House and Fitness Club starting at noon. Thus, Zhao coordinated with the manager of House and Fitness Club, Zhou Wang, to change the timing to mornings. After helping his daughter get ready, Zhao drove directly to Linjiang Normal University. Once at the school gate, he called by Xin, saying, "Teacher Xin, I've arrived at the gate. You can come out now." "Okay, I'll get ready and be right out." After waiting about 5 to 6 minutes, Bai Xin appeared in a sporty short skirt that caught the eye as she got into Zhao car. Some students who recognized Bai Xin pointed and whispered, "Did you see that? Bai Xin usually acts so high and mighty, but she's just another gold digger. She's pretty and has the looks to back it up." "Ah, in this day and age, even the best cabbage gets eaten by pigs. Poor a single min." "Hey, why is there a child in the car? Bai Xin isn't planning to be a stepmother, is she?" At that moment, Zhao pressed the gas pedal and drove away from the university toward House and Fitness Club. After watching dance videos at home, little Yezi grasped a lot more than in her first class. Under Bai Xin's guidance, she quickly fell into a practice routine. As Bai Xin approached, glistening with perspiration, Zhao handed her a bottle of mineral water and effortlessly twisted off the cap. He couldn't help but admire Bai Xin, a vibrant and beautiful young woman. She was quite popular on live streaming platforms and was considered the belle of Linjiang Normal University. "Teacher Xin, you've worked hard." Bai Xin took the water, sipped it, and smiled. "It's not hard. Yezi is quite clever and progressing rapidly indeed. I've noticed a significant improvement since the first class." Zhao agreed. Bai Xin nodded, saying, "Learning dance is a gradual process. You just need to ensure she is mentally prepared at home. I'll take care of her dance training." They chatted for a while about little Yezi's progress when Bai Xin suddenly asked, "Mr. Zhao, do you know any excellent lawyers? I need one to help me with a case." "What's wrong, Teacher Xin?" "It's not about me. It's my younger brother." Bai Xin wore a worried expression as she explained that her brother, just 16, had gotten into a fight and accidentally injured the other party. However, it was the other person who initiated the confrontation. Since he was over 16, he was now facing juvenile criminal charges. Thus, Bai Xin sought a competent lawyer to assist in the case. Upon hearing this, Zhao finally understood why Bai Xin was working so hard to earn money. She reassured him, "Mr. Zhao, I know hiring a reputable lawyer is expensive, but rest assured, I can afford the fees. I just need your help in finding a good lawyer." After understanding the situation, Zhao nodded and said, "Teacher Xin, do not worry. I will certainly help you find a good lawyer." "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhao." "No need to thank me. It's just a small favor." He continued, "By the way, little Yezi is participating in a children's dance competition hosted by the television station. I hope she can achieve a good ranking to build her confidence. I trust that Teacher Xin will teach her well. Rest assured, even if Yezi doesn't participate in the competition, I will dedicate myself to her training. She is a good student with a natural talent for dance. Are you planning to guide her towards an art examination route as she grows?" Zhao chuckled. "Yezi has said she wants to be a police officer when she grows up." "A police officer?" Bai Xin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that little Yezi, only 5 years old, harbored such noble aspirations. "That's wonderful, but do you truly support that?" Zhao replied, "I will nurture her diverse interests but will not hinder her ambitions, and no matter what she chooses to do in the future, I will support her." After the dance class, Zhao treated Bai Xin and little Yezi to a meal of hand-shaved noodles. Bai Xin commented that after exercising, it was best not to consume high-calorie foods, and noodles were the perfect choice. After dining and dropping by Xinxin back at school, Li Qingqing called Zhao Su at an opportune moment. Zhao Su, has the child finished her dance class? Yes, just finished, then bring her to my company. I have something to discuss with you. Previously, Li Qingqing had never sought Zhao Su's help for company matters. Upon receiving her call, he sensed something must be amiss. He drove swiftly to Li Qingqing's company. Upon arrival, Li Qingqing asked, Zhao Su, the Nading company owes us 50,000 in payments. This debt has been outstanding for over a year, and I still haven't collected it. Can you help me retrieve this money? I've heard Nading might go bankrupt, and if we don't collect it now, it could be lost. Chapter 68. Unusual preferences. Li Qingqing informed Zhao Su that the owner of Nading company was Ren Yaohui. Ren Yaohui ran a property company and was responsible for several neighborhoods. His company had fallen out of favor with the residents and had been completely dismissed, leaving it on the brink of bankruptcy. Li Qingqing also warned Zhao Su that Ren Yaohui had several thugs working for him. If they could not recover the debt, they should contact the police and avoid any physical confrontations. Li Qingqing handed Zhao Su a business card with Ren Yaohui's phone number and company address. After entrusting the child to Li Qingqing, Zhao Su confidently declared, Don't worry, my wife. What we need most right now is money. If he dares to default, I will make him pay. With that, Zhao Su hummed a tune as he walked out. The staff greeted him as he passed. During Li Qingqing's illness and hospitalization, Zhao Su had helped bring employees back, ensuring they could resume work promptly. After exiting the company, Zhao Su first called Nong Quan, informing him that he was on his way. Then, he considered that Wen Bao might know Ren Yaohui if Wen Bao intervened. The matter could be resolved without Zhao Su having to take action. With this thought, Zhao Su called Wen Bao, inquiring if he knew Ren Yaohui from Nading Company. Wen Bao replied that Ren Yaohui was associated with Zhu Yi. This was the first time Zhao Su had heard Zhu Ye's name. Wen Bao explained that among the younger generation in Linjiang City, he and Jin Guang were well known, but Zhu Ye's reputation was most prominent among the older generation. Zhao Su furrowed his brow upon hearing the news, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Wen Bao suggested discreetly dealing with Ren Yaohui, but Zhao Su feared that Zhu Yi might cause trouble for him. All right, you need not take action just yet. Please compile Zhu Ye's information for me. I will come by your place to collect it another day. I will personally handle Ren Yaohui. Young master, would you like me to send some men to assist you? No need. He is merely a property management boss. At most, he has a few thugs to rely on. After hanging up, Zhao Su drove directly to Nong Quan's residence. Nong Quan lived in a rented room, and upon Zhao Su's phone call, he hurriedly descended the stairs. As soon as he spotted Zhao Su, he eagerly inquired, Young master, are we going to fight? Zhao Su was accustomed to Nong Quan's penchant for brawling. Aside from his martial arts training, engaging in combat was his greatest joy. Nong Quan, there might be a possibility of a fight. However, those people are quite cunning, so you must not show any signs of wanting to fight. Wait for my signal before you act. Understood, young master. Nong Quan grinned widely, replying, I knew you wouldn't forget about me when there is something good to be had. Zhao Su, hearing Nong Quan's words, felt a dark cloud pass over him like a crow flying by. He drove with Nong Quan to Nading Property Company. Zhao Su first called Ren Yaohui, who answered the phone and asked, Who is this? I am from Easy Packaging Design Company. My name is Zhao Su. Just as Zhao Su finished speaking, Ren Yaohui abruptly hung up. Zhao Su called again, only to hear Ren Yaohui bellowing angrily. You son of a bitch. If you dare call me again, I'll make you eat SHT. After ending the call, Zhao Su chuckled softly and said to Nong Quan, I have a task for you. Young master, what is it? Nong Quan asked, his face brimming with excitement. I will go and collect a debt. When I signal you, I want you to drag a man named Ren Yaohui to the restroom and make him eat SHT. Nong Quan, possessing a somewhat diminished intellect, looked puzzled and asked, Young master, don't people usually eat meals? Why would this person eat SHT? Zhao Su laughed. This individual has peculiar tastes, so we must cater to him. Nong Quan, realizing the absurdity, chuckled, replying, This person's preference is indeed unique. Zhao Su swaggered into Nading Property Company with Nong Quan. The guard at the entrance stepped forward to block their path, demanding, Hey, what are you two doing here? Zhao Su replied, Oh, we're here to see Manager Ren. See Manager Ren? The guard scrutinized Zhao Su and Nong Quan, his brows furrowed in suspicion. What do you want with him? To collect a debt. Zhao Su stated, turning his back and boldly striding inside with Nong Quan. The guard, bewildered, called out to his colleagues over the intercom, Quick, 2 people have barged in claiming they want to collect a debt from Manager Ren. Stop them. Since the troubles began at Nading property, numerous debt collectors had appeared, prompting Ren Yaohui to increase security personnel, insisting that no debt collectors be allowed entry. Zhao Su, not wishing to initiate conflict right away, felt provoked by the guard's arrogance and said to Nong Quan, when someone comes to confront us, be ready to fight. Understood, young master. Zhao Su took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, glancing at the directory in the lobby. Noticing that Ren Yaohui's office was on the third floor, he led Nong Quan upstairs. However, before they could ascend, 5 individuals charged toward them. Who let you in? Get out, they shouted aggressively, attempting to force Zhao Su and Nong Quan outside. With a mere glance from Zhao Su, Nong Quan sprang forward, delivering a punch that sent one of the assailants flying. A swift kick dispatched another, while the remaining 3 lunged at Nong Quan, trying to tackle him to the ground. With a powerful shake of his body, he sent all 3 tumbling aside, then swiftly kicked one of them away. The guard who had called for reinforcements stood frozen in shock, astonished by the fighting prowess of the 2 intruders. He thought to himself, these 2 aren't here to collect a debt. They're downright deadly. Zhao Su and Nong Quan fought their way from the first floor to the third, incapacitating over 20 individuals in total. Naturally, none of them were skilled fighters. Aside from a few security personnel, the remainder were merely male employees of the property company who had been influenced by Ren Yaohui's toxic atmosphere. Upon reaching Ren Yaohui's office, Zhao Su kicked open the door. Inside, he found a scantily clad woman curled up in an embrace with a man. The woman shrieked upon seeing the intruders and hastily grabbed a nearby garment to cover herself. Ren Yaohui rose, glaring at Zhao Su, and barked, "Who are you? How dare you trespass in my office?" Zhao Su cast a sidelong glance at the woman, noticing her modest beauty, and coldly replied to Ren Yaohui, "Manager Run, what a refined taste you have. While owing others money, you indulge in pleasure in your office. Who the hell are you? Get out, someone. Throw these 2 out." Ren Yaohui shouted towards the door. Zhao Su flicked the remaining cigarette but to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot, saying, "No need to call for help. Your men won't be coming." "Why not?" "Because we VE laid them all out, and they'll be joining you for a trip to the hospital soon." Ren Yaohui shouted for help again, but there was no response. Panic began to set in, realizing that if Zhao Su's words were true, these 2 were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Zhao Su turned to Nong Quan and said, "This man's name is Ren Yaohui. Have fun with him." Nong Quan grinned widely, approaching Ren Yaohui and saying, "Hee, you're not bad looking, but why do you have that peculiar taste for eating SHT? Come on, let us go with that." He seized Ren Yaohui and dragged him away. Ren Yaohui, lacking any martial skills and having previously relied on a few thugs, found himself powerless as Nong Quan had already dispatched the few he had. He had no chance to struggle as he was unceremoniously pulled toward the restroom. Zhao Su strolled over to the woman on the sofa, placing a hand on her delicate shoulder and leeringly asking, "How did you end up with such a scoundrel?" The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, resembling a rebellious young girl, with a tattoo visible on her lower abdomen. Initially startled by Zhao Su's entrance, she responded sweetly, "Brother Hui is quite nice." Zhao Su slapped the woman on the head, coldly retorting, "If he were a decent person, he wouldn't be interested in someone like you." "You?" Zhao Su struck her face with a resounding slap, his voice laced with anger as he commanded, "Get out. Go ask your parents if this is how they envisioned your life turning out." Faced with Zhao Su's ferocity, the woman, frightened, quickly gathered her clothes and fled. When Nong Quan returned, he tossed Ren Yaohui to the ground, who immediately began to dry heave, nearly expelling his bile. After Ren Yaohui had finished retching, Zhao Su offered him a glass of water from the table. Ren Yaohui took the water and began rinsing his mouth vigorously. Once he had emptied the glass, he raised his head and looked at Zhao Su, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Zhao Su produced several invoices, displaying them before Ren Yaohui, stating, "I am here to collect a debt. You owe Yeezy Packaging Design Company 50,000 yuan. Don't you think it's time to settle up? I'm on the brink of bankruptcy and have no money." "No money?" Zhao Su sneered, addressing Nong Quan. "Nong Quan, it seems Run didn't get enough of his prior experience. Take him back for another round." Upon hearing this, Ren Yaohui's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched Zhao Su's leg, pleading, "Big brother, I'll pay. I'll pay." "Exactly. It's only fair to return what you owe. Why make this awkward for everyone?" Zhao Su provided Ren Yaohui with his bank account number, and Ren Yaohui promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Zhao Su ruffled Ren Yaohui's hair, saying coldly, "Manager Ren, I know you're connected with Ju Yi. However, I warn you, It's best not to provoke me, nor retaliate against Easy Packaging Design Company. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be about making someone eat sh with that. He and Nong Quan exited. After Zhao Su and Nong Quan left, Ren Yaohui rushed to the water cooler, filling a large cup and once again rinsing his mouth vigorously. Upon returning to his wife Li Qingqing's company, Zhao Su transferred the 50,000 yuan to her. Li Qingqing, incredulous, stared wide-eyed, hardly believing that Zhao Su had managed to recover over a year's worth of bad debts. Zhao Su, you didn't do anything to Ren Yaohui, did you? I've heard that his background is quite formidable. No, he was quite cooperative. Li Qingqing glanced at Nong Quan, who stood nearby, and asked, did you take Nong Quan with you? Yes, Zhao Su nodded. Knowing that Nong Quan was skilled in combat, Li Qingqing worried that bringing him along might lead to conflict. Seeing Zhao Su's evasive nature, she turned to Nong Quan and asked, Nong Quan, did you guys get into a fight? Yes, Nong Quan answered honestly. Zhao Su wore an awkward smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Li Qingqing shot him a knowing glare, silently questioning his honesty. Nong Quan added, sister-in-law, that guy Ren Yaohui is really strange. He likes to eat sht, and when I took him to do that, he paid up without hesitation. Who would have thought there are such peculiar preferences out there? Sht? Li Qingqing, being perceptive, realized that Nong Quan's limited intellect meant he likely didn't grasp the full situation. She understood that Zhao Su had instigated this bizarre act, scolding him. Zhao Su, what have you done? Zhao Su awkwardly chuckled, wife. Initially, I tried to negotiate with him, but he started hurling insults at me. Do you think I could just let that slide? If Li Qingqing were to uncover that it was Zhao Su who had orchestrated the incident involving eating sht, it might tarnish Nong Quan's perception of him. She refrained from exposing Zhao Su's mischief in front of Nong Quan, instead casting a disapproving glance at him and saying, aren't you worried about Ren Yaohui seeking revenge? Zhao Su shrugged nonchalantly, replying, wife, if good people fear bad ones, the world would be turned upside down. Don't worry. Even if he does retaliate, I'm not afraid. I firmly believe that good will ultimately triumph over evil. The following day, after taking their child to a dance class, Zhao Su brought the child to Chen Tian's house. Upon arriving, Xiao Yezi was astonished at the size of Chen Tian's home, exclaiming, Daddy, why is Grandpa Chen's house so enormous? Zhao Su gently ruffled Xiao Yezi's hair, explaining, Yezi, a home doesn't need to be large. The greatest happiness is having the family together. Yes, as long as I'm with Daddy and Mommy, I feel happy no matter where we live. Chen Tianhe, delighted to see Zhao Su had brought his child, spent some time playing with Xiao Yezi. Perhaps due to his advancing age, he felt increasingly lonely and cherished the company of children. After some playtime, he entrusted Xiao Yezi to a nanny to help care for her. Zhao Su then recounted to Chen Tianhe the events surrounding Bai Xinxin's dance teacher. After listening, Chen Tianhe asked Zhao Su, young master, do you wish to help teacher Xinxin hire a lawyer? Indeed, Bai Xinxin is quite a remarkable girl. She is hardworking and dedicated to helping her brother fight this lawsuit. Very well, I will arrange for one of the top 10 lawyers in the country to assist her. You can leave this matter to me. Zhao Su nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Tianhe added, young master, the old master is coming to the provincial capital for a business event and has requested to see you. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's name, Zhao Su's expression darkened. Chen Lao, I do not wish to see him. I have severed ties with the Zhao family and want nothing more to do with them. You may want to reconsider, young master. There are troubling developments at Xiaotian Group. Troubling developments? Zhao Su gasped, turning to Chen Tianhe in shock. Chen Lao, what could possibly be wrong with Xiaotian Group? Chen Tianhe sighed. Perhaps you haven't been keeping up with the news. The stock price of Xiaotian Group has plummeted for several consecutive days, nearly halving in value. Rumors are circulating that the group's financial chain has broken, potentially leading to a crisis. How is that possible? ISNT Xiaotian Group, a Fortune 500 company. How could their financial chain break? I'm not entirely sure. I suspect the old master is eager to see you. Possibly due to this situation. Chen Tianhe's words plunged Zhao Su into deep contemplation. Logically, having severed ties with the Zhao family and acquired their inheritance, he should feel indifferent to the fate of Xiaotian Group. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped him. He should be celebrating their misfortune, but instead, he felt anything but joy. What was happening to him? After leaving Chen Tianhe's mansion, Zhao Su wandered aimlessly, his mind preoccupied with the troubles facing Xiaotian Group. When Li Qingqing returned home, she noticed Zhao Su seemed distracted and was puzzled by his demeanor. Zhao Su, are you feeling unwell? She asked, concern etching her features. I'm fine. Zhao Su forced a smile, replying, Qingqing, Today, teacher Su called to inform me that there will be a parent-child event at school next week, and both parents must attend. Are you available? Li Qingqing nodded. The growth of our child is inseparable from parental companionship. I will certainly attend this important event. And what about your company? Don't worry. I will manage things at work. Zhao Su nodded. Initially, he felt excited about participating in the parent-child event with his family. However, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Xiaotian Group, leading him to retire early for the night after freshening up. Lying on his bed, Zhao Su fiddled with his phone for a while. Bored, he entered a live stream room and was surprised to find Bai Xin streaming again that day. Perhaps due to his pent-up frustrations, he generously sent her 2,000 yuan in gifts. Bai Xin, suspecting that the wind-like man was Zhao Su, sweetly said, "Thank you to the wind-like man for the generous gifts." The chat exploded with excitement as viewers realized the wealthy wind-like man had returned. After sending the gifts, Zhao Su logged off without watching Bai Xin sing or dance. He then messaged her, "Teacher Xin, I've secured a lawyer for you. It's the renowned top lawyer, Xia Haiping." Bai Xin, having been in search of a good lawyer, recognized Xia's name and responded, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, and thank you for your generous gifts." Upon seeing the word gifts, Zhao Su was startled, sitting up in shock. Unsure of how Bai Xin had discerned his true identity, Jiu Shishue has been flourishing on Wall Street in recent years, serving as the team leader of the prestigious Motu hedge fund, one of the world's top 10 hedge fund companies. Naturally adept with numbers, Gu Shishue possesses an uncanny ability to discern trading opportunities amidst news clues and market trends. Initially, Motu hedge fund was merely an inconspicuous firm on Wall Street. However, under Gu Shishue's leadership, she assembled a formidable team and, within less than 2 years, transformed Motu hedge fund into a financial powerhouse ranked among the top 10 on Wall Street. It is indeed remarkable that a young woman from the East has achieved such a miraculous feat. Zhao Su had long recognized Gu Shishue's prodigious talent. During that time, she was already celebrated in their circle as the goddess of stocks. Zhao Su confidently brought Gu Shishue back from abroad, entrusting her with the management of his Dongxing group. Zhao Su inquired, "Xiaoxue, are you aware that Xiaotian Group is in trouble?" "Yes," Gu Shishue nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Su took her hand and seated them at a round table. Noticing Zhao Su's anxious expression, she furrowed her brows and asked, "Brother Su, haven't you always blamed your father? Now that your father's company is in distress, you should be pleased, yet you appear so troubled. Why is that?" Zhao Su shook his head, replying, "I do not know." He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a puff, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. "When I heard the news, I couldn't bring myself to feel joy, though I can't quite explain why, Brother Su. After all, Xiaotian uncle is your father, and you share the same blood. Perhaps you empathize with him, or maybe you wish to defeat Xiaotian uncle to prove something? Thus, your reaction upon hearing that Xiaotian Group is in trouble makes sense." Jiu Shishue's analysis struck a chord with Zhao Su. After taking several puffs, he noticed Gu Shishue disapproving of his smoking. Her delicate brows knitted in discontent, prompting him to extinguish the half-burned cigarette. He turned to Gu Shishue and asked, "Xiaoxue, do you know the details of what transpired?" "Yes. The internationally ranked third AQM quantum hedge fund of Country M, along with the Kanagawa United Fund of Country R, have joined forces to short-sell Xiaotian Group. Jiu Shishue continued, "Both of these financial institutions are leaders in the industry, and it is no wonder that Xiaotian uncle could not withstand their combined efforts." Zhao Su fell silent for a while before addressing Gu Shishue. "Xiaoxue, please assist me immediately in investigating all relevant information regarding these two companies." Jiu Shishue, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother Su, you wouldn't just help me gather the information on these two companies first. I will find it useful." Zhao Su's mind was weighed down with thoughts of Xiaotian Group, which had recently been recognized as one of the top 500 domestic enterprises with the most growth potential. How could it be that they faced a liquidity crisis and were being attacked by international adversaries? At that moment, Chen Tianhe called Zhao Su. "Young master, where are you?" Chen Tianhe asked. "I just came out of the CBD business office building." "Then come here. I have someone to introduce to you." All right. After hanging up, Zhao Su drove directly to Chen Tianhe's villa. Upon arrival, he found Chen Tianhe having tea with a youthful lad in the tea pavilion. Zhao Su appraised the young man, noting his handsome features, though his demeanor appeared cold and unapproachable. Chen Tianhe introduced, "This young man is the renowned private detective Chen Xiaodao, the one who uncovered the issues with Li Qingqing's company." Chen Tianhe then told Chen Xiaodao, "Xiaodao, you will be working with young Master Zhao from now on." "Yes." Chen Xiaodao responded respectfully. Seeing Zhao Su's bewildered expression, Chen Tianhe clarified, young master. To be frank, Xiao Dao is my adopted son. Your adopted son? Zhao Su was taken aback, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Chen Tianhe nodded, explaining, Xiao Dao possesses exceptional skills. Should you encounter any perilous situations that even I cannot resolve, you can rely on him. Zhao Su was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that the nation's top private detective would be so formidable. This individual not only excelled in investigation but also possessed remarkable marksmanship and martial arts skills, along with an undeniably handsome appearance, truly a paragon of a man. However, his perpetually icy expression made him seem almost expressionless. Chen Xiaodao greeted Zhao Su. I have met the young master, Xiaodao. No need for formality. We are now colleagues, Zhao Su replied, then turned to Chen Tianhe, asking, Old Chen, what would be an appropriate salary for Xiaodao? Chen Tianhe smiled, saying, Young master, Xiaodao's salary will not be your concern. Someone else will take care of it. Zhao Su assumed that Chen Tianhe would be covering Chen Xiaodao's expenses and was pleased to have acquired such a skilled private detective for free. Chen Tianhe mentioned, in a few days, I will introduce another person to assist you. Another one of your adopted sons? No, a friend of Xiaodao's. Zhao Su found it peculiar that someone as cold as Chen Xiaodao would have friends. He had assumed he was a lone wolf. What kind of person is that friend of yours? Zhao Su inquired. A hacking expert. A hacker. Zhao Su's eyes lit up. He was in dire need of a computer expert. And with another one on board, the foundation of his Dongxing group would be firmly established. Zhao Su felt his visit to Chen Tianhe had been exceptionally worthwhile, having secured both physical and intellectual prowess. To foster a closer bond with Chen Xiaodao, Zhao Su engaged in conversation with Chen Tianhe for a while before departing with Chen Xiaodao. He had hoped for some one-on-one time to get to know Chen Xiaodao better. But to his dismay, the young man was a man of few words, remaining uncommunicative. Zhao Su felt exasperated. Nong Quan was a simpleton with a low IQ, but Chen Xiaodao was even more enigmatic, as he would not utter a single word unless prompted. The duo of Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan truly made an odd pair. Nevertheless, with Chen Xiaodao at the wheel, Zhao Su felt liberated, enjoying the ride without a care. Just as he was about to call Nong Quan to introduce him to Chen Xiaodao, his wife, Li Qingqing, called at an opportune moment. Zhao Su, come quickly. Someone is vandalizing my company. I've locked the doors, but they shattered the windows and could burst in at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su urged Li Qingqing, Qingqing, call the police immediately. I've already reported it, but the police have yet to arrive. Stay calm. No matter what happens, prioritize your safety. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Zhao Su immediately called Nong Quan, instructing him to rush to Yezi Packaging Design Company as swiftly as possible. Noticing that Chen Xiaodao's driving skills were slightly inferior to his own, Zhao Su took over the wheel. He sped towards Yezi Packaging Design Company, covering the 20-minute journey in less than 10. Even Chen Xiaodao was impressed by Zhao Su's driving skills. Just as Zhao Su and Chen Xiaodao were leaving Chen Tianhe's residence, Chen Tianhe promptly called Zhao Xiaotian, Master, I have arranged for Xiaodao to be by young Master side as instructed. After speaking, he inquired, Master, given your current perilous situation, shouldn't Xiaodao remain with you instead? Old Chen, they are growing increasingly outrageous. They are forcing my hand. If I reveal my cards, you know what will happen to me. Keeping Xiaodao close would only endanger him. But you trained him for this very moment, did you not? No. Xiaoshu needs Xiaodao more than I do. Is the arrangement for Gu Guiyang's return complete? Zhao Xiaotian questioned. Rest assured, Master. It has been taken care of, Zhao Xiaotian affirmed. Xiaoshu has brought Gu Shishue back to the country, and now with Guiyang's assistance, along with Nong Quan and Xiaodao's protection, he is beginning to establish his own influence. I trust he will not disappoint me, Master. Why must you endure this alone? Why not reveal the truth to young Master Xiaoshu? Zhao Xiaotian chuckled. Only children in adversity learn to run. Trust me, old Chen, I do not misjudge people. Understood, Master. After hanging up, Chen Tianhe called his deputy, Han Min, utilize my personal funds to support Xiaotian Group. This matter must remain concealed from the young master. Understood, old Chen, Han Min replied. Chen Tianhe gazed at the city skyline, murmuring, Master, I hope you can weather this storm. Upon arriving at Yezi Packaging Design Company, Zhao Su and Chen Xiaodao found over 20 assailants armed with clubs, battering the doors and windows. The door appeared to be warped from the force, on the verge of being breached. Zhao Su rushed forward, kicking one of the attackers to the ground. Seizing the fallen steel pipe, he commanded Chen Xiaodao, Xiaodao, let us take them down. Without a word, Chen Xiaodao became a blur, darting ahead of Zhao Su and charging into the fray. Zhao Su stood in awe. Chen Xiaodao's agility far surpassed that of Nong Quan. In that moment, Zhao Su realized Chen Tianhe had not deceived him. Chen Xiaodao was indeed a master. As Chen Xiaodao plunged into the crowd, it was as if he were in a realm of his own, swiftly disarming one assailant and delivering a devastating blow to two others. The two attackers were sent staggering back, blood spilling from their mouths as they dropped their weapons, only to be dispatched further by Chen Xiaodao's successive kicks. Though Zhao Su's skills did not match those of Chen Xiaodao or Nong Quan, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary thugs. Inside the Yezi Packaging Design Company, Li Qingqing was on the phone with the police, dialing 110. Just then, the designer, Zhou Ting, shouted, "Sister Qingqing, look, brother-in-law has arrived with reinforcements." Li Qingqing rushed to the window and, upon seeing Zhao Su and the unfamiliar young man, both wielding iron pipes and swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 thugs, she suddenly felt a surge of admiration for her husband. She had not realized Zhao Su possessed such formidable prowess. At that moment, a booming voice called out, "Young master, I'm here. How can I not join in the fight?" Despite Nong Quan's imposing physique, he was surprisingly agile and quickly reached Zhao Su's side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that felled 2 more assailants. Observing Chen Xiaodao's unique fighting style, Nong Quan marveled, "Brother, your skills are impressive." Chen Xiaodao remained silent, channeling his strength into the steel pipe, each strike landing with devastating impact. With his innate strength, Nong Quan soon snatched a weapon from an attacker and, mimicking Chen Xiaodao's technique, took down 4 or 5 more thugs. The trio fought with the finesse of seasoned warriors, swiftly incapacitating all of the troublemakers. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air as 2 police cars sped onto the scene. The police took statements and apprehended the culprits. Zhao Su rushed into the company and embraced his wife, Li Qingqing, asking with concern, "Qingqing, are you all right?" Struggling to escape his embrace, Li Qingqing noticed the attention of those around them and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." Zhao Su inquired about the identity of the assailants, to which Li Qingqing replied that she did not know. Outraged that anyone would dare to disturb his wife's company, Zhao Su, accompanied by Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan, headed straight to the police station. The officers informed him that it was the work of Ninth Master Smen.At. The mention of Ninth Master. Zhao Su's eyes narrowed. It seemed that in his pursuit of debt from Ren Yaohui at Na Ding Company, Ren had sought assistance from Ninth Master. Exiting the police station, Zhao Su took Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan directly to Na Ding Company. The thugs and security personnel at Na Ding Company, who had just been dealt with by Nong Quan, were now trembling in fear at the sight of Zhao Su and Nong Quan approaching again, especially with an additional ally. Zhao Su coldly inquired of the guard, "Where is Ren Yaohui?" Following the previous incident, the guard dared not refuse, stating that Ren Yaohui was upstairs in the office playing mahjong. Zhao Su, along with Nong Quan and Chen Xiaodao, ascended to the 3rd floor. They encountered internal security and thugs along the way, but these individuals were too intimidated to confront them after their recent defeat. All they could do was pray for Ren Yaohui's safety. Upon reaching Ren Yaohui's office, Zhao Su noticed the newly installed steel security door. He attempted to open it, only to find it locked. Zhao Su exchanged a glance with Nong Quan, who then delivered a powerful kick to the door, causing it to crash open. Ren Yaohui and his 3 companions were startled, their faces paling in fear. "Brother Ho, these are the 2 who attacked me last time." Ren Yaohui pointed at Zhao Su and Nong Quan. One of the tattooed brutes drew a knife from his pant leg, while the other 2 brandished knives as they slowly approached Zhao Su, Nong Quan, and Chen Xiaodao. Zhao Su signaled to Nong Quan and Chen Xiaodao, and the 3 of them lunged forward, each employing different techniques to disarm the men. Nong Quan's opponent fared the worst, crashing into the wall with such force that his body crumpled to the floor, unable to rise. Zhao Su seized the knife from one assailant and pressed it against his throat, coldly demanding, "Tell me, are you sent by Ninth Master?" These men were unfamiliar to Zhao Su, as they had not been present during the previous encounter. The one referred to as Brother Ho stammered, realizing the strength of Zhao Su and his companions. To save his own skin, he stuttered, yes, we are Ninth Master's men." Zhao Su's gaze turned sharply toward Ren Yaohui, his eyes piercing like daggers as he interrogated, "Ren, what did I tell you last time? Have you forgotten my words so soon?" With a thud, Ren Yaohui dropped to his knees, a mournful expression on his face as he pleaded, "It was my moment of folly. Please, Mr. Zhao, show mercy. I promise I won't dare again." "Will there be a next time?" Zhao Su scoffed, turning to Nong Quan. Nong Quan, Rene's peculiar habits have resurfaced. Take him to the restroom. Nong Quan's eyes lit up with excitement as he approached Ren Yaohui. Grinning, haha, brother, your preferences are quite unique. Let us go. I'll give you something to think about. No. Big brother, spare me. Ren Yaohui's wails fell on deaf ears as Nong Quan dragged him away. When Ren Yaohui returned, he was retching uncontrollably, as if he might expel his very insides. Zhao Su held onto Brother Ho, demanding, take me to see Ninth Master. Otherwise, you will share Ren Yaohui's fate. Chapter 72. Do not bully the innocent. Ninth Master is a formidable figure in Linjiang City, though in recent years he has grown older and stepped back from the tumultuous underworld, embracing a more legitimate business path. There is an old saying, a brother may be absent from the rivers and lakes, yet the legends of his deeds endure. This perfectly encapsulates Ninth Master's reality. Zhao Su found himself in a vehicle with Ho Chongmin and Ren Yaohui restrained, accompanied by Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan, as they made their way directly to the residence of the esteemed Jui. This Jui was renowned for his mastery in the art of wellness. After withdrawing from the tumultuous world, he had acquired a vast expanse of land beyond the city, where he developed an ecological garden named Yangyan Pavilion. The Yangyan Pavilion was a place of great repute, shrouded in an aura of mystery, accessible only to a select few, and whispered about with awe by the outside world. Zhao Su had heard of Yangyan Pavilion, rumored to have been established by a wealthy individual, yet he was taken aback to learn it was Jui himself. Upon arriving at the ecological garden, Zhao Su instructed the guard at the entrance to inform Jui of his visit, stating that a certain Zhao Su sought an audience. The guard recognized Ren Yaohui and Ho Chongmin, and upon noticing their predicament, hastily used the intercom to relay the situation to the head of the security team at Yangyan Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a group of over a dozen burly men, their faces fierce and menacing, appeared at the gate. Leading them was a bald man, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, bearing a scar on his face reminiscent of a centipede, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon seeing the scarred man, Ho Chongmin called out, Wu Gu, save me. The man named Wu paid no heed to Ho, instead scrutinizing Zhao Su, Chen Xiaodao, and Nong Quan with a cold gaze. He inquired, who are you? Zhao Su pointed at Ho Chongmin and asked Wu, is this one of yours? Indeed. Wu Jing nodded in affirmation, adding, did he not inform you that he is under Jui's command? He did. That is precisely why I've come to see Jui. Kindly guide us. Wu Jing furrowed his brow. Having remained in seclusion with Jui for several years, he was astonished by the changes in the outside world. A young man in his 20s dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, upon observing Nong Quan and Chen Xiaodao, both of whom exuded an air of martial prowess, Wu Jing doubted even his own ability to best them. He turned to Zhao Su and asked, boy, what is your name? Zhao Su, came Zhao Su's calm reply. Follow me, Wu Jing said, turning to lead Zhao Su and the others into the garden. The group of intimidating men kept a watchful eye on Zhao Su and his companions, as if ready to devour them whole at any moment, each harboring the thought that anyone daring to cause trouble on Jui's territory was courting disaster. It must be said, Yangyan Pavilion was indeed a sight to behold. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, winding paths, and lush greenery, resembling a picturesque painting. Zhao Su mused that Jui, the old rascal, certainly knew how to savor life. Having retreated from the world to enjoy such a leisurely existence, he could be considered a true victor in life. Upon reaching a row of buildings, Wu Jing instructed Zhao Su and the others to wait in the courtyard while he went to announce their arrival to Jui. After a few minutes, accompanied by a cough, an elderly man with graying hair, appearing to be in his 70s, emerged from within, flanked by Wu Jing and others. At that moment, Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. They glanced around and spotted no fewer than 50 individuals in the attire of the estate's staff, converging from all directions, surrounding Zhao Su and his companions. Jui, casually playing with a pair of walnuts, was dressed simply in an old man's t-shirt and cloth shoes. Upon seeing Jui, Zhao Su felt an undeniable aura emanating from the old man, a testament to his formidable presence even after years of retirement from the chaotic world. Jui surveyed the gathering staff and, without needing to speculate, understood that he had repurposed his subordinates as staff for the ecological garden. Jui bore a resemblance to the Hong Kong and Taiwan star Yuan Hua, with a slender frame but eyes that sparkled with intelligence, marking him as an extraordinary individual. With a smile gracing his lips, Jui exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! I have been out of the limelight for several years. Yet here you are, daring to cause a ruckus at my doorstep. You are quite audacious." As he approached Zhao Su, Zhui's gaze scrutinized him thoroughly before shifting to Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan. "You are Zhao Su?" Zhui inquired, locking eyes with Zhao Su. "Indeed," Zhao Su replied, unflinching. "Zhui, I am aware of your esteemed reputation. However, your insistence on defending Ren Yaohui may tarnish your lifelong reputation. Oh?" Zhui turned his gaze toward Ren Yaohui, his tone sharp as he demanded, "Ah Hui, is there something you are concealing from me?" "Zhui, speak." Zhui's authoritative command caused Ren Yaohui to tremble. "I owe Zhao Su's wife 5,000 yuan, and this Zhao Su has come to demand repayment and even forced me to eat feces. Zhui, I am your subordinate. If he makes me eat feces, isn't that a slap in your face?" Nong Quan, his expression one of incredulity, addressed Ren Yaohui in a gruff tone. "How can you lie so brazenly? My young master said you have a penchant for eating feces. If you enjoy it so much, how can you claim it reflects poorly on Zhui?" The absurdity of Nong Quan's remark instantly diffused the tension, eliciting laughter from those present. Zhui cast a bemused glance at Nong Quan, discerning that the man might not be the brightest. Worried that Nong Quan might continue his nonsensical banter, Zhao Su admonished, "Nong Quan, hold your tongue." "Yes, young master." Nong Quan, who held Zhao Su in the highest regard, immediately complied. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodao had come to understand that although Nong Quan appeared somewhat dim-witted, he possessed formidable martial skills and seemed to heed only Zhao Su's words. "Young master?" Zhui scrutinized Zhao Su with a cold smile, asking, "Which wealthy family do you hail from? State your father's name, lest we have a case of mistaken identity." "I have no father." Zhao Su's declaration left Zhui momentarily stunned. The sincerity in Zhao Su's expression suggested he was not feigning this claim. Zhui pondered. If this young man was indeed referred to as young master, his background must be significant. However, the assertion of having no father complicated matters further. Ignoring the intimidation posed by the gathering crowd, Zhao Su's gaze was sharp as a blade, radiating the fearless spirit of a young bull. He addressed Zhui. "Zhui, I know you are not to be trifled with, but it would be wise not to bully the innocent. When pushed to the brink, even the meek can be deadly." "Oh, are you attempting to intimidate me?" "No, I am merely stating the facts." Zhao Su continued, "Ren Yaohui owes us money, and it is perfectly reasonable for me to collect it. Your intervention, sending people to vandalize my wife's company, requires an explanation. Otherwise, I shall ensure you, Zhui, will face dire consequences." Zhui narrowed his eyes, his tone icy as he responded, "Ah, so you seek to avenge your wife. I see the world has become quite chaotic in my absence. All manner of riffraff seems to have emerged. Indeed, it was my men who were sent to vandalize your wife's company. What do you wish for as compensation?" "Monetary restitution, and an apology from the perpetrator to my wife." Zhui chuckled. "Young man, my men have been apprehended by the police. Even if I wished for them to apologize, they are nowhere to be found. Do not assume I am ignorant of the law. They merely vandalized property. No one was harmed. They will be released in a few days. Therefore, compensation and an apology to my wife are non-negotiable." Zhui's eyes gleamed coldly as he toyed with the walnuts in his hand, questioning, "And what if I refuse?" "Then I shall likewise lay waste to your Yangyan pavilion, compelling you and your men to kneel before my wife in apology." Zhui erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Boy, do you presume to take advantage of my age? Or do you think I am merely a respectable businessman? To dare threaten my Yangyan pavilion and demand I kneel before your wife? Do you take her for a goddess?" Zhui's subordinates roared with laughter, viewing Zhao Su's trio as trifling and inconsequential, believing they could not possibly pose a significant threat. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an elderly man, panting heavily, rushed forward. "Zhui!" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Su turned to see Chen Tianhe approaching, breathless. Chen Tianhe, now advanced in years, lacked the physical prowess of Zhui. Zhao Su was taken aback by Chen Tianhe's presence. Upon reflection, he surmised that Chen Xiaodao must have informed Chen Tianhe of Zhao Su's confrontation with Zhui. Chen Tianhe, the wealthiest man in Linjiang City, was an old acquaintance of Zhui. Both Zhui and Zhao Su were astonished by this unexpected arrival. Upon reaching Zhui, Chen Tianhe, hands on his hips and panting, declared, "Zhui, you cannot harm him." "You mean Zhao Su?" Zhui asked in disbelief. Chen Tianhe nodded. The astonishment was mutual, as Zhao Su too was bewildered by Chen Tianhe's words. Chen Tianhe commanded the surrounding individuals, disperse. Yet, the crowd remained unmoving. As they were loyal only to Jiui, Jiui furrowed his brow, recognizing that Chen Tianhe had something to discuss, and sensing that a confrontation was now unlikely. Everyone, disperse, he ordered, and the crowd swiftly vacated the vicinity of Zhao Su. Chen Tianhe ignored Zhao Su, taking Jiui's hand and leading him indoors. Zhao Su, left in confusion, wondered what scheme Chen Tianhe was concocting. He turned to Chen Xiaodao and inquired, Xiaodao, did you inform Elder Chen? Chen Xiaodao, without hesitation, replied, yes, why? Zhao Su pressed for clarity. Chen Xiaodao explained, if a conflict can be avoided, why exert ourselves? Zhao Su found himself exasperated with both Chen Xiaodao and Nong Quan, who were each stubborn in their own right. 20 minutes later, Jiui and Chen Tianhe emerged, both wearing smiles that led Zhao Su to suspect they had colluded to ensnare him. Jiui approached Zhao Su, offering an apology. Zhao Su, it is fortunate that Elder Chen arrived. Otherwise, we would have been caught in a familial conflict. Familial conflict? Zhao Su was puzzled. He was certain his father, Zhao Xiaotian, had no acquaintance with Jiui. Seeing Zhao Su's bewilderment, Jiui chuckled and patted his shoulder, reassuringly saying, rest assured. This matter was my oversight. I will ensure my errant subordinates apologize to your wife. As for compensation for the damaged items, name your price, and I shall cover it in full. Although Zhao Su was uncertain of what had transpired between Chen Tianhe and Jiui, he was relieved to hear Jiui's promise for an apology to his wife. Li Qingqing, he graciously replied, there is no need for compensation. An apology is sufficient. Fear not. I shall ensure they apologize to your wife by tomorrow, Jiui affirmed before turning his attention to Ren Yaohui. With a resounding slap, he struck Ren Yaohui, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Zhao Su realized then that Jiui was indeed a formidable figure. Ren Yaohui, silenced by the blow, understood he had encountered a force to be reckoned with, especially with Chen Tianhe's intervention. Jiui instructed Ren Yaohui, you will personally apologize to me tomorrow, ensuring that Zhao Su's wife is satisfied. If she is not, you need not return. Yes, Jiui, Ren Yaohui trembled, fearing Jiui's wrath. Jiui then turned to Zhao Su, smiling warmly, Zhao Su? Do bring your wife here for a visit sometime. Seems we have established a bond through this encounter. Also, I have heard you have a lovely child. Do bring them as well. Chen Tianhe interjected. Jiui, they say that with age comes the spirit of a child. You are fast becoming an old child yourself. Haha. Did you not say that Xiao Yezi is particularly endearing? I certainly wish to meet the little one. Jiui handed Zhao Su a business card, took a puff from his cigar, and added, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call me. Although I have stepped back from the world, I still have my connections. Zhao Su accepted Jiui's card and tucked it into his pocket. Although he remained unsure of the conversation between Chen Tianhe and Jiui, he felt as if Jiui had transformed from a fearsome figure into a caring elder. He nodded and said, Jiui, your place is truly beautiful. I shall bring my wife and child to visit on a weekend. Excellent. Just give me a heads up, and I will have my chef prepare a whole roasted lamb and a grand feast for you. Jiui laughed heartily, his gaze towards Zhao Su filled with affection. On the journey back, Zhao Su settled into Chen Tianhe's vehicle. Noticing Zhao Su's silence, Chen Tianhe inquired, why do you not ask what transpired? If you wish to share, you would have already done so, Zhao Su replied. Chen Tianhe chuckled, teasing, you are like a worm in my belly. You know exactly what I am thinking, of course. Aside from Grandpa Li, you are the one who has treated me well since childhood. Chen Tianhe smiled. It is not that I do not wish to inform you, but divulging the information now would only increase your peril. In due time, you shall learn. Intrigued, Zhao Su pressed, Elder Chen, are you implying I will face danger? Chen Tianhe nodded, the more you know, the greater the threat to your safety. Therefore, it is perhaps better to live freely and blissfully. However, I fear your days of such tranquility may be numbered, as challenges must eventually be confronted. Elder Chen, please do not speak in riddles. It leaves me utterly perplexed. Can you not clarify your relationship with Jiui? Chen Tianhe chuckled. Consider that I am the wealthiest man in Linjiang City, while Jiui is a prominent figure here. Can we coexist for so many years without a connection? That is all I can share for now. And do not blame Xiaodao. He is merely looking out for your interests. He is not spying on you, but rather protecting you. In times of danger, he will alert me. Beyond that, he will not disclose personal matters. Very well, I trust you. Zhao Su acknowledged. Reflecting on Chen Xiaodao, he added, despite being somewhat taciturn, I find that I quite like him. After parting ways with Chen Tianhe's vehicle, Zhao Su returned to his own car. Chen Xiaodao expressed his desire to open a private detective agency, aiming to conceal his true identity. Zhao Su offered to provide financial support, but Chen Xiaodao revealed that Chen Tianhe had already assisted him and instructed Zhao Su to contact him should the need arise. Zhao Su then suggested that Nong Quan return home to rest, yet Nong Quan insisted on dragging Chen Xiaodao to spar. Upon receiving a message from Chen Xiaodao regarding Nong Quan's challenge, Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle, replying that it would be beneficial for Nong Quan to learn a lesson and understand that there are always stronger individuals in the world. Arriving at Li Qingqing's company, Zhao Su found the staff cleaning up the aftermath of the earlier chaos. Spotting Zhao Su's return, Li Qingqing anxiously scanned him for injuries, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. Zhao Su, you did not truly confront Jui, did you? I heard from Wu Guoyang that Jui was once a formidable figure. Do not worry. I have already consulted with Jui. What did he say? He mentioned that he would compel his troublesome subordinate to kneel and apologize to you. Zhao Su chuckled. Exuding an air of confidence, Li Qingqing extended her delicate finger and poked Zhao Su's forehead with a skeptical expression, saying, "Are you just boasting? That Jui is a figure of the same caliber as Chen Tianhe. Such individuals value their reputation above all else. Dio, you really think he can make someone apologize to me?" Chapter 74. A fresh start. Of course, Li Qingqing found it hard to believe Zhao Su's tall tale. Those individuals had vandalized her factory and office, and she believed it was merely her bad luck. The thought of them kneeling to apologize was utterly absurd. Li Qingqing hoped she would never have to encounter such people again. Fortunately, the workers and equipment in the factory were unharmed. The following day, when Li Qingqing arrived at the company, she found the entrance crowded with people. A designer named Pangya dashed towards her. "Li Zong, you must come see." "What is it?" Li Qingqing, fearing another incident at the company, asked anxiously. Pangya grabbed Li Qingqing's slender hand and pulled her closer, saying, "Just look for yourself." To her astonishment, the windows and doors that had been smashed the day before were now completely renewed. They were in far better condition than before, and the debris that had littered the ground had been cleared away. There was no trace left of the vandalism that a man, wiping the sweat from his brow, approached Li Qingqing. This man was none other than Ren Yaohui, the general manager of Ding Property, who had been forced by Nong Quan to eat crow when Zhao Su went to collect debts. Ren Yaohui wore a sycophantic smile as he flatteringly addressed Li Qingqing. "Li Zong, I had the windows and doors that were damaged replaced. Are you satisfied with the result? If not, I can have them redone." Li Qingqing had interacted with Ren Yaohui on multiple occasions. Previously, his property company owed her firm 50,000 yuan, and she had humbly begged him countless times for repayment. To no avail. He had always acted like a street thug. Never had he spoken to her so amiably as today. "Ren Zong, did you arrange for this replacement?" Li Qingqing asked, her surprise evident. "Of course." Ren Yaohui explained, "The individuals who vandalized your company yesterday were under my command, and I naturally must compensate for the damage." "Well, you did a commendable job." Although Li Qingqing felt perplexed, she maintained a facade of politeness. When Ren Yaohui heard her compliment, the weight of anxiety he had been carrying lifted at last. Had she expressed dissatisfaction, he would have been at a loss for what to do, fearing Jui would punish him severely. Ren Yaohui waved his hand behind him, barking, "Everyone, come over here." The individuals who had just completed their tasks approached with an air of indifference. Li Qingqing was startled, fearing Ren Yaohui was staging a performance against her, and she instinctively stepped back with her employees. Observing their unsteady gait, Ren Yaohui turned and kicked one of them, cursing, "Damn it! Can't you even walk properly? What if you scare Miss Li?" After Ren Yaohui's reprimand, the group straightened up. "Kneel," he commanded loudly. With a thud, a multitude of individuals knelt down like dumplings being boiled. Li Qingqing was left dumbfounded, unsure if Ren Yaohui was merely putting on a show for her. Then, Ren Yaohui himself knelt before her, adopting a sincerely humble demeanor, and said, "Li Zong, it was my fault for allowing such chaos to occur at your company. I am not worthy to be called a man. I beg for your forgiveness." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face. The others followed suit, crying out, "Miss Li, we were wrong. Please spare us." Early in the morning, Ren Yaohui had brought those who had caused the damage to kneel and admit their mistakes. Li Qingqing was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Ren Yaohui's bizarre behavior. Just then, Zhao Su's voice rang in her ear. "Qingqing, I told you they would come to kneel and apologize." Li Qingqing turned to see Zhao Su wearing a harmless smile. She recalled his words from the previous day, initially believing them to be a mere jest. She never expected these individuals would truly come to kneel before her. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, she sought Zhao Su's guidance, asking, "What should I do now?" Zhao Su crossed his arms and replied with a grin, "That depends on you. If you refuse to forgive them, let them remain kneeling here. If you choose to forgive them, simply let them go." Ren Yaohui seized the moment and implored, "Li Zong, considering our sincere attitude of repentance, please grant us your forgiveness." Li Qingqing, being kind-hearted, did not wish to see them continue to kneel and strike their faces. "Ren Zong, take your people and leave. Although I don't know what Zhao Su did to you, let our grievances be settled from this day forth. If you dare to disturb my company again, I will report you to the police." "We won't. We will never disturb your company again." Ren Yaohui thought to himself that even without the police, it would suffice for Zhao Su to whisper a word to Jui, and they would be in for it. Li Qingqing's forgiveness felt like the sweetest sound in the world to him. Ren Yaohui and his subordinates stood up, showering Li Qingqing with gratitude, not daring to look at Zhao Su, and hurriedly departed from the scene. Li Qingqing turned to her employees, saying, "Zhou Ting, Guoyang, take everyone back to work. These individuals won't dare to cause trouble again. Long live Sister Qing. Long live brother-in-law." The crowd felt immense pride in working under Li Qingqing, realizing the significance of Jui's men kneeling to apologize. After the employees left, Li Qingqing's gaze fell upon Zhao Su, who wore a cheeky grin. "Speak. What exactly is going on here?" Zhao Su chuckled and replied confidently, "Of course, I asked old Chen to intervene. He and Jui are old acquaintances, and this is a favor that must be returned." Now that Zhao Su understood Li Qingqing's Achilles heel, he knew that invoking Chen Tianhe's name could resolve any issue. Li Qingqing reminded Zhao Su, "Old Chen really helped out this time, and we must express our gratitude. How about this? When we have time, you invite old Chen out for dinner." "Absolutely. I must cook myself to show our sincerity," Zhao Su added. Li Qingqing frowned slightly and said, "But our place is too small, and it would be too much for old Chen to visit us. After all, he is the wealthiest man in Linjiang City. A small gift carries great sentiment. As long as we are sincere, old Chen will not mind." Li Qingqing found Zhao Su's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Zhao Su then asked, "Qingqing, do you remember Shen Xian from the Yanjunjia party?" "Of course. The Shen family is the third richest in Linjiang City. However, I think Shen Xian is a decent person." Zhao Su responded affirmatively, "Yes, last time, Shen Xiao mentioned he wanted to offer your company some business opportunities. He just called me and invited us to the Shen Xian group." "Really?" Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy. She thought that someone like Shen Xian, a wealthy heir, was just making small talk. If she could secure cooperation with the Shen Xian group, her company would truly make a comeback. "Zhao Su, let us hurry," she urged. Zhao Su drove Li Qingqing to the Shen Xian group. The company was named after Shen Xian. Upon arrival, Zhao Su introduced themselves at the front desk, and the receptionist immediately greeted them warmly. "Oh, you must be Mr. Zhao and Miss Li. Our President Shen has been waiting for you." The receptionist led Zhao Su and Li Qingqing to Shen Xian's secretary, who then escorted them into Shen Xian's office. Upon seeing them, Shen Xian greeted them with a broad smile and shook their hands. Leaning in close to Zhao Su, he whispered, "Mr. Zhao, I heard you went to Jui's place all by yourself." Zhao Su was taken aback and replied, "Were you following me? Please, don't misunderstand. I was merely concerned that Wei Haoqing and Lu Nan might pose a threat to you, so I sent someone to protect you discreetly." Zhao Su said, "Shen Xiao, you should withdraw your surveillance. It could lead to misunderstandings." Chapter 75. Chief salesperson Li Qingqing watched as Shen Xian and her husband Zhao Su whispered to each other, feeling curious about what two men could possibly be discussing. She remembered that Shen Xian was someone they had met at the Yanjunjia party, and she was surprised by Zhao Su's remarkable social skills. Shen Xian was straightforward and summoned the manager of the company's public relations department, assigning all future promotional materials and printing business to Li Qingqing's company. The contract would be signed annually, with an estimated annual profit of around 2 million yuan. This contract was significantly larger than the one offered by the Shiri Group, which made Li Qingqing ecstatic. She followed the PR manager to sign the contract. Once in the office, only Shen Xian and Zhao Su remained. Shen Xian offered Zhao Su a cigarette, which he recognized as a fine brand, and lit one up. Shen Xian smiled, saying, "Since Mr. Zhao dislikes my protective arrangements, I will withdraw them. However, I am quite curious about your relationship with Chen Tianhe." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Forgive my bluntness, but your role as a driver is merely a facade. You can deceive others, but not those of us from prominent families." Chen Tianhe would never allow a mere driver to attend a party of Yin Junjia's caliber, nor would he risk his reputation for a driver to storm Jui's estate. Zhao Su leaned back, exhaling smoke in elegant rings, and replied, Shun Xiao, being astute is a virtue, but sometimes cleverness can lead to folly. We can coexist without interfering in each other's affairs. Do you understand what I mean? Haha, Mr. Zhao, you are indeed forthright. I, Shen Xian, believe that having one more friend in this world means having more opportunities. Wei Haoqing is the most prominent young master in Linjiang City, always seeking to overshadow me. His influence is growing, and he is eyeing the Shen family with increasing hostility. Thus, I hope you will join my circle to help me counter Wei Haoqing. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Su took a few more puffs of his cigarette, then extinguished the butt, leaning back on the sofa. Shun Xiao, I can't agree to cooperate with you against Wei Haoqing, but I will not join your circle. Why not? Shen Xian asked, perplexed. Zhao Su smiled and replied, I want you to join my circle, rest assured. I have no interest in the first young master of Linjiang City. If we bring down the Haoqing group, you, Shen Xian, will become the first young master of Linjiang City. Your circle? Shen Xian's expression was one of astonishment. Zhao Su nodded, saying, Shun Xiao, your goal is to eliminate the Haoqing group. However, with the current strength of the Shen family and the Yin family, you cannot compete with Wei Haoqing. I, Zhao Su, can assist you in toppling the Haoqing group and removing Wei Haoqing. Since your strength is inferior to mine, you should join my circle. Shen Xian was taken aback by Zhao Su's audacity. No one in Linjiang City, not even Chen Tianhe of the Shiri group, would dare claim they could bring down the Haoqing group. Yet, here was Zhao Su, asserting he could do so. After his initial shock, Shen Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. Toppling the Haoqing group and strengthening the Shen family enterprise had always been his dream. Mr. Zhao, if you can indeed bring down the Haoqing group, I, Shen Xian, will be the first to volunteer to join your circle. Great. It's a deal. However, I will need your cooperation from the Shen family when the time comes. Rest assured. I will cooperate 100%, Shen Xian promised, patting his chest. Zhao Su took a sip of the coffee before him and said, Shen Xiao, you did well today by handing over your company's packaging business to my wife. However, I do not wish for you to investigate my background. You only need to know that I have the capability to topple the Haoqing group. Understood. I want to look into your background. But may I ask how long you will need to bring down Wei's Haoqing group? The shortest would be 3 months, the longest 6 months, Zhao Su asserted confidently. Deal. Shen Xian stood up from his chair, smiling as he approached Zhao Su, extending his hand. Mr. Zhao, I hope we can collaborate pleasantly, to a fruitful partnership. Zhao Su was also seeking allies, and the two quickly found common ground. Just as Zhao Su and Shen Xian reached a tacit agreement, Li Qingqing entered, announcing that the contract had been signed. 18 noon. Shen Xian arranged a lavish feast for Zhao Su and Li Qingqing to celebrate their newfound collaboration. Li Qingqing mistakenly thought it was a celebration for her company, unaware that it marked an important cooperative decision between Zhao Su and Shen Xian. Noticing that Li Qingqing seemed oblivious to Zhao Su's significant background, Shen Xian refrained from revealing the truth and continued to flatter her, addressing her affectionately as sister-in-law, which made her heart flutter with joy. After lunch, Zhao Su drove Li Qingqing back to the company. She exclaimed, Zhao Su, Shen Xian is truly remarkable. The contract from the Shen Xian group is even larger than the one from the Shiri group. If my company performs well for a year, I could afford a large house. Isn't that an understatement? I heard the contract with Shen Xian is worth 2 million. Well, I was just being modest. Li Qingqing was overjoyed about the significant contract she had secured. As they drove, she engaged Zhao Su in conversation, thrilled that their relationship had grown closer. Zhao Su seized the opportunity to say, Wife, you should prepare for the parent-child games at the kindergarten this weekend. According to Teacher Su, families must participate in the 50-meter family race, along with other interactive games with the kids. It's a great chance for you to bond with our child. All right, I'll find some time to train. Zhao Su handed her a fitness card from House and Fitness Club, saying, This is a card I received from the gym manager as a favor from old Chen. You should go and work out when you have time. Li Qingqing had been so engrossed in her work that she had neglected her health. Now that her company had secured several large contracts, she planned to expand the business soon. Zhao Su's fitness card was a perfect opportunity for her to focus on her health. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had previously taken Li Qingqing to the Yin Junjia party, called her. Yang Kai was eager to ingratiate himself with Wei Haoqing and infiltrate his circle. After his previous failure, he had now set his sights on Li Qingqing, having noticed Wei Haoqing's genuine interest in her. Seeing Yang Kai's name flash on her phone, Li Qingqing frowned. Zhao Su noticed her distracted expression and casually asked, "Qingqing, what's wrong?" "It's a call from Yang Kai." Yang Kai's family was also a prominent name in Linjiang City, though they paled in comparison to the likes of Wei Haoqing, Shen Xian, Wang Ye, and Lu Nan. Zhao Su seized the phone from Li Qingqing and pressed the speakerphone button. "ASI listened to the phone." Yang Kai's sinister voice echoed. "Mr. Li, I apologize for the events at the last party. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am prepared to draft a cooperation agreement with your company for 300,000. If you have the time, please come over to sign. I accept your apology. Prepare the contract. I will come by to sign it another day." Zhao Su replied. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Yang Kai was taken aback and inquired, "Why are you the one answering the phone? Where's Li Qingqing, Mr. Yang? It seems you have forgotten. I am Li Qingqing's husband. Is it so unusual for me to answer the phone? You wouldn't hesitate to sign this 300,000 deal just because I answered, would you? If so, I might suspect your motives for having my wife sign the contract at your company are not pure." Yang Kai was caught off guard by Zhao Su's words and awkwardly laughed. "How could my intentions be impure? If you can represent Yezi Packaging Design Company, then you should come and sign." "Of course I can represent. I am currently the chief salesperson at Yezi Packaging Design Company." "Ha." Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Zhao Su. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. It appears you must be quite the exceptional chief salesperson. I shall await your arrival at the company." Chapter 76. "So you were using me at the last party hosted by Yin Junjia." Li Qingqing was furious that Yang Kai had treated her as a mere commodity, introducing her to Wei Haoqing as a companion. Unexpectedly, Zhao Su readily agreed to collaborate with Yang Kai's company. With her arms crossed angrily across her chest, Li Qingqing scolded Zhao Su, "Why are you making decisions for the company? Qingqing, when business opportunities present themselves, why not seize them? Don't you remember what happened with Yang Kai at the party? He's clearly not sincere this time. I'm telling you, from now on, you are not to interfere in my company's matters." Zhao Su seemed accustomed to Li Qingqing's tone and chuckled, "Dear, didn't you say you wanted me to be the company's salesperson? If you leave this deal to me, I promise to secure it for you." Li Qingqing snorted, "You really enjoy stirring up trouble, don't you? But let me make this clear. Our design and printing business is fully booked. Even if we take on Yang Kai's order, it will be at the back of the line. If he can accept that, fine. If not, we won't take his order. Also, a deposit of 20% is mandatory." Zhao Su, with a playful grin, asked, "How much commission will you give me if I land this deal?" 5%, Li Qingqing added. "Working for me means no base salary, only commission. Each deal earns you 5% as pocket money." Hearing this, Zhao Su's eyes lit up. Although it may seem disadvantageous to others, the commission offered by his wife, Li Qingqing, was substantial. For instance, with the 300,000 contract Yang Kai was offering, Zhao Su would earn 15,000 in commission. With this thought, he readily accepted the part-time role. "By the way, do you still have a gym card?" Zhao Su asked before Li Qingqing exited the car. "Yes, get me another one. I want to give one to Miao Miao." Li Qingqing extended her slender hand. Zhao Su, initially planning to get one for Li Miao Miao, handed her a card. After dropping Li Qingqing back at the company, Zhao Su noticed he still had time before picking up the child from school. He was about to head to Yang Kai to sign the contract. On the surface, Zhao Su was going to sign the contract. Secretly, he intended to confront Yang Kai, that scoundrel Yang Kai. If it hadn't been for the occasion of Yin Junjia's party, he would have beaten Yang Kai to a pulp on the spot. Because he had been preoccupied with other matters, he hadn't yet settled the score with him. Now, this scoundrel was coming to him willingly. The more Zhao Su thought about it, the angrier he became. Yang Kai had the audacity to use his wife to curry favor with Wei Haoqing. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. As Zhao Su drove towards Yang Kai's company, a red Ferrari suddenly halted in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Wang Ye, who honked the horn. Zhao Su lowered his window and glanced at her. With a charming smile, Wang Ye said, "Zhao Su, there are rumors circulating that your relationship with your wife is rocky, yet I can't help but feel that your bond seems quite strong. Our relationship has always been excellent. As you mentioned, those are merely rumors." Wang Ye leaned against the car window asking, "Hey, will you accompany me shopping?" "No time." "How about a movie?" "No time." "A hotel then." Zhao Su looked shocked, then replied, "Fine, let's go. Anyone who refuses is a fool." Wang Ye laughed seductively, "I wouldn't dream of it. I was just testing you to see if your heart is made of stone. A beauty like me is pursued by many, yet here I am, making the move, and you act as if you couldn't care less. If you don't want to go to a hotel, then stop bothering me. I need to run my business and make money. Wang Ye scoffed. You're Chen Tianhe's driver. Do you think he would skimp on your pay? What do you know? I'm working business for my wife's company and can earn a 5% commission per deal. That's my pocket money. You don't need to earn. I can support you. Getting money outside is tough. Wang Ye stated, pulling out 2 stacks of fresh $100 bills from the armrest. Zhao Su retorted, sorry, I can't live off someone else. I refuse to be a kept man. Don't flatter yourself. Who doesn't know you are the son-in-law of the Li family? You claim not to live off your wife. But isn't she the one supporting you? I contribute, don't I? I do all the housework, washing dishes, cooking, and taking care of the kids. After all my contributions to the family, isn't it justified to spend a little of my wife's money? Wang Ye laughed at him, a grown man who doesn't earn for his family, yet you present your inability to earn as noble. You are truly one of a kind. Zhao Su argued back. Who says I can't earn? I'm driving for old Chen. Isn't that earning? I'm also running business for my wife's company. Isn't that earning? Wang Ye burst into laughter. All right. As long as you can earn, that is sufficient. You men are really exhausting. I wanted you to be my dance partner, to enjoy the finer things in life. But you insist on running your business. Bye. Zhao Su waved goodbye to Wang Ye, rolled up the window, and pressed down on the accelerator, driving away. While driving, Zhao Su called Nong Quan, instructing him to meet at Fukai Company on Nanyang Road. After hanging up, he noticed that Wang Ye had been following him the entire time, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon arriving at Yang's company, Zhao Su saw that Nong Quan had already arrived. After exiting the car, he noticed Wang Ye also parked and stepped out. Dressed in an OL professional skirt, Wang Ye stood at about 1.72 meters, 2 centimeters taller than Li Qingqing. Her long, snow-white legs were hard to ignore. With sunglasses perched on her head and 5-centimeter heels, she exuded the air of a wealthy young lady. Zhao Su frowned and asked, Miss Wang, what are you following me for? Wang Ye flicked her hair behind her ear and smiled. I simply wanted to see how you conduct business. After observing their surroundings, she exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this Yang Kai's company? Yes. I'm here to discuss business, so, bringing a stunning beauty like me along for business doesn't embarrass you? Zhao Su shook his head, feeling exasperated by Wang Ye, who seemed to cling to him like a leech. After seeing Zhao Su leave with Nong Quan, she neither agreed nor disagreed, wearing a satisfied smile as she hurriedly followed. Upon entering Yang's company, the receptionist asked Zhao Su, Sir, do you have an appointment? No, just tell them Wang Ye is here, and your boss will rush to meet us. The receptionist replied, All right, please hold on, before dialing Yang Kai's extension. Wang Ye shot Zhao Su a glare, observing his smug demeanor, and remarked, You certainly have guts. Zhao Su lectured her. You, as a rich heiress, have probably never experienced the work and life of ordinary people. Let me tell you, in business, the first rule is to have a thick skin, and the second is to leverage resources. You're quite despicable for utilizing me. Wang Ye suddenly realized Zhao Su was playing a game of feigned indifference. Zhao Su, with a smug expression, said, You are the most prominent socialite in Linjiang City. If I were to use my name, Yang Kai would certainly refuse to meet me. However, if I use your name, it will be a different story. I assure you he will come running, of course. If he doesn't hurry to meet me upon realizing I'm here, I'll break his legs. Just then, Yang Kai rushed down the stairs, panting. Spotting Wang Ye from a distance, he excitedly called out, Sister Ye. At that moment, Zhao Su slowly turned around, a mischievous smile on his face, and addressed Yang Kai, Mr. Yang. I'm here on behalf of Yezi Packaging Design Company to sign the contract. Chapter 77. Why pretend to be a sheep when you are a wolf? Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, however, it quickly hardened, and he coldly replied to Zhao Su, I don't have time to sign the contract with you today. Come back another day. He then turned to Wang Ye with a warm demeanor. Sister Ye, it's truly an honor to have you at my company. By the way, do you need anything from me? Wang Ye pointed at Zhao Su and coldly stated, I'm here to assist Zhao Su with business. Running business? Yang Kai's face displayed clear confusion. He genuinely didn't understand what kind of game Wang Ye and Zhao Su were playing together. Zhao Su cleared his throat, stepped closer to Yang Kai, and fixed him with a gaze. Mr. Yang, this isn't fair. We were discussing everything nicely over the phone. You promised us 300,000 in business and said I could come at any time. Why is it that now that I'm here, you suddenly claim you have no time? Yang Kai was thoroughly annoyed with Zhao Su. If it hadn't been for this good-for-nothing ruining his plans, he could have won Wei Haoqing's favor through Li Qingqing and smoothly entered their circle. Zhao Su's sudden appearance had spoiled his plans and made him lose face in front of Wei Haoqing. who had scolded him harshly. Now that he had the chance to retaliate against Zhao Su, Yang Kai was not about to let this opportunity slip away. With an arrogant demeanor, Yang Kai sneered at Zhao Su. Zhao Su, remember this. Whether or not you get business from our company depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, not only 300,000, but even 500,000 is possible. If I'm in a bad mood, you won't get a single cent. So, how is your mood right now? Good or bad? Zhao Su inquired. Definitely bad. Just seeing you irritates me. Get out, Yang Kai barked, pointing towards the door. Wang Ye stood aside, curious to see how Zhao Su would handle this predicament. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Yang Kai and stated, since you're in a bad mood, I'll come back another day. Goodbye. Yang Kai, noticing Wang Ye watching, pretended to shake Zhao Su's hand. Suddenly, he exerted a great force, as if Zhao Su's hand had become a vice, causing Yang Kai to scream in pain. Let go. Zhao Su leaned in, grinning and asked, Mr. Yang, how's your mood now? Is it better or worse? Security! Security! Yang Kai shouted desperately. Soon, 5 or 6 security guards rushed in with rubber batons. Just as one of the batons was about to strike Zhao Su, Wang Ye, alarmed, shouted, Watch out! A pair of arms suddenly reached out, grabbing the descending baton. Nong Quan, using his strength, seized the baton and, with a swift motion, struck down the 2 nearest guards. The remaining 3 guards charged at Nong Quan, who executed a flawless spinning side kick, sending all 3 tumbling. Wang Ye knew a bit of martial arts herself, but to kick all 3 at once was beyond her abilities. She stood there, dumbfounded, amazed at the force required to accomplish such a feat. Nong Quan possessed innate strength, and his legs were exceptionally powerful. If he were to engage in underground fighting, he could likely KO an average fighter with just 1 punch. It was easy to imagine how immense his strength was. Zhao Su maintained his grip on Yang Kai's hand and, seeing Nong Quan dispose of the security guards, asked Yang Kai, Mr. Yang, is your mood any better now? Do you have time to sign the order? Yang Kai shouted at the receptionist standing nearby. Shaoli, call the police. Observing the receptionist preparing to call the police, Wang Ye stepped forward and instructed Yang Kai. Tell your people to put down the phone. Sister Ye, you. Yang Kai was utterly perplexed, unsure why Wang Ye was preventing him from calling the police. Wang Ye responded, Have you forgotten who the police chief is? Moreover, I can testify that Zhao Su came here for business, and you clearly promised him business but are now toying with him. When the police arrive, who do you think they will believe? You or me? Sister Ye. What's wrong with just messing with someone like Zhao Su? What did you say? Zhao Su tightened his grip, causing Yang Kai to scream in pain, nearly passing out. Zhao Gu. It hurts. No. Zhao Yi, please let go. Yang Kai cried out, hoping for mercy. Seeing Zhao Su ignore him, he called out, Grandpa Zhao. Zhao Su snorted. I don't wish to have a disloyal grandchild like you. Now, about that contract. I'll sign. Right away. Yang Kai, realizing Wang Ye was clearly siding with Zhao Su, dared not refuse. How much? Zhao Su pressed point 300,000. I want full payment, Zhao Su added. All right, full payment. Cash. Yang Kai turned to his secretary, hurry to the finance department and fetch 300,000 in cash to my office. Only then did Zhao Su release Yang Kai's hand, which had turned bruised from the grip. Zhao Su patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, chuckling, Mr. Yang, if you had just discussed business properly earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure this. Yang Kai snorted and turned to head to his office. Zhao Su and Nong Quan hurried to follow, flanking him as if he might run away. After successfully signing the contract and receiving the money, Zhao Su tossed the bag containing the 300,000 to Nong Quan, instructing him to wait in the car. Wang Ye led Zhao Su to her vehicle, and as he lit a cigarette, his unshaven stubble gave him a slightly rogue appearance. Leaning against the car, Wang Ye smiled at Zhao Su. I thought conducting business was a complicated art. This really how you do it? Wrong. Zhao Su took a deep drag from his cigarette and blew the smoke directly onto Wang Ye's pretty face. Wang Yaqiao's complexion shifted, only to transform into a radiant smile moments later. For never had a man dared to be so audacious with her. Zhao Su was indeed the first. With one hand propped against the car, he stood merely 20 centimeters away from Wang Yaqiao's face, boasting with satisfaction. The art of business is profoundly intricate. The key to negotiations lies in tailoring your words to the person at hand and selecting the appropriate method to engage with them. As for someone like Yang Kai, a mere nuisance, a straightforward and forceful approach is requisite. If it weren't for me today, you would have never secured that contract. Wang Yaqiao regarded him with a look of disdain. Zhao Su retorted, "You are mistaken. Were you not present, Yang Kai would have signed with me long ago. Your presence merely delayed my signing." "Why?" Wang Yaqiao inquired, perplexed. Zhao Su playfully lifted her chin, grinning as he said, "If you weren't here, my methods would have been even more direct and unrefined. Farewell, Miss Wang." Just as Zhao Su turned to depart, Wang Yaqiao unexpectedly seized his large hand and, catching him off guard, bestowed upon him a swift kiss. Zhao Su was momentarily stunned, and Wang Yaqiao, exuding charm, teased, "You think you can flirt with me and simply walk away? Not a chance. Miss Wang, if I inadvertently charmed you just now, I apologize, do not misunderstand. I am a married man," Zhao Su declared before turning to leave. "Stop right there." Wang Yaqiao fumed, her body trembling with indignation, causing her ample bosom to quiver. "Zhao Su, why pretend to be a sheep when you're a wolf? We are all adults here. Surely, we can handle this," Zhao Su replied coldly. "Miss Wang, you appear seasoned, yet in reality, you remain somewhat naive. Engaging with me is a game you cannot afford to play." With that, he retreated into the car, ignoring her completely. As Zhao Su drove away, Wang Yaqiao stomped her foot in frustration and shouted, "Zhao Su, you scoundrel! When I get the chance, I will make you pay." Nongquan, who was driving, remarked, "Young master, it seems you've upset that beautiful lady to the point of tears." "No worries, women are made of water. They have an abundance of tears," Zhao Su advised Nongquan. "Remember, never provoke a woman. They are the most formidable creatures in this world." "Young master, are you suggesting I should remain a bachelor for life?" A chuckle escaped Zhao Su, amused by Nongquan's simplicity. Whoever claimed this lad was dull-witted?